Chapter 1. Leaving home. I spent 7 years inside, and due to good behavior, I was granted a reduced sentence that on the day I was released, I received several phone calls from unfamiliar numbers. They were from some bosses I had previously worked with, who were eager to persuade me to join them again. Some offered salaries as high as $100,000 a month, with $200,000 a month including a car. Most of these calls came from two places, Panjiayuan in Beijing and Xinyang Road in Tianjin. After considering it, I ultimately refused them all that I initially entered this line of work by mistake. Although I became rich overnight, I paid a price for it. 7 years later, I transformed from a fresh-faced young man into a middle-aged man with a big belly. The girl I once knew now has children who are already capable of running errands. I am alone, without family or friends, and I chose to go to Dali. I bought a small store by Irai Lake and opened a small supermarket. On days without business, I would take walks by the lake, enjoying the sea breeze. Life has been quite leisurely. The supermarket is located on Songshan East Road, next to Lomart. If any friends want to visit, I will treat them a tea. Not long ago, ancient Shu civilization was discovered, and the nationwide sensation of the golden mask was unearthed. Actually, my path to wealth is somewhat related to these things, revolving around two keywords: antiques and tomb raiding. In recent years, works like Ghost Blows Out the Light, Tomb Raiding Notes, and Golden Eyes have gained immense popularity through movies and TV shows. Now that I have some free time, I also want to write about my experiences in this line of work. I have never seen the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace or the Divine Tree of the Qinling, nor do I possess golden eyes, but I entered the antique business at 16 and have indeed witnessed many things that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Let me start from the beginning. I was born in a small mountain village in northeast China, close to Mo, where winters are so cold that people can freeze to death. My grandmother raised me. I have never seen my parents and have no desire to ask what their names are. An old saying goes that grandparents are closer to their grandchildren. I was very mischievous as a child, did not listen to my teachers, and my academic performance was terrible, consistently ranking at the bottom of my class. Thanks to the National Poverty Alleviation Policy, our village was granted subsistence allowances, which seemed to be over 80 yuan a month, along with some orphan assistance. Subsidies, totaling over 100 yuan. My family was struggling to survive at that time. I was fascinated by the treasure hunting shows aired daily on the central television. I was captivated by how those seemingly worthless jars and bottles were valued at tens of thousands by experts, ancient artifacts that could be exchanged for houses and cars. I consistently deceived my grandmother, saying the school required money for study materials. She would give me money, and I would rush to the bookstore to buy books about antiques. I remember the first book I read was 50 Treasures of Ancient Coins, a thick volume. Ancient coins are what we call copper coins, known as purple money in our area. This book opened my eyes and sparked an obsession with antiques that I rummaged through our house and deceived classmates into stealing copper coins from their homes without even reading the characters, offering them 50 cents each. I saved every penny, never ordering special dishes in the cafeteria. Later, even sold a pile of textbooks for 7 yuan. My academic performance was so poor that teachers would just sigh and say I would only become a social parasite if I didn't study well. I dismissed the teacher's words. I was dreaming of getting rich. Even if I became a parasite, I wanted to be a wealthy one. When I turned 18, my grandmother had an accident while shoveling snow in the yard and accidentally broke her leg. The medical and surgical costs totaled over 3,000 yuan. Our family couldn't even scrape together 600 yuan. I vividly remember my grandmother lying on the Kong, covered with thick blankets, crying at night. My aunt had several family-run restaurants in the snow town of Mo and was doing well, so I went to borrow money from her to buy medicine for my grandmother. Although she didn't say much on the surface, I overheard her husband saying I was a jinx and that our family was a fallen household. He said the money lent out was as good as lost and advised her to have less contact with us. That winter night, I sat alone on a rock for 3 hours. Though I was dressed warmly, it didn't help much in the 30-degree below zero temperature of Mo. The words of my relatives shattered a young man's pride. Clenching the borrowed money, I vowed, Xiang Yinfeng will make a name for myself. Later, I dropped out of school. Strictly speaking, I don't even have a junior high school diploma. I'm just a primary school graduate. Of the 3,000 yuan, aside from what was used for my grandmother's surgery medicine, I secretly kept 753 yuan. With this money, I not only collected copper coins, but also ran to neighboring villages to collect porcelain and silver dollars. Rural people only believe silver dollars are valuable. They mostly don't understand or care about vases, bowls, and porcelain. Watching appraisal shows every day, I gradually developed some basic knowledge. I bought a pair of late Qing Dynasty blue and white feather dusters for 100 yuan, several Republican period pink and green lady figure small salt jars for less than 200 yuan, and 3 mid-Qing Dynasty blue and white bowls for 180 yuan. Unfortunately, all 3 bowls had chicken claw patterns and were not well preserved, all with damage. Previously, I had also saved a small bag of copper coins, about 200 of them, mostly Song and Qing coins, with the most being Daoguang, Guangxiu, Qianlong, and Yuanfeng. I knew these copper coins were not worth much since they were common. The ones I was most satisfied with were 3 in good condition from the Yongjing period. I knew Yongzheng Tongbao could be worth some money, but at that time, I didn't know how much exactly that I spent a total of over 500 on these items, leaving myself with 240 yuan, while the average monthly salary was just over 300. I had a good relationship with a female classmate who helped me out by lending me 2 large 30-inch rolling suitcases that I carefully wrapped the 11 pieces of porcelain and a small bag of copper coins in bedding, fearing they would break, and stuff them with foam. In the end, I filled 2 large suitcases and a backpack. My grandmother couldn't understand my actions, saying I was not doing anything serious and that she had raised me for nothing. My aunt also learned about this, and most villagers pointed fingers at me behind my back. Enduring disdain and carrying humiliation and misunderstanding, on the morning of the 17th day of the 12th month, I left Mo with the things I had collected. I believed that Beijing people were the wealthiest, and of course, I would sell the antiques I collected to them, especially since I had long yearned for the legendary Panjiayuan. There was no direct train from Mo to Beijing. I had to take a train to Siping first, then from Siping to Beijing West. The entire journey was over 2,000 kilometers and took more than 50 hours. To save money, I chose the cheapest hard seat. Carrying 2 large suitcases and a backpack, with oily hair and dressed poorly, passengers at the station occasionally pointed and whispered about me. I had never traveled far before this was my first train ride, and I was all alone. After buying the ticket, I had less than 100 yuan left that, if my things didn't sell, I wouldn't even be able to afford a return ticket, let alone meals. The food on the train is expensive, and I didn't dare to spend money, so I kept drinking hot water from the cup I brought. When I was really hungry, I bought a bag of fried dough twists for 250 as a rural kid visiting Beijing for the first time. Everything felt fresh to me. I had never seen the security scanner at the station before. At that time, I was still young, but I wasn't afraid of strangers and dared to talk to people. That I asked someone how to get to the Panjiayuan antique market, and the ticket girl was very enthusiastic. She told me to take the subway and explain how to transfer. From Beijing West Station, take line 9, then get off at Lalikio to transfer to line 10, and finally get off at Panjiayuan Station. Fortunately, my memory was good, and I didn't take much detour. Back then, the subway fare was only 2 yuan, and as long as you didn't exit the station, no one would bother you. When I got off the subway, the sidewalks were all filled with anti-slip pits. I was struggling to walk with my backpack and dragging 2 big boxes. After crossing the Huawei Bridge, I finally saw the golden sign outside the North Gate. Panjiayuan Flea Market. Finally arrived. Chapter 2. Selling goods, dragging my boxes into the market from the North Gate. The first thing I saw was the greenhouse area. Goodness, it happened to be Saturday, and it was truly packed with people. Bodhi seeds, amber, turquoise, various porcelain, jade jewelry, bronze weapons, stone carvings, embroidery, paintings. There was really everything, and it dazzled my eyes. Of course, most of it was fake. There were very few real items on the stalls in the greenhouse. Thought I chuckled to myself, thinking, everything here is fake, but the things I have are all collected by myself and are genuine antiques. They should sell out quickly. Seeing an empty stall in the tent, I prepared to take out my items to set up shop. Hey, what are you doing? A bald stall owner next to me stopped me. Setting up a stall, I replied. Setting up a stall? Is this your stall? Just go. Kid, hurry up and get lost. I gritted my teeth and said, I want to set up a stall. Is this your stall? I'll pay you. How much do you want? The bald man's eyes rolled, and he immediately smiled, saying, 100 yuan. If you give me 100, you can set up. What? 100 yuan? Why is it so expensive? He squinted and said, that's the price. If you don't want to set up, just get lost. Don't block my business. I had less than 100 yuan left in my pocket. After some haggling, I finally gave him 90. Now I was left with only 3 yuan. The bald man took the money and kept smiling. Unexpectedly, just as I spread out my stall and had only half my items set up, the loudspeaker in the antique market started blaring. Dear travelers and vendors, the Panjiayuan Flea Market has reached closing time. Please take your belongings and leave the market in an orderly manner. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience and prosperous business. As soon as the announcement was made, the surrounding vendors began packing up. I was stunned. I hadn't even set up yet. I angrily said to the bald man, refund my money. The market is closing. I haven't started yet. Bah! The bald man spat and coldly scolded me. You idiot. How haven't you set up? You've already put out your cloth. That counts as setting up. No refunds. I felt my eyes turn red, panicking, and I grabbed his arm, shouting for him to return my money. Go to hell, you little brat. He kicked me hard in the stomach. At that time, how old was I? I couldn't fight against this bald man and was immediately pained to the point I couldn't straighten my back. Fewer and fewer people were around. Everyone packed up and left on their tricycles, including the bald man who kicked me. In the bitter cold of winter, although Beijing wasn't as cold as Mo, it was still chilly at night. The market security guard, walking a big dog, saw I was slow in packing up and kept urging me, warning that if I was late, I would be fined. With the days short and nights long, by the time I dragged my boxes out of the market, it was already dark. I was cold and hungry, with only 3 yuan left on me. After sitting on a bench by the roadside for half an hour, I learned that there was an internet CAF about 2 kilometers away in the west of Huawei Bridge. I dragged my boxes toward that direction, but when I arrived at the internet CAF, I found out that even the cheapest overnight machine cost 10 yuan, which I couldn't afford. My plan to stay in the internet CAF was dashed. It was unbearably cold outside, so I pulled my boxes and hid inside an ATM self-service bank. People occasionally came in to withdraw money, looking at me with strange eyes. The ground was cold, and I couldn't sleep well, so I pulled the hood of my coat over my head and curled up against the wall. After 2 or 3 hours, I was dozing off when someone tapped me. I opened my eyes to see an older lady in her 50s holding a small white dog, probably a resident from the nearby community. "Young man, why are you sleeping here in this cold weather?" "I just bought 2 sesame pancakes and they're still warm." "If you don't mind, you can have them," the lady said, shaking her head and placing the plastic bag on a red metal box that held a fire extinguisher. After the lady left, my stomach growled, and I eventually went to get the plastic bag. The pancakes were dry, sesame-covered ones, crispy and fragrant. As I ate, I cried. Am I really going to give up like this? If I go back, won't others look down on my family even more? No, no way. I kept encouraging myself. "Xiang Yin Feng, you will definitely become a rich person." At 8 in the morning, I returned to Panjiayuan. Since I had no money to pay for a stall, I could only drag my boxes around in circles. Whenever I saw someone looking at porcelain, I would approach and ask, "Sir, would you like to take a look at my porcelain? They're all old, and if the price is right, I can sell." At that moment, the loudspeaker in the market blared again. "Dear tourists, please be cautious of unscrupulous vendors following you. Please take care of your belongings to avoid being deceived." As soon as the loudspeaker announced that, people's expressions changed when they looked at me, and they hurriedly ran away. After asking several people, everyone thought I was an illegal vendor, a scammer. Then, with a mindset of giving it a try, I entered an antique shop and asked the owner if they bought porcelain. The shop owner indifferently said, "What is it?" Show me that I was delighted and immediately laid my suitcase flat and opened it. "Well, these items aren't that great. They are all old, but how much do you plan to sell this pair of vases for?" The owner pointed to a pair of late Qing Dynasty blue and white vases in the box. Swallowing hard, I cautiously said, "Late Qing Dynasty, can I sell the pair for 800? What is that? 800? The owner widened his eyes. "I can give you a maximum of 150. Will you sell or not?" "Only 150 for a pair?" I felt a chill in my heart. I had traveled over 2,000 kilometers on a hard seat train, braving the cold and hunger to collect these. Damn it, I only made 50 yuan. I was so angry my face turned red, and I immediately packed my items back. Seeing that I was about to leave, the owner quickly added, "Hey, don't panic. If it really doesn't work, I can add 20 more. How about 170? Suppressing my anger, I consider my offer reasonable, but I didn't expect to be insulted like this. "Keep that 20 for yourself." When a person is angry, they can't hear anything. Young people get even angrier disregarding everything. I directly pulled my suitcase out of the porcelain shop. I haven't given up yet. I was preparing to set up a stand outside the market, but when I went out, I saw the city management seizing goods. Several guys selling counterfeit items were having their stuff confiscated. I was so scared that I immediately dismissed the idea. But there's always a way out. Just when I was feeling hopeless, I met an old man who said, "Young man, there's a lot of people at Panjiayuan on the 6th day, and the stalls are expensive. You can try Baegwosi. I've heard that stalls there don't cost anything." Hearing this good news, I was instantly delighted. I hurriedly grabbed my box and rushed to Guanggaman Baegwosi. The free stalls at Baegwosi were my last chance. Chapter 3. Turning point. At that time, there were still street stalls at Baegwosi, and quite a few of them, mainly selling coins and porcelain shards. At IT is said that the famous Bai porcelain from Beijing originated from Baegwosi. Each item has its own market. I happened to be carrying porcelain and copper coins, which matched perfectly, and my spirits lifted instantly. I really didn't believe that no one would want the old items. I was lucky enough to find an empty space right in front of the stall and use my last 3 yuan to buy 2 chicken sausages. Yes, I ate the sausages. I thought today will determine whether I starve or live well in Beijing. Unexpectedly, just as I set up my stall, within 10 minutes, a large crowd gathered in front of me. "Boss, how much for the Song Dynasty coin and the Qing Dynasty coin?" "Boss, can I see that small powder-painted salt jar?" I was busy and overwhelmed. "Boss, how much for that pair of blue and white vases? Just give me your lowest price, and if it's reasonable, I'll take it." Looking at my stall in a panic, I casually said, "For the pair of blue and white vases, at least 800. "All right, wrap it up. He'll take it. How do I pay you?" The person nodded and asked me to wrap it up. "Wait, don't rush. He'll offer 803 for that pair of vases." Suddenly another person raised the price. "Ma Lao-san, isn't what you're doing against the rules?" This person said coldly. "Huh, rules? You haven't even paid yet. The young boss can sell to whoever he wants. You're talking about rules to me." "Song boss, there are fewer and fewer old items now, and this kind of dowry vase won't have trouble selling. Just put it in a box in your shop. How much can you sell it for?" "Don't you know that, Song boss?" Song boss slapped his thigh. "Damn, Malalu, how much I sell is none of your business." Seeing these two about to fight, I hurried to mediate. "Don't argue. There are other items here, right? Look at this small powder-painted salt jar. It's nice. Even though it's missing a lid, the painting is good." Song boss looked at the salt jar in my hand and loudly asked, "Little brother, you just said you'd sell it to me for 800. Who are you trying to sell it to now?" I thought, how come the items that no one wanted at Panjiayuan are being fought over here? After thinking for a moment, I replied, "Big brother originally said 800 for the vases, so he'll sell them to you for 800. I can't go back on my word." "Huh, all right." The man laughed heartily, patting his beer belly, looking at Ma Laolu with a smug face. He glanced at the other items on my stall. "Okay, little brother, you're quite straightforward, so it'll be straightforward too. We'll take all of your stuff. One shot." "Huh, I was momentarily taken aback. Why is this Beijing boss so generous? All right, don't sell anymore, pack up your stall, and follow song boss to the shop to get paid, said a nearby stall owner enviously. Oh, okay, I quickly packed to my stall. Following the big-bellied song boss into the shop, he told me to leave my box behind, saying he would include the box in the payment. In the end, for the porcelain, copper coins, and the box, the big-bellied boss gave me 4,007 cash. That was equivalent to a year's savings for an ordinary worker back then. It was really impressive. The big boss bought everything in one go, even bought my suitcase. I walked out of Beiguosi empty-handed, feeling a thick stack of 100 yuan bills in my pocket, my face almost splitting from smiling. Standing on the Guanggaman Bridge, holding a huge amount of money, I shouted loudly, "Heaven rewards the diligent." I, Xiang Yinfeng, may not be good at studying, but I'm born to do business. My uncle's farm stay is nothing. I'm going to be the best antique dealer in the country. At that moment, passers-by looked at me with strange expressions. 15 or 16 years have passed since then, and every time I think of this scene, I smile every time I feel like a fool. I made a profit of over 4,000. With some savings, I was at ease. Having money meant I definitely had to fill my stomach first. The kids in the village eat a lot. I had 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles and ordered a cold dish, eating to my heart's content. After eating, I used a toothpick to pick my teeth, planning in my mind, this method works. After repaying my uncle, I still have some left. This money should be enough for capital. Next time, I won't have to pay back my uncle. If I collect more items, I could earn 4,000 in one trip. So if I make 10 trips, wouldn't I earn 40,000? That night at the West Station, I was tricked by a middle-aged woman into staying at a small hotel, which costs 60 yuan a night. After checking in, the landlady secretly asked me, "Young man, do you want me to find you a girl?" Realizing what she meant, I hurriedly waved my hands, saying, No, I don't want a girl." The landlady persisted, and in the end, I had to give her an extra 20 yuan to stop bothering me. As the old saying goes, when you're out, don't flaunt your wealth. I remember vividly how the innkeeper's wife was staring at my thick stack of red bills. That night, I was very tired and fell asleep in a daze. Afraid for my safety, I specifically pressed the plastic bag containing my money under my pillow. Little did I expect that when I woke up, the money was gone. The 4,000 plus yuan I painstakingly earned was gone. Where's my money? Where's my money? I was so scared my face turned white, desperately flipping the sheets and pillows. But there was nothing left, just a deflated black plastic bag. I was horrified and hurried to find the landlady, asking her to check the surveillance, saying my money was lost and I wanted to call the police. The outcome was predictable. I didn't recover a single cent. To this day, I have no good feelings towards small hotels near train stations. Over 10 years have passed, and I guess that small hotel is long gone. Do I hate it? Not really. If I hadn't lost the money back then, I might be a small antique shop owner now, maybe even married with kids. My life trajectory could have completely changed. But no one gets a second chance. If I hadn't lost the money back then, there wouldn't be me in this circle, and there certainly wouldn't be the nickname Shun Yin Feng on the streets. The police took a simple statement and subtly told me that the hope of recovering the money was slim. Empty-handed and feeling hopeless, I didn't dare go back to Mo, didn't dare go home. I knew that when I returned, I would definitely be laughed at, ridiculed by my peers, and looked down upon by my uncle's family. I felt ashamed. I could say I made 4,000 yuan, but the villagers wouldn't believe it at all. Standing on the overpass outside the West Station, for a moment, I really wanted to jump down. I thought it would be better to just die. Without parents or anyone to care for me, I was just a wild child with no love or affection. Dying early would mean a quicker rebirth. The mind of a young person is immature, and if they have thoughts like mine, it can be very frightening. That time, I was ready to jump off the overpass. Even if I didn't die from the fall, I would probably be run over by passing trucks. I had already stretched my legs out. Just then, someone tapped me on the back. Chapter 4. Joining the crew. Hee. Young man. So young. What's there to be unhappy about? I turned around, wiping my tears, and was stunned. Wasn't this the old man who gave me directions at Panjiayuan yesterday? He was the one who told me that the booth at Gokwansi didn't cost anything. Young man, I noticed you since you came to Panjiayuan to sell things yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, did you have your money stolen? The old man was dressed casually, with some white hair at his temples, looking quite spirited. I could see that moment. I didn't think much of it. I nodded with red eyes and said my selling money had been stolen and that I didn't want to live anymore. He shook his head and chuckled. How much did you lose, young man? I said I lost over 4,000 yuan. He laughed and held up one finger. 4,000 yuan is considered money. If you work with me, in this amount of time, I can help you earn 20,000. Staring dumbfounded at his one finger, I asked, how long? A year? The old man shook his head. A month? He shook his head again. A week? Haha. I'm not joking with you. It's in 1 minute. As long as you're quick, several thousand yuan can be made in no time. I found it unbelievable. I thought this person might be a human trafficker trying to trick me into selling my kidney. If I had to sell my kidney, I wouldn't do it. Dying would be fine. But if I sold my kidney and lived, I had heard that I might never be able to have children, and my wife would wear a green hat. He left me with a sentence and turned to leave. Young man, if you want to make a name for yourself and drive a big car home, then come with me. If you want to die for a little bit of money, then don't come. It would prove I mistook you for someone else. Yes, 4,000 yuan was an astronomical figure for my poor family, but for him, it was just pocket change. This person was my master who introduced me to the trade. His way of making money was through tomb raiding. Looking for dragons is about examining the mountains. Each layer of winding is a layer of concern. If the door seems to have 1,000 locks, there must be kings and princes residing here. From the moment I followed him off the overpass, I consider myself in the trade. Not long after joining, I understood that what the old man said was true. Several thousand yuan really was just pocket change, and it could be earned in minutes. Have you all often heard of the 4 major schools of tomb raiding? Magan Shaowei, Banshan Daoist, Shelling Li Shi, and Fakyu Zhangjun. In fact, the reality is not like that. These schools have long disappeared in the long river of history. Nowadays, tomb raiders are roughly divided into 2 factions, the northern faction and the southern faction. Some also jokingly refer to them as the bold faction and the timid faction. Northern faction people are bold and wild, and they dare to dig anything with a Luoyang shovel. But one thing is that they're not good at digging water caves, especially in southern regions like Hunan, Guizhou, and Zhejiang. The water cave can be dry for 1,000 years and wet for 10,000 years. If not dry or wet, it's only half a year. The difficulty of water caves is very high, requiring people to have the swimming skills of a water monkey, and for very deep water caves, professional diving equipment is needed. To be fair, most of the northern faction are like land ducks. They are impressive on the surface, but really can't handle underwater work. The southern faction often operates in family units, with fathers leading sons and grandfathers leading grandsons, and they rarely work with unfamiliar outsiders. They are also called the timid faction, and this is done to prevent black eating black. This trade is mixed with all kinds of people. Some are truly impressive, able to recite burial scriptures and identify burial spots with one look. This is not an exaggeration. Then there are those who are just pretending to be part of it, the kind of people who dare to dig graves with just a shovel. These people die the fastest, and they're the ones most often caught. The regular troops are rarely caught. Let me briefly explain it. In a 6-person tomb raiding gang, the one who gets paid the most is the eye leader, which means the one who looks for graves. This is a technical job. A skilled eye leader is always in demand. Then there are the selling rice guys, which is a code name in the industry. Rice refers to money. In some regions, they're also called selling goods guys. This person is responsible for turning the things dug up into cash, which requires a lot of connections. People from the north and south all have their own networks, and it's especially important to ensure that the things sold cannot be traced back. Next are the workers who dig the holes. This work values experience that a Luoyang shovel goes down, and by looking at the soil layers brought up, one can determine the era of the burial. Below the diggers are the lookouts. As the name suggests, they're responsible for keeping watch. They must have good eyesight and be alert. These people should not be underestimated. Whether a big job can be completed often depends on the lookout. Some lookouts might even start acting a year in advance under the guise of opening a supermarket, blending in with the local residents to gain their trust. There is also a logistics role, usually one person who doesn't go down into the pits, but is responsible for procuring and replacing equipment. Mouse clothes, golden shovels, small tornadoes, gas masks, Luoyang shovels, fire sticks, waterproof flashlights, walkie-talkies, tents, bedding, pots, pans, toothbrushes, and toothpaste all need to be purchased by one person to reduce exposure and avoid revealing identities. Finally, there's a role called scattering soil. What I did when I first entered the trade was scattering soil. The pay for scattering soil is the least, but even the least is much more than working for someone else. For this job, the more ordinary you look, the better. I was chosen because I had an ordinary face. I looked plain who would pay attention to me every day for no reason. On the contrary, if you're too handsome or too ugly, you can't do it. You might get caught before you even have a chance to scatter the soil in your pocket. You take a little in your backpack, pretending to walk the dog, and scatter the grave soil along your pant legs without leaving a trace. Afterward, you secretly split the money, and no one can notice us. The old man who introduced me to the trade was named Wang Xiansheng, and people in the field called him Wang Baotou. It is said that he has touched thousands of large tombs in his lifetime, from the Han and earlier dynasties to the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. He has basically worked on them all. The tombs most loved by people in the trade are 2. One is the Han tomb, and the other is the Western Zhou tomb. The reason is simple: bronze artifacts and high ancient jade are very valuable. People often say that 9 out of 10 Han tombs are empty, and this is not a lie. The Western Zhou tombs are even more impressive. During the time of fire signals, to fool the lords were everywhere, and the trend of extravagant burials was prevalent. If you were lucky enough to find a large, deep pit filled with bronze artifact from a lord's Western Zhou tomb, then congratulations, your children and grandchildren won't have to work for 3 generations. Similarly, Western Zhou tombs are buried deeper than those of any other dynasty. After Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states and built the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum, the trend of burial mounds began. The landscape has changed. Generally, Western Zhou tombs are usually more than 15 meters underground without burial mounds, making them hard to find and even harder to excavate. On the surface, relevant departments prohibit the trading of bronze artifacts, but everyone knows the truth. Where do those bronze artifacts in the TV station's appraisal shows come from? The surviving bronze artifact account for less than 1% of the total quantity. Are the rest just popping up on their own? They all come from our line of work. Initially, Wang Baotou took me away from Beijing and told me not to contact the outside world for a while. My first job was in Shund. This job involved a Western Joe tomb, and because of a severe shortage of manpower, I was chosen by Wang Baotou to do the work of scattering soil. I was the youngest member of the group at that time. When I arrived in Shund, Wang Baotou directly threw 1,000 yuan at me, saying it was the customo welcome red envelope for entering the industry. He told me to spend it freely, even to play with my sister if I wanted tea that time. I was still quite young and didn't dare to look for my sister. I could barely spend much on food and drinks. I had the water snake soup, 4 cups of chicken, fried fish cakes, steamed pork from Junin, and so on, all of which were delicious. After wandering around Shun for 2 days, Wang Baotou called me over and said, Yinfeng, it's time to get to work tonight. How are you? Are you ready? Do you remember what I taught you? I nodded and said, I remember no scattering soil at dawn, no scattering soil with a vehicle, no scattering soil in the park, no scattering soil when there are many people. Wang Baotou nodded in satisfaction and asked, so, where are you planning to scatter? After thinking for a moment, I told him, back to Baotou by the construction site, in the demolition houses, in the woods, in the garden. Not bad. I haven't taught you those yet. Good. You're sharp, be clever, and follow us closely. I'll make you the richest person in your village within 2 years, understand? I was delighted and immediately nodded in agreement. Chapter 5, Digging. That night, 4 more people trickled into the inn, a total of 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was responsible for our logistics, in her 30s, with a slightly flirtatious smile and a black mole under her eye. In the industry, she was nicknamed One Mole, and later I heard others say her goal was to sleep with 100 men before turning 40. Yo, a new kid has arrived. He's so young I wonder if he's small down there. One Mole smiled at me. All right, Xiao Hong, stop scaring him. This kid is young and has potential. With 2 years of training, he might turn out well. Wang Baotou came to my rescue. The 3 men were brothers, all surnamed Sun, and ranked by age as Sun Laoda, Sun Laer, and Sun Lisan. Wang Baotou said that Sun Laer and Sun Lisan were well known in the industry, able to play with the Luoyang shovel, and had a unique skill in probing soil, especially for deep pits. With plenty of experience, Sun Laoda held 2 positions, lookout and sales. My first impression of him was steady and honest, and I later learned that such seemingly honest people are often quite astute, observant of everything around them, and can handle emergencies well. To the southwest of Shund, there's a small valley called Fei Mountain, where the old master said the big pit was located halfway up the mountain. I asked him, Baotou, how do you know there's a big pit halfway up? The old master blew a smoke ring and, squinting, told me, Yinfeng, the lock is closed at the horizontal bar, clearly dividing the 2 sides. The high mountain is flat, and the pit is buried in between. At the time, I felt confused, as if Wang Baotou was speaking in riddles, and I couldn't understand him at all. Later, after I memorized the burial scripture, Wang Baotou passed on his experience in finding dragons and digging graves to me, and I finally understood that is short for. Sentences succinctly described the feng shui advantages of Fei Mountain. That night, around 1 o'clock, we carried our large bags to halfway up Fei Mountain. Seeing an old fir tree, the old master stomped his foot excitedly and said, Urge, Sange, it's here. First, take a sample to taste the salinity, that if there are stones, then use the shovel. Sun Laer nodded and pressed a button on the small walkie-talkie on his shoulder. Lauda, it's time to eat. Are there any customers around? The walkie-talkie lit up red, and Sun Lauda's deep voice came through. It's calm. Start cooking. Knowing there was no one around, Sun Laer's eyes flashed with excitement. He took off his backpack and pulled out a short stick and a curved half shovel. Wang Baotou said to me, Yinfeng, this is our dining tool. Times are progressing. We have to keep up. The Luoyang shovel is now made into a segmented pipe when you put it in the bag. No one can tell. With a clatter, Sun Laer skillfully assembled the Luoyang shovel, which ended up being over 8 meters long. Urge, this is a deep pit. Is this length enough? If not, I have more in my bag, Sun Lisan asked. Don't worry, Lao San. If it's longer, it won't be manageable. We just need to see the soil structure below and taste the salinity first. Yinfeng, come here and help me hold the Luoyang shovel. Sun Laer beckoned to me. I hurried over to help him steady the shovel, and then Sun Laer unbuttoned his pants and took out his little brother in front of me, letting it flow. After finishing, he shivered and pulled up his pants. Squatting down, Sun Laer stared at the spot where he had just urinated, then frowned. No good. There are stones below. We need to change the spot to dig. Xiao Yinfeng, just where you're standing, you can let a stream of water now. Though I didn't understand, I did as told and started to let it flow. Sun Laer laughed. This young man is full of energy. Look how yellow it is. He watched the ground where I had urinated for 2 minutes, then nodded. This spot below has fewer stones. Let's get started. He had great strength, and with one shovel, he could dig down 10 centimeters, continuously bringing out soil with a Luoyang shovel. As he dug deeper, I noticed the color of the soil changed, becoming a bit black. That I asked Urge, look, the soil is turning black. Does that mean we've reached the ground? Not yet. This black soil is not what we want. It's a rotten tree root layer, useless. The hole kept getting deeper. Damn, this is impressive. The pole is not long enough. Lao San, extend it. As the pole lengthened, the Luoyang shovel continued to probe deeper. An hour later, the shovel brought up a layer of white soil, connected to some green soil underneath. Sun Laer sniffed the soil and suddenly became excited. Damn. Wang Baotou. This kid Yin Feng is a lucky star. I haven't seen such a big pit in 2 years. One shovel hit the tamped earth layer. The white clay is connected to the green clay. It could be a Western Zhou noble or a minor king. We're going to strike it rich. Sure. Urge, keep your voice down. Sun Lisan warned with a frown. But Sun Lara was dismissive, waving his hand. Mainly, I haven't seen green with white in years. I hope it's a new pot. A new pot means that the tomb hasn't been robbed before it's fresh, and this kind of dig can lead to great wealth. I could tea that moment, the old master quietly said. That's all about luck. Even if it's a leftover pot, as long as there are still 2 pieces of meat inside, this trip won't be in vain. This is a Western Zhou pit. What if a 4-goat square zune or a bronze basin appears inside? Haha, you're still dreaming. Baotou, if something like that really comes out, we wouldn't dare sell it would get caught for sure, Sun Lara said, then press the walkie-talkie again. Lauda, Baotou said there's a 4-goat square zune in this tomb. Do you have a way to sell it? The walkie-talkie lit up red, and a wave of static came through. Square zoom my ass. I don't want to catch a bullet. Hurry up and work. The Sun brothers were well known in the industry for their real skills. And through this layer of soil structure, they could roughly picture the situation of the big pit below in their minds. Due to the age, such tombs generally have collapses, and trying to dig straight to the main burial chamber with your eyes closed is basically a fantasy. It could easily veer off course and miss the burial items entirely. The safest method is to dig down along the top of the burial passage and then choose to go to the side chamber or the main chamber. The second and third brothers joined the fray, and with a whirlwind shovel clearing the excavation, it was time for me to get to work. My job was to scatter the soil, but not just any soil otherwise. With the theft hole being over 10 meters deep, I wouldn't be able to carry all that soil. The soil that matched the color of the surrounding earth was basically scattered in place, making it hard to notice. My responsibility was to scatter the soil dug up from the compacted layers, specifically the white and green soil. Since the green and white clay was mixed with the soil, the color difference was too obvious, so I needed to scatter this part of the soil around and leave no trace in the original spot. There were people farming all over the mountain, and the green and white soil brought up by the whirlwind shovel couldn't be discarded carelessly. I could only pile it up to one side and deal with it when it was almost dawn. Content summary. Published in print, available on online platforms. Tomb rating, suspense, antique appraisal. I am a poor boy from a mountain village in northeast China in the early 21st century, to make a name for myself, I joined a northern tomb raiding gang. From south to north, I have experienced the myriad aspects of the underworld, interacting with all kinds of people. Over the years, I have transitioned from a young boy to a middle-aged man. My drinking capacity has improved, and time has passed. I have encountered many extraordinary individuals and events. If anyone is interested, feel free to pull up a small stool and listen to the tales of a tomb raider's adventures in the underworld. Chapter 1. Leaving home. I stayed inside for 7 years and was granted a reduced sentence for good behavior. On the day I was released, I received a few unfamiliar phone calls. They were from some former collaborators who desperately wanted to retain me, offering salaries of up to $100,000 a month, with some even offering $200,000 along with a company car. Most of these calls came from 2 places, Panjiayuan in Beijing and Shenyang Road in Tianjin. After some consideration, I ultimately turned them all down. I initially entered this line of work by mistake, although I became wealthy overnight. I paid a price for a point. 7 years later, I transformed from a clean-cut young man into a middle-aged man with a big belly. The girls I knew back then now have children who can buy soy sauce. With no relatives or friends, I ultimately chose to go to Dali. I bought a small storefront by Arai Lake and opened a small supermarket. On days with no business, I would take walks by the lake. Enjoying the sea breeze, life was quite leisurely. The supermarket is located on Songshan East Road, next to Lamart. If any friends wish to visit, I will treat them to tea. Not long ago, the ancient Shu civilization was discovered, and the nationwide sensation of the golden mask was unearthed. In fact, my path to wealth is somewhat related to these things, revolving around 2 words: antiques and tomb raiding. In recent years, the popularity of Ghost blows out the light, Tomb Raider's notes, and Golden Eyes in movies and TV series has soared. Now that I have some free time, I also want to write about my experiences in this line of work. I haven't seen the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace or the Qinling Divine Tree, nor do I have golden eyes, but I entered the antique trade at 16 and have indeed witnessed many things that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Let me start from the beginning. I was born in a small mountain village in northeast China, right next to Mo, where winters are brutally cold. My grandmother raised me. I have never seen my parents and have no desire to know their names. There's an old saying that grandchildren are closer to their grandparents. I was very mischievous as a child, never listened to my teachers, and my academic performance was terrible, ranking at the bottom of my class for years. The national poverty alleviation policy was good. The village provided a subsistence allowance of about 80 yuan a month, along with some special subsidies for orphans and the needy, totaling over 100 yuan. That my family was barely making ends meet. At that time, the central TV station aired treasure hunting shows every day, which fascinated me. Those bottles and jars that people didn't think much of turned out to be antiques worth tens of thousands, enough to trade for houses and cars. I kept lying to my grandmother, saying I needed money to buy study materials, and she would give me money. I would run to the bookstore and buy books on antiques. I remember the first book I read was 50 Treasures of Ancient Coins, a thick volume. Ancient coins are copper coins, which we call purple money. This book opened my eyes, and I became crazily infatuated with antiques. I rummaged through our house and tricked my classmates into stealing copper coins from their homes, offering them 50 cents each for their finds. I saved every penny, never ordered food in the cafeteria, and later sold a pile of textbooks for 7 yuan. My academic performance was so poor that my teacher would just sigh, saying this kid was doomed if he didn't study hard. He would only become a social parasite. That I dismissed my teacher's words, dreaming of getting rich. Even if I became a parasite, I wanted to be a wealthy one. When I turned 18, my grandmother had an accident while shoveling snow in the yard and accidentally broke her leg. The medical and surgical expenses totaled over 3,000 yuan. At that time, my family couldn't even raise 600. I vividly remember my grandmother lying on the kong, covered with thick blankets, crying at night. My aunt, who ran several farm stays in the snow town of Mo, was doing well in business, so I went to borrow money from her to buy medicine for my grandmother. Although she didn't say much on the surface, I overheard my uncle saying I was a jinx and that our family was a fallen household. He claimed the money lent would be considered lost and advised my aunt to limit contact with us. That winter night, I sat alone on a stone for 3 hours. Despite wearing thick clothes, it was no use in the freezing temperature of over minus 30 degrees in Mo. The words of my relatives crushed a young man's pride. Clutching the borrowed money tightly, I vowed, I, Xiang Yunfeng, will make a name for myself. Later, I dropped out of school. Strictly speaking, I don't even have a junior high school diploma. I'm just an elementary school graduate. Out of the 3,000 yuan, after using some for my grandmother's surgery and medicine, I secretly kept 753 yuan. With this money, I not only collected copper coins, but also went to the neighboring village to collect porcelain and silver dollars. Rural people only see silver dollars as valuable and generally don't understand or care about bottles, bowls, and porcelain. Watching treasure appraisal shows daily, I gradually developed some basic insight. I bought a pair of late Qing Dynasty blue and white feather dusters for 100 yuan, several Republic of China pastel 80-figure small salt jars for less than 200 yuan, and 3 mid-Qing Dynasty folk kiln blue and white bowls for 180 yuan. Unfortunately, all 3 bowls had chicken claw patterns and were not well preserved with cracks. I had previously saved a small bag of copper coins, around 200, mostly Song and Qing coins, with the most common being Daoguang, Guangxiu, Qianlong, Huansong, and Yuanfeng. I knew these copper coins were not very valuable due to their large quantities in circulation, but I was particularly satisfied with 3 well-preserved Yongzheng coins. I knew Yongzheng Tongbao could be worth some money, but at that time, I didn't know how much. After buying these items, I spent over 500 yuan and was left with 240 yuan, while the average monthly wage was just over 300. I had a good relationship with a female classmate who helped me by lending me 2 large 30-inch suitcases that in total, I had 11 pieces of porcelain and a small bag of copper coins, which I carefully wrapped in bedding to avoid breakage, stuffing and plenty of foam. In the end, I filled 2 large suitcases and a backpack to the brim that my grandmother didn't understand my actions, saying I was not working properly and that she had raised me for nothing. My aunt also learned about this, and most villagers whispered about me behind my back. Facing disdain, humiliation, and misunderstanding, on the morning of the 17th day of the 12th month, I left Mo with my collected items. At that time, I believed that people from Beijing were the wealthiest, and of course, I wanted to sell my antiques to them. Besides, I had long yearned for the legendary place Panjiayuan. There were no direct trains from Mo to Beijing, so I had to take a train to Siping first, then from Siping to Beijing West. The entire journey was over 2,000 kilometers and took more than 50 hours. To save money, I chose the cheapest hard seat. I carried 2 large suitcases with a backpack on my back, looking shabby and unkempt, and passengers in the station occasionally pointed and whispered about me. I had never traveled far before this was my first train ride, and I was all alone. After buying the ticket, I had less than 100 yuan left. If I couldn't sell the items, I wouldn't even be able to afford a return ticket, let alone food. The food on the train is expensive, and I didn't dare to spend money, so I kept drinking hot water from the cup I brought. When I was really hungry, I bought a bag of fried dough twist for 250 as a rural kid visiting Beijing for the first time. Everything felt fresh to me. Even the security scanner at the train station was something I had never seen before. At that time, I was still young, but I wasn't shy around strangers and dared to talk to people. I asked someone how to get to the Panjiayuan antique market, and the ticket girl was very friendly. She told me to take the subway and explained how to transfer. I took Line 9 from Beijing West Station, got off at Lalikio to transfer to Line 10, and then got off at Panjiayuan Station. Fortunately, my memory was good, and I didn't take too many detours. Back then, the subway fare was only 2 yuan, and as long as you didn't exit the station, no one would bother you. When I got off the subway, the sidewalk was full of anti-slip pits, and I struggled to walk with my backpack and 2 large boxes. After crossing Huawei Bridge, I finally saw the golden sign outside the North Gate. Panjiayuan Old Goods Market finally arrived. Chapter 2, Selling Goods, dragging my boxes into the market from the North Gate. The first thing I saw was the large shed area. Wow, I remember it was Saturday, and it was truly packed with people. There were all kinds of items: Bodhi seeds, amber, turquoise, ceramics, jade, copper artifacts, stone carvings, embroidered paintings, everything you could imagine. It was dazzling. Of course, most of it was fake. There were only a few genuine items in the large shed stalls that I chuckled to myself, thinking everything here is fake, but my stuff is all collected by myself. It's real old items, so it should sell out quickly. Seeing an empty stall in the shed, I decided to set up my own stall. "Hey, what are you doing?" A bald vendor nearby stopped me. "Setting up a stall," I replied. "Setting up a stall? Is this your stall that you can set up? Get lost. Kid, hurry up and go." I gritted my teeth and said, "I want to set up a stall. Is this your stall? I'll pay you how much you want." The bald man's eyes twirled, and he smiled, saying, 100 yuan, give me 100, and you can set up. What? 100 yuan? Why is it so expensive? He squinted and said, "That's the price if you don't want to set up. Then hurry up and leave. Don't block my business." That I only had less than 100 yuan left in my pocket. After some bargaining, I reluctantly gave him 90. Now, I had only 3 yuan left. The bald man took the money and kept smiling. Unexpectedly, just as I laid out my stall and had only half of my items displayed, the loudspeaker in the antique market began a broadcast. "Dear travelers and vendors, the Panjian Old Goods Market has reached its closing time. Please take your belongings and leave the market in an orderly manner. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience and prosperous business." As soon as the announcement was made, the surrounding vendors began to pack up. I was stunned. I hadn't even set up yet. I angrily told the bald man, "Refund my money. The market is closing now. I haven't even started." "Bah." The bald man spat and coldly scolded me. "You idiot. How haven't you set up? Your cloth is already up. This counts as setting up. No way to get a refund." My eyes turned red, and I panicked, grabbing his arm and shouting for him to return my money. "Go to hell, you little brat." He kicked me hard in the stomach. I was still so young. How could I fight back against this bald man? I instantly felt pain and couldn't straighten my back. Fewer and fewer people were around. Everyone packed up their stalls and left with their tricycles, and the bald man who kicked me also left. In the cold winter, although Beijing isn't as cold as Mo, it was still very chilly at night. The market security, walking a big dog, saw that I was slow to pack up and kept urging me, saying that if I was late, I would be fined. The days are short and the nights long by the time I dragged my boxes out of the market. It was already dark. I was cold and hungry. With only 3 yuan left, I sat on a bench by the roadside for half an hour and learned that there was an internet CAF in the west of Huawei Bridge, about 2 kilometers away. I dragged my boxes toward that direction, but when I got to the internet CAF and asked, the cheapest computer for an overnight stay was 10 yuan, and I didn't have enough money. The thought of staying in the internet CAF was dashed. It was freezing outside, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I dragged my boxes into an ATM self-service bank. Occasionally, people came in to withdraw money, and they looked at me with strange eyes. The ground was cold, and I couldn't sleep while I put on the hood of my cotton jacket and curled up against the wall. After 2 or 3 hours, I was drowsy when someone tapped me. I looked up and saw a lady in her 50s. She was holding a small white dog, probably a resident from the nearby community. "Young man, why are you sleeping here in such cold weather?" "I just bought 2 sesame pancakes, still warm. If you don't mind, you can have them." The lady shook her head and placed a plastic bag on a red metal box that held a fire extinguisher. After leaving the food, the lady walked away. My stomach growled, and I eventually went to grab the plastic bag. The pancakes were dry and crispy with sesame, and they were delicious. As I ate, I cried, "Am I just going to give up like this? If I go back, won't others look down on my family even more? No, it won't happen." I repeatedly encouraged myself. "Xiang Yinfeng, you will definitely become a wealthy person." At 8 in the morning, I returned to Panjiayuan. Since I didn't have money to pay for a stall, I could only drag my boxes around in circles. When I saw someone looking at ceramics, I would approach and ask, "Hey, do you want to take a look at my ceramics? They're all old, and the prices are reasonable." At that moment, the loudspeaker in the market sounded again. "Dear visitors, please be cautious of illegal vendors following you, and take care of your belongings to avoid being scammed." Once the loudspeaker announced this, the way people looked at me changed, and they hurriedly ran away. That I asked several people, and everyone thought I was an illegal vendor, a scammer. Then, with a mindset of giving it a try, I entered an antique shop and asked the shop owner if they bought ceramics. The shop owner replied indifferently, "What is it? Show me." I was excited and directly laid my suitcase flat and opened it. These items aren't very good. They are all old. But how much do you want for this pair of vases?" The owner pointed at a pair of Qing Dynasty blue and white vases in the box. I swallowed hard and said cautiously, "They're from the late Qing Dynasty. Can I sell them for 800? "What? 800? The owner widened his eyes and said, "I can give you a maximum of 150. Do you want to sell? 1 pair for only 150? I felt a chill in my heart. I traveled over 2,000 kilometers by hard-seat train, enduring the cold and hunger to bring them back, and they should at least be worth 100. Damn it, I only made 50 bucks? I was so angry that my face turned red, and I immediately started packing my box. The owner saw I was about to leave and quickly said, "Hey, don't be anxious. If it really doesn't work, I'll add 20 more. How about 170? I held back my anger. I thought my price was reasonable, but I didn't expect to be so insulted. "Keep that 20 for yourself." When people are angry, they can't listen to reason, and young people are even more fiery. I didn't care and dragged my suitcase out of the ceramic shop. I haven't given up yet. I was preparing to set up a stall outside the market, but when I went out, I saw that the city management was confiscating goods. Several vendors selling fake products were having their items taken away. I was so scared that I immediately dismissed the idea. But there is always a way out. Just when I was feeling hopeless, I ran into an old man who said, "Young man, there are many people at Pangiayuan on Sundays, and the stalls are expensive. You could try Bayagwosi. I heard the stalls there are free." Hearing this good news, I was overjoyed. I quickly grabbed my suitcase and rushed to Bayagwosi. The free stalls at Bayagwosi were my last chance. Chapter 3. Turning Point. At that time, Bayagwosi still had street vendors, and there were quite a few of them, mainly selling coins and porcelain shards. It is said that the famous white shards in Beijing originated from Bayagwosi. I happened to bring porcelain and copper coins, which perfectly matched the market demand. My spirits lifted instantly, and I regained my confidence that I really didn't believe that no one would want my old items. I was lucky to secure a spot in front of a stall and use my last 3 yuan to buy 2 chicken sausages. As I ate the sausages, I thought whether I starve or freeze to death in Beijing or eat well, it all depends on today. Unexpectedly, just as I set up my stall, within 10 minutes, a large crowd gathered in front of me. "Boss, how much for this Song Dynasty coin and Qing Dynasty coin?" "Boss, can I see that small powder-colored salt jar?" I was suddenly swamped with customers. "Boss, how much for that pair of blue and white vases? Just give me your lowest price, and if it's reasonable, I'll take it." In a panic, I glanced at my stall and said casually, "A pair of blue and white vases, at least 800. Okay, wrap it up, I'll take it." "How do I pay you?" The person nodded directly, asking me to wrap it up. "Wait, don't rush. I'll offer 830 for that pair of vases." Suddenly, another person raised the price. "Ma Lao San, isn't what you're doing against the rules?" The first person said coldly. "Huh, rules? You haven't even paid yet. The little boss can sell to whoever he wants. You're talking about rules to me?" "Song boss, there are fewer and fewer old items now. Besides, this kind of dowry vase sells easily. Just put in your shop with a box. How much can you sell it for? Don't you have a sense of this, Song boss?" Song boss slapped his thigh. "Damn, Malalu, how much I sell is none of your business." Seeing these two about to fight, I hurried to mediate. "Don't argue. There are other items, right? Look at this nice powder-colored salt jar, although it doesn't have a lid. The painting is good." Song boss looked at the salt jar in my hand and loudly asked, "Little brother, you just said you'd sell it to me for 800. Now who are you trying to sell it to?" I thought, how come something no one wanted at Pangiayuan is being fought over here? After thinking for a moment, I said, "Big brother, I initially said 800 for the vases, so I'll sell them to you for that. I can't go back on my word." "Haha, good." The man laughed heartily, patting his beer belly and looking at Ma Laolu with a smug expression. He glanced over the other items on my stall. "All right, little brother, you're quite straightforward, so I'll be straightforward too. I'll take everything you have here, all of it in one go, huh?" I was momentarily taken aback. Why was this Beijing boss so generous? "All right, no more selling. Pack up your stall and follow Song boss to the shop to get paid," a nearby vendor said enviously. "Oh, okay." I hurriedly packed up my stall. Following the big-bellied Song boss into the shop, he told me to leave my suitcase behind, saying he would include the suitcase in the payment. In the end, for the porcelain, copper coins, and the suitcase, the big-bellied boss gave me 4,700 yuan in cash. This was equivalent to a year's worth of savings for an ordinary worker back then. It was that impressive. The big boss directly bought everything in one go, even buying my suitcase. I left Bayagwosi empty-handed, feeling the thick stack of 100 yuan bills in my clothes, my face almost splitting from smiling. Standing on the overpass at Guangyanmen, holding the huge amount of money, I shouted loudly, "Heaven rewards the diligent." Xiang Yinfeng, may not be good at studying, but I was born to be a businessman. My uncle's farm stay is nothing. I'm going to be the best antique dealer in the country. At that moment, passers-by looked at me strangely. Now, 15 or 16 years have passed, and every time I think of this scene, I smile every time I feel like a fool. This trip, I made a net profit of over 4,000 yuan. With extra money in my pocket, I wasn't anxious. With money, I definitely had to fill my stomach first. The village kids have big appetites. I ate 2 bowls of knife-gut noodles and ordered a cold dish, eating until I was full. After filling my stomach and picking at my teeth with a toothpick, I started planning in my mind, this method works. After paying back my uncle, I still have some left. This should be enough for capital. Next time, I won't have to pay my uncle back. If I gather more items, a trip can earn me 4,000. If I make 10 trips, wouldn't I earn 40,000? That night, at the West Station, I was deceived by a middle-aged woman and ended up staying in a small hotel for 60 yuan a night. After checking in, the landlady sneakily asked, "Young man, do you want me to find you a girl?" Realizing what she meant, I hurriedly waved my hands and said, No, I don't want a girl." The landlady persisted, and eventually, I had to give her an extra 20 yuan to stop bothering me. As the old saying goes, when out and about, one should not flaunt their wealth. I still remember vividly how the landlady stared at my stack of red banknotes. That night, I was very tired and fell asleep drowsily. Worried about safety, I even pressed the plastic bag with the money under my pillow. Little did I expect that when I woke up, the money was gone. The over 4,000 yuan I worked so hard to earn was gone. Where's the money? Where's my money? At that moment, my face turned pale with fear as I frantically searched through the sheets and pillows. But there was nothing left, just a crumpled black plastic bag. I was terrified and hurried to find the landlady. asking her to check the surveillance cameras, telling her my money was missing and that I wanted to call the police. The outcome was predictable. I didn't get a single cent back. To this day, I have no good feelings towards small hotels near train stations. More than 10 years have passed, and I estimate that small hotel is long gone. Do I hate it? Not really. If I hadn't lost that money, I might be a small antique shop owner now. Perhaps married with children, my life trajectory could have completely changed. But no one gets a second chance. If I hadn't lost the money, there wouldn't be me in this circle, and there certainly wouldn't be the nickname Shun Yin Feng on the streets. The police took a simple statement and subtly told me that the chances of recovering the money were slim. With empty hands and a heavy heart, I didn't dare to return to Mo, didn't dare to go home. I knew that when I went back, I would definitely be laughed at, ridiculed by my peers, looked down upon by my uncle's family, that I was ashamed. If I said I made 4,000 yuan, the villagers wouldn't believe it at all. Standing on the overpass outside the West Station for a moment, I really wanted to jump down. I thought it would be better to die like this. Without parents, no one cared for me. I was just a wild child nobody loved. Dying early would mean being reborn sooner. The immature mindset of youth can be terrifying if one has thoughts like mine. That time, I was ready to jump off the overpass. Even if I didn't die from the fall, I would probably be crushed by passing trucks. My legs were already dangling over the edge. Just then, someone tapped me on the back. Chapter 4, joining the crew. Young man, what's got you so down at such a young age? I turned around to see an old man who had given me directions yesterday at Panjiayuan. He was the one who told me that the booth at Baowu Temple was free. Young man, I've been watching you since you came to Panjiayuan to sell things yesterday. If I'm guessing correctly, did you lose some money? The old man was dressed casually, with a bit of gray at his temples, looking quite spirited. I didn't think much of it at the time. With teary eyes, I nodded and told him that I had my selling money stolen and that I didn't want to live anymore. He shook his head and chuckled. How much did you lose, young man? I replied that I had lost over 4,000 yuan. Haha. He laughed and held up one finger. 4,000 yuan is considered money? If you work with me, I can help you earn 20,000 yuan in this amount of time. Staring blankly at his single finger, I asked, how long? A year? The old man shook his head. A month? He shook his head again. A week? Haha. I'm not joking with you. A minute. As long as you're quick, a few thousand yuan can be made in no time. I found it hard to believe. I thought this person might be a human trafficker trying to trick me into selling a kidney. I wouldn't sell a kidney. Dying was one thing. But if I survived after selling a kidney, I had heard that one could never have children and one's wife would end up wearing a green hat. That he left me with a final remark and turned to leave. Young man, if you want to make a name for yourself and drive a big Benz home, then come with me. If you want to die over a bit of petty cash, then don't bother coming. I'd be wrong about you. Yes, 4,000 yuan was an astronomical figure for my impoverished family, but to him, it was just a trivial amount. This man was the master who brought me into the trade. His path to wealth was through tomb raiding. The saying goes, to seek a dragon, one must observe the winding mountains. Each coil is a barrier, and if the door has 1,000 locks, there must be a king or noble residing within. From the moment I followed him down the overpass, I had entered the trade. Shortly after joining, I realized he was right. A few thousand yuan was indeed trivial and could be earned in minutes. Have you often heard of the 4 major factions in tomb raiding? The Mo Jin Xiao Wei, the Banshan Dao Run, the Xiaoling Li Shi, and the Fa Qiu Jiangjun. In reality, these factions have long disappeared into the river of history. Nowadays, tomb raiders can be roughly divided into 2 factions, the northern faction and the southern faction. Some even jokingly refer to them as the bold faction and the timid faction. Northern raiders are bold and adventurous, willing to dig anything with a Luoyang shovel, but they are not skilled in excavating water caves, especially in southern regions like Hunan, Guizhou, and Zhejiang. These water caves can be wet for thousands of years, and finding dry spots can be a challenge. IT requires someone with the swimming ability of a water monkey, and for deeper caves, professional diving equipment is necessary. To be honest, most from the northern faction are essentially landlubbers. They excel on land, but struggle underwater. The southern faction often consists of family-style operations, with fathers leading sons and grandfathers leading grandsons. They rarely collaborate with outsiders, which is why they are considered the timid faction. This is done to prevent black market dealings. The industry is filled with all sorts of characters, from the truly skilled who can recite burial scriptures and pinpoint locations, to charlatans who dare to dig graves with just a shovel. These latter types tend to die quickly, as they're often caught. In contrast, those who operate as part of a legitimate team get caught much less often. Let me summarize that in a 6-member tomb raiding gang, the one who earns the most is the leader, who is responsible for locating tombs. This is a technical job, and skilled leaders are always in demand. There's also the money seller. A nickname in the industry. Money refers to cash. This person is responsible for converting the items found into cash, which requires a strong network and connections. Then there are the diggers, whose work relies heavily on experience. Using a Luoyang shovel, a skilled digger can determine the age of a tomb by examining the soil layers they bring up. Below the diggers are the lookouts, whose job is to keep watch. As the name suggests, lookouts need to have keen eyesight and be alert. They play a crucial role in ensuring the success of a job. Some lookouts even start mingling with the locals a year in advance under the pretense of opening a supermarket to gain their trust. There's also the logistics role, typically handled by one person who doesn't go into the pits, but is responsible for equipment procurement. This includes items like mouse clothing, gold shovels, small tornado shovels, gas masks, Luoyang shovels, fire sticks, waterproof flashlights, walkie-talkies, tents, bedding, pots, and pans, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, all needed to be procured by one person to minimize exposure and maintain anonymity. Lastly, there's the role called scattering soil. When I first joined the trade, I was assigned to scatter soil. This job pays the least, but even the least amount is much more than what one would earn working a regular job. The more common looking you are, the better for this job. I was chosen precisely because I had a plain face. Who would take the time to watch someone who looks ordinary? On the contrary, if you look too handsome or too ugly, you won't be able to do this job. You might get caught before you even finish scattering the soil. The job involves discreetly scattering dirt while pretending to walk the dog, ensuring no traces are left behind. Afterward, we quietly split the money, and no one would notice us. The old man who brought me into the trade was named Wang Xiansheng, and everyone in the industry called him Wang Baotou. It is said that he has excavated over 1,000 large tombs in his lifetime, from the Han Dynasty to the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The tombs that people in this line of work love the most are the Han tombs and the Western Zhou tombs. The reason is simple. Bronze artifacts and ancient jades are extremely valuable. It's often said that 9 out of 10 Han tombs are empty, and this is no exaggeration. Western Zhou tombs are even more impressive. During the period of beacon fire games among the lords were everywhere, and lavish burials were in vogue. If you're lucky enough to find a large pit filled with bronze artifacts belonging to a lord from the Western Zhou era, congratulations, you won't have to work for 3 generations. Also, Western Zhou tombs are buried deeper than those from any other dynasty. After Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states and built the mausoleum of the first emperor, mound burials began to become popular. With the passage of time, Western Zhou tombs are generally located more than 15 meters underground, without mound coverings, making them difficult to find and even harder to excavate. Officially, the authorities prohibit the trade of bronze artifacts, but everyone knows the truth. Where do the bronze artifacts featured on treasure appraisal shows come from? The surviving bronze artifacts make up less than 1% of the total quantity, are the others simply appearing out of nowhere? Their source is all the same, they come from our line of work. Initially, Wang Baotou took me away from Beijing and advised me not to contact the outside world for a while. My first job was in Shund, which involved excavating a Western Zhou tomb. Due to a severe shortage of manpower, that's why Wang Baotou chose me to do the soil scattering work, and I was the youngest member of the gang at that time. When I arrived in Shund, Wang Zhutu directly threw 1,000 yuan at me, saying it was the custom, a red envelope for entering the industry. He told me to spend it freely, even to play with younger sisters if I wanted. At that time, I was still quite young and didn't dare to find younger sisters. Just eating and drinking wouldn't cost much. That I had the water snake soup, for cups of chicken, fried fish cakes, steamed pork from Junin, and so on, all of which were delicious. After wandering around Shun for 2 days, Wang Zhutu called me over and said, "Yinfeng, it's time to get to work tonight. How about it? Are you ready? Do you remember what I taught you?" I nodded and said, "Remembered. No scattering soil when it's bright, no scattering soil when there's a vehicle, no scattering soil in the park, and no scattering soil when there are many people." Wang Zhutu nodded in satisfaction and asked me, "So, where are you planning to scatter?" After thinking for a moment, I told him back at the head by the construction site, in the demolition houses, in the woods, and in the garden. Not bad. I haven't taught you those yet. Good. You have some spirit. Be smart. Follow us well. They'll make you the richest person in your village within 2 years. Got it? My face lit up, and I immediately nodded in agreement. Chapter 5. Digging. That night at the inn, 4 more people slowly arrived, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was responsible for our logistics, in her 30s, with a somewhat flirtatious smile and a black mole under her eye. She had a nickname in the industry, called One Mole, and later I heard others say that her goal was to sleep with 100 men before turning 40. Hey, another newcomer. Isn't he a bit young? Just don't know if he's small down there. One Mole smiled at me. All right, Xiao Hong, don't scare him. This kid is young and has spirit. After 2 years of training, he might become someone. Wang Zhutu helped me out. The 3 men were brothers, all surnamed Sun, arranged by age as Sun Eldest, Sun Second, and Sun Third. Wang Zhutu said that Sun Second and Sun Third were well known in the business, skilled with a Luoyang shovel. They had a special skill for probing soil with a flying needle, especially for exploring deep pits with a lot of experience. Sun Eldest held 2 positions, lookout and sales. My first impression of him was calm and honest. I later learned that people who appear more honest often have sharper minds, keeping an eye on everything, able to handle emergencies. The southwest of Shunfo Mountain Park, there's a small valley called Flying Moth Mountain by locals. The old head said the big pit was halfway up Flying Moth Mountain. I asked him, "Head, how do you know there's a big pit halfway up?" The old head puffed out a smoke ring and squinted at me, saying, "Yinfeng, the locks are closed and the crossbar is horizontal, clearly separating the 2 sides. The high mountain is flat and the hole is in the middle of a T." That moment, I felt like I was in a fog, thinking Wang Zhutu was speaking in tongue twisters, unable to understand it all. Later, after I memorized the burial scriptures and Wang Zhudu passed on his experience of seeking dragon veins and locating graves, I finally understood that his short for sentences truly captured the feng shui advantages of Flying Moth Mountain. That night, around 1 in the morning, we several people, carrying large bags, arrived at the halfway point of Flying Moth Mountain. Looking at an old fir tree, Wang Zhutu stomped his foot and excitedly said, "Second, third, this is it. Let's take a sample to test the salinity. If there are stones, we'll start." Probing. Son second nodded and pressed a button on the small walkie-talkie on his shoulder. "Eldest, we're getting ready to eat. There are no guests around, right?" The red light on the walkie-talkie lit up, and Son Eldest's deep voice came through. "It's calm. Let's start cooking." Knowing there was no one around, Son Second's eyes flashed with excitement. He took off his backpack and pulled out a short stick along with a curved half-round shovel. Wang Zhutu said to me, "Yinfeng, this is our tool for eating. Times are changing, and we need to keep up with the times. The Luoyang shovel is made into a segmented pipe, easy to hide in the bag. No one can tell." Click, click, click. Sun Second skillfully assembled the Luoyang shovel, which ended up being quite long, over 8 meters. "Second brother, this is a deep pit. Is this length enough?" "If not, I have more in my bag," Sun Third asked. "Don't panic. Third, if it's longer, it won't be useful. We're just taking a look at the soil layer structure for now, testing the salinity first. Yinfeng, come over and help me hold it." Sun Second waved me over. I hurried over to help him steady the Luoyang shovel, and then Sun Second unbuttoned his pants and, right in front of me, took out his little brother and started to relieve himself. After he finished, he shivered and pulled up his pants. Squatting down, Sun Second stared at the spot where he had urinated for a while, then frowned. "No good. There are stones below. We need to change the spot to start digging." "Xiao Yunfeng, just where you're standing, you can relieve yourself now." Although I didn't understand, I did as told and started to relieve myself. "Ha!" Sun Second laughed. "This young man is vigorous and strong. Look at how yellow that is." He stared at the ground where I had urinated for 2 minutes, then nodded. "This spot is good. There are fewer stones below. Let's get started." He had a lot of strength in his hands, and with one shove, the shovel could go down 10 centimeters, continuously bringing soil out. After digging down quite a bit, I noticed the color of the soil changing. It was turning a bit black. I asked, "Second brother, look quickly. The soil is turning black. Does that mean we've hit something?" "Not yet. This kind of black soil isn't what we want. This is a layer of rotten tree roots and humus. Useless." The hole kept getting deeper. "Damn, this is amazing. The pole isn't long enough." Third, "Extend it." As the pole got longer, the Luoyang shovel continued to probe deeper. An hour later, the shovel brought out a layer of white soil, and beneath the white soil was some green soil. Sun Second sniffed the soil and suddenly became very excited. "Damn, Wang Zhutu, this kid Yinfeng is a lucky star. I haven't seen this kind of big pit in 2 years. We hit the tamped earth layer. The white clay is connected to the green clay. Either it's a Western Zhou noble's tomb or a small feudal lord's. We're gonna get rich." "Sure. Second brother, keep your voice down," Sun Third reminded with a frown. However, Sun Second was unconcerned, waving his hand. "The main thing is we haven't seen green with white for a few years. Hopefully, it's a new pot. A new pot means that the tomb hasn't been robbed before, and it's fresh, which is how you can potentially make a fortune from it." At this moment, the old head quietly said, "That's all about luck, even if it's an old pot. As long as there are 2 pieces of meat inside, this trip won't be in vain. This is a Western Zhou pit. What if a 4-goat square zune or a bronze basin square pot comes out?" "Haha, old head, you're so optimistic. If something like that really comes out, we wouldn't dare to sell it. Would get caught," Sun Second said, and then pressed the walkie-talkie. Again, saying, "Eldest, old head says there's a 4-goat square zune in this tomb. Do you have a way to sell it?" The walkie-talkie's red light lit up, and a wave of static came through. "Square zoom, my ass. I don't want to catch a bullet. Hurry up and get to work." The Sun brothers were well known in the business, relying on their true skills. Why analyzing the soil layer structure with each shovel, they could roughly visualize the situation of the big pit below. Because the tombs are very old, they generally have collapses, and trying to dig straight to the main burial chamber with your eyes closed is basically a fantasy. You might end up digging off course and miss the accompanying burial items entirely. Therefore, the safest method is to dig down along the top of the burial passage and then choose to go to the side chamber or the main chamber. The second and third brothers joined forces, and with the whirlwind shovel digging, it was time for me to step in and do my part. At my job is to scatter the soil, but not just any soil otherwise. With the theft hole being over 10 meters deep, there's no way I could carry all that soil. The soil that blends in with the surrounding color basically gets scattered right where it is, and it's hard to notice. My responsibility is to scatter the soil that has been dug up from the rammed earth layers, specifically the white soil and blue soil. Since the blue clay and white clay are mixed in with the soil, the color difference is too obvious, so I need to scatter this part of the soil around without leaving a trace in the original spot. There are people farming all over this mountain, and I can't just throw the blue and white soil brought up by the whirlwind shovel around carelessly. I can only pile it to the side and deal with it when it's almost like. Chapter 6, Unexpected Events. Yinfeng, find a good place to pile it up first. Don't just dump it in someone else's field. "Don't worry, second brother. I know. There isn't much blue and white soil, so I took out 7 or 8 small bags from my backpack, separated them bit by bit, and piled them together." Huh. At this moment, Sun Lao Air was in the pit, and the whirlwind shovel in his hand suddenly stopped. Lauer, what's wrong? The head asked from above. Look, he said, the deeper we go, the wetter it gets. This is not a good sign. There might be standing water in the pit below. Wang Baotou frowned and said, water pit. It can't be that much. Try digging 20 centimeters down. Sun Lauer nodded and began to dig down again. Second brother. We can't go down anymore. There's a tomb passage below. It's 100 filled with water. Sun Laosan shouted anxiously. If there's water in the tomb passage, even if we dig down, the theft hole will be flooded. It won't hold. The head couldn't help but curse. Damn it. I didn't anticipate this step. Lauer, Laosan, come up first and check the water hole. We don't have enough time. The Sun brothers threw the whirlwind shovel up first, and then crawled up the theft hole with their legs stretched out. Baotou, I can guarantee that if we dig down another 1.5 meters, we'll definitely see the dome. The dome refers to the stone roof of the tomb. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the brick tomb roof was called a crown ceiling. Sun Lauer lit a cigarette, looking at the theft hole he had dug, and squinted. Baotou, we've come this far. Should we take a risk? Lauer, what do you mean? He flicked the ash off his cigarette and said coldly, call for a water pump and a small generator to be sent over. Wang Baotou immediately shook his head. Pumping water? That's too risky. At this time, it's not raining, and considering the temperature around Shund, the pit definitely won't freeze. If we can't pump out the standing water in 2 hours, once it gets light, we'll all be finished. It'll be a wasted effort. Second brother, I also agree with Baotou's opinion. As it stands, there's definitely standing water in the tomb passage. If there's too much water, a single pump won't be able to handle it. Sun Laosan frowned and expressed his thoughts. Then what the hell do we do? It's like a pot of fat meat that we can't eat. Wang Baotou stroked his chin and considered for a moment. He suddenly turned to me and asked, Yinfeng, what do you think? Should we retreat or continue? The two brothers also turned to look at me. I was squatting on the ground separating the soil, not expecting him to suddenly ask me. After thinking for a moment, I said, Baotou, I want to make money. Insightful. Sun Lauer laughed heartily. The bold get fat, the timid starve. Baotou, this kid isn't afraid. Are we still afraid of anything? The intercom's red light lit up, and Baotou immediately said to contact for a water pump, asking her to send it over within an hour. If it's late by a minute, she'll get 1 less point when it comes time to divide the money. Speed is of the essence. This was the first time I saw the logistical office's organizational ability. In less than an hour, a water pump and a small generator were sent to us on time. Once the water pump arrived, Sun Lauer rolled up his pants and directly went down into the theft hole with a shovel, and soon dirt was being thrown up from below, getting increasingly wet. After a few dozen minutes, I heard Sun Lauer shout from the pit, wow, water is gushing out. He had just come up, and the standing water had already filled more than half of the theft hole. After connecting the generator and the pipe, Wang Baotou directly threw the water pump into the theft hole. Below, water bubbled up, while above, we continually pumped out the water. At that moment, we were lucky. The water level decreased shortly after the pump started, and it didn't flood the freshly dug theft hole. After Wang Baotou retrieved the pump, he said, Lauer, go straight down and break through the dome. The needle is a specially made pointed breaking tool used in tomb robbing, with a diamond tip specifically designed to pierce the dome, and it's very powerful. The sound of chiseling stone came from below the theft hole. Sun Lauer's voice soon followed, Baotou, it's through. Wang Baotou immediately showed a smile, glanced at the time, and said, Yinfeng, you go down too. The more hands, the better. Hurry up and take as much as you can. I was momentarily stunned and asked him, Baotou, isn't it risky? What if there's no air down there? Wang Baotou laughed. Oh Yinfeng, think about it. If the tomb were well sealed, how could so much water get in? Don't worry, the air circulation down there is fine. Then I took my headlamp and, for the first time in my life, went down into the theft hole. The dome had been broken open by Sun Lauer, and I stretched my legs along the sides of the theft hole, slowly descending. The dome was 2 or 3 meters above the tomb passage below, and seeing how high it was, I felt a bit scared and didn't dare to jump down. There was some standing water in the tomb passage, enough to submerge a person's calves, and the Sun brothers were standing in the water. Jump, Yinfeng. It's not that high. We'll help you up. Sun Lauer shouted to me with his headlamp raised. At that moment, I silently prayed for good luck and jumped down, but I didn't land steadily and fell flat on my face, swallowing a big mouthful of the standing water in the tomb passage. Yinfeng, you need to practice more. Look at your skinny arms and legs. Are you alright? Sun Lauer laughed and helped me up. This tomb passage was in a cross shape, and we were now in the middle. There were turns left and right ahead, connecting to the east and west side chambers, and going straight ahead led to the main tomb chamber. Sun Lauer clapped his hands and said, we're quite lucky. The tomb passage hasn't collapsed. Looking at this style, it's definitely from the early to mid-Western Zhou period. At this level, there must be a sealing stone in the main tomb chamber. If it had collapsed, there'd be no need to waste energy. Even if the sealing stone is still there, Laosan can handle it. Right, Laosan? Second brother, you flatter me too much, Sun Laosan said, staring into the darkness ahead. For sealing stones under 3 tons, as long as there's no top stone inside, I can still manage to open it. First, let us check the main tomb chamber, then go to the east and west side chambers. That was our plan at the time. The three of us waded through the water as we moved forward. Just then, a red object floated over the water's surface ahead. What is this? Sun Lao Sen fished the object out of the water. Upon opening it, we saw that it was a modern pink towel that had washed over from the main tomb chamber, and it even had a brand logo printed on it. Seeing this towel, the faces of the Sun brothers turned very grim. Sun Lao Sen looked up, and the headlamp illuminated the dome. It became very clear that in the northwest corner of the dome, there was a small hole that had been drilled straight down, and the stones around the dome were cracked all over, densely packed with fissures. Damn! Sun Lao air through the towel he was holding away. He looked at the small hole in the dome and said, "This was drilled down with a rotary hammer. Originally, there was explosives inside. These bastards didn't have a diamond needle. They wanted to blast open the dome. This towel is to block the small hole and reduce the explosion noise. This Western Zhou tomb has been tampered with. It must have been that group from the south. We've worked so hard for nothing." Chapter 7 The Great Evil. The more Sun Lao air spoke, the angrier he became. Veins bulged on his forehead, looking like he was about to lash out. Sun Lao Sen shook his head and sighed. He then pressed the intercom and said, "Baotou, there's a new situation below. This pit has already been tampered with." There was silence on the intercom for a minute. Then Wang Baotou coldly asked, "When was it tampered with? Did you go into the main tomb chamber?" "No. We're still in the tomb passage. A towel washed over just now, and there's no need to think about it. It must have been stolen not long ago." "Baotou, you know how those people from the south operate. They rarely leave anything valuable behind in the tombs they've touched." Wang thought for a moment and said, "Ergo, here's the thing. You guys go into the main tomb chamber to take a look. If there's nothing in the main tomb chamber, you don't need to check the ear chamber. Just pack up and come back." "Okay, head," Sun Air said, putting down the walkie-talkie. "I don't smoke, but my nose is quite sensitive, and at that moment, I suddenly smelled a faint fragrance." "Why does Ergo smell like incense?" I asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Sun Air exaggeratedly sniffed the air in front of him. Then he turned to look at Sun San, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "That's right, we didn't notice earlier. This is sandalwood." His expression suddenly became serious. "What's wrong, Ergo Sango? What's wrong with this sandalwood?" I was puzzled seeing their serious expressions. I thought to myself, wealthy people used gold-threaded Namu coffins when they died. Isn't it normal for Namu wood to have a sandalwood scent? The relaxed expressions on the faces of the Sun brothers disappeared. "Yunfeng, give me your hand." "Huh? What do you need my hand for?" I extended my hand in confusion. "What are you doing, Ergo?" I cried out in pain as he suddenly cut my fingertip with a sharp little dagger. Bright red blood flowed out, and the Sun brothers smeared a bit of my blood on their wrists, one after the other. "Ergo, Singu, why are you using my blood?" I complained, sucking on my injured finger. Sun Air then explained to me, "Yunfeng, in our profession of tomb raiding, we're very afraid of encountering the 4 great evils and the 6 minor evils. The cross-eyed grave guardian, the faint sandalwood scent, the black coffin that doesn't rot in red lacquer, and the everlasting lamp that doesn't run out of oil are called the 4 great evils. The ancestors' rule is that blood can break evil." What he said sounded mystical, but I didn't take it seriously. Is he trying to scare me like a child? I quietly complained. "Then why don't you cut your own fingers?" "Why cut mine?" Sun Air patted my head and said with a smirk, "Our blood won't do. It has to be a virgin's blood." "Yunfeng, you probably haven't even touched a girl's little hand, have you?" I was speechless. I then intentionally changed the subject, stubbornly asking, "What are the 6 minor evils?" Sun Sin shook his head and said to me, "Yunfeng, you haven't seen much in this line of work yet. You don't know? These are sayings passed down from the older generation in this profession. Flowing sand tombs, heavenly fire capping, the host's corpse remains intact, 7 orifices blocked with pearls, the coffin larger than the coffin, and rats making nests, rats living in the coffin. These are the 6 minor evils that tomb raiders used to talk about in the old society. In the 360 professions, who doesn't have a unique skill? Our tomb raiders in the old society were called the side 8 gates, and now in the new society, we're called criminals. The proper 8 gates are the upper class, while they are the lower class, and there are also the 7 gates of the dead, dealing with the dead." Sun Sin continued, "Yunfeng, now that you're in this line of work, you need to understand these things in the future, so you won't embarrass our northern school when others ask you and you don't know. The so-called are 1. The seamstresses for corpses, 2. Executioners, 3. Corpse handlers, 4. Grave openers, 5. Paper doll makers, 6. Bone collectors, and 7. Coffin makers for dead children. This is the Yunfeng. You need to remember this when you walk the world." I really couldn't remember all this chaotic stuff at the time. It just felt very mixed up with all this 7 gates and 8 gates, and I didn't know what he was talking about. "All right, Sangu, that's enough. You said so much that doesn't help. Let's go check out the main tomb chamber ahead," Sun Air said, shaking his wrist. "We have Yunfeng's virgin blood on us. It can break evil." After trudging through the water for 2 or 3 minutes, we still hadn't reached the main tomb chamber. As we got closer and used our headlamps to look, we found that what lay ahead was a stone wall, not the main tomb chamber. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from somewhere, and my feet were soaked in the murky water, feeling chilly. When we reached the stone wall, Sun Air looked up. Above us, on the tomb passage's ceiling, we could clearly see a big black hole. The cool wind was blowing in from that hole. The hole was irregularly shaped, and Sun San frowned as he looked at it. This was done by that previous group. The ceiling we passed earlier didn't explode, so it seems they changed spots and blasted through here. Judging by the shape of this hole, they must have used explosives. Sun-san pressed the walkie-talkie. Head, straight ahead is a stone wall. It's different from what we thought. It's not the main tomb chamber. And we haven't seen any burial goods so far. As the walkie-talkie lit up red, Wong, the head, calmly instructed. A tomb with green clay cannot possibly lack a main tomb chamber. You need to search again. Go left to check the west ear chamber. Received, head. How much time do we have left? There are 2 hours and 45 minutes until the safe time before dawn. Try to speed up. Okay. Sun Air released the walkie-talkie and led me and Sun-san around the stone wall, heading toward the west ear chamber. This was my first time seeing an ear chamber of a tomb. It was essentially a small room that had been hollowed out. Looking at the waterline marks on the wall, it was clear that this place had previously been completely submerged underwater. What did I see at that time? At first glance, I saw a pile of bronze artifacts, a large number of bronze artifacts, haphazardly piled on the floor of the west ear chamber. These bronze artifacts were a mix of broken and intact pieces, including small round tripods, square tripods, bronze rice vessels, bronze beans, and bronze cups. Just a rough glance revealed dozens of items. We hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot. Sun Air's eyes turned red as he excitedly spoke into the walkie-talkie. Head. We struck it rich. There are dozens of bronze artifacts in the west ear chamber. Black lacquer, ancient mercury rust, genuine Western Zhou pit goods. Wong, the head, who had seen a lot, calmly replied through the walkie-talkie. Transport them in batches. Bring them all out. Got it. Sun Air took out the snakeskin bag he carried with him, casually complaining, those rats in the south must have gone vegetarian? How could they leave us with so much meat? I'm really grateful to their ancestors for 8 generations. Sun-san, with a more composed disposition, frowned and said in a low voice, Ergo, I still feel something's off. The rats in the south have noses just as good as ours. They couldn't possibly not smell all this meat. It doesn't make sense. Sun Air, undeterred by the toxic mercury rust, picked up a small bronze square tripod and kissed it, exclaiming, haha, treasure, come home with me. He didn't forget to add, Old San, I've noticed you've become more timid. Why think so much? Let me ask you, if there were a bunch of female college students lying on the ground naked, what would you do? Definitely talk about it later. Chapter 8. The water jar. I also took out my snake skin bag, squatted down, and started stuffing bronze artifacts inside. Those round and square tripods were heavy, making it hard for me to carry. Sanga took care of me, advising me to pick up the smaller ones. So I packed those small bronze beans and cups. It wasn't surprising to see this kind of bronze artifacts piled together. During the Western Zhou and spring and autumn periods, these were all kitchen utensils. The bronze tripods were used for cooking meat, the cups for drinking wine, and the bronze beans for holding salt and spices. The role of these bronze beans was akin to our modern vinegar dishes for dipping dumplings. What does it mean to gather money with a sack? I was literally gathering money with a sack at that moment. I was relatively thin and not very strong. Seeing my bag was almost full, I prepared to make a trip up first. I turned my head left and right, and at that moment, the headlamp just happened to shine on a corner of the ear chamber. Huh, what's that? A water jar? Ergo, come look. There's a jar. Sun Air, who was focused on stuffing bronze tripods into the bag, was startled by my sudden loud voice. What the hell? Yin Feng, what are you shouting about? You scared me. I said, Ergo, there's a big jar in the corner of the wall. It's huge. He said without even lifting his head that it was coarse pottery. And how could bronze wares be worth anything? The size was too big to transport down the mountain. Selling it for 1,000 or 800 wouldn't even cover the labor costs, so we don't want that stuff. After hearing what Sun Air said and looking again at the large water tank covered with a stone lid, I still didn't go over. I struggled to carry a bag of bronze wares back through the water, and at that moment, a rope was lowered from the top of the tomb passage. Wang Ba's voice came from above. Yin Feng, tie up the snakeskin bag, make it tight. Once you're done, come back quickly, we don't have much time. I twisted the filled snakeskin bag a few times, tied it to the rope, and then the bag slowly rose up as Ba pulled it from above. For the next hour or so, we worked overtime and managed to carry out a total of 8 full bags of bronze wares. At this point, Wang Ba's voice came through the walkie-talkie urging us, you 3 hurry up, it's about to get light, we need to get down the mountain quickly. Do you know what stacking people means? I was first stacked up to the top by the Sun brothers, and then Wang Ba lowered a section of rope and pulled me up. The Sun brothers were even more impressive. After reaching the top, they didn't even use the rope and directly climbed up using their feet against the theft hole. Once up, the smile on Sun Air's face was impossible to hide. He looked at the bulging snakeskin bags on the ground and asked with a smile, Ba, how many points do you think this is worth? Wang Ba shook his head and laughed. Each field has its own expertise. For points, you should ask the boss. He can estimate it accurately. Later, I learned that the points they referred to meant tens of thousands, with 1 point equaling 10,000 and 100 points equaling 1 million. At that time, many people earned less than 1 point in a year. Sunda was responsible for publicity and sales, as long as there were no issues. He generally wouldn't speak on the walkie-talkie. Conversely, if Sunda took the initiative to speak on the walkie-talkie while working, it definitely meant that strangers had arrived nearby. Bah, this is just the west ear room. There's also the east ear room. It's strange that we haven't seen the main burial chamber. I think we need to establish a base here. Who knows how many treasures are still inside? This job won't be done in 10 or 8 days. A base, in the context of tomb raiding, specifically refers to a situation where a large tomb is encountered, and if it can't be cleaned up in 1 or 2 days. A base is established around the large tomb. In earlier years, acquaintances in the tomb raiding business would often ask, "Hey, did you hear that so-and-so established 2 big bases last year?" The person would reply, No, just lucky, managed to establish 2 small bases." Establishing a base carries risks because it can easily be discovered. If an old man or woman decides to go for a walk in the mountains in the morning and accidentally falls into our theft hole, we would be finished. Therefore, the potential rewards and risks are proportional. To seek high rewards, one must take risks. After weighing the options, Wang Ba nodded and said, "West Zhou goods have been rising crazily in the black market these past few years. I think it's worth taking this risk, so let's establish a base." Knowing we had made a haul, Sunda immediately contacted a mole to send someone over to help move things and cover the theft hole. This mole was also a remarkable woman, and through several encounters, I learned that the younger brothers she took under her wing generally had strong backgrounds. Not only did she provide logistical support to Wang Ba, but she was also said to be working part-time for other gangs' logistics. Logically, this shouldn't be done, but the mole was capable, and Wang Ba pretended not to see it, deliberately turning a blind eye. This is akin to professional managers in big companies who often hold important positions in multiple firms. The mole supported a few young men who willingly followed her, delivering generators and water pumps to us at night and helping us hide the theft hole. All of this was done by these young men under the mole. Without the mole, our gang wouldn't have been able to function back then. Those soils with green and gray mud were too conspicuous. We didn't dare to throw them away hastily, so we brought them back. These soils were like time bombs. We didn't know how many people in our trade had been caught because of such soil. The tomb raiding gang in Beijing's Babaishan was wiped out because they left a small pile of green and white soil in the mountains, which was discovered by a wandering old lady, leading to the entire gang's downfall and over a decade in prison. The next day, back at a small hotel in Shund, I squatted by the sink brushing my teeth, considering where to scatter the green and white soil later. Just then, a loud slap landed on my backside. While brushing my teeth, I was startled by the slap and ended up swallowing all the mouthwash. I turned around angrily and saw the mole laughing while wearing a tank top. Although the mole was a decade older than me, she maintained her figure well, likely due to her wealth and the best skincare products of the time. The thighs exposed under her pink tank top were so white that it made my throat dry. "Hee hee, little Yunfeng," the mole teased. "I heard from air yesterday that you haven't even held a girl's hand. Is that true?" Embarrassed, I muttered, "What does that have to do with you?" Seeing me shy, the mole burst into laughter, her body shaking. She beckoned to me, "Little Yunfeng, do you want to be the 45th man of your sister?" At that time, I was young and naive about social matters, so I casually replied, "I don't want to. When you turn 40, I have to wear 99 green hats. You shameless woman, don't think you can trap me, Xiang Yunfeng." The mole was offended by my retort and angrily raised a mop from the hotel, chasing me around the yard. At noon, taking advantage of lunchtime, I carried my black backpack, dressed like a high school student, and wandered around Shun district. The backpack was filled with green and white soil, and I needed to find a suitable place to dispose of it. As I walked, I kept thinking about something. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the large water tank covered with a lid in the corner of the west ear room of the tomb last night. Chapter 9. Electric Fishing in Nanfeng District, Shund. There were many small restaurants along the road, with plenty of diners enjoying their meals. After searching for a while and wanting to dispose of the soil several times, I ultimately hesitated. It was my first time doing this, and although I was confident before, at this moment, I felt a bit scared. I was afraid someone in a uniform would come up and ask what I was doing. After wandering around, I found myself by a small river. Upon seeing it, my eyes lit up, and I had a plan. Shund is a place rich in aquatic resources, and I thought at that time, if the green and white soil went into the river, it would turn to mud and surely no one would notice. Seeing no one around, I quickly unzipped my backpack, ready to pour the soil into the river. "Wait, stop. What are you doing?" A clear, sharp voice suddenly called out from behind me, startling me so much that I almost fell into the river. Turning around, I saw a girl with her hands on her hips, pointing at me. She was wearing a school uniform, had a ponytail, her face was flushed, and she wore a red fabric badge on her arm that read River Cleaning. "I'm talking to you. What are you looking at? What did you want to throw in the river? Are you planning to dump garbage?" The zipper of my backpack wasn't even fully closed, and I panicked, quickly waving my hands and saying, No, I wasn't throwing away garbage." "Nonsense. I saw it. What's in your bag? Let me see." She was talking loudly as she walked towards me. When I saw her coming, I was so scared that my soul almost left my body. In a moment of panic, I grabbed my backpack and started running. "Stop right there," she shouted, following closely behind me, and we began to run along the city moat. As we were running, I slipped and fell directly into the moat. The bag of clay I was carrying sank to the bottom as soon as it got wet. I couldn't swim and started flailing around, swallowing several mouthfuls of river water while shouting for help. Eventually, this girl saved me. Her name was Li Jing, a local from Shund. At the time, she was a sophomore at Shun No. 3 High School, and she was working for her mother, who was responsible for managing the garbage on the surface of the moat. After being rescued, I was soaked like a drowned rat. But I secretly breathed a sigh of relief because my bag of clay had scattered and I hadn't been caught. The girl was also drenched from saving me, and she grabbed my shirt, asking, "Why were you running? You can't swim at all. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What's in your bag?" I blushed and said, "I just slipped and accidentally fell into the river. My bag only has books in it. If it's gone, it's gone. I can buy more." She looked me up and down with suspicion, clearly not believing my words. "I think you're hiding something. There have been people electrofishing around here these past few days. You need to come with me to see my mom. She said you can't leave until we make sure. Come on," she said, pulling me along. I waved my hands desperately, loudly explaining that I wasn't electrofishing. But I couldn't tell her the truth. If I said I was a tomb raider, that would be even worse. Worse than the crime of electrofishing. I tried to run away a few times, but eventually didn't dare to. I knew that if I ran, with her stubborn personality, it might implicate our entire gang. Li Jing's home was right by the moat. At that time, there was a footbridge over the river. And to get to her house, we had to cross that bridge. There were several street vendors on the bridge selling children's toys, insoles, and socks. And one stall was particularly eye-catching. It was a fortune-telling stall. The fortune teller was in his 50s, wearing round sunglasses, with a pack of 5 yuan hardpack Red River cigarettes beside him. He had a cigarette in his mouth, and before finishing one, he lit another. "Wow. Little Li Jing is more capable than your mom. Did you catch another one dumping garbage?" the fortune teller said, smiling as he sat on a stool. Li Jing, receiving the compliment, proudly said, "Isn't that right, Li Banzian? This kid saw me and ran away, even falling into the river. I suspect he's electrofishing." The fortune teller puffed out smoke, almost covering himself in it. "Ah, electrofishing? That's not good, young man. Those who electrofish will have their fortunes damaged and will face retribution." Li Jing laughed and said, "Li Laolu, I just called you Li Banzian. Do you really think you're a fortune teller? You're killing me. Last time you told Li Auntie that her pig would definitely get pregnant within a month, and what happened? Li Auntie's pig died of diarrhea 3 days later. Where's the piglet?" The fortune teller coughed a couple of times and said, "That was just that pig's bad luck. It's not my fault my fortune telling was inaccurate. If you don't believe me, should I tell your fortune again?" The girl immediately doubled over with laughter, pointing at the fortune teller and saying, "No way. I can't let you tell my fortune. You definitely haven't had a customer in days. If you're going to tell fortunes, just tell his. Find out if he is electrofishing." Suddenly, she pointed at me. For some reason, I ended up letting him tell my fortune in a daze. The fortune teller first asked for my date of birth, then took out a turtle shell with 3 copper coins from the Qianlong era inside. He shook it a few times, and the 3 coins fell out onto the table. Coincidentally, all 3 coins landed with their backs facing up, and 2 of them were stacked on top of each other, while the other lay alone on the side, with a notable distance between them. I distinctly remember the fortune teller's playful smile disappearing as he stared at the coins, looking dazed for quite a while, until the cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter. Once he snapped back to reality, he glanced at Li Jing and then at me, sighing and shaking his head. The girl laughed and asked, "Li Laolu, what did you find out? Is this kid electrofishing?" The fortune teller lit another cigarette, took a deep puff, and looked at me with a meaningful expression, saying, "Young man, you're not simple." Feeling guilty, I cautiously asked him what he saw. He chuckled and said, "The water is deep, but the pond is shallow. The shallow pond has many turtles. You are the most valuable turtle in the pond, but you can't escape your fate. You'll be slaughtered and made into a bowl of turtle soup." Hearing this, I was genuinely furious. Looking back on his words now, they truly were profound. Later, I returned once, but could never find that fortune teller again. When I inquired about him, someone said he smoked too much and got lung cancer a couple of years ago, dying from lack of money for treatment. Others said he left shunned, and no one knew where he went. If I could see him again now, I would be willing to pay a fortune to have him tell my fortune once more, whether I, Xiang Yinfeng, could settle down and what my future should be. Chapter 10, Li Jing Mom. "I'm back," Li Jing said, pulling me along like a little dog to her home. Although Li Jing's mother was only in her 40s, she had quite a bit of gray hair and many frown lines, looking like she had been through a lot. "Who is this, Xiaojing? Is he your classmate?" "No, Mom," Li Jing said, tugging at my arm. "I caught this kid by the moat just now. He looks suspicious, and I suspect he's electrofishing." "Electrofishing?" Li Jing's mom asked me. Puzzled. "Young man, are you electrofishing?" I hurried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding and that I wasn't electrofishing at all. Li Jing's mom looked at me kindly, shaking her head and smiling. "I don't think you're an electrofisher, young classmate. Xiaojing, you must have made a mistake this time. You even brought someone here, quickly apologize." I later figured out what was going on and understood why Li Jing wanted to catch electrofishers. This was because the Shunned Forestry Bureau had a reward system. At that time, the ecological destruction of the Yangtze River was severe, with the Chinese sturgeon and the Yangtze River dolphin on the brink of extinction. The authorities were determined to protect the inland water environment, and this action extended to Shunned as well. Anyone who caught an electrofisher could go to the Forestry Bureau to claim a reward of 500 yuan. That's why Li Jing was so persistent. She thought I was an electrofisher and wanted to turn me in for the reward because her family was short on money. Under her mother's insistence, Li Jing reluctantly apologized to me, saying, "I'm sorry, classmate." Li Jing's mother was warm and hospitable, and to express her apology, she invited me to stay for lunch. It was nearly 2 p.m., and I was quite hungry, so I agreed. We had rice for lunch, and Li Jing's mother made 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with chives, zucchini with green beans, and cold lotus root slices. The home-cooked dishes were authentic and delicious. I shoveled the rice into my mouth, while Li Jing watched me coldly. From time to time, she banged her chopsticks against the porcelain bowl, making a loud noise that caused Li Jing's mother to frown repeatedly. She was clearly annoyed that I was eating her eggs. Li Jing's mother scolded her, shouting, "How can you be so rude? What did this young classmate do to deserve that?" Li Jing bit the tip of her chopsticks and pouted, saying she hadn't provoked me. But she just found this guy unpleasant. I was also angry at the time. Although I didn't come from a humble background, and my family was also a ruined household with no one to care for me, there was one thing. I had a strong sense of self-esteem. I put down my bowl and chopsticks and stood up to say goodbye to Li's mother. In my heart, I was angry, thinking, what girl would I care to eat your family's eggs? Just as I reached the door, I was pushed back by a group of people. There were 6 or 7 men, all in their 20s or 30s, holding paint buckets, and some even carried clubs. "Where's Li Daquan? Li Daquan, come out. If you don't come out, I'll kill your wife and kids." They looked fierce, and I had never seen such a scene before, which instantly scared me silly. Li Jing and her mother were not much better, their faces pale. One man, holding a paint bucket, walked into the house, saw the food on the table, and laughed coldly. "Damn, still have money to eat eggs. You have money to eat eggs, but don't pay me back? I'll let you eat." He directly picked up the paint bucket and poured red paint all over the table. The smell of paint was pungent and unpleasant, and the food on the table was instantly covered in red paint. Li's mother looked terrified, and Li Jing lowered her head and said nothing. "Hee." The man laughed and said, "Want to eat eggs, huh? No money, right?" He poked the paint-covered scrambled eggs with chives towards Li Jing. "Eat up, the eggs are good." "Huh. As long as you finish this plate today, we'll leave, haha." The others echoed with loud laughter. "What are you doing? I can't stand it anymore. This is bullying," I shouted. "Oh." The man looked at me and smiled. "Brother, may I ask who you are?" I took a deep breath and said, "I'm Li Jing's classmate. If you dare to make trouble, I'll call the police." "Huh? Call the police?" Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. "It's only right to pay back debts. You little brat dare to call the police." He swung the club hard at my head. I instinctively raised my arm to block it, but I was slow to react and couldn't block it. I got hit solidly on the head. It felt sticky, and when I reached up to touch it, I realized my head was bleeding from being struck. I felt dizzy and disoriented. "Stop hitting. I'll eat. I'll eat." Li Jing, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly lifted her head and shouted with red eyes. Li's mother was wiping her tears. Li Jing grabbed the eggs from the plate and stuffed them into her mouth. The eggs were covered in paint, and the taste was overwhelming. After taking a bite, she gagged and spat it out. "Haha, you can't do that. Eat it all." I said, "Eat it all. Are you deaf?" Li Jing grabbed the eggs again and stuffed them into her mouth. 5 minutes later, the plate of eggs was gone. "Hee hee, interesting. Today wasn't a waste. We got to see a good show. And remember to tell Li Daquan that when we come back, if there is still no money, it won't be that simple." They left after saying that, cursing as they went. I lay on the ground feeling very uncomfortable with a bleeding head. "Are you okay?" Li Jing wiped the paint off her mouth and carefully helped me up. Li's mother brought some gauze and simply bandaged my head. I lay on their bed for more than an hour before I felt better. "Little classmate, I'm so sorry for getting you hurt," Li's mother said with a guilty expression. "Annie, what were those people doing?" My head's still aching." "My dad's business failed, and he owes them a lot of money," Li Jing said. "Failed in business? How much does he owe?" "Oh." Li's mother couldn't help but shake her head. 50,000 yuan. 50,000. That's a lot. I was shocked to hear that amount. So much money. Even if you don't eat or drink, it would take 2 or 3 years to pay it back. "Little classmate, do you want to go to school or to the hospital? We'll take you back. We really feel bad." Li's mother apologized again. "No, I don't need to go to school. I can walk by myself," I said. When I went out, Li Jing came out to see me off. "Hey, I'm sorry for what happened earlier," she said, walking alongside me with her head down. "It's okay, it's all in the past." I waved my hand and smiled generously. "You're not from our school, right? Which school do you go to? I'll come find you to hang out later." Li Jing suddenly asked me. "Huh, this. I lied and said, "I'm in the 2nd year at number 1 high school." "Number 1 high school? Then you must be doing well in your studies," Li Jing said with a smile. I blushed and didn't dare to reply. My grades were consistently among the bottom 3, which was quite stable. At that time, the small phone was just becoming popular and ordinary students couldn't afford mobile phones. So naturally, I hadn't left a number. However, Li Jing said she would come find me to hang out and even asked me to help her with her homework. Back at the inn, Wang the boss was drinking tea. When he saw my head wrapped in bandages, he almost spat out his tea. "Yinfeng, what happened to you? Did you fall into a pit while scattering dirt?" I awkwardly said, "Boss, I got beaten up." Chapter 11. Wrap up after hearing my complaint. Wang the boss shook his head and said, "Yinfeng, this time you were reckless. In our line of work, you must be careful, and even more careful. We're just afraid of being caught by following the clues." I apologized and said, "Sorry, boss, I'll be more careful next time." Wang the boss picked up his teacup, blew on it, and frowned. "But you are still my Wang Xianxing's person, Yinfeng. What? Do you want to get back at them?" I didn't hesitate and instinctively blurted out, "Yes, boss. I feel wronged. Wang the boss took a sip of tea, closed the lid on the teapot, and said, yesterday we just established our base, so we need to act low-key now. My personal advice to you is to endure for now. When we finish this job and leave shunned, I'll give a heads up to a mole I know on the road. I nodded and said, okay. In the small warehouse of the hotel we rented, there were still several bags of blue and white soil, but Wang the boss didn't let me scatter dirt anymore. He arranged another task for me in the afternoon, asking me to follow Brother Sun to help him handle the batch of bronze artifacts from yesterday. When I got to the warehouse, I suddenly smelled a strong aroma of cumin seasoning. Looking closely, I saw someone had set up a charcoal grill at the door of the warehouse, grilling meat and brushing on a lot of seasoning. Brother Sun was responsible for cashing in the goods, but of course, he had to do a good job first. Brother Sun, I'm Yunfeng. The boss asked me to help. I knocked on the warehouse door. Brother Sun opened the door for me. At that time, he was wearing a white protective suit with leather gloves and plastic goggles. Once inside the warehouse, I saw several pieces of bronze artifacts on the floor, and beside them was a large white leather bucket with half a bucket of semi-transparent liquid that smelled very pungent. He threw me a set of protective gear and said, Yunfeng, put this on. Although I didn't understand, I still put on the protective gear. Big brother, what are you doing? I asked curiously when I saw him throw a rusted bronze wine cup into the bucket. As soon as the rusty bronze artifact touched the liquid in the bucket, it started bubbling, and the pungent smell intensified, somewhat like the smell of urea. Brother Sun pointed at the bronze cup soaking in the liquid and said, Yunfeng, in our line of work, this move is called killing the green. The chemical formula for this liquid was mixed by a master the boss hired. Killing the green? What does that mean, big brother? Boss Sun laughed and said that killing green means removing the black skin. The mercury rust in the water pit is penetrating, and this kind of penetrating rust has a large coverage area, which can easily obscure some inscriptions. If that's the case, we would suffer a great loss. Boss Sun continued, saying that the people in the south call this work killing rust, while we in the north call it killing green. Yunfeng, remember that bronze vessels from the Western Zhou and Warring States periods, square ding vessels are 5 times more expensive than round ding vessels, and those with inscriptions are 10 times more expensive than those without. For inscriptions exceeding 5 characters, each additional character costs an extra 30,000 yuan. This tomb is from the early to mid-Western Zhou period. Judging by the style of the capstone and the fact that so many bronze vessels can be buried in the ear chambers at once, the tomb owner should at least be a small feudal lord from the southern region. Boss Sun analyzed it logically for me. If the inscriptions reveal the identity of the tomb owner, and if we're lucky enough to find a name in historical records for this small lord, then we would have truly struck gold. After hearing Boss Sun's explanation, I suddenly realized that there were so many nuances to this. And the barbecue stall outside just now, I now understand that Boss Sun set it up intentionally to cover the stimulating smell during the killing green process. The gloves are worn because this water is corrosive. It's for self-protection. The water used to kill green on the bronze vessels, if accidentally splashed into the eyes, is far more damaging than copper-nickel alloy materials. It can blind someone. Soak for more than 20 minutes. Then use a hard bristle shoe brush to scrub away the rust. You can't scrub too hard, and you can't remove all the mercury rust. As long as you can confirm that a piece has no inscriptions, you can stop scrubbing. Wearing gloves and holding the shoe brush, I scrubbed several bronze vessels in a row, being very careful, but I didn't see a single character. This made me feel a bit dejected. Seeing me like this, Boss Sun, while brushing a bronze rice container, smiled and said, Yunfeng, don't be so discouraged. This is all about fate. When the fate arrives, it will come. If the fate isn't right, you can't force it. Just then, while I was brushing a small bronze dough, I rubbed the bottom a few times with the shoe brush, and, unsure if it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, I seemed to see a hint of a light golden character. What is this? I lifted the bronze dough and rubbed it a couple more times. Big brother, come quick. I found characters. I shouted excitedly. Boss Sun took the bronze dough and looked at it closely. He frowned and said, these inscriptions aren't bird seals or oracle bone script. This is an ancient script called sixfold seal, which is even older than oracle bone script. How could it appear on a Western Zhou bronze vessel? Boss Sun was filled with confusion. Ancient script is not a text from the Jin dynasty. It is a form of archaic writing that may trace back even before oracle bone script, possibly even before the Shang dynasty. Having seen much, Boss Sun immediately concluded that the inscriptions on the bronze dough were not bird seals, but rather the sixfold seal from ancient script. After the initial frown came excitement. Boss Sun said, Yunfeng, you continue scrubbing the rest. The sixfold seal inscriptions in ancient script are extremely rare, and there are very few people in the world who can translate this kind of writing. I must hurry to find someone to help translate what these inscriptions mean. Boss Sun placed the inscribed bronze vessel into a wooden box and then took the box and left. After that, I didn't manage to find any more inscribed bronze vessels. I only found that one. During the day, we did this. But at night, we still had serious business to attend to. Once everyone else was asleep, we had to go down into the pit to steal tombs. However, Boss Sun had rushed out in a hurry that afternoon and hadn't come back. Without him, there was one less person to keep watch, which was very dangerous. And the old head didn't dare to take such risks. That night, Boss Sun returned around midnight, panting, holding a wooden box. I knew the box contained that inscribed bronze dough. Boss Sun didn't have time to speak. He rushed to the table, picked up the teapot, and gulped down half a pot of tea. Wiping his mouth, Boss Sun looked at Wang Bateau and said, I made some connections at the Archaeological Research Institute, and those six-fold seal inscriptions have been translated. Oh, what does it say? Wang Bateau asked. Boss Sun opened the wooden box, touched the bronze dough inside, and coldly said 4 words, Jeho Daisy. Chapter 12, White Bones. Big brother, what is Jeho Daisy? Is it seaweed? Boss Sun didn't laugh. He looked at me and said, it's not seaweed, it's a person's name. There are only a few records about this person, but surprisingly, we stumbled upon it. So what do you think, boss? Are we moving tonight? I see the second and third brothers are ready. Wang Bateau asked seriously, is there any problem on the spot? Boss Sun nodded. No, the youngsters under a mole are quite clever. Boss, don't sell this batch of goods yet, especially this bronze dough. Once news spreads from Shund, there's a high chance it will attract wolves. Wolves from the south? Boss Sun's face darkened. I was afraid it wasn't just wolves from the south. It seems wolves are everywhere these days, all looking for scraps to eat. If we don't secure our cover properly, the smell of meat could attract wild wolves. Boss, I've made up my mind, Wang Bateau said, extending a hand. 5 days. Let us shorten the time to 5 days. Get everything out for me. And once we have our hands on it, we'll leave Shund as quickly as possible and find a place to lay low. From the conversation between Wang Bateau and Boss Sun, I could tell they were both a bit tense, as if wary of something. The hour had passed, and on Moth Mountain, Sun Air was squatting on the ground smoking, while Sun San was counting sacks. The wind was calm. Let us begin. Boss Sun's voice came over the walkie-talkie. Yinfeng, how many sacks do you have? Second brother, I still have 4. That should be enough. After saying this, Sun Air stamped out his cigarette. At this moment, a series of strange bird calls echoed through Moth Mountain, and the eerie sounds made one uncomfortable at night. Really unlucky. Wang Bateau cursed twice while looking at the dark Moth Mountain behind him, saying, that bird is a harbinger of death. It's no good. The harbinger of death refers to the owl, which people in ancient times called the night owl. This creature was most often seen in mass graves, which is why people called it the harbinger of death. Phew, really damn dead bird. Sun Air spat several times toward the mountain. Once the owl stopped calling, we began to act. The previously dug theft hole was well concealed by the men under a mole. A complete layer of yellow grass was laid over it, supported by 4 wooden sticks. From the outside, it was nearly impossible to detect any flaws. After tidying up, and with headlamps on, the Sun brothers slid down into the theft hole, and I had quite a bit of trouble being the last one down. The murky tomb pit under the capstone had very little accumulated water, not enough to drown a person's feet, but the ground was a bit muddy, making it feel sticky underfoot. The tomb passage was dark and damp, significantly colder than above. Adjusting my headlamp, Sun Air said, what the boss said is right. We need to pick up the pace. Yinfeng, go check that western ear chamber from yesterday and see if there's anything left on the ground in the corners. If there's nothing, come back and help us on the eastern side. After giving these instructions, I temporarily parted ways with the Sun brothers. They headed right to find the eastern ear chamber, while I turned left to go to the western ear chamber, with no one by my side. It was now late at night in the tomb, and as I walked, I started to feel scared. I held onto my headlamp, silently reciting, please don't blame me. Don't blame me. I just seek a small fortune, Amitba. A person lights a candle, a ghost blows it out. I once asked the head, when the rooster crows, we don't touch gold. Even if we are not tomb raiders, for safety's sake, shouldn't we light a white candle in the tomb chamber? I heard that if the candle goes out, it means the tomb owner is unhappy, and we have to leave. Otherwise, we might encounter a ghost. The old head laughed a couple of times, and said, Yinfeng, you've watched too many movies and TV shows. The candle going out means the tomb owner is unhappy? So if the candle is lit, does that mean the tomb owner is happy? What? Is the tomb owner welcoming us to dig up his grave? That is ridiculous. Moreover, Yinfeng, think about it. It's true that ancient tomb raiders would light a white candle in the tomb chamber, but that was for illumination. How else could they dig in complete darkness? It's not that they wanted to light a candle. It's because there was no electricity, and they couldn't see otherwise. We have headlamps and flashlights now. Why light a candle? In some tombs, the bodies have decayed, leaving behind methane, and a naked flame could cause an explosion. Do you understand, Yinfeng? These were the exact words that Wang the head told me. It sounded like a joke, but later I thought about it carefully and found it quite reasonable. After walking for a few minutes without incident, I arrived at the west ear chamber. The floor of the west ear chamber was bare, and I looked around with the light from my headlamp, but found nothing left. We had already taken all the bronze artifacts before. In the northwest corner of the ear chamber, the large water tank covered with a stone slab was still there, lonely. Second brother said the big tank isn't worth much, but could there be any burial goods inside? Thinking of this, I decided to go take a look. Indeed, as second brother said, when I got closer, I discovered that this thing was made of pottery. The earliest porcelain appeared in the Eastern Han Dynasty, when it was primitive Celadon. Before that, the dynasties commonly used coarse pottery and bronze ware, which matches up. But what puzzled me was how such a large tank was fired. The surface of this large tank showed no signs of seams or joints, indicating it was formed and fired all at once. How big of a kiln would be needed to fit such a large tank? This part really stumped me. The stone slab covering the large tank was made of blue stone. I first tried to push it with one hand, but couldn't move it. It was a bit heavy. Knowing its depth, I then used both hands. The stone slab scraped against the large tank, making a sharp sound, and I slowly pushed the blue stone slab aside. Why is there a foul smell? Just now, when the stone slab was covering it, I didn't smell much, but now it's quite clear. I felt something strange about this Western Joe tomb. When I first came down, I could smell a faint fragrance, but now I smelled a foul odor, like a boiled egg gone bad in the midsummer heat. I waved my headlamp and lowered my neck to look into the large tank. There was a hole less than 20 centimeters wide at the bottom of the tank. Other than that, there was nothing. I could smell that the foul, rotten egg-like odor was coming from the hole. The headlamp shone on it, but I couldn't see anything beneath the hole. It was pitch black. Feeling a bit strange, I leaned over the edge of the tank and extended my right hand into the black hole at the bottom of the tank. What is this? After feeling around for a while, I sensed a hard, elongated object. I thought to myself, could it be a gold bar? No, gold bars aren't that light. Feeling like I had a grip on this thing, I adjusted my angle a few times and slowly pulled it out. It was a white object. After pulling it out, I lowered my head and shone the headlamp on it. It was a human thigh bone. I screamed in shock and dropped the bone. Could this be the skeleton of the tomb owner? From the Western Joe until now, has it not decayed into dust? I overlooked one point. Also because I was too nervous. At that moment, I didn't see that the thigh bone still had bone marrow. Chapter 13. Injury. It was my first time working, and I had too little experience. I thought that bone was the skeleton of the tomb owner. According to the specifications of this burial, if there were the skeleton of the tomb owner, there should be burial goods nearby. That's what I thought. It could be some personal bronze seals, small and exquisite ancient jade artifacts, gold items, and so on. Greed overcame my fear, and I kept comforting myself that it was nothing at all. There might be a feudal lord's personal seal in that black hole. If I got lucky and pulled it out, I could strike it rich. Gaining courage, I reached down again to feel in the bottom of the tank. Just as I was leaning sideways and groping around, I felt a sting on my index finger as if something had bitten me. It hurt. I quickly pulled my hand back and saw that the tip of my finger was already bleeding, with 2 small holes. My first reaction was that I had been bitten by a snake. I didn't know if it was a venomous snake, and I was very scared. So I held my finger and ran shouting towards the east ear chamber. Second brother, third brother, help. The ground in the east ear chamber was scattered with some burial goods, but the quantity was far less than that in the west ear chamber. The Sun brothers were squatting on the ground sorting through which items were valuable. Yinfeng, why are you shouting? Did you see a ghost or what? Who's trying to harm you? I showed him my now non-bleeding finger and urgently said, Second brother, I was bitten by a venomous snake. I'm about to die from the poison. What? A venomous snake? Sun Lauer immediately panicked. After examining my finger for a moment, he asked in confusion, Yinfeng, is this wound on your finger, these 2 small holes, really from a snake bite? Sun Laosen thought for a moment and shook his head. It looks a bit like it, but I feel something's off, second brother. Yunfeng's finger is so small, and look at the distance between these wounds. There's no way a snake's head could be that small. Sun Laosen squeezed the area around my wound, and soon bright red blood flowed out. It's nothing, Yunfeng. Look at the color of your blood. It's so good. Whatever bit you, definitely isn't a snake, and even less likely a venomous snake. I guess it might be a mouse, a smaller mouse. A mouse? Do mice bite people, third brother? Of course they do, Yinfeng. You just haven't seen much. In ancient times, during a mouse plague, mice could even eat people. Yinfeng, you're not feeling dizzy, nauseous, or uncomfortable, are you? I shook my head and said, Third brother, I don't feel that way at all. Don't think too much. It's nothing. Come help with the work. If you're still worried, go to the hospital tomorrow during the day and get a rabies vaccine. Oh, I nodded in agreement. Knowing it wasn't a venomous snake, I felt much more at ease. It's also a bit strange that the number of burial goods in the east ear chamber was far less than in the west ear chamber. Logically speaking, it should be balanced. Both ear chambers should have similar burial goods. However, after searching for quite a while, we only found 6 or 7 somewhat valuable bronze artifacts. The rest were mostly severely damaged, in pieces, and it was impossible to tell what their original shapes were. Sigh, we even brought so many bags, thinking we could have a big harvest, and in the end, all we got were these scraps. Sun Lauer said resentfully. He pressed the intercom and reported the situation. Head. It's truly a case of joy turning to emptiness. The east ear chamber has pitifully little fat meat. There are hardly any valuable items, just some trinkets. The intercom was silent for 2 minutes. Then Wang the head ordered, count what you have, and let's move quickly to find the main tomb chamber. The items in the coffin are the most valuable. Head, we've already gone around down here and haven't seen any signs of the main tomb chamber at all. What is going on? You're well informed. Analyze it for us. A mix of radio chatter and voices came through. It's impossible. In ancient times, wealthy and powerful people would certainly build a main tomb for themselves after death. There is still some time. You should keep looking. We received instructions and began to search carefully for the main tomb. There should be a coffin cover, a corpse, and burial goods for it to be called the main tomb. Unfortunately, after searching for quite a while, we still couldn't find the main tomb. After packing up a few Western Joe items, we decided to call it a day. On the way back, Wang kept shaking his head, saying it was impossible, that it didn't make sense. I felt a bit tired and fell asleep almost as soon as I touched the bed, sleeping until noon. I planned to find a small clinic later to get a rabies vaccine shot. I felt some discomfort in my right hand, so I took a look. My right index finger was swollen to an unusual size, nearly as thick as 2 fingers. Moreover, the 2 small holes in the wound were oozing pus. The swelling was so large, yet it didn't hurt or itch. I was scared and touched it with my hand, but there was no sensation at all. I was terrified. Sun Lao was shocked when he saw it, and asked what I had done in the morning that I ended up with a yang finger. Sun Laosan said, "What are we waiting for? Hurry and see a doctor." They called Sun Lao for me, who was more familiar with the area than we were. He took me to a small clinic not far from the hotel. The doctor at the clinic was also stunned. He said that in over 20 years of practice, he had never seen a finger swell like this. The clinic doctor didn't dare to treat me, not knowing what had bitten me, and he was reluctant to use anti-inflammatory medication. He advised us to go to a big hospital as soon as possible. With swelling like this, amputation could be a possibility. Hearing that amputation was a possibility scared me. Ergo said it must have been a rat bite. But how could a rat bite lead to amputation? Is it a poisonous rat? There was no other option. I went to Shun First People's Hospital again. The emergency room doctor frowned when he saw my swollen finger and said my temperature was normal and there was no infection. But I should get an x-ray to see if there was fluid buildup or something else causing the swelling. After taking the x-ray, the doctor said it was fluid buildup, and the wound was slightly inflamed. He asked if I felt any discomfort, and I shook my head, indicating I didn't. Later, the doctor used a big needle from the acupuncture kit to poke 2 small holes in my finger, and I didn't even feel it. When he squeezed slightly, a lot of yellowish-white liquid flowed out immediately. After draining the fluid, my finger shrank down a size. The doctor also prescribed amoxicillin and told me to take 2 tablets and avoid spicy food. After thanking the doctor, we returned to the inn. "Is your hand okay now?" Yinfeng Wang asked me. I looked at my now less swollen finger and sighed with relief, saying it should be fine, as it didn't hurt or itch. Wang nodded and then said to Sun Lao, "I studied it carefully this morning and called a few other heads in the industry. Our opinions are unanimous. It's possible that the fluid buildup collapsed the main tomb or that it might still be buried elsewhere. Yinfeng, you should rest first. Lao, come with me. We need to discuss this." Back in my room, after taking the anti-inflammatory medication and lying in bed, I felt a bit tired and quickly fell asleep. I had a dream about that lonely large water tank. A hand full of decaying flesh slowly reached out from a hole and grabbed my wrist. I woke up from the nightmare, my back completely soaked. I felt something strange on my hand and looked down. My finger was swollen again. It looked even worse than before. Chapter 14, Lupa. I rushed back to the hospital. I had just been there in the morning and was back in the afternoon. When the doctor saw my swollen finger again, she was shocked. This time, in addition to draining the fluid, the doctor also took blood for some pathological tests to see if there was any bacterial infection. The test results wouldn't be available until the next day at the earliest. The doctor reminded me to take the anti-inflammatory medication on time. And fearing that the amoxicillin might not be enough, she prescribed a very expensive anti-inflammatory medication with an English label. That evening, back at the inn, the head told me, "Yinfeng, don't go down the pit tonight. Stay home and rest for a night. Our main task these 2 days is to find the main tomb." And he asked me to stay behind to watch the house. In the latter half of the night, my bitten finger swelled again. This time, not only was it swollen and oozing white fluid, but it also started to hurt. The pain was intermittent, occurring roughly every 20 minutes. We had rented out the small inn, and now there were only 2 guests, me and a mole. I knew the Sun brothers and the head were looking for the main tomb, so I didn't want to disturb them. In the latter half of the night, I held my swollen index finger, tossing and turning in pain, unable to sleep at all. I sneaked out, wanting to see if there were any pharmacies open nearby to buy some painkillers. At that time, online shopping wasn't popular yet, and there was no delivery service for medications. I was unfamiliar with Shund, so I just walked north from the inn, asking people along the way if there were any pharmacies still open. I managed to find out, but when I got there, the pharmacy had already closed, and there were numbered 24-hour pharmacies. Just then, I realized that I was close to Li Jing's house in Nanshan district, quite near. From where I was, I could see the arched bridge over the moat. Li Jing was a local, so I thought to check if they had any painkillers. If not, I'd have to walk a long way to the hospital again. When I arrived, I knocked a few times, and it was Li's mother who opened the door. "Xiaoxiang, what are you doing here so late?" Li's mother asked, surprised. I said, "Auntie, is Li Jing home? I'd like to see if you have any painkillers. I happened to pass by and wanted to borrow some." "Painkillers? Oh, we have some. Come with me," she said, leading me inside. "Xiao Jing, are you asleep?" Open the door. Li's mother knocked a few times and then turned to me, saying the medicine was in Li Jing's drawer. To avoid scaring her, I kept my hand in my pocket so Li's mother wouldn't see it. "I'm coming, Mom. What are you doing so late?" Li Jing, wearing a Donald Duck pajamas and rubbing her eyes, opened the door for me. "Xiang Yinfeng, what are you doing here?" Li Jing was surprised to see me. "Your classmate said he came to borrow some painkillers. Mom remembers there are some in the drawer under your desk. Go find some for Xiaoxiang. I have water boiling in the pot and need to pour it into the thermos," Li's mother instructed Li Jing before turning to leave. I couldn't help but glance at Li Jing's pajama, which only covered to above her thighs, as she bent down to search for the medicine in the drawer. I didn't dare to look because of the angle. At that time, I was still a young virgin, and the more I tried not to look, the more embarrassed I felt, ending up with a bright red face. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Li Jing found the painkillers and asked me curiously. Just as I was about to speak, a sharp pain shot through my finger again, like a small knife cutting into my flesh. And no, it's nothing. I'm just sweating on my forehead from the pain. I'm leaving. I grabbed the bottle of medicine from Li Jing's hand and ran out of her house. Not far from Li Jing's house, I found a faucet, not sure whose it was, but it had water. I directly drank from the faucet with 3 painkillers in my hand. After resting for a while, I still felt pain, so I took 2 more tablets. Finally feeling a bit better, leaning against the edge of the sink, I started to feel cold all over, my head felt heavy, my eyelids were drooping, and I had no strength left in my body. At that moment, I thought to myself, am I about to die? It seems like I am going to die. I curled up by the pool, my cold teeth chattering and cold sweat breaking out all over my body, and then I passed out. I hadn't slept for long, and when I woke up, I found myself in Li Jing's bedroom. You're awake. What happened to your hand? You scared me to death. If I hadn't felt something was off and gone out to take a look, you would have been in trouble, do you know that? Li Jing looked at me with a face full of fear. At that moment, Li's mother came in with a bowl of water and, seeing me lying in bed, asked, Xiaoxiang, why didn't you say anything earlier? What happened to your hand? I stammered, Auntie, I think I might have been bitten by a snake. Might have been bitten by a snake? What kind of snake? Li's mother looked at me in disbelief. I shook my head and said I didn't know. This one do. We don't have a car, and the hospital is far away. It's still the middle of the night, and the clinics and pharmacies are closed. Xiaoxiang, we can't delay this. Xiao Jing, support Xiaoxiang. Let us go have Lupa take a look. On the way, Li Jing explained to me that Lupa was from Guangxi, married from a Miao village in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Lupa had her own herbal medicines and was very skilled at treating snake bites. There had been a person bitten by a 5-step snake before, and the hospital happened to be out of stock on the antivenom, but Lupa used her herbs and cured him in no time. It was miraculous. It took us 40 minutes to walk from Li Jing's house to Lupa's, during which I had another episode. The 5 painkillers still worked, and I managed to endure it. Lupa lived in an old house, and Li Jing said it might be torn down as a dangerous building after the new year. Li's mother knocked for a long time before an old lady slowly opened the door for us. Li's mother got straight to the point, explaining why we were there. As soon as Lupa heard I had been bitten by a poisonous snake, she hurriedly called us inside. Lupa was over 70 years old, and her room had a smell, the kind of unwashed cloth smell. There was also an old man lying on the bed, covered with a thick quilt, looking unwell. After looking at my swollen finger and the 2 small puncture wounds left by the bite, Lupa's expression slowly darkened. Young man, let me ask you, are you sure it was a snake that bit you? Where were you bitten? I certainly wouldn't tell Li Jing that I was bitten while grave robbing, so I stammered a lie, saying I was bitten at home. Home. Lupa stared at me, saying meaningfully, I don't see any snakes around your home. Lupa waved her hand, signaling Li Jing and Li's mother to step outside. She wanted to talk to me alone. After they temporarily left, Lupa looked at me and shook her head, saying, let me be frank, what bit you wasn't a snake? Have you been to the hospital? What did the doctor say? Auntie. The doctor initially said it was edema, then he had me draw blood, saying he wanted to do some bacterial pathology tests to see if I had an infection. Hearing this, Lupa coldly laughed and said, by the time they find out the cause, your body will almost be cold. There is no way something like that could be at home, not even in the wild. What bit you was a kind of insect called a corpse bug. An old meow saying from the 10,000 Great Mountains. They can only live in piles of corpses. Chapter 15, Treating Illness. I had never heard of such a thing as a corpse bug, and I felt even more afraid. Auntie, can you treat me? I can pay you. I don't want to die, I said fearfully. Lupa shook her head and said, tell me the truth, what do you do? If you're not willing to say, then you can leave. I was internally conflicted if I revealed my identity. I knew it might not only implicate me, but also get my head and the Sun brothers caught. When I jumped off the bridge, my head stopped me. He was willing to keep a little kid like me around and nurture me, willing to give me a meal, and although I never said it, I was very grateful to him. I couldn't betray them like this. Moreover, if the word got out and Li Jing found out my identity, knowing I was a criminal, she definitely wouldn't want to be friends with me anymore. After weighing it over and over, I took a deep breath and said, Annie, although I want to be treated, there are some things I can't say. Lupa looked at me in surprise for a long time, and after a while, she shook her head and said, all right, I understand. Come with me. Annie, what for? I asked her. Of course to treat you. What, do you want to die? But you just said. Lupa helped cover the old companion on the bed with a quilt, then turned around and looked at me with a smile, saying, in the underworld, some qualities are rare. That night, Lupa led me to the east room, where there were many large black jars on the ground, looking like those used for pickling vegetables. Lupa told me to turn around and not look. I only heard the sound of a jar lid opening behind me, followed by the sound of pounding medicine. Later, Lupa brought over some gauze and smeared a lot of black medicinal juice on my swollen finger, which had a very strong fishy smell. To be honest, I still don't know what was in that black jar at that time. I once guessed it might be scorpions or geckos or something. After applying the medicine Lu Pa made for me, my finger didn't hurt that night. After spending the night at Li Jing's house, the next morning when I removed the gauze, my finger had already reduced in swelling, which was miraculous. Lu Pa saved my life, and Li Jing saved my life. I wanted to repay their kindness. I secretly called Li Jing out and said to her, "Thank you. Li Jing, I, Xiang Yunfeng, will help you. I will help you and your mom pay off that 50,000 yuan with my own money." Li Jing immediately burst out laughing. "Xiang Yunfeng, are you talking nonsense? 50,000 yuan, your own money? You wouldn't earn enough in 10 years. I didn't blame her for not believing me. I secretly kept this matter in my heart. Later, I asked about her dad's situation, asking what business her dad was in and how he lost so much money. Hearing me ask about this, Li Jing's expression immediately turned sour. After I pressed her repeatedly, she finally revealed the truth. Li Jing's dad was named Li Mingquan, who was originally the director of a brick factory in Shand. In the past 2 years, there was a government project in Shand, which involved building a large number of public toilets and garbage transfer stations around the city, moat to prevent people from casually throwing garbage and urinating in the river. Li Mingquan had a good mind and discovered the business opportunity, so he became the raw material supplier for this project through bribery. Don't underestimate a public toilet. If it is well operated, it can be as profitable as those hollow pipe projects, not to mention there are many public toilets and garbage stations. Through this project, Li Mingquan made a fortune, roughly around 100,000. For the Li family, this was originally a good thing, but Li Mingquan had a hobby. He liked to buy antiques, and he was the kind of person who pretended to understand but didn't really know anything. A fool pretending to be an expert. At this time, the domestic antique market was in a comprehensive rising period, and many items had a new price every year. Li Mingquan made a fortune from the project, and many people knew about it, knowing he loved buying antiques, so 3 people teamed up to prepare to scam him. How to scam Li Mingquan out of a big sum. 2 words, set a trap. These 3 were small vendors from the nearby antique market. They first hired someone to dig a big pit on the northern Go Mountain. Then the 3 of them dug a tomb passage in the pit. They bought a large pile of fake antiques from the antique market, including gold, jade, porcelain, stone carvings, wooden carvings, etc. Of course, the gold was copper. The jade was stone powder pressed with a lathe, and the porcelain and stone carvings were all new, all fakes. To make the tomb look more realistic, whenever it rained, they would dig ditches on the mountain to direct a large amount of rainwater into the fake tomb. After soaking in water, the grave was filled with mud, and a large pile of fake antiques was buried in it. After months of careful planning, feeling that the timing was right, they approached Li Quanming. Li Quanming wasn't very perceptive, but he knew one thing. Good antiques could be worth a lot of money. The 3 of them took Li Quanming to the fake tomb, and when he saw the gleaming gold artifacts sticking out of the mud, his eyes widened. They dared to set a price and told him, "Bossly, if you want them, everything in this tomb is yours for a flat price of 200,000. After some haggling, Li Quanming settled on 160,000 to acquire these items. He not only used up his savings, but also borrowed tens of thousands from outside. Eventually, everything was dug out, but the 3 men had long disappeared. Li Quanming thought about selling a few items to see how it went, but as expected, no one wanted his goods. Nearly 100 burial items in one tomb were fake, worth no more than 1,000 yuan in total. Without sales, there was no money. But he had to repay the borrowed money, which also accrued interest. Within 6 months, the principal and interest had ballooned to 50,000 yuan. The creditors came knocking daily, and he had no choice but to abandon Li Jing and her mother and run away, now hiding who knows where. With him gone, Li Jing and her mother naturally became the main targets of the debt collectors. After all, you can run from a monk, but not from the temple. That's why I could witness the scene of them demanding repayment the day before yesterday. After finishing with her father's story, Li Jing lowered her head and said, "Xiang Yunfeng, I plan to drop out of high school after graduation and go work in an electronics factory. I know a sister who says you can earn 600 yuan a month there." Heavily burdened, I returned to the hotel, still thinking about Li Jing's situation and how to help her repay her debts quickly. Wang Batu and Sun Laosan were at the hotel, while Sun Lair and a mole were nowhere to be seen. I noticed Wang Batu's face was not looking good, so I asked him what was wrong. Did they find the main burial chamber? Sun Laosan and Wang Batu were both smoking, their expressions dark and intimidating. Sun Laosan threw away his cigarette and said, "Ergu is missing. He disappeared in the pit last night." Chapter 16. Reinforcements missing? Batu. How could a living person just disappear? It took me a while to process it. Wang Batu and Sun Laosan looked grim, clearly troubled. Sun Laosan recounted the events in fragments. Compared to the Dong Ear Chamber, the West Ear Chamber hadn't yielded anything substantial, which had always bothered Sun Lair. So they decided to act separately while working at night. Sun Lair suggested that there might be hidden compartments under the West Ear Chamber where those bronze and jade items could be buried. Sun Laosan, being relatively calm, mocked his brother, saying, "I think you've lost your mind, Ergu." Wang Batu made a deduction about this strange incident, firmly believing that the main burial chamber and coffin couldn't just vanish into thin air. He speculated that perhaps due to an earthquake and years of waterlogging, the main burial chamber had collapsed. Therefore, he believed that the main burial chamber of this Western Zhou tomb should still be buried underground. This situation turned into a tomb within a tomb, making it even more challenging. What is a tomb within a tomb? This situation, while not rare, is particularly common in historically earthquake-prone areas. In simple terms, it is an evolution caused by natural disasters. The main burial chamber sinks and collapses, and the depth and position of this movement have no predictable pattern. To find it, luck accounts for 60 and skill for 40. Recently, the Sanxingdui site suddenly gained fame. Some people may not know that the Sanxingdui civilization site was discovered by the National Archaeological Team in the 1930s. After years of excavation, they still missed several major pits. It wasn't until recently that they were accidentally discovered. This is a classic example of how natural disasters like earthquakes can cause burial offerings and sacrificial pits to shift significantly, turning into a tomb within a tomb. This is why the post-00s and 90s generations were lucky enough to witness the excavation of the gold masks of the ancient Shu kingdom. Sun Lair went missing in the pit, in the west ear chamber. Who knows if he fell into some hidden dark hole or a trap? His life or death was uncertain, and as his brothers, the eldest and the third were bound to look for him. Live, we must see him. Dead, we must see the body. They all spent the night without sleep. A few times, Sun Laosan appeared agitated, saying he wanted to go down to the tomb alone to look for him, but Wang Bada stopped him. Old 3, as the team leader, I'm more anxious than you about Gu's disappearance, but that doesn't mean we should act recklessly. You've always been calm. Let me ask you, how many people in this line of work have encountered such situations? So, Old 3, we still need to ask for help. Huh, ask for help? I curiously asked Badu. Are we going to report it to the police? Let the police find Gu? Wang Bada shot me a glare and said, Yunfeng, has a donkey kicked your head? Report it? Do you want to go in and eat 10 years of cornbread? Scolded, I stammered and had no way to rebut. Wang Badu said we should not worry. He said he was looking for someone to help, and he specifically instructed me to keep an eye on Sun Laosan and not let him sneak off to the tomb alone until his reinforcements arrived. After a sleepless night, the next morning, while I was brushing my teeth in the yard, I didn't see that woman with the mole. I wondered where she had gone. Yunfeng, go out and buy a steamer of soup dumplings for third brother, and get a bowl of wontons too. Sun Laosan's voice suddenly came from behind me. After spitting out mouthwash, I turned around and said, no way, third brother, Bada told me to keep an eye on you. He said you can't leave until the helpers he finds arrive. Sun Laosan's face turned a shade of blue and red. Damn it. He kicked over the trash can in the yard. In the morning, I acted like a doorman, following him closely wherever he went, strictly carrying out Badu's orders not to let him sneak off to find someone. I didn't expect that a tough guy could cry. I saw Sun Laosan crouched over the table in the room, crying, murmuring, no matter where you are, Gu, you must hold on. You won't be in any danger. Around 3 in the afternoon, 2 people arrived at the hotel, a man and a woman. The man wore sunglasses and had a buzz cut, looking lean and wiry, while the woman appeared to be in her 30s, with a frosty expression. Upon seeing Badu, he introduced them to me. Yunfeng, let me introduce you. This is the Yao siblings. They are well known in the business. Their uncle is a big name in our line of work, Master Yao. At that moment, I felt that this man and woman were impressive because their aura was different. I didn't know who Master Yao was when Badu first mentioned him. I only had the chance to meet him a few times later. This man was extraordinary. He also had a background in the business, but ended up with a not-so-good fate. If anyone is interested, you might want to search for Master Yao on Baidu. His tomb raiding stories could fill a book, and I know more about him than you might think. If I were to speak solely about him, it could take 3 days and nights without end. Wang Bada brought these 2 in mainly because of the woman. She had studied international archaeology abroad and had a deep understanding of traps in large tombs, diamond seal stones, quicksand, and fire traps. Her skills could help us. Don't think I'm talking nonsense. It's just that most people haven't seen these things. The traps, toggle stones, and quicksand in those large tombs genuinely exist, and many are still functioning normally. Here are 2 real-world examples of large tombs with anti-theft measures. The tomb of the first emperor has mercury rivers, and the earthen mounds are rare in the world, standing at a height of 150 meters. Even today, 2,000 years later, the mercury content in the soil beneath Mount Li is still over 300 times the normal standard. This is a measure to prevent tomb robbery. Ancient people did not have gas masks, and once a tomb was breached, they could be poisoned to death within 5 minutes. Now let us talk about Qianling, the joint tomb of Empress Wu Zetian and Emperor Gaozong. To this day, I believe Qianling is the best protected imperial tomb in history, even surpassing the tomb of the first emperor at Mount Li. Who among the insiders doesn't want to take a look inside Qianling? Just mentioning Wang Shiji's Lantingi, 80% of it is believed to be in Li Ji's coffin. If anyone could get in, let us just say their descendants for 30 generations would not have to worry about food and drink. But the problem is, it's impossible to enter. Qianling spans Russian and Liangshan. One night when I was 24, I secretly went to take a look, standing at the top of Russian. If it happened to be a starry night, you could see that the mountain ranges of Russian and Liangshan are perfectly aligned with the Big Dipper in the sky. What does this signify? In terms of feng shui and star astrology, this is called the longevity domain for 10,000 years. It is said that the blueprints for Qianling were drawn by Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. two feng shui masters who were also the highest officials in charge of observing the heavens and ensuring the fortune of the nation under Wu Zetian. The officials of the Astronomical Bureau. Historically, there have been over 70 recorded attempts to rob Qianling, among which 17 were the most famous. General Wen Tao led 3 battalions to excavate Qianling, but on that day, there was a thunderstorm and several people were struck dead by lightning. During the Huang Chao Rebellion, the rebels, lacking military funds, mobilized 400,000 troops with shovels to dig Qianling, but they ended up splitting Liangshan in half without finding anything, and even today, the area is still known as Huang Chao Ditch. This is what you call as solid as a fortress. Chapter 17. Encounter. Now let us talk about this man and woman. The man is named Yao Wentz, and the woman is named Yao Yuman. Old Sun explained the situation to them, and Wang Batu shared his opinion as well. Yao Yuman nodded and said, Wang Batu, you're not wrong. Our thoughts are similar. It's impossible for a living person to just disappear. It's likely that they fell somewhere below. Wang Batu asked Miss Yao, are you suggesting that there is still space beneath the west ear chamber? Then why didn't old 3 find anything on the surface before? Yao Yuman shook her head, saying, not necessarily. Wang Batu, look. She took out paper and a pen and drew a cross shape on the white paper. Pointing to the cross diagram, she said, Wang Batu, this is the common format of Western Zhou tombs. You said that besides the east and west ear chambers, the path ahead is blocked. And you didn't find the main burial chamber, right? So, it's not a cross anymore. It's a character shape, right? Wang Batu looked at the sketch on the paper, contemplating. You mean that the front part has sunk down? That's not right. If that were the case, how could it not be seen? The woman shook her head, her expression cold as she said, Batu, have you ever heard of the burial method called soul descending to the earth, or sheep intestine path? Sheep intestine path. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How is that possible? This anti-theft burial method was only invented during the Han Dynasty, right? This is a Western Zhou tomb. The woman turned to look, perhaps surprised by my youth, and after hearing my words, she seemed a bit taken aback. Then she smiled and said, little friend, you have quite a bit of knowledge. Let me tell you, your statement isn't completely accurate. The sheep intestine path was popularized during the Han Dynasty. Note that it was popularized, not invented. This method already had its embryonic form in the late Shang Dynasty and was applied in the early Western Zhou. The sheep intestine path of the Han Dynasty pales in comparison to that of the Western Zhou. Her words refreshed my knowledge. This wasn't mentioned in the books. And I truly didn't know. I even suspected that this woman was just talking nonsense. But since she was a skilled person brought by Wang Batu, I didn't dare to underestimate them. At this time, the man wearing sunglasses, who had been listening all along, spoke up. He shook his head and said, perhaps you're looking in the wrong direction. You've only checked the sides, but overlooked the stone wall directly in front. Wang Batu opened his mouth to say he believed him. If that is the case, shall we act tonight? You probably didn't bring enough tools in a hurry, right? What do you need? I'll have someone prepare it. The man shook his head, saying, no tools are needed. We have prepared. We don't know what the situation is below, so make sure to prepare more provisions. It's better to be safe. We'll go down the pit after dark. All right, good. Wang Batu turned to me and instructed, Yin Feng, go prepare some fresh water and compressed biscuits, and come back before dark. Tonight, you and old 3 will follow these 2 and listen to their instructions, then go down to find old 2. Batu, aren't you going? I asked him in confusion. He shook his head and said, I can't go. I feel that someone has noticed thee in these past few days. For the safety of the team, I must stay above to oversee the situation. Oh, fine. I nodded, somewhat understanding. Wang Batu was very generous. He gave me 1,000 yuan to buy provisions and food, and also told me to buy the best waterproof flashlights and small knives, saying that this time would be long, and in case the headlamp malfunctioned, we would have a backup. We couldn't work in the dark. In the afternoon, I took the 1,000 yuan and ran out to buy things. 200 meters behind Shun number 3 middle school, there was a very large hardware store, the biggest in Shun. I directly told the owner, I want to buy the best strong waterproof flashlight. The store owner was a middle-aged man. Surprised, he said, little student. The best waterproof flashlight is a German brand, military grade, and it's not cheap, over 200. I immediately pulled out a wad of cash. I want to buy 4. 4. The owner's eyes widened. Kid, you really have money. Wait here, I'll get them for you. Xiang Yinfeng, what are you doing here? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind, and I turned to see Li Jing and one of her female classmates. Seeing the thick wad of cash in my hand, Li Jing exclaimed, Xiang Yinfeng, you're so rich. What business does your family do? After she spoke, her classmate also looked at me curiously. I stammered, blushing, at a loss for words, not expecting to run into Li Jing here. I waved my hand and lied. It's nothing. My parents just do a little clothing business. Haha. Oh, is that so? Li Jing ran out of the hardware store, looked around, and waved to me. Xiang Yinfeng, come out. I need to talk to you. What is wrong, Li Jing? She pulled me to a corner. Unexpectedly, Li Jing suddenly grabbed my hand. The girl looked up at me with watery eyes and said, Xiang Yinfeng, I know your family is wealthy. Can you lend me 50,000 yuan? By the end, her voice grew softer. Before I could respond, Li Jing bit her lip and said, as long as you lend me the money, I will be yours. I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. She suddenly hugged me tightly, crying, I'm begging you. The debt collectors came again last night, and even hit my mom, saying if I don't pay back the money, they'll throw my mom into the river. This was my first time hugging a girl, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Li Jing was crying harder, genuinely scared. After all, she was still just a girl under 18. She saw me casually take out 1,000 yuan and thought my family was doing big business. Seeing that I was silent, Li Jing gritted her teeth and said, "If you're unwilling to help me, then I'll sell myself. I'll go be with old men." I was startled and hurriedly said, "Please don't do that. I'll help you." Hearing that I would help, Li Jing stopped crying. She touched my hand and said, "Then when will you give me the 50,000? Can you wait a week?" I thought about going down the pit first, and after finding old two, I would borrow money from Badu. Li Jing immediately said anxiously, "No. Those people said they would only give our family 3 days. It's already been 2 days. I need to use it tonight." After saying goodbye to Li Jing, I carried the things I had bought, feeling heavy-hearted as I walked back. I didn't know how to bring this up with the boss, because I had no money, and certainly not 50,000. But Li Jing and her mother had saved me. When I returned, Yinfeng asked me if I had bought everything. Yes, I bought it. I nodded and placed the bag on the table. The boss was sitting in a chair, sipping tea while blowing air. I hesitated several times, unable to speak. Chapter 18. The initiation at 8:30 that night, 3 hours before departure. I knelt on the ground, not daring to look into the boss Wang's eyes. There was no need to hide it from him, so I truthfully told him about the difficulties faced by Li Jing's family. The light bulb in the room was dim, casting a yellowish glow. Wang, expressionless, was smoking a cigarette while looking at me, and the atmosphere between us felt somewhat heavy. Taking a deep breath, I decided to go for it. I bowed deeply to Wang, saying, "The Li family saved my life, and now they are in trouble. I, Xiang Yunfeng, am grateful and want to help them tonight, regardless of the consequences. Please lend me 50,000. After saying this, I bowed again. Upon hearing my words, Wang extinguished his cigarette and shook his head, saying in a low voice, "Yunfeng, 50,000 is not a small amount. This is the savings of an ordinary family for nearly 10 years. I can lend you the money, but you have to agree to one condition." "Please speak, boss." I replied seriously. "You don't need to know the condition right now. Just remember that you owe me this debt. In the future, you will repay me, Wang Xiansheng. This debt. Do you agree?" Wang looked at me with clear eyes. I agreed at that time, doing it for Li Jing. Wang then went to his room, and after about 10 minutes, he returned with a bulging plastic bag. He gently placed the bag on the table. "Yunfeng, this is 50,000, every penny of it. Take it." He pushed the bag towards me. It had some weight. Inside the black plastic bag was money wrapped in layers of newspaper. Carefully peeling back a corner of the newspaper, I saw so much money for the first time, and my heart raced. I quickly covered the newspaper again, not daring to look further. Before leaving, the boss stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Yunfeng, remember the time. Come back before midnight. Also, among us who mix in the underworld, fairness is key. I give you money, and you owe me, Wang Xiansheng, a debt. Similarly, the girl you help also owes you. I cannot guarantee your safety down there. In our line of work, you have to be open-minded, bold, and carefree. Yunfeng, if you feel like you're at a loss, just take her." Wang's tone was indifferent, but I felt a long-lasting turmoil inside. Should I listen to the boss? If I did that, wouldn't I become a little hoodlum and a rogue? The boss said the rules of the street involve give and take, but this didn't seem like a rule at all. Carrying the black plastic bag filled with money, I was weighed down by a mix of emotions: excitement, fear, exhilaration, and worry. Images of Li Jing bending over in her Donald Duck pajamas and what she had told me in the afternoon kept flashing in my mind. Bang, bang. I knocked on her door directly. Creak. The door opened a crack, and I saw half of Li Jing's face. I held up the plastic bag, excitedly saying, "Li Jing, I brought the money. You don't have to be afraid of anyone coming to collect debts anymore. Hurry, let us go outside." Li Jing's face lit up with joy as she grabbed my hand and ran towards the arch bridge. The river flowed, the moon was crescent-shaped, and beneath the shunned arch bridge stood a boy and girl. "Li Jing, quickly look at this 50,000. You can return this money to those people, and you and your mom will be fine." I handed her the plastic bag. In the moonlight, she opened the newspaper in the bag and took a look. As she did, her eyes turned red. Li Jing hugged me tightly, saying, "Xiang Yunfeng, thank you, you're so kind." She held me tightly. I could clearly feel the warmth of the girl, her softness, and her curves. My face flushed bright red, very intensely. Li Jing buried her head in my arms, whispering, "I keep my word. I'm yours now." It might sound a bit cheesy now, but at the time, it was all real, especially since we were both young. If this were to happen now, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Just try bringing a brand new iPhone to high school. The young girls are so open. Just a hug can make them blush, and I'm just the coward. That night, well, later on, I ended up going to a small hotel with Li Jing in a daze. I won't go into too much detail about the embarrassing moments in between. I just ran away afterward. Looking back now, I regret it. It feels like I missed out on a beautiful time. Shunned, 12:14 at midnight. The entire city was dark, except for 2 red dots glowing halfway up Fei Mountain. Brother Sun flicked his ash and said in a deep voice, "That's settled then. Everyone check the walkie-talkie battery. I'm going down with you to find someone. The second one is my brother. I can't sit still. As for the lookout, I'll leave that to the boss to arrange." Wang didn't say anything, just nodded in agreement. So, I, the boss, the third one, and the Yao siblings. A group of 5 went down the pit, leaving the safety above to Wang. Sliding down the theft tunnel, it was very dark in the pit, so I turned the brightness of my headlamp up a bit. When we reached the large tomb's capstone, the woman Yao Yuman stopped, crouching down to touch the stone capstone, letting out a soft sound. Yao Jia, what's wrong? I sweetly called out. She shot me a glare. Hey, you little brat, call me Yu Jia, not Yao Jia. That sounds too unpleasant. I quickly corrected myself. Oh, Yu Jia, what's wrong with this stone capstone? She got straight to the point, saying, this Western Zhou tomb is a bit strange. This kind of slate is very rare in the southern regions, almost non-existent. It's likely brought over from the Luoyang and Shanxi area. I thought about it carefully, and the more I thought, the more alarmed I became. It was indeed like that. Previously, our attention was drawn to the burial items, and we hadn't noticed this at all. This woman had a keen sense of observation. This type of stone is similar to the ones found in the Longmen and Yungang grottos. Not very hard, but has good expansibility. In other words, it is stable. Under thermal expansion and contraction, it wouldn't crack. What shocked me was the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. Did the craftsmen of the Western Zhou 3,000 years ago understand this? The bronze vessel pulled from the West Ear room had the inscription Jia Ho Dai Zi written on it. The boss said it was translated by someone he had connections with at the Archaeological Institute, so it shouldn't be wrong. There's no such stone in the south. Stones won't grow legs and run here for thousands of miles on their own. The only explanation is human transport, for thousands of kilometers. Such a massive project of a blue stone capstone, spanning the Yangtze River north and south, how much manpower and resources would it require? How many horses and carts would be consumed? Historical records say Jia Ho was a small feudal lord from the early Middle Western Zhou period in the south, and there's no record of his fief or heirs. But if that's the case, how could a small feudal lord have such immense financial and material resources? The enormous blue stone capstone before me is proof. I secretly speculated that the true identity of Jia Ho might have been misidentified. In other words, there are inaccuracies recorded in the historical texts. Chapter 19, Beetles. Tomb robbing is not just a child's game. It also requires scientific reasoning. And it's certainly not like what is depicted on television, with corpses everywhere and zongzi bouncing around, and corpse beetles crawling all over. After thousands of years, most bones would have decayed into dust. Following the passage down into the tomb, Sister Yu swung her headlamp back and forth, observing some details that we might have overlooked. It's no wonder that people in the tomb robbing community say that Master Yao is impressive. Just looking at Yao Yuman, this woman is not simple. When she reached the end of the passage, she stared at the stone wall for a while and discovered a problem. Look here, she said, squatting in the northwest corner of the stone wall and beckoning us over. Yuman, is this writing? Yao Wentz, who had been quiet before, said at this moment. I curiously squatted down to take a look. Where Sister Yu was pointing, a section of the stone skin had peeled away, and after the water in the pit receded, some mud had dried up in the corner, and I vaguely saw what looked like writing. She took out a bottle of water from her bag and poured a little on the wall. The stone wall absorbed the water quickly, and after rubbing it with her hand, a series of carved characters slowly emerged. These are ancient gold characters in the ninefold seal. Sun Laodao exclaimed when he recognized the writing. Sister Yu frowned tightly. What a strange tomb. To my knowledge, this type of writing had already fallen out of use by the late Shang dynasty. How could it still be used in the Western Zhou? We poured more water. Then we discovered that the entire stone wall was intricately carved with ancient gold characters in the ninefold seal. Everyone was startled, and Sun Laodao immediately proposed a hypothesis, asking if this could possibly be the tomb owner's epitaph. Exactly, could it be the epitaph? Old 3 echoed. Sister Yu shook her head after the shock, saying it was unlikely, as epitaphs hadn't become popular in the Western Zhou. Have you considered that this wall could possibly be a door? A door? What do you mean? I didn't understand. Sister Yu took out a powerful flashlight from her bag, feeling the stone wall, inch by inch. The rest of us helped feel around as well. After searching for a long time, we had touched the stone wall up and down, back and forth several times. But aside from those incomprehensible ninefold seals, we found nothing. Sun Laodao coldly said, Old 3, do you have any blasting caps in your bag? Big brother, I brought 4. Install them and blow this open for me. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Sun Laodao's eyes. Are you crazy? Sister Yu stood up to stop him. Using explosives in the tomb passage is one thing. But you want to bury us all alive? Then what do you suggest we do? Old 3 remained relatively calm. Let's look around nearby. If it really is a stone door, the Western Zhou craftsmen should have left some hidden spaces when they sealed the door. Otherwise, they would have locked themselves inside. Sister Yu, I raised my hand wanting to speak. Everyone turned to look at me. Taking a deep breath, I pointed to the west and said, Sister Yu. In the corner of the west chamber, there's a big ceramic jar, and underneath it, there's a black hole that seems quite deep. Let's go check it out. She nodded and walked directly toward the west chamber. When we reached the west chamber and saw the big jar, Sun Laodao walked over and pushed aside the blue stone slab covering the jar. Upon seeing the black hole at the bottom of the jar, he turned back and asked me, Yin Feng, how did you know about this? Looking at the black hole, I said with lingering fear, Big brother, you don't know. I pulled out a human bone from below that day, and it still smelled bad then. But today, I don't know what happened. It's gone. Also, big brother, There are biting corpse beetles down there, so you mustn't reach in. Old 3 asked in confusion. What are corpse beetles? What are they? Aren't the things that bite you snakes? No, it's not. I shook my head vigorously. It's definitely not a snake. I can feel it. Zio Yunfeng. Are you talking about the beetles with a white antenna on their heads? A bit like a large unicorn beetle? Sister, you said with a cold face. I didn't see that thing that night, but Lupa told me about it. She said corpse beetles have white antennae, and that matches what she said. I thought for a moment and said, maybe. Seeing me nod, Sister Yu and Yao Wence's faces suddenly turned pale, very obviously. What's wrong, Yao girl? Old 3 asked her. Taking a deep breath, she looked at me and said, you can call that thing a corpse beetle if you want. I heard my uncle say that thing only lives for 2 or 3 months and can only survive by eating decaying flesh. It's a very rare burrowing poisonous insect. This only indicates one thing. She pointed at the ceramic jar with a frosty expression. Underneath it, there is a 90% chance of a dead person. And the time of death is definitely no more than 3 months. Step aside. Yao Wens took out a hollow iron rod from his bag. It wasn't long and had a hole at the end, though I didn't know what it was for. I saw him take the end of the rod and poke it down towards the bottom of the jar. After more than 3 minutes, like fishing, he carefully pulled the rod back. To our surprise, the end of the rod brought up 2 flat, large beetles. Everyone was startled because the beetles looked strange, and no one had seen anything like them before. These 2 flat beetles had many legs, comparable to a centipede, and besides their mouthparts, there was a white antenna about 1 centimeter long on their heads, similar to an old man's white beard, making them look both ugly and strange. Be careful. Don't get bitten. This thing is poisonous, Sister Yu reminded us. The flat-headed man, Yao Wens, swung the rod and stepped on them. The 2 beetles were instantly crushed, and yellow-green juice squirted out, giving off a foul smell. Old 3 swallowed hard and said, what's next? Are we going to crawl down through this? The diameter of the jar was large. I estimated that as long as it wasn't a big fat person, normal-sized men and women should be able to crawl down. I was also thinking, could second brother have crawled down there himself? Crawl? Are you out of your mind? These beetles are poisonous, and we don't know how many more are down there. Going down is just looking for death. Sister Yu shook her head, mocking Old 3. Old 3 might have been a bit angry. He squinted and asked, oh, Yao girl, what do you propose? Sister Yu snorted coldly. That's right. I took money from Wang Baotou, but my brother and I are here only because of my uncle's face. I came to help find people, not to risk my life with you. If you are going down this hole, you all go. My brother and I definitely will not. Hold on. We were fine just now. Why are we suddenly arguing? Seeing the atmosphere between the two was off, I hurriedly stepped in to mediate. How about we start a fire? See if we can burn all these ugly bugs. I made a suggestion. That night, on the hillside of Fei Mo Mountain, a strange sight appeared. I don't know whose ancestral grave was emitting smoke. Chapter 20. The Underground Palace. We burned the leaves and branches on the pit. Some were still damp, so the fire wasn't too large, but a lot of smoke was rising. I covered my nose with a cloth and said, is that enough, third brother? The fire was quite big for a while. After half an hour, most of the ceramic jar was blackened. Yao Wens poked down with the rod again. But this time he didn't bring up any corpse beetles. It should be effective. Who goes down first? Old 2 asked in a deep voice. I'll go. Old 3 gritted his teeth and said, I'll go down first to scout the way. What if second brother is right below? I can also save him. He clung to the edge of the jar and first tested the depth with his leg. It wasn't very deep. It seemed to be close to the ground. Suddenly, a sound of collapsing gravel came from below, and Old 3 exclaimed, hold on. Don't move around. I've got you. Yinfeng, come help. I hurried over and grabbed hold of Sun Laosan's other arm. Seeing this, the Yao siblings also rushed over to help, and together we pulled Sun Laosan, whose feet were dangling in the air, up. What happened, Laosan? Sun Laosan, once pulled up, said in a panic, that was close. I must have stepped on something that collapsed. Yao Yumin shone his flashlight downwards, revealing a pitch-black void beneath the earthen jar, where nothing could be seen. Sun Laosan, not giving up, suggested tying a rope and sliding down. Not knowing how deep it was, we tied a climbing rope around his waist. Be careful, Sangu. If anything feels off, shout, and we'll pull you back up immediately. Sun Laosan nodded with his headlamp on. He began to slide down the jar little by little. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, and soon the rope reached 10 meters. Yao Yumin frowned. Could it be a subterranean palace down there? How could it be so deep? Finally, when the climbing rope reached 18 meters, it stopped moving. Sun Laosan must have reached the end. The eldest brother couldn't stay calm. After all, his younger brother was missing in the pit. What good is just talking and guessing up here? What if there was a major earthquake in ancient times that caused it to sink 18 meters? You hold the safety rope. I'm going down to find Laosan. Sun Laoda said, pulling the rope up and starting to wrap it around his waist. I'm fine, brother. Come down and take a look. My God, I've never seen anything like this. Sun Laosan shouted from below. So, one by one, we slid down. I was the third from last. With the Yao siblings at the end, my grip wasn't strong, and the climbing rope was digging painfully into my hands. The hole was dark. Halfway down, I looked up. On the inner wall below the hole, there were several flat beetles crawling. Those were the corpse beetles that hadn't been burned earlier. When I shone my light on them, they remained motionless. I reminded the Yao siblings above. Then I slowly slid down the rope again. Next was Yao Yuman, and finally Yao Wen's. When Yao Wen's came down, he looped the rope around the jar, saying we would need it to return. Once we reached the bottom, the space was enormous. Not just me, but the Yao siblings and the Sun brothers were all stunned. It was extremely dark, so I shone my flashlight around. The surroundings were spacious, with stone walls. This underground area had definitely been man-made. In the darkness, visibility was poor, and the flashlight's beam was limited. Sun Laosan, who was ahead, noticed something first. He suddenly told us to stop, saying there were human bones on the ground. It's not surprising to find bones in a tomb. But what was strange was that the scattered white bones didn't seem very old, as they were still quite white. Upon closer inspection, there were leg bones, arm bones, and finger bones, but notably no skulls. Yao Jia, being bold, squatted down to take a look and said they looked like they were a few months to half a year old, not very long. I also found an empty Nongfu spring bottle on the ground. Despite many questions, such as the absence of skulls and clothing, we all momentarily agreed with Sun Laosan's theory after some whispered discussion. He speculated that on the very night we descended into the pit, a hole was discovered from an explosive device on the tomb passage's ceiling. Initially, we thought we had come up empty, that a local tomb raiding gang had gotten there first and stolen the burial items below. But the opposite turned out to be true. We found modern towels and evidence that others had come down, yet the western ear chamber was still rich with burial goods. We filled 7 or 8 large burlap sacks. And at that time, the second brother joked that the southern rats had turned vegetarian, kindly leaving us so much fat meat. Now that we were down here, seeing the Nongfu spring bottle and these bones, we speculated it should be related to the tomb raiders from a few months ago. How they died and how they got down here remained unknown. The only reasonable explanation was that they had turned on each other. At this moment, Yao Yuman took out a compass from her bag and started fiddling with it. Yao Jia, what is this? I asked, unable to understand. Kid, don't ask nonsense. Don't distract my sister now. You have no idea how much you don't know. Her brother Yao once shot me a cold glance. The compass had 2 long needles and 1 short needle. Strangely, even though no one was touching it, the short needle kept swaying back and forth on its own. Over there, Yao Yuman said, pointing northwest. I didn't understand at the time, but now that I've been in the field for a while, I can tell you that this kind of compass is specialized. The short needle is made of a material called Tian Tai, heavenly iron, a term used by ancient people. What we call it today is meteorite. This compass is used by the southern sect for selecting burial sites for Injai or tombs, involving complex feng shui and magnetic field knowledge that I can't explain in just a few words. Following Yao Yuman, we walked towards the northwest direction. Along the way, I saw several stone oil lampstands, and I guessed that thousands of years ago, this place must have been brightly lit. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we were stopped by a large stone door. The surface of the stone door was engraved with many intricate patterns and characters, densely packed, most of which were illegible, as if the carvings represented the culture of another world. In the center of the stone door were 4 characters, which weren't the previously seen 9-fold seal, but seemed to be bird seal, standing out more clearly. Do you recognize bird seal? Sun Laoda casually asked as he saw Yao Yuman staring blankly at the stone door. After a while, she came back to her senses and nodded with a pale face. This is as far as we can go, she said in a desolate tone. Sun Laoda frowned. What do you mean? Are you planning to back out? Yao Yuman nodded, her face still pale. This level has already surpassed the Mwangdui Han tomb. Those 4 characters mean Mustard Seed Palace. Behind this stone door lies several tons of heavy stone, and there's no way we can open it with just a few of us. You have inadvertently discovered something incredible. This is a national-level underground palace. Chapter 21. Helplessness, a national-level underground palace. This was Yao Yuman's exact words at the time. With the term national level, the artifacts unearthed would certainly also be of national significance. What constitutes a national-level cultural relic? For those of you who may not have much contact with antiques, let me put it this way. Unique and significant treasures of a great nation. This is what we call a national-level cultural relic. According to the classification of the Palace Museum, there are national-level relics ranked from first class A, first class, second class, third class, to general relics. Items like the gold-threaded jade burial suit are only classified as first class A because they are not unique. As of now, a total of 21 half-gold-threaded jade suits have been discovered. Those national-level artifacts must surpass items like the gold-threaded jade burial suit or the Chongqing Palace lantern. They are unique treasures of the nation, such as the Simuwa Ding, the 4-sheep square zun, the Zhengho E-chime set, the bronze blood square mount, and the galloping horse at a full gallop. Why did Yao Yuman feel like backing out at that time? In this era, such items could never leave the country. They could only circulate in the inland market, yet no one dared to collect them because regardless of which major auction you went to, no matter how impressive the buyers or collectors were, the final outcome was often the same: permanent storage in the National Museum. Once this thing is born, the authorities will definitely investigate to the end, and in the end, an additional lifelong permanent prison residence rights package will be given. Yao Wenzhong, known as the ghost eye who cuts the dragon vein, has been in the tomb raiding business for 46 years. On October 17, 2017, he was shot. And what ordinary people do not know is that it was because he touched something he shouldn't have. Yao Yuman wanted to withdraw because she was scared, but the Sun brothers were not happy about it. The atmosphere at that time was tense, with the short-haired Yao once looking fearful, and both sides were at odds. Swords drawn. You ask if I was scared then? To be honest, I was 7 parts scared and 3 parts curious. There's no need to say much about what I was scared of. What I was curious about was what the scene behind the stone door in the underground palace looked like. It was like facing an unknown world. What national-level cultural relics had yet to be revealed inside? It was unknown. At that time, we were just a small team from the northern faction. There were many more powerful gangs on the road than us. Even if we opened the underground palace door, even if we cracked the self-flowing stone and got inside, we couldn't bear the consequences. Because whatever was inside the stone door was like a time bomb. As long as you dared to take it out, dared to sell it, then it would be over. The signal on the intercom was poor, but I still told Wang the leader what was happening in front of me. There was silence on the intercom for a long time. Everyone, when the red light came on, Wang the leader's voice came through the intercom. Boss, third, Yinfeng. The Yao girl is right. This matter has exceeded our safe escape range. You guys come up. Second, no more searching. After hearing Wang the leader's words, the usually calm Sun the third was rubbing his hair, his eyes red, seemingly mad, constantly kicking the big stone door. Damn, fuck you. The huge stone door remained unmoved. Only a faint dust floated down from the air, and Sun the third weakly sat in front of the stone door, pulling his hair. My nose felt sour, and I was a bit uncomfortable. The second brother was the lively member of our team, and his sudden disappearance was ominous. We wanted to save him, but couldn't find any trace of him. He just vanished in this Western Zhou tomb. Besides that kind of pressure, we couldn't get inside for a very practical reason, which was because of the self-flowing stone behind the door. The self-flowing stone, also known as the sealing stone, is one of the basic methods used in ancient tombs to prevent theft. Many tombs have self-flowing stones. For example, the tomb of Emperor Shenzong Zhu Yijun, who was the Wanli Emperor, has a self-flowing stone that is 1.6 meters long. This is a kind of tomb mechanism. Some people study and invent mechanisms, and naturally, some study how to crack them. To break through such hard mechanisms to get inside, there are generally 2 methods, using clever tricks or brute force. A well-known incident was when Sun Dianying raided Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb. He encountered a self-flowing stone. At that time, Sun Dianying used brute force, relying on a battalion of strong men, and ultimately used hundreds of pounds of military explosives to blast open the door, breaking the self-flowing stone, and ultimately stealing valuable treasures like the luminous pearl, jadeite cabbage, and the 9-dragon sword. There's also another method, which industry insiders call the cow nose ring method. This is something Sun the third later told me. Have you seen the cow nose and the iron ring used to lead cows? It has a hollowed-out middle and small holes on both sides for tying a rope. Here is how it works. First, determine the position of the self-flowing stone behind the door. Then use a hammer and chisel to carve a cow nose shape on the surface of the door so that you can see the self-flowing stone pressing against it through the door gap. Then, you need to use a self-made tool called a semicircular dragon claw. The northern faction calls it a semicircular dragon claw, while the southern faction calls it a hook needle. Initially, the National Archaeological Team tried various methods, except explosives, but could not remove the 1.5-ton self-flowing stone behind the dingling stone door. In the end, they referred to ancient texts, and some say they even called upon tomb raiders serving prison sentences to help, which allowed them to open dingling intact. The semicircular dragon claw and hook needle sound complicated at first, but the principle is very simple. The hook needle is a metal object with a long handle on one end and a semicircular shape on the other. First, extend the hook needle through the door gap. Then place the circular part over the self-flowing stone, and use a rope to thread the hook needle through the carved cow nose groove. This way, you can ultimately pull the rope with force to the left or right from the outside. Once the position of the self-flowing stone inside shifts, the anti-theft mechanism is broken, and people can push the stone door open to enter. The self-flowing stone is just one of the most common mechanisms in ancient tombs. For thousands of years, since people began to believe in burial as a form of peace, tomb raiders and anti-tomb raiders have never ceased. Whoever has superior skills will laugh last. That night, around 3 in the morning, we climbed up from the tunnel to leave. Wang the leader's face looked very bad. Having been in this business for half a lifetime, he still had some sense in certain matters, even with a cow nose ring and rope. We 2 or 3 people couldn't pull open the sealing stone that weighed more than 2 or 3 tons. Wang the leader changed the original plan. He asked Sun the elder to quickly contact buyers to convert those 7 or 8 bags of bronze artifacts into cash as soon as possible, while on the other hand, he contacted a mole to have her people quickly figure out how to backfill the tunnel. We couldn't leave traces on site. We needed to quickly withdraw from Shund to avoid the storm. At the same time, Wang the leader sternly instructed us not to spread tonight's events to avoid bringing trouble upon ourselves. The 3 Sun brothers, who grew up together and made money together, suddenly lost one. Under the leader's urging, Sun the elder reluctantly began his work of selling rice jars, trying to turn those bronze artifacts into cash as soon as possible. We did not know when they would sell and turn into money. The days of waiting passed slowly, and Sun the third drank himself into a stupor every day to drown his sorrows. I saw that sometimes Sun the third would hold a bottle of liquor, half drunk and half awake, constantly talking to himself. In the past, at this time, the second brother was the happiest, shouting the loudest because they were about to share the money. Second brother, where are you? Come back and share the money. Chapter 22. Birthday celebration. Before Sun the Elder left, he only took one bronze artifact, saying it was a sample to show people. This time was different from usual. There were dozens of bronze artifacts stolen, and those without enough strength couldn't handle it at all. Wang the leader's idea was to dispose of them all at once. Quickly convert them into cash, and leave here. Unexpectedly, several days passed without any news, making our team anxious, wondering if something had happened. Whether Sun the Elder had been caught. During these days, Sun the Third rarely went out. He locked himself in the hotel room, drawing something on white paper every day. I had seen it a few times and could tell at a glance that the lines drawn on those white papers were the stone door of the underground palace. Sun the Third had experience with self-flowing stones before, but with such a large and heavy self-flowing stone, he was at a loss. I knew that his obsession with the sealing stone was self-deception and self-comfort. If we struggled to open it together, could he push it open by himself? He was in a hysterical state. To give a common example, it's like a person who only has $10 goes to the most expensive designer clothing store. The staff knows they can't kick the person out, so this person keeps trying on various styles of clothes they can't afford. Sun the Third is in this state now, and we didn't know how to enlighten him. On the third day, I went to find Li Jing because I suddenly remembered that it was her birthday. I wondered if there were still debt collectors bothering her at home. Anyway, I was just sitting around in the hotel. So I decided to go help Li Jing celebrate her birthday and give her a birthday gift. At that time, portable cassette players were very popular. Those plastic boxes that played tapes. Young people today have probably never used one, but back then, if someone had a portable player, they would intentionally show it off. Holding the half-kilogram device in one hand and letting the headphone wire dangle. You'd be the coolest person around, and many girls would turn to look at you. There were two songs that were particularly popular at the time. One was Mei Fei Say Woo by Sammy Chung, which had a catchy beat that was really addictive. The other song was The Girl Across the Street Look Over Here, sung by Rin Xianqi. The later hits like Mouse Loves Rice and Seeking Buddha were still a few years away. I spent over 300 yuan at a video store to buy a Sony cassette player, and of course, I had to buy some tapes. These things were really expensive back then. The Japanese really made a fortune selling them. I had saved this money from the allowance my dad gave me, so it paid me to spend it. In the year 2000, the Burial Love family was all the rage, with shamate hairstyles paired with ripped jeans, which looked ridiculous. But Li Jing was oddly interested in these things. When I arrived, Li Jing's mother had gone to work at the river management office, and Li Jing was home alone. I handed her the cassette player and said, "Happy birthday, Li Jing. May you grow more beautiful." "Thank you," Li Jing said, her face turning red as she accepted the player. For a moment, the atmosphere between us was a bit awkward because we both remembered what happened that night at the hotel. I had run away out of fear. After a moment of awkwardness, Li Jing suddenly looked up at me and said, "Yinfeng, you go to number 1 high school, right? I'm doing some math problems, and there are a few equations I can't solve. Can you help me? My mom said you should find some time to tutor me." At that moment, my face turned dark. How would I know any math methods? I wasn't even a student at number 1 high school. I had lied to her. I didn't know how to solve those equations, but I could dig graves, though I wouldn't dare teach her that. I took the paper and looked at the scribbles and incomprehensible symbols, sweating on my forehead because I couldn't understand anything. She handed me a ballpoint pen and said, "How do I do this, Yinfeng? Can you write out the steps for me?" I remember writing something on the paper, but I forgot the specifics. I think I drew a circle first, and then a square, just scribbling randomly. When Li Jing saw my masterpiece on the paper, her mouth dropped open, and she asked in confusion, "What method is this?" I lied and told her it was from a later lesson that she hadn't learned yet, and she'd understand it later. As we chatted, 2 of Li Jing's classmates came to celebrate her birthday. 2 boys, one with all his hair dyed red except for a tuft in front that was yellow, and he was wearing chain pants. He was a shamate kid. "Li Jing, happy birthday." The yellow-haired boy grinned as he handed over a small cake. Li Jing quickly took it and said, "Thank you, Wang Chong. You shouldn't have spent so much on me and bought me a cake." The yellow-haired boy brushed his hair off his forehead and said, "No big deal. It's just a small gift." Looking at this yellow-haired boy who was about my age, I felt a surge of anger. It was just a lousy cake, worth at most 30 yuan, while my Sony cassette player cost over 800. Li Jing didn't even think of it as a big expense, and I thought, what does your lousy cake count for? Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal at the Star restaurant by our school. I've booked a table for you, Xiaojing, the yellow-haired boy said, looking pleased with himself. "Thank you, Wang Chong. I haven't eaten yet either. Let's go, Yinfeng," Li Jing said, pulling on my arm. Seeing this, the yellow-haired boy looked a bit displeased and occasionally shot me a glare. The Star restaurant was right across from number 3 high school, mainly serving school leaders and wealthy students, and was considered a luxury restaurant in the area, second only to KFC in the eyes of students. The yellow-haired boy was clearly trying to impress Li Jing, and I estimated he probably spent a week's worth of food money on this meal. During the ordering, something funny happened that I have to share. I swear it was just like one of Xiao Xinyang's skits. When we started ordering, the yellow-haired boy said, "1 plate of garlic scallops," and the waiter replied, "Sorry, we're out of scallops today." The yellow-haired boy frowned and said, "Then 1 plate of white-cut chicken." The waiter said, "Sorry, the market is closed today, and we couldn't get any chicken." The yellow-haired boy slammed the menu and said, "What do you have at the Star restaurant?" The waiter smiled and said, "We have authentic home-style dishes. So we ordered home-style dishes, a total of 5 dishes: sour and spicy shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, braised eggplant, and scrambled eggs with chives, plus 3 bottles of Gianlibo soda. There were 4 of us. And it was obvious that the yellow-haired boy didn't offer me any Gianlibo. Come on, let's toast to Xiaojing's birthday. As soon as the dishes arrived, the yellow-haired boy wanted to clink glasses with Li Jing. Yunfeng, drink mine, Li Jing said, handing me her bottle. No need, I'll buy my own if I drink, I said, pushing it back to Li Jing. Seeing us whispering, the yellow-haired boy sarcastically said, Hey, kid, look at what you're wearing. It's all rags. And your hairstyle is so outdated. Have you ever drunk Gianlibo? Ha. My eyes turned cold, and I was about to get up and lose my temper. Just then, a familiar voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. Yunfeng, what are you doing here? I saw your face was off earlier. What's wrong? Seeing a few people walking over, I quickly stood up from my chair. It's nothing, Yujia. I'm just having a meal with some friends. Chapter 23. Brotherhood. Yao Yumin was accompanied by 3 steady-eyed men, all dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses, their hair meticulously styled, and they didn't say a word, just stood there. Yunfeng, is this your classmate? Yao Yumin looked at me with deep meaning in her eyes. I desperately tried to signal to her. She smiled and said, Since we ran into each other here today, Yunfeng, why don't you join us for a meal? I have something I want to discuss with you privately. After she spoke, she took out her flip phone and made a call. It's my brother. We'll be about half an hour late. As soon as the phone appeared, many people in the restaurant looked over, including the yellow-haired boy. At that time, those who could afford such things were considered wealthy. And especially with Yao Yumin accompanied by 3 men in suits, the yellow-haired boy gulped and dared not continue pestering me. Your friend is calling you. Go ahead, Yunfeng. We'll see each other later. Li Jing noticed my thoughts and generously let me go. In the luxurious private room on the 2nd floor of the Star Restaurant, many dishes gradually arrived, including fish and shrimp, real delicacies. Yao Yumin poured herself a glass of wine, took a sip, and looked at me. Yunfeng, what is your team plan to do next? I paused with my chopsticks in midair and cautiously glanced at the 3 men in suits next to me. It's fine. They are our people. Yao Yumin put down her wine glass. Sister Yu, the boss has already gone to work. The head meant to get out of here as soon as possible, I said seriously. Yao Yumin twirled her wine glass. That's best. Wang the boss knows the importance of timing. Remember, once you leave shunned, don't come back. I was puzzled, so I asked her why. After taking a bite of food, she put down her chopsticks and said, Our line of work is like the rivers and lakes in martial arts novels, with strategists, assassins, and warriors, plotting both dark and light schemes. You entered this field young. As long as you loyally follow Wang Xianxing, your future will be bright. Then she suddenly changed the topic. Do you believe there are mountain demons or gods in this world? I shook my head, not believing it. When people die, they go up to the sky. They don't die for millions of years. Where do demons and gods come from? I spoke with the wisdom of an old man despite my youthful appearance, which made Yao Yumin smile. She took out the Bagua compass and held it in front of me with one hand. For some reason, the 3 pointers on the compass suddenly pointed directly behind me at the same time. Seeing me in a daze, Yao Yumin teased, Yunfeng, there's a toothless old woman who starved to death standing right behind you. I didn't know if it was a psychological suggestion, but as soon as she said that, I suddenly felt a chill behind me. A man in a suit took off his sunglasses and shook his head. All right, Yumin, this kid doesn't look like an ordinary person. Don't tease him anymore. Yao Yumin put away the compass. Here, take this as a talisman, she said, giving me a necklace. The necklace was strung with red thread, and at the end dangled a small GU box filled with a crumpled yellow-red paper ball. Thank you, Yujia, I said, putting it around my neck to try it on. It fit quite well, and with my clothes covering it, only a bit of red string was visible from the outside. We chatted for a while longer, and Yao Yumin told me several stories about Wang Xianxing from the past, making me feel admiration and wonder when I could be so powerful and respected in this line of work. After eating and drinking to my fill, I bid farewell to Yao Yumin and packed a portion of food. At that moment, I noticed that Li Jing's table downstairs had also cleared out, so they must have gone back. On the way back, I occasionally pulled out the talisman to look at it. The more I looked, the more I liked it. Third brother, I'm back. I brought you something to eat, I said as I pushed open the door to the hotel room. Third brother? Third brother? Before me, the floor of the hotel was covered in crumpled white paper. Sun Lao San was lying on the concrete floor, surrounded by paper. I casually unwrapped one of the paper balls and took a look. The white paper was covered with many angles drawn with a pencil compass, along with a repeatedly drawn thick rope. Third brother, what is this? I asked, looking at the mess. Sun Lao San's face was pale, and he suddenly laughed while looking at the ceiling. I found it. Yunfeng, I found the way to open the Zilai stone. He suddenly sat up, grabbing my shoulder with excitement. It's the thick hook needle. We can pull it open with the thick hook needle. I shook my head. No, third brother. Even if the hook needle is thickened, it's still a tool, and tools need people to use them. We don't have enough people. I wasn't just talking nonsense. To open the Grand Tomb's underground palace beneath Fei Mo Mountain, there are roughly 3 methods we could try. First, gather 40 to 50 people to pull it together. Second, use hundreds of pounds of explosives to blow it open, but explosives might not work and could very likely bury us alive. Third, Report to the National Archaeological Team and let the authorities handle it. Given the current situation, we couldn't do any of these. And since Wang Baotou had already decided to withdraw, I thought Sun Laosan's tinkering was pointless. No. Sun Laosan picked up a piece of paper from the ground and excitedly pointed it out to me. I looked at it in confusion. There was a large basket drawn on the white paper along with 3 little calves, connecting it to the thick rope he had drawn earlier. A thunderclap rang in my mind. Third brother, are you thinking, huh? He laughed twice and said, that's right. If we add people and 3 calves, and thicken the hook needle and the rope, we can definitely pull the Zilai stone to one side. Shocked by his whimsical idea, I asked, 3 little calves? Can they pull? We can feed them. He replied, Yin Feng, think about it. The entrance to that hole is only that big. Larger things can't go down. We can use the basket to lower the calves down and let them grow by feeding them at the bottom. Sun Laosan's eyes sparkled after saying this. I touched his forehead. Third brother, are you okay? You're not running a fever, are you? He grabbed my hand and said, are we doing this, Yin Feng? Let's do it with me and the boss. Seeing his serious expression, I frowned. But what about the boss? He's already decided to withdraw. Third brother. Don't worry about the boss, just the 3 of us. But isn't it bad to keep this from the boss? He stood up, grabbing my shoulder. Yin Feng. The boss hasn't returned these past few days. Do you think he's still out there? In fact, he returned a long time ago, just in Shund. Late that night, Sun Laosan took me to a secret location, keeping it from Wang Baotou. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Sun Laoda, whom I hadn't seen for days. And to my surprise, that woman with the mole. We lit 3 sticks of incense, and under the witness of the woman with the mole, Laoda, Laosan, and I knelt on the ground together. Sun Laosan clasped his hands in front of the incense burner and said, this plan's future is uncertain, and the fate is perilous. If we end up buried in the tomb, we won't regret it. If we come out, all the law enforcement will come to catch us. We won't blame anyone. The Sun family values resting in peace, and even if Urge becomes a pile of bones, we will ensure he returns to his roots. I, Sun Liantian. I, Sun Lianqing. I, Xiang Yinfeng. The 3 of us spoke in unison. From this day forward, we become brothers, sharing blessings and bearing hardships together. The 3 of us bowed down and knocked our heads on the ground. A glimmer of something unusual appeared in the eyes of the woman with the mole. This truly was something beyond what people dared to think or do. Knowing there were tigers in the mountains, we boldly headed towards them. Chapter 24. The plan. Looking back on that scene from years ago, I felt a bit embarrassed. After all, what era are we in now? It's no longer fashionable to burn incense and bow to pledge brotherhood. But at that time, I was genuinely excited. This was a change in a man's mindset. 3 men, fearless of heaven and earth, began to freely plan our own scheme. All of Yao Yuman's advice and Wang Baotou's caution were thrown out of our minds. At that time, our thought was to do something big. We had to open that stone door and see what was inside. Later, Sun Laoda sold half of that pile of bronze artifacts. And the remaining half, including the bronze vessel with the inscription Jieho Dai Zi, was kept by Wang Baotou. On the day of dividing the money, we all gathered together, and of course, Wang Baotou didn't know about our secret plan. That was the first time I saw so much money. All packed in big plastic bags, with stacks of 10,000 yuan neatly arranged. At that time, we were still using the 4th series of RMB. The blue 100 yuan bills with 4 heads, wrapped in white paper for a bundle of 10,000. Laosan, this is yours. Laoda, this is yours. Xiaohong, this is for you and your younger brothers. You worked hard this time. The woman with the mole touched the plastic bag and smiled. Thank you, Baotou. Wang Baotou nodded and looked at me, pushing a plastic bag towards me. Yin Feng, you just entered the field and contributed quite a bit. This is yours. Don't think it's too little. Looking at the thick plastic bag, I gulped. Baotou, how much is this? 13,000, he replied calmly. My hands trembled even more. I had never seen so much money before, nor had I imagined I would. But Baotou, I still owe you 50,000. I was preparing to open the bag and take the money. No need. He waved his hand to stop me. The first deal after entering the field. How can I give it to someone else? It's unlucky, just hold on to it for now. We'll talk about that 50,000 later. Nodding without saying a word, I accepted it. This counts as my first pot of gold in life. Just this one deal's worth of money is equivalent to 3 to 4 years of income from my uncle's farm stay. Cats have their ways, and mice have theirs. I, Xiang Yinfeng, have made it big. As for the money for the second brother, Wang Baotou said he would temporarily keep it for a year. And if the person hadn't returned by then, it would be handed over to Sun Laoda. I was a bit curious about who bought our things. So later I asked Laoda, who said the buyer was very mysterious, a runner for the port. A runner for the port was a term used back then. They were just people who acted as intermediaries to run errands, and the real buyers were behind them. This type of person didn't connect directly with us. Everything was handled by the runner. This was because, at that time, the laws in Hong Kong were different from those on the mainland. Over there, bronze artifacts could be directly auctioned off, which was legal. That's why Christie's and Sotheby's had their headquarters in Hong Kong back then. That place was the largest dumping ground for tomb robbers in the country, by far. The first batch of people who got rich by flipping antiques were all very familiar with Hong Kong, including some you often see on TV. I know many of them. It's not that I intentionally belittle those people, but those who got rich doing this really didn't have a clean background. After splitting the money, Wang Baotou was about to leave Shund, and he asked where we planned to go. We had ulterior motives, so of course, we wouldn't tell the truth. Sun Lada spoke up. Badu, I've discussed it with Laos and Yunfeng, and we're planning to go to Dongguan to have some fun. Maybe for 5 to 6 months. We'll wait for you to arrange our next job then. Oh, you three are going to Dongguan together? Bada looked at us three with some surprise. Yeah, the three of us. Look, Batu, Yunfeng is already this big, yet he still doesn't understand anything. We're taking him to broaden his horizons. Although Lao Dao said this to deceive Batu, there was some truth in it. The industry of young women was in a period of explosive growth at that time. In 1999, the Beijing Chongqing Thai Catering Group was established. Many people don't know that the group's female boss was based in Dongguan. Beijing Chongqing later became Tianshang Renjian. At that time, there were the highest service standards in the country, one in Dongguan and one in Beijing, which is why Sun Laoda intentionally said they were going to Dongguan for fun. Bada believed it. He went back to Beijing the next day and told us to have fun and to wait for him to notify us when there was work. As for us, we naturally stayed in Shun to carry out our plan. We changed our place of residence and didn't go anywhere. On Famao Mountain, near the tomb area, there were over 20 acres of rice fields. Laoda pretended to be an outsider investor and bought them all in less than 20 days. Having money makes things easier. After buying the nearby rice fields, we had someone put up a layer of fence around the area, and our base was also at the foot of Famao Mountain. There used to be a few bungalows, but they were all torn down and turned into green space for Shunfeng Park. That night, we bought 3 calves, which Yike Ji specifically sourced. These calves were Charolais, known for their fast growth. They would grow to maturity quickly and be strong. We calculated that with good feed, a Charolais calf could grow to adulthood in as little as 5 months. To help us pull the stone gate, it would take about 4 months. Yike Ji found a cold-resistant tent and some living supplies, and that night we sent the calves down with ropes. Although they were calves, they weighed over 100 pounds. And the key was that they weren't cooperating, constantly kicking and bumping into us. We exerted a lot of effort, and by the end, we were all sweating. The entrance was just big enough for the calves. If they were any bigger, they wouldn't fit. In the tomb robbing business, not to say there won't be successors, but there has definitely been no one before this. Raising cows under a big tomb was a ridiculous method. I didn't even know how Sanji's brain was working at that time. We set up the tent below, hammered a stake into the ground, and tied the cows there. For those months, these 3 calves were like our ancestors. We practically begged them to eat feed, feeding them 8 times a day instead of 5, making sure they were well fed. The area outside the tomb was damp and humid, and San Laosan would crawl out of the tent every night to check on the calves. I only went down sometimes, mostly at night, secretly sending water, food, and cow feed down with ropes. After sending it down, I would cover the entrance with grass. During the day, I generally slept in the bungalows. I had a small telescope and would take it out to check if our fence was still standing. Sometimes Yike Ji would come to cover for me, and I would go for a stroll to find Li Jing. After 2 months, Li Jing entered her senior year. I bought 3 pounds of egg cake, and that day I went to find her as usual. However, when I arrived at her house, I found Li Jing sitting on the bed with her legs hugged, looking very pale. Xiao Jing, what's wrong? I brought you egg cake. Li Jing's face was deathly white. She bit her lip tightly and stared at me. Suddenly, she threw a pillow at me. Xiang Yinfeng, why did you lie to me? Wang Chong told me everything. You're not even a student at Yizhong. You're not even from Shund. You're a liar. A liar. She shouted at me with red eyes. I took 2 steps back. My hand trembled, and the egg cake fell to the ground, rolling all over. Chapter 25. Opening the door. Walking out of Li Jing's house, I felt somewhat lost. After all, I still didn't dare to say it out loud. I wasn't some top student from Yizhong. I was just a tomb robber, a criminal. And no one my age would dare to be friends with me. I couldn't forget the look in Li Jing's eyes as I left. What's wrong, kid? Lost your soul? Back in the bungalow at the foot of the mountain, Yike Ji was eating an apple. I forced a bitter smile and said, it's nothing, the wind is too strong. It made my eyes blurry. Yike Ji, holding the apple with one hand, looked at me suspiciously and laughed. You haven't even grown up yet. And you know what heartbreak is? Just forget it. She laughed so hard, she almost fell over. I was angry, so I glared at her and said, just eat your apple. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know the situation. I was upset not because she called me a kid, but because she told me to forget Li Jing. How could a decent person just forget? However, back then, it was indeed popular to post non-mainstream photos online. With melancholic expressions, messy hairstyles, adding some special effects to the photos, and writing a few words, forget love. Over the next month, everything was calm. I didn't dare to find Li Jing again. The calves that Lao Da and Lao San were feeding grew day by day, and we gave them the best feed. So they grew very quickly. The thickened cattle prod had long been prepared. This was made by Lao Da with a master craftsman from Luoyang, and it was exactly the size we needed. Besides feeding the cows, Sango would take a hammer and chisel and knock on the stone gate whenever he had time. After about 2 months, he finally managed to carve out a groove for a cow's nose on the stone gate. That night, we gathered in the pit, everything was ready. And everyone looked serious because tonight was the real deal. Using such a fantastical method to open the stone gate, whether it would succeed depended entirely on tonight. Sun Lao Da patted the calf. No, it couldn't be called a calf anymore. These 3 cows were now only a little shorter than me and were quite large. Perhaps because they were well fed, one of the cows even leaned its head against San Lao San. It's all up to you, buddy. He patted the cow's head. A mole managed to get the best quality climbing rope available on the market at that time. After several attempts, Big Sun finally got the hook needle stuck behind the self-falling stone through the door gap. He secured the hook needle on the ox nose ring and then tied it to the climbing rope. The rope was first looped around the neck of the 3 cows, and then we all picked up the remaining rope. After raising cattle for 100 days, we used them for a moment. Big Sun shouted angrily, "Pull." The rope instantly tightened. "Pull, pull." The 3 cows bellowed and pushed backward, and I, like a mole, exerted all my strength, my face turning red. Suddenly, a lot of dust fell from the stone door. "Hold on. Put in more effort. Open the damn door." Accompanied by this last roar, there was a huge noise from the large stone door behind us. The self-falling stone that was propping up the underground door was pulled down by us. A few of us collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Big Sun had lived in this dark tomb for a few months, and he was so excited now that he couldn't control himself. "We did it, we did it." He kept repeating this phrase. Months of persistence, along with the self-falling stone being pulled down, vanished like smoke. Without the self-falling stone, pushing open this stone door became very simple. After catching our breath, we all put our hands on the stone door, and with a push, it opened a crack. The sound of the stone door rubbing against each other was deep and low, like a chime from 3,000 years ago being struck. When it was wide enough for a person to squeeze through, we stopped pushing. Looking inside, it was pitch black, and I was the first to smell a fragrance. The same kind I smelled when I first entered the tomb, but this time it was obviously stronger, wafting towards me. The boss had said that this fragrance was not a good sign. After waiting for a while to ensure the air inside was circulating, Big Sun took the lead, and we all crawled in. It was very dark inside, but the boss was well prepared, and we lit the torches we had prepared earlier. Holding the torches high, I was stunned by the scene before me. What appeared in front of us was wood. To be precise, it was a lot of well-crafted wood, each about a meter long, and there were countless pieces, far more than thousands. These pieces of wood were inserted into each other in a regular pattern, standing over 10 meters high and more than 20 meters wide, layered like a hedgehog. Each piece of wood was coated with a black substance that looked like some kind of preservative paint. The scent of sandalwood was coming from the wood. Big Sun stared blankly at the pile of wood, realizing it was the yellow intestine pile that Yao Yumin had mentioned before. The Han Dynasty yellow intestine pile is simply incomparable to what was before me. It was like comparing a tractor to a Ferrari, losing in momentum and not being in the same league. None of us had seen the yellow intestine pile from the Western Zhou Dynasty. But according to the later Han Dynasty specifications, the innermost part of this might be the coffin of the tomb owner. In other words, the place we were standing was the main tomb chamber that had previously disappeared above. The pile of wood was like a giant hedgehog blocking our way. I frowned and asked Big 3, "This pile of wood is blocking the way. How do we get in?" Big 3, being experienced, thought for a moment and said, "Yunfeng, don't rush. This must have been artificially made by the craftsmen. Once they finish their work, they would have to find a way out. So there must be an inconspicuous path." After saying this, Big Sun raised the torch and began to carefully search for a space that a person could crawl into. And we all stepped in to help look. Earlier, I hadn't paid attention to the distance, but as I walked closer, I suddenly saw that many of the pieces of wood in the yellow intestine pile had grown a lot of black mushrooms, which were different from the ones we eat at home. These mushrooms had bizarre shapes, with caps resembling old people's faces, all wrinkled, and at a glance, they even had noses and eyes. A mole also discovered these mushrooms growing on the wood and was about to reach out to pick one to take a look. "Don't touch. Don't move that thing," Big Sun shouted. "You can't touch it. If I'm not mistaken, this kind of fungus should be something specifically mentioned in the burial scriptures. This is called Huangbai Laoyan, a very rare burrowing fungal medicinal material." Huangbai Laoyan? Medicinal material? I've never even heard of this thing. A mole retreated 2 steps and said to Big 3, "Didn't you say it's medicinal material? Why can't we touch it? Although it looks a bit strange." "No, it's not like that," Big 3 said solemnly. "Very few people have seen this thing. I estimate that Yao Yumin hasn't seen it either. The burial scriptures say that this plant grows in extremely mean places. In folk legends, it is used by Miao doctors to summon souls." Chapter 26, Summoning Souls. In the 1970s, Jilin University published a book titled World Fungi Popular Science. This book had poor sales and was only printed in the first edition. On page 142 of this book, there was a recorded strange fungus in the form of a rubbing, and that thing is Huangbai Laoyan. In the 10,000 Great Mountains of Guangxi, there are folk rumors that it is used to summon souls. Summoning souls is a kind of folk taboo. Different people have different opinions. Although I'm not a professional Taoist or sorcerer, I've seen some things with my own eyes, and I'll talk to you about them when I have the chance. Back to the point, when Big Sun first mentioned the word summoning souls, and considering we were currently in a grave, anyone would feel a chill in their heart, and a mole was no exception. A mole took 2 steps back and glared at Big Sun, saying, "Boss, can you say something auspicious? Don't you see where we are now?" After saying this, we all kept our distance from the fungi on the wood. At that moment, I felt a bit strange. The tomb initially emitted the fragrance of sandalwood, but the pile of wood made of cypress by the craftsmen from the Western Zhou Dynasty was clearly cypress. The reason cypress does not rot for thousands of years is that, firstly, this type of wood has certain preservative properties, and secondly, the preservative layer that has been applied With these two reasons, it can explain why the wood does not rot for thousands of years. But where did the sandalwood fragrance come from? Perhaps the coffin of the tomb owner was made of sandalwood? I was a bit uncertain. Everyone split up to find a place where the gaps between the wood were large enough for a person to crawl through. That might be the path the craftsmen left for themselves. Big Sun, holding the torch, looked at us and said, the few of us temporarily separated, about 6 or 7 meters apart, and we could all see each other. I held the torch and searched in the southwest corner of the pile of wood. I rubbed my eyes hard. I thought I was seeing things because I seemed to see a curled black shadow in the gaps between the wood. Rubbing my eyes and focusing again, there was nothing but wood. After all, I was still young and not very brave. So I felt a bit scared and unconsciously retreated 2 steps. Big 3, big brother, I called out. The torch only illuminated a small area in front of me, while the surroundings were very dark. I called out a couple of times, but no one responded. Swallowing hard, I slowly turned around while holding the torch. No one was there. A mole, Big Sun, Big 3. They had all disappeared into thin air. At this moment, a cool breeze suddenly blew in from somewhere, and my pupils dilated. My lips trembled as I shouted, Big 3, big brother, Hongjia. Still, no one replied, and in this enclosed space, there wasn't even an echo. The surroundings were pitch black. My first reaction in my mind was, did I encounter a ghost wall? When I was young, I often heard the elders in the village talk about the ghost hitting the wall, saying that ghosts play tricks on people. If you wander around inside, you might fall to your death or drown, spending your whole life going in circles. I became frightened, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. Yunfeng, what are you doing there? Suddenly, someone spoke to me from behind. I would never forget that familiar voice. It was my second brother. Second brother. I turned around suddenly, holding the torch. There was nothing behind me, just darkness. My face turned pale as I took 2 steps back, reaching into my pocket to pull out the talisman that Yumamin had given me, tightly clutching it in my palm. The talisman from the small box still had my body heat lingering on it, and I felt it was somewhat warm in my hand. Yunfeng, I'm here, come find me. The voice of Sun Laojiu echoed again. Crouching on the ground, blocking my ears, I leaned against the wooden hill, too afraid to make a sound. I looked around in fear, trying to find the figures of the others. Leaning against the wooden hill, at that moment, I felt someone tugging at my clothes from behind. I was startled and quickly got up and ran. I dashed around, feeling as though I had bumped into something soft. In the darkness, Sun Laosan's face slowly emerged. Yunfeng, are you crazy? Why are you running around? That hurts. He gasped, gently rubbing his chest. The torch flickered. A mole and Sun Dada reappeared in front of me. Seeing these people, I almost cried out. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and asked, where did you all go just now? I didn't see you. Sun Dada looked at me suspiciously. We were fine. Yunfeng, stop scaring us. We were also searching for the entrance. I took a deep breath and said, big brother. I think I just saw second brother. What? Impossible. Sun Laosan exclaimed. Yunfeng, where did you see him? There's no one else here besides us. Are you seeing things? No, he is not seeing things, the mole said, her face slightly pale as she looked at Sun Laosan and nodded. I think I also saw second brother. One person might have been mistaken, but now both I and the mole said the same thing, which made Sun Dada frown. Is it possible that it's haunted, big brother? I bravely asked. Upon hearing me mention ghosts, the mole's face turned even paler. Sun Dada carefully surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on the yellow cedar fungi growing on the wood. He shook his head and said solemnly, don't be afraid, it's not haunted. Even if it is, it's these things causing it. He looked at me and then at the mole. Xiaohong, Yunfeng, haven't you realized? You two were the first to discover the yellow cedar fungi and were the closest to them. The mole, quicker to think than I was, glanced at those things and incredulously asked, big brother, are you saying that what I and Yunfeng saw just now was an illusion? It wasn't he the real second brother? And the root cause is these black mushrooms? Exactly, that is what I guess, Sun Dada nodded. After all, it said that these things are used to summon souls, so it's normal for them to have some hallucinogenic effects. I blurted out without thinking, then, big brother, do you think it's possible that we really summoned second brother as ghost? What nonsense are you talking about? Sun Laosan slapped the back of my head. Don't say such things. We don't even know if second brother is dead. Realizing I might have said something wrong, I quickly apologized, not holding it against me. Sun Dada said, forget about useless talk. Follow me this way. I found something. He led us to the northwest corner of the wooden hill, even without him saying anything. I noticed it. Although the outer layer of wood looked the same, from this angle, looking inside, the yellow intestines were clearly more spacious, compared to the cramped areas elsewhere. Here it might barely fit a person. From here, one could crawl into the wooden hill and enter the yellow intestines. Using a sharp dagger, Sun Dada pried open a few outer cedar logs bit by bit. He turned to look at us. Stay behind me, and if you notice anything unusual, speak up. I decided to go in first to take a look. Chapter 27. The sacrificial person. Sun Dada took the lead, and we all crawled in, since it was inconvenient. We didn't bring torches and used flashlights instead, resembling a military training crawl. There was a lot of dust and spider webs on the cedar wood of the yellow intestines. As we crawled, Sun Dada, who was leading, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Big brother? The mole asked. Sun Dada turned his head and shone the flashlight around. The glare was blinding. Did you notice? It's getting lower and lower. Are we going downhill? with wood all around us, and after the earlier tension, I hadn't paid attention, but now that he mentioned it, I looked down and it seemed true. The place we had just crawled through had turned into a small slope. This discovery puzzled everyone. According to common sense, yellow intestines are built on flat ground, with the center of the wooden hill being the coffin area. What could this mean? Is there something below? Stop overthinking. Let us reach the end first, Sun Dada said, leaving the matter behind, and continued crawling deeper. The further we crawled, the more unsettling it became. The slight incline we had felt earlier was now becoming steeper. Although the Sun brothers had done a lot of work before, they must have also been seeing such an abnormal design for the first time. I was at the very back of the line, with the mole ahead of me in a tight space, her jeans fitting snugly, which distracted me a bit. After crawling for about 10 minutes, the space ahead gradually opened up. Be careful, watch your heads, don't hit the wood, Sun Dada warned as he tried to stand up. It was very dark inside, and once everyone was out, Sun Dada used his powerful flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. He held the flashlight steady in midair, and following the beam of light, our pupils instantly dilated. There were no coffins, only coffins stacked in rows, an unknown number of them. Some of these coffins were rotting, some had collapsed into flat shapes, while a few were relatively intact. The scent of sandalwood was now very prominent, lingering in the air. Dozens of coffins were piled together, and there were no obvious burial items on the ground, which completely contradicted the burial customs of any dynasty. Sun Sen frowned and asked, Big brother, with so many concentrated coffins, could this be a sacrificial pit from the Western Zhou? His question made sense, as apart from the Shang dynasty and early Western Zhou, there was no such sacrificial system later on, unless it was voluntary. Otherwise, forcing the living to be buried with the dead violated the laws of the time. Sun Laosen's face darkened as he stepped forward to a coffin. This coffin was not severely collapsed, just a bit flattened. I swallowed hard, holding the flashlight. My eyes fixed on Sun Laosen. Big brother, pass me the crowbar, Sun Laosen said with a serious expression, extending his hand. Then, the two of them worked in sync as Sun Dada tossed the small crowbar over. Without pausing, as soon as he got the crowbar, Sun Laosen prepared to pry open the coffin. Wait a minute, Laosen. Did you count how many coffin nails there are? Sun Dada asked, frowning. Sun Laosen moved the flashlight to take a look. Some were completely rotted, making it hard to tell, but there might be 6 nails. 6 coffin nails? Be careful. Laosen, don't get too close. If there are 6 coffin nails, that's fine, but I'm afraid there are only 5. A mole patted its chest and murmured. It's good if there are not 5. I later learned a bit about this saying. The burial customs in ancient times have been evolving, but some aspects have remained largely unchanged for thousands of years. For example, being buried in peace in a coffin nails sealing the material between yin and yang. When a coffin is sealed, 6 or 7 nails are normal, but if there are fewer than 6, that's not good. 5 nails are called soul-sealing nails, and 4 nails are called spirit-pacifying nails. In traditional cultural terms, these are considered very unlucky for both the dead and the living. Sun Laosen is quite bold. After all, he has been a grave digger for many years and has seen countless coffins. He doesn't seem to be afraid of these things at all. He wedged a crowbar into the seam of the coffin, and the sealing nails were already decayed, so with a little effort, he pried it open. What's inside, Laosen? The mole asked quietly. Nothing much, just a gold thread about an inch long and a pile of white chocolate. Come take a look, he waved us over. We walked over and indeed found that there were no burial items in the coffin. Apart from 2 short pieces of gold thread, there were only some scattered human bones. The white chocolate he mentioned was actually these scattered bones. The gold thread was so little that it couldn't possibly be remnants of a golden silk robe. After looking at it, Sun Lao just shook his head, indicating that the conditions down here were quite good. After 600 years, the bones still remained. In the north, if you could find even 1 or 2 teeth, that would be considered good. Excuse me, please lift your legs, Sun Lao said as he picked up a human leg bone and threw it into the coffin. Huh, what's this? After moving the bones aside, he used the crowbar to prod at something, revealing a large black, round object. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a round stone covered in mud, and the surface was still stained with some seeds that hadn't decayed. This seems to be melon seeds, right? The mole frowned. It really is melon seeds. Damn. I know what this is now, Sun Laosen said as he tossed the round stone aside and kept wiping his hands on his clothes. This is a rear orifice bead, a tormenting device from ancient times. If the owner of this tomb was indeed a melon seed candidate, then he wasn't a good person either, a damn thing. Following that, Sun Lao pointed at the bones in the coffin and shared his speculation with us. The practice of slave burial was actually abolished when the Western Zhou was just established. However, during the time when the Zhou monarch granted titles to the feudal lords, there were many lords in remote areas, and some stubborn regions continued the barbaric practice of live burial from the Shang dynasty. Back then, unlike now, women's social status was low, and among the live burials, women made up a very large proportion. The pile of white bones in front of us should also belong to a woman. This was how Lao Sen deduced his theory. During the summer of the 3,000-year-old Western Zhou period, the weather was hot, and the hired female weavers were temporarily on break, sitting together chatting about family matters. Suddenly, the host family showed kindness, bringing in a cart of melons for everyone to eat, tricking the female workers into eating the melons to cool off. Unexpectedly, these melons were laced with a sleeping drug, and after everyone ate them, they all fainted. At this moment, the host brought in a stone ball and directly inserted it into the rear orifice of the female workers. Some might have woken up in pain, but it was no use. They were directly nailed into the coffin and died painfully inside. This kind of live burial, which caused people to suffer excruciating pain, actually originated from the customs of the ancient state. Not only was there a bead inserted into the rear orifice, but they also had to sew the mouth shut with gold thread, symbolizing no entry or exit, ensuring that they served their master in peace. The few remnants of gold thread that survived were used to sew the mouths of the female victims shut. After all this was done, a considerable number of women were still alive, but because their mouths were sewn shut with gold thread, they couldn't call out from inside the coffin, their mouths unable to open. A few days later, they died in darkness. It was extremely tragic. Chapter 28. The second door facing the dead from 2,000 years ago made me feel a bit uncomfortable, but the Sun brothers were different. I don't know what they were thinking, but I could glean a bit from their expressions. Sun Laosan looked at the white bones in the coffin and sighed. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Passing through this precious land unintentionally, I apologize for the disturbance. I hope you all can reincarnate soon. He bowed slightly to the surrounding coffins. Be careful, don't touch these coffins. Let's move forward and see. It's strange. Why can't we see the coffin of that melon seed candidate? Is it possible that the main tomb coffin has ascended to the heavens? Sun Laosan continued to lead the way while talking. Young and naive, the Sun brothers were used to seeing the dead. They referred to those bones as white chocolate. But I was different. I still felt uneasy. After all, there were decaying corpses and bones all around. I kept my head down, not daring to look left or right. And I didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After walking for just a few minutes, we came across a small stone tablet standing on the ground, with faint writing on it. He crouched down, illuminating it with a flashlight, and reached out to wipe away the thick layer of dust on the surface. What does it say, Laosan? The mole asked. Sun Laosan shook his head. It's still the six-fold seal script. I can't understand it at all. But I guess it must be related to these female victims. He turned his head to glance at the coffins behind him. Just then, the mole suddenly screamed, startling everyone. Sun Laoda quickly shone the flashlight over, startled. Xiaohong, what are you doing? The mole ran 2 steps towards us, her face pale. Someone just touched my butt. It was a human hand, not a bone. I could feel it. After saying this, her face turned even whiter. Sun Laoda shielded the mole behind him. Frowning as he followed the direction she pointed with the flashlight. Brother, it was a human hand. I spotted it first, I said. Right where the mole had just been standing, there was a coffin with a small gap open. A not yet decayed dead arm was dangling over the edge of the coffin. Soft and limp. This arm had already rotted significantly, with many white maggots crawling in and out. Sun Laosan covered his nose and moved closer to take a look. And his face also turned grim. From the outline and clothing of the corpse in the coffin, it appeared to be a male body. And the style of clothing was clearly modern. Then, Sun Laosan pinched a small copper plate with a clasp out from the waist area of this corpse. Upon closer inspection, the front of this small copper plate was engraved with 3 characters, Ji Guochun. Sun Laosan carefully examined the copper plate and turned to glance at Sun Laoda. Sun Laoda nodded with a dark expression. It's from the south. From their fragmented conversation, I gathered some information. Among the northern and southern factions of tomb raiders, the northern faction includes eye-catching leaders, rice sellers, grave diggers, logistics staff, and scattered soil workers. In contrast, the southern faction's grave diggers operate differently. Those responsible for finding tombs are called Jigua, referred to as Yuan Liang before the Qing dynasty. The nature of this work is similar to that of the northern faction's eye-catching leaders. Below, they have gold tips and strong workers, and they also have dedicated personnel for logistics support, which is quite similar to the northern faction. The Sun brothers also shared with me some of the slang terms passed down from the southern tomb raiding circles of the old society. Today, I asked Yuan Liang, the pot bearer. A river can see the scenery of 2 rivers, chopping wood on the mountain and burning firewood below. With nothing to do, I dare ask how many hills you have broken and what harvest you have gained. Someone then answered, the scenery of 2 rivers belongs to 1 river. We are all one family, climbing mountains and crossing ridges. We catch the dragon with 11 methods, and we have climbed the treasure hall many times without returning empty-handed. After listening to what my elder brother said, and adding my analysis, I believe this was 2 colleagues from the tomb raiding industry at that time, probing each other's strengths. After confirming the identity of this corpse with a small bronze plate, Big Brother Sun stroked his chin and speculated, Old 3. Could this be a case of black eating black? Although we don't know this pot bearer who might be surnamed Chun, just looking at the term pot bearer, it indicates that he holds a significant position in their gang. It's hard to say. The southern gang might have come down earlier than us. We just don't know where they came from, and now they've lost so many people. Big brother, we need to be cautious. That's natural. Big Brother Sun nodded in agreement. This underground palace is overall rectangular, and there is still a large space ahead. We don't know where it leads. Our group passed through the burial area and walked forward. In less than 2 minutes, we encountered another stone door blocking our way. Unlike the previous stone door, this one is slightly smaller. And there are 2 oddly shaped blue stone carvings standing on either side of the door. I thought about how to describe these 2 stone carvings, triangular dog heads. Green faces with fangs, Chelan bodies, human ears, a pair of wings tucked against the sides of the Chelan body, hind legs firmly on the ground, and the left front paw slightly raised. The eyes bulged out, and the height of the stone carvings is about 2 meters 3. The overall impression they give is very fierce, as if warning those who enter the underground palace. What fierce tomb guardians? Third brother raised his flashlight and shone it around. Tomb guardians are bizarre, mostly imagined by the tomb owners during their lifetime, and like flying deities, they are part of the funeral culture. These strange and ugly imaginary figures were once the least favored in the antique industry, tomb guardians and clay soul pupae, not to mention first-class bronze heavy artifacts. If these 2 bluestone tomb guardians were stolen and sent to a museum, I estimate the museum wouldn't dare to display them in the exhibition hall, for they might scare children to tears. Third brother, look at the eyes of these 2 stone carvings. At this moment, I suddenly noticed a detail. Both bluestone tomb guardians have one eye larger than the other. Although the difference isn't huge, it's discernible to the naked eye, asymmetrical. Big brother son's expression became serious. Cross-eyed tomb guardians are very ominous. This thing is very unlucky. Don't stare at them. Let's hurry and go. Go. Where do we go, old 3? Isn't there a door blocking the way? A pockmarked face frowned. This underground palace is so large. It's just the second door, which isn't surprising. I can open this. It will only take a day at most, Big brother's son said without much fuss. Just a day? Pockmarked face exclaimed, old 3. Have you been living down here for a few months and gotten used to it? Hey, Xiaohong, you can't say that. We're not Sun Wukong. And we can't walk through walls. Old 3 is right. It's rumored that earlier predecessors could break through to the 11th hill door. We're not that impressive. Pockmarked face rolled her eyes at the Sun brothers and stopped talking. Peering through a small gap, I saw that the stone door blocking the way also had ceiling stones. But they were far smaller and lighter than the previous one. According to the Sun brothers' understanding, the outer door is the main door, and this one is like a bedroom door. Only by pushing open the bedroom door could we possibly see the principal. Chapter 29. Wall paintings with the pointed hammer in hand. The Sun brothers worked tirelessly. The blue stone isn't particularly hard. As for the day mentioned, it took us only a few hours with everyone working together. The grooves were made, and we followed the previous method, tying ropes to the hook. I shouted one. Pull hard. This thing was much smaller, so it should work in one go. Big brother Sun was the first to pull the rope, and the 3 of us quickly followed suit. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a very low voice. 3, 2, 1. The rope was instantly pulled tight, and we pulled hard to the left. With a loud rumble, the sound of stone falling inside was very loud. Big brother Sun's estimation was correct. Having gained experience from the first time, we found the right method this time and succeeded in one attempt. Following the principle of caution, Big brother Sun first placed a white candle in the door crack. This was to test the oxygen content in the space inside. The candle stood on the ground, its flame flickering, and although I didn't feel any wind, the flame tilted to one side. Is everything okay, third brother? I asked quietly. He waved his hand, indicating to observe for 2 more minutes. A few minutes later, the candle burned as it had before, not suddenly shrinking, indicating that the oxygen content inside was relatively stable. Watch your step, he instructed, and we worked together to push open the second stone door. The temperature inside the second door was very low. One could feel it instantly upon entering. Although we were all dressed warmly, it still felt cold, and the white breath we exhaled was very obvious. It's so cold. Old 3. The temperature here must be at least 10 degrees lower than outside. Pockmarked face kept rubbing her hands. Big brother Sun also felt strange and remarked. I thought the temperature here by Flying Moth Mountain was relatively stable. I didn't expect it to be so strange here. Don't think too much about it, old 3. None of us are geologists. Let's explore first. Big brother Sun expressed his opinion. Big brother, third brother, look up. I randomly waved my flashlight and suddenly discovered something. In the southwest corner of the stone wall, many brightly colored wall paintings remained. These wall paintings don't seem to be in the style of the Western Zhou, Big brother Sun said, raising his flashlight to illuminate the wall paintings, his expression incredulous. Not Western Zhou? What do you mean? I looked again. On the stone wall. The overall color of these wall paintings was mainly black and red, and there were many of them. Almost every illuminated area had them. The themes of the wall paintings were very varied and strange. There were men dressed in ancient attire wearing hats, women bearing their chests, and children tied upside down to wooden beams. In the center of this design was a pure white coffin, surrounded by many ragged people kneeling, seemingly worshipping this white coffin. The overall style of the wall paintings had a hint of cult worship. The reason Big brother Sun said at a glance that the wall paintings might not be from the Western Zhou was due to the mineral pigments used in the paintings. According to common knowledge, this type of mineral red had not appeared during the early Western Zhou. It became popular later in the Warring States period in Chu. A tomb from the Western Zhou period could not have wall paintings that were not from that time. That just doesn't make sense. Moreover, whose white coffin is depicted in the wall paintings? So far, we haven't seen a single decent burial item. Yao Yuman firmly asserted that this is a state-level grand underground palace with specifications higher than Mwangdui, and she speculated that there were national-level cultural relics that shouldn't be disturbed inside. But where is everything? Old 3, come quick. Pockmarked face suddenly shouted. The few of us hurried over to take a look. In the northwest corner of the stone wall, another strangely styled wall painting appeared. Once we clearly saw the content of the wall painting, all of our faces, including mine, turned pale. What I saw in the wall painting, with some paint peeling off, depicted 3 men and 1 woman, vividly rendered. 2 of the men were in their 40s, the woman was in her 30s, and the last man was significantly younger. In the wall painting, these modern individuals were all holding flashlights, gathered around, illuminating a white coffin. I glanced back in terror, and behind me was empty. There was no white coffin. The 4 figures in the mural clearly depicted our group. Third brother, my voice trembled a bit as I spoke. Suddenly, Sun Laosen slapped himself hard. Impossible, impossible. I must be seeing things, he said, his face pale as he turned to look at a mole. Xiaohong, what did you see? A mole stuttered. I saw the 4 of us, and also a monster with horns on its head. A monster with horns on its head? I rubbed my eyes vigorously. No, there was no monster with horns. I clearly saw a white coffin. Sun Laosen took a deep breath and said, I saw the 4 of us surrounding 2 intertwined poisonous snakes. Sun Lao shook his head as well. What I saw is different from yours. I saw a child squatting on the ground, crying. After saying this, we exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, we saw disbelief. A strange mural. The 4 of us looked at it simultaneously, and we saw 4 different images. I saw a coffin. The mole saw a monster with horns. Sun Laosen saw 2 entwined snakes, and Sun Lao saw a crying child. Sun Laosen had seen many eerie things before. But this situation of 4 different scenes in one painting clearly exceeded his understanding. At that moment, the only reasonable explanation we could come up with was that it was an illusion. We might all be experiencing illusions simultaneously. Something's not right. Let's sit down. Don't leave yet. Sun Laosen urged us to sit down in place. After considering for a few minutes, Sun Laosen took out a small round iron box from his backpack. The iron box was small, made of old brass, and had no patterns or trademarks on it. He opened the box and carefully poured a little yellow powder into his palm. The yellow powder had a pungent smell, somewhat like realgar, but much stronger. Sun Laosen asked us to extend our right hands and poured a little into each of our palms. He raised his hand to his nose and said, take a deep breath and inhale it. He was the first to try it. Achoo. Damn, that is powerful. He sneezed after inhaling twice, shaking his head vigorously. The moment I inhaled this stuff, I felt a sudden coolness in my head. This thing was incredibly refreshing, much stronger than cooling oil or floral water. After inhaling the yellow powder, we looked again. The mural no longer had the crying child, the monster with horns, or the snakes. Now, we saw the same image. The mural depicted only some oddly dressed ancient people, with no animals or coffins. Damn. Good thing I was cautious before I came and bought some soul-reviving medicine from a street vendor. Sun Laosen muttered as he straightened up and turned to look at the place we had just passed. The fragrance of sandalwood was the same as before. This was also an ancient method to prevent tomb robbing, concocted by sorcerers of that time. The group of people from the south who had entered must have experienced the same illusions as us, which led them to turn on each other. Fortunately, I was well prepared, and we discovered this early on. Sun Laosen said, looking up at the murals, if we had waited 5 more minutes, we wouldn't even know how we died. This is a case of using people to kill. Chapter 30. A sudden change. Are you all feeling more alert now? Let's wait for the effect of the medicine to wear off before we leave, probably about half an hour. Just to be safe, we should wait a bit longer. After saying this, Sun Laosen carefully put away the powder bottle. Third brother, this stuff is quite powerful. You say you borrowed it from a friend in the Tao? What friend? I asked curiously. Sun Laosen shook his head. This stuff was borrowed from the 8 great oddities crippled incense. Luckily, I was well prepared. Many people have heard of a term called soul-confusing incense. In ancient dramas, there would be criminals who would poke a hole in the paper of a window and blow smoke into it with a hollow bamboo tube. This is not just a baseless rumor. The fragrance from the tomb has lasted for thousands of years, which is quite astonishing. Before the Republic, the underworld was divided into the 8 gates, and there were also the 8 great oddities of the Tianxiao, Sky Bridge. What are the 8 great oddities of the Tianxiao? Golden-skinned colorful hanging, evaluating group incense willows. The crippled incense mentioned by third brother is the second to last among the 8 great oddities, ranked above the willow gate, which refers to the sister of the kiln, who is in the flesh business. Waiting for the effect of the medicine to wear off takes about half an hour, and I was curious about the 8 great oddities he mentioned, so I took the opportunity to learn a bit more. Third brother said that some descendants of the 8 great oddities still exist today, while others have disappeared. Just like the lost tomb robbers of the Mo Jin and Xia Ling, in the moving mountains and raising hills. These people had nicknames in the underworld back then. One stick of soul-confusing crippled incense was just one among many other extraordinary figures. The romantic beggar Hua Jianlu, the sticky candy man Zhang Xiaohong, Su Qin with a sword on his back, Li Hua with a big drum, Feng Tian with a falling piece, Jin Min storyteller by Yu Qing, vaping meteor Wang Xiao Yuan, and the flying eaves and walking walls Swallow Li, and so on. Each of them was a person with exceptional skills. At that time, the tomb robbers were also part of the lower classes and were not well regarded, with very few of them being recognizable by name. I silently noted these names, thinking that I would like to meet these strange figures of the underworld if I ever had the chance. Third brother, How big do you think this underground palace is? How large can the Fei mountain be? After feeling that the effect of the medicine was wearing off, the mole asked with a heavy heart. Sun Laosen shook his head helplessly. I don't know. We'll take it one step at a time. Yunfeng, big brother. The effect of the medicine should be over now. Let us continue to explore. If we don't figure out this Western Zhou underground palace, all our hard work for the past few months will be for nothing. After reorganizing ourselves, we continued to move forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, we discovered a very special structure. In the central area of the underground palace, there was a circular pit that had already dried up. Around the pit was smooth. And in the pit stood 3 human-shaped stone carvings dressed in long robes, without heads, only bodies. Looking at the neatly cut necks of the stone figures, we speculated that they must have been made that way intentionally. If they had been deliberately damaged, the necks would not have such smooth cuts. The pit in the underground palace resembled a reservoir, clearly indicating that it had been intentionally dug out. Hey, why are there so many holes over here? What are they for? The mole suddenly discovered something by the edge of the pool. I also saw it. Indeed, as the mole said, there were many small holes arranged around this concave water pool, and we didn't know what they were for. Third brother, being bold, jumped in first. As he walked to the center of the pool, he frowned at the 3 headless stone sculptures. What's wrong, Laosan? Did you find something? Soon. We all jumped into the pool. Big brother, look at this place. Sun Laosan pointed to the chest of the headless stone figure. I also saw it. There was a slight depression in the chest area of the stone figure. Although the depression was not very obvious, it could be seen clearly from up close. Laosan, don't touch it yet. But it was too late. Almost at the same time, Sun Laosan pressed down with his right hand. And just as the big brother said it was too late by a few seconds, the chest of the stone figure caved in, and we stood there, not daring to breathe. Crack, crack. The first sound I heard was coming from the bottom of the pool, like the sound of a large iron chain being pulled tight. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath our feet suddenly began to sink. Run. Sun Laosan reacted quickly. He had just sensed something was off when he jumped out of the pool in 3 big strides, and Sun Lao followed closely behind. Crack, crack. The sound of the iron chains grew louder. At that moment, the 3 headless stone figures suddenly turned to face me. Yunfeng, Xiaohong, jump up. Sangu shouted anxiously. The entire concave reservoir was descending rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already sunk nearly 2 meters. Given my jumping ability, it was now too late for me to get up. Rope. Lauda, hurry and get the rope. Iji shouted urgently, calling up. Suddenly, there was another crack, like the sound of an iron chain breaking. Before Lauda could lower the climbing rope, the entire reservoir sank even faster. Come over, Yunfeng. Iji was sweating on her forehead. There's no time. Half squat. Hold on to the stone sculpture. She demonstrated for me. A tremendous sense of weightlessness filled my body. I could no longer see Lauda or Sangu above me, and I was frozen in place, at a loss. Seeing me dazed, Iji bit her lip, ran over, and pulled me along. It was only then I reacted, quickly hugging the same stone figure as Iji. I bent my knees slightly, imitating her. At that moment, I noticed some very thick bronze chains on the surrounding stone walls, with at least hundreds of them. Iji and I held onto each other's arms. We could do nothing but watch as we sank down along with the reservoir. A tremendous splash echoed. The impact hit me, and the force was so strong that I could no longer hold onto the stone figure and was knocked backward. First, my back felt cold. Then my entire body felt icy. It was the extremely cold water of the underground river. The water flooded quickly. My head was still spinning, and I couldn't react in time. By the time I regained a bit of clarity and wanted to run, it was already too late. Unable to swim, I choked on several mouthfuls of water and screamed for help with all my strength. I flailed my legs and waved my arms, shouting and crying out. My body began to sink. I felt like my lungs were about to explode, and I was submerged in the water, continuously blowing bubbles. In the hazy moments of consciousness, it felt like my mind was rapidly flipping through slides, with many scenes from my past flashing by. My grandmother's figure, my uncle's gaze, the teachings of my head, Li Jing's smile. I desperately tried to grasp these memories, but I couldn't hold on to any of them. My consciousness was slowly fading away. At that moment, I didn't know if it was a pre-death illusion, but I suddenly felt someone hugging me from behind. Chapter 31, The Sphere After Passing Out. I lost all sense of time. I woke up frozen. My back ached, and it hurt to breathe in my chest. I wasn't sure if I had broken a rib. You're awake. I turned my head to see Iji, who was drying her wet hair. She was soaked just like me. I could hear the sound of the river flowing nearby. I endured the pain in my chest and asked, Hongjia, are we alive? Yes, I'm pretty lucky, she replied without any inclination to joke. I struggled to get up from the ground, but moving pulled at my ribs. Take it easy. I've checked your injury. Your rib isn't broken, just sprained. Iji helped me to my feet. With the moment free, I began to look around. In front of us was an underground river, and we were barely on the edge of the bank, with very little space, less than 2 meters. My backpack was gone. It must have been washed away in the underground river. Fortunately, Iji's was still there. She had some emergency tools and snacks in her bag, leaning against a rock. I said to her, thank you for saving my life. I can't swim. If it weren't for you, I would have drowned. Iji seemed to ignore me and started to take off her clothes. I hurriedly looked down. Her voice came, there's nothing to burn here. We can't make a fire. Don't thank me yet. Hurry up and wring out your clothes. Otherwise, you'll lose heat. Seeing me hesitating, she shook her head and laughed. I've seen all kinds of things. Why would I be afraid of your little innocence? Hurry up. So, 5 minutes later, I was left in just my underwear, covering myself with my hands, refusing to take off my last piece of clothing, which was my final act of defiance. Forget it. Iji helped me wring out my clothes, and didn't he insist on me taking off my underwear. Down here was a cave structure. The walkie-talkie in her bag was useless. And there were no satellite phones at that time. The second communication satellite of Beidou was only launched in 2007. So we couldn't contact Lauda and Sangu in the short term. Now, we could only rely on ourselves. The biscuits in the backpack had become soggy. But to replenish our strength, we had no choice but to eat them. The soaked biscuits were cold and crumbly, almost melting in the mouth like soup. After resting for over an hour and putting on clothes, Iji asked if I could walk. I gritted my teeth and said I could. The two of us began to stagger along the narrow riverbank. This underground river flowed from west to east, which was the direction we were headed. The platform that resembled a reservoir was no longer visible. It was so heavy that it must have sunk to the riverbed. During our walk, I pondered carefully. To be honest, I still couldn't understand. Those thick bronze chains left a deep impression on me. I knew one thing. The casting of bronze artifacts during the Western Zhou period was done using the mold method. The lost wax method came much later. The bronze chains were interlinked and had endured for 2,000 years. In my understanding, it was impossible to create such long bronze chains during the Western Zhou period due to the limitations of craftsmanship. As we walked, the water flow became faster, and the riverbank we were walking on became narrower. At first, we could walk side by side, but later, worried about slipping into the water, Iji and I changed to a front and back formation, with her in front and me behind. Luckily, I had bought a high-quality waterproof flashlight, which proved very useful at that moment. A cool breeze blew from ahead, and I sensed it. This was a good sign. I thought that as long as we followed the underground river forward, we would surely find an exit. Wait. She suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Hongjia? Yinfeng, look over there. What is that? She turned her body and shone the flashlight ahead. The flashlight's illumination range was limited, and it was a bit far away, so I couldn't see clearly. I only saw some vague circular black shapes, like some balls hanging from the ceiling of the cave. What are those? I couldn't see clearly either. Be careful. Let us go over and take a look, Iji warned me. As we got closer, I finally saw clearly that it was some kind of elongated trapezoidal bronze artifact. In front of these bronze artifacts, many round clay balls were suspended by thinner bronze chains, and I completely couldn't understand what these things were for. Iji frowned and said, Yinfeng, don't these look like chime bells? Chime bells. Trapezoidal bronze chime bells. I was taken aback. Hearing her say that, the more I looked, the more it resembled them. Ancient bronze vessels are diverse, with about 34 types, and the bianzhong, bronze chime bells, is just one of them. Later generations classified them into round bianzhong, square bianzhong, hat-shaped bianzhong, trapezoidal bianzhong, and so on. Why is there such a large set of bronze bianzhong hanging in the underground caves beneath Fei Mo Mountain? What are those round clay balls in front of the bianzhong for? People are always curious about some unknown things. One of them picked up a small stone from the side. She raised her hand and threw it hard, just like hitting a fruit, but unfortunately, the first throw missed. Then she tried again, but still couldn't hit those round balls. Let me try, Hongjia, I said, taking a small stone from her hand. I used to love using a slingshot to shoot birds when I was a child, so I still had some aim. On the first try I hit it. The round ball swayed back and forth like a swing, but it didn't fall because I didn't hit it hard enough. This time, I used all my strength. With a splash, the round clay ball fell into the river. I hit it, Hongjia. A dot glared at me. As I watched the falling round ball drift toward the center of the underground river, a dot quickly took off her top and said, wait for me here. I'll go fetch it. With a splash, before I could warn her to be careful, she leaped into the river. 2 minutes passed, and the water surface was calm. I still hadn't seen her. The ball that fell was also gone. Hongjia, Hongjia, I shouted anxiously from the shore. A round ball was pushed to my feet by the water, and I was terrified that a dot had disappeared, standing there at a loss. Suddenly, someone's upper body emerged from the water. Seeing this person, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was a dot. After swimming ashore, her expression was fluctuating. Are you hurt, Hongjia? What's wrong? Seeing her pale face, I asked worriedly. After a moment, she turned to look at me and said, there's something down there that I couldn't see clearly. It looks like a man-made turntable. Huh, a turntable? What does that mean? I don't know. Let us not talk about that for now. Let us see what this thing is. She pointed at the spherical object under my feet. Oh, okay. This thing was very hard, about the size of a soccer ball. I struck it several times with a sharp stone before managing to create a small crack. It was like opening a coconut. I reached my hand inside, trying to force it open. The first attempt didn't work, but the opening widened. So I shone my flashlight inside. There was a white object. I tried to reach out and touch it. As I touched it, my expression changed. I felt my fingers poke into 2 holes. What's wrong? A dot asked. I hurriedly withdrew my hand and sat down, pushing back several steps. A skull. Chapter 32. Melody of the Law. It's a skull. The moment I touched those 2 holes, I knew it was a skull wrapped inside the round ball. Adat's face slightly changed, but she reacted better than I did. She forced a smile and said, Yinfeng, You're a big man. You're a tomb raider. What is there to be afraid of a skull? If Lao Air were here, he'd even dare to kiss this thing. Get out of the way. Let me. She frowned and directly took action. Since the round ball had already been cracked open by me, she didn't have to exert much effort. With just a few strikes of the stone, she opened it up. This time, it was for real. My earlier guess was correct. The round ball indeed contained a human skull. The skull's surface had weathered, and what was strange was that this skull had some gilded layers on its surface. And these gilded layers were arranged irregularly, looking more like some kind of pattern than text. In ancient craftsmanship, I had heard of gilded copper, gilded silver, thin gold and hairpins, and so on, but I had never heard of gilding being applied to a skull. The circle of gilded layers around the eye sockets was golden and shined in contrast with the pure black skull, creating a rather eerie style. Dot frowned and said, "Many years ago, when I was helping a group in Chengdu with logistics, I saw something similar, but it wasn't a skull. It was a small piece of a human finger bone. At that time, the leader of that group told me that this thing was from the spring and autumn and warring states period." She looked up at the trapezoidal bronze vessels hanging from the cave ceiling and said, "Yun Feng, you have good aim. There must be dozens of these things at a glance. Knock one down and let us study it." Okay, I nodded in agreement. At this height, I couldn't reach even by jumping. So I used the old method of throwing stones, specifically picking a larger stone. Bang! On the first strike, I hit it. The stone collided with the bronze vessel, producing a crisp echo. Hearing this sound, I already agreed with Dot's earlier guess that this row of trapezoidal bronze vessels was 90 likely to be Bianzhong. With a bit more force, Dot looked up. Bang! On the last hit, I struck it solidly. With a splash, the Bianzhong fell into the river. Dot was prepared. Within a minute, she had retrieved it. After bringing it up, we began to examine it. This bronze vessel was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with some red spots and green rust on it. Besides that, the waistline, pattern lines, and cloud and thunder patterns were done quite neatly. This was an old item from the Western Zhou period. I weighed it and felt it was a bit too light. It lifted easily. "Hongjia, try it. Why do I feel the weight is off?" Dot reached out and said, "Wow, it's so light. This isn't bronze?" Dot was older than me. She had been in this field for years and had seen much more than I had. She scraped at the green rust on the bronze Bianzhong with her nail. The green rust was very flaky and fell off with a light touch. Once the green rust fell off, the gray-black base color inside the trapezoidal Bianzhong was revealed. Dot frowned and said, "This isn't bronze. This is a good thing. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Tian Tai, an iron Bianzhong." My eyes widened in disbelief. "Hongjia, was there ironware in the Western Zhou period?" "There wasn't, right? Did you make a mistake?" She shook her head. "You didn't understand. I'm talking about Tian Tai, not pig iron. Ironware appeared in the late spring and autumn period. To put it simply, Tian Tai is meteorite iron from meteorite ore. No wonder it felt off the moment I touched it." Dot said that the trapezoidal Bianzhong was made of meteorite iron, which was actually substantiated. Just a few years ago, in 1996, the Hunan Provincial Institute of Cultural Relics and Archaeology collaborated with the Sanmenxia Cultural Relics team and conducted a rescue excavation at the Gua State Tomb in Shangkunling, Sanmenxia City. They ultimately discovered 2 rust-covered iron swords. These 2 short swords came from the tomb of Guozhong. Through radiographic analysis, the archaeological team found many unidentified components similar to high-concentration nickel on the iron sword, and in the end, these swords from the Bronze Age were recognized by the National Archaeological Team as meteorite swords. "Hongjia, you said this thing is so precious. Why don't we carry it out?" Knowing the value of the Bianzhong, a hint of greed arose in my heart. I thought to myself, rather than leaving it in this dark underground river, it would be better for me to take it out. It wouldn't be wasteful, would it? Dot glanced at the Bianzhong on the ground. She was also a bit tempted. "It's not too heavy, so let us take it with us. This place probably won't see anyone for hundreds of years." She shook her head, motioning for me to take the Bianzhong. I took off my shirt, twisted it into a rope, and without minding the coldness of the Bianzhong, I strapped it to my back with my clothes and tied a knot in front of my chest. That was it. I shook it a bit, and it didn't budge, nice and steady. "Is it okay on your chest?" "It's nothing, Sister Hong." I patted my back, carrying hundreds of thousands. "And it doesn't hurt at all now. I'm doing fine." "Don't panic," said Amol. "I'll find help once we get out. I'll call on the boss and the 3rd brother, and we'll take this whole set out. As long as it's a complete set, that's perfect." I tightened the straps of my shirt. We continued walking along the underground river, and I glanced back from time to time, feeling as if the chime bells hanging from the cave's ceiling were like bundles of cash swaying in the wind, beckoning to me. After walking about 200 meters away from here, I suddenly felt a warmth in my nose and started bleeding. "Wait, Sister Hong." I quickly tilted my head back and shouted to the mole. The mole, not forgetting to tease me, said, "Young people are full of energy. Bleeding from the nose, even with bare shoulders. Hold on." She tore a strip of cloth from her own clothes. "Tilt your head back and don't move. I'll help you wipe the blood. Sister Hong, you're bleeding from the nose too." I saw the mole suddenly start to bleed as well, forgetting to help me. She also tilted her head back to stop the bleeding. Just then, a low metallic sound suddenly came from behind us, sounding somewhat like the chime bells being struck. I turned to look back, carrying the chime bells on my back. In that moment, All the hair on my body stood on end. The underground river was bubbling continuously, and the copper chains hanging with skulls began to move rapidly. Dozens of round clay balls started swaying left and right rhythmically, crashing against the iron chime bells one after another. Those skulls, under some underwater mechanism control, could move independently, and these chime bells began to play a melody from over 2,000 years ago. Bang! Ding! The deep sound of the chime bells grew louder, as if it resonated deep within the soul, making my scalp tighten. Less than 200 meters away, as I listened to the sound, I started to feel my eyes swelling, my heart tightening, and the veins on both sides of my temples began to bulge. The blood from my nose, which had just started bleeding, was now uncontrollable, gushing out more and more. The mole was in a similar situation, unable to stop her nosebleed. Her eyes were red and swollen, and the veins on her forehead were visible as she shouted angrily, "Yinfeng, run. We're going to die." Many people don't know that chime bells don't produce sound by themselves. They vibrate when struck by a hammer, and the vibrations travel through the invisible air as a medium, finally reaching the human ear. Thus, it becomes the sound of the chime bells. Years later, to understand the principle behind this, I spent some money pretending to be the head of an arts troupe from Hong Kong, and I found Professor Wang Dan, a former technician at the National 703 Instrument Factory, who had personally overseen the complete restoration of the Zheng Ho E chime bell set. I asked her if, under certain circumstances, it was possible for the sound of the chime bells to kill someone. Professor Wang was quite surprised and asked me why I was asking. I said I was just curious. In the end, she told me it was possible and gave an example of how someone could shatter a glass with high decibel sound, suggesting that chime bells could potentially do the same. Looking back now, this was a deadly concert, performed by dozens of golden-skinned skulls, with the instruments being a set of iron chime bells from the Western Zhou period, and the host who invited Sister Hong and me to listen to it, I suspect, must be the mustard seed. Chapter 33, Odd Person Run. The mole and I supported each other, stumbling along the bank of the underground river. Behind us, the bell sounds echoed melodiously. The water flow of the underground river surged, and a small whirlpool gradually formed on the surface, just as the mole had said. There was a huge mechanism underwater resembling a roulette. This underwater roulette drove the bronze chains, which in turn moved the golden skulls, and finally, the skulls struck the chime bells. I pressed my hand firmly against my nose, but the bright red blood still seeped through my fingers, dripping down. Just then, the mole suddenly seemed to think of something, shouting at me, "Cover your ears. Run back." After she yelled that, without further ado, she started pulling me back. After running so far, going back would be like walking to our death. I couldn't understand her intentions, but I was still dragged back by her. Even though I covered my ears, moving back towards the source of the sound made my eardrums hurt even more. We crawled and ran back to the starting point. The front of the mole's clothes was already soaked with her own blood, and her voice was very weak. Enduring the pain in my ears, I unfastened my clothes and suddenly threw the chime bells I had been carrying into the underground river. Almost simultaneously, the sound of the chime bells abruptly stopped. The golden skulls hanging from the bronze chains lost their power source and swung a few more times due to inertia. The underground river returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The mole and I lay side by side on the ground, gasping for breath. "Sister Hong, how did you know we needed to turn back?" The mole's face was pale, her clothes were soaked in blood, and I heard her weakly voice her guess. I recalled her words briefly and felt there was a high probability. Thankfully, she remained calm. Otherwise, if we had kept running blindly forward, we definitely wouldn't have survived. This underground river is a sealed, long cylindrical shape, and due to this structure, the speed of sound transmission is very fast. We could never outrun the sound. Moreover, she had gone into the water earlier. The chime bells could only ring due to the power of the roulette and the water flow. The reason they were triggered was that I had smashed one down. The iron had an attractive force between them. This was gravitational balance. If one was removed, it would break the weight balance. It was a very precise mechanism. I also speculated that perhaps over 2,000 years ago, there was no underground river, and that large roulette might have been exposed to the ground. During the time of King I of Zhou, the Book of Changes had just been written, while the art of Qimen Duanjia had already taken shape long ago. The view that Qimen Duanjia derived from the Book of Changes is incorrect. Qimen Duanjia must have preceded the Book of Changes. Soon after came the Warring States period. At that time, the Book of Changes had not yet spread. But the arts of the strategists, military masters, legalists, and the mechanisms of the Mahists had already emerged, giving rise to a large number of hero figures such as Giguzi, Sun Bin, Ing Zheng, Yin Ying, and Bai Qi. This vast mechanism of the human-headed roulette chime bells must have had the support of Mahist mechanisms and Yin-Yang theory from the Western Zhou period. Looking at it from another angle, this is what Yao Yu meant by a national-level cultural relic. Unfortunately, we cannot take it away. If we take any of these chime bells, it will trigger the underwater large roulette and endanger lives. Sister Hong, do you think we might not be able to get out and end up trapped in this underground river? I wiped my nosebleed. The mole didn't respond. Sister Hong? Sister Hong? Struggling to get up, I saw the mole with her brows tightly furrowed, her face pale, and she had already fallen into a coma. Sister Hong, wake up, please wake up. I shook her desperately. The mole swayed with my shaking, but remained motionless. Drink some water, Sister Hong. Yes, drink water. I rummaged through my bag for a bottle of mineral water to feed her, but the water just flowed out of the corners of her mouth. I was at a loss, my eyes red, saying, "Eat, Sister Hong, please eat some crackers." The crackers had soaked up the water and turned semi-liquid, but I couldn't get them into her either. The mole's breathing was now weak. Let's go. We must get out of here and find our brothers." I gritted my teeth and struggled to carry a comrade. The flashlight was running low on battery, and the light had weakened significantly. With my bare shoulders bent down, I supported her as we moved along the riverbank, trudging forward. Sweat dripped down my forehead and into my eyes, causing a bit of pain. We walked and stopped and walked. When I was thirsty, I drank from the river, and when I was hungry, I ate some soaked biscuits. Throughout it all, I never thought of giving up on my comrade. I was determined to save my friend. Here, there was no sign of day or night, and I had no idea whether it was daytime or nighttime outside. Carrying my comrade, I was cold, hungry, and my legs were trembling. I didn't know how long we had been walking when suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead. My legs gave way, and I collapsed. As warmth returned to my body, I slowly opened my eyes. I could hear the sound of firewood crackling nearby, and a delicious aroma wafted into my nose. Just then, a hairy face suddenly peered over. Startled, I jumped up and took 2 steps back. I was scared. I thought I had encountered a man-eating savage. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously, keeping my distance. He mimicked my words. "Who are you?" I took another 2 steps back and pointed at him. "I asked you who you are. Why are you copying me?" To my surprise, he also took 2 steps back and pointed at me. "I asked you who you are. Why are you copying me?" Damn it. I couldn't help but curse. "Are you an idiot?" The hairy man mimicked me again. "Damn it. Are you an idiot?" I was speechless and hurried to check on my comrade. Seeing her condition, I sighed in relief. Although she still looked unwell, her breathing had stabilized compared to before, which was a good sign. I took a deep breath and turned to this person. "No matter what, thank you for saving me and my friend." He mimicked my words again. We still hadn't exited the underground river, and I had no idea where he had found the firewood. Looking at the sizzling fish roasting over the fire, I unconsciously swallowed a big gulp of saliva. "Hey, can I have some fish?" I asked. "Hey, can I have some fish?" He replied. This strange person kept mimicking me, so I had a sudden idea. "You can have some, don't be shy." Sure enough, he mimicked me again. "You can have some, don't be shy." I felt a surge of joy, then I wouldn't hold back. Having not eaten anything warm for a day or two, I immediately gobbled down the food. I meant to eat a little, but in the end, I devoured an entire roasted fish, leaving only the bones. After finishing the last bite, I spat out a fish bone and said, "You should eat some too." I thought he would mimic me again this time. However, he seemed to be lost in thought for a moment before shaking his head vigorously. I was surprised to find that his eyes looked different now, with an indescribable feeling. He looked down at the pile of fish bones and slowly raised his head. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" I was roasting fish. Chapter 34. What shade not having reacted yet, I looked at the scattered fish bones and quietly said, "I'm really sorry, big brother. I was too hungry and couldn't help myself. I ate everything." He suddenly stood up quickly, knocking over a piece of still burning firewood. I hurriedly advised, "Don't be violent. Let's talk calmly." His fist was clenched as he stared at me. "Do you know how long I've been stuck here? Damn it. Is it easy for me to catch a fish?" I never expected that while he was speaking, he suddenly squatted down and started crying. I took a few steps closer, crouched down carefully, and gently patted his shoulder. "Big brother, you said you've been trapped here for a long time? Where did you come from? You didn't fall from above, did you?" I pointed to the cave ceiling as I spoke. "Don't try to get close to me. Don't think I don't know. You're definitely from the north. All you tunnel rats. Don't think of yourself as a pet cat." He spoke directly and loudly, completely different from the way he had acted before. I squinted my eyes and cautiously said, "One river can show 2 sceneries, cutting wood on the mountain and burning fire below. May I ask, Yuan Liang, how many hill doors have you opened?" As soon as I finished speaking, he was momentarily stunned, and then his expression became very interesting. "Hey, you little brat. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to play tricks with me? Fine, listen carefully. A bag of soil from the southwest, a shovel to dig. Partridges unload on the water route, light work on the water, little earth dragon in the soil." Hearing this, I sighed in relief. This was also the jargon used in tomb raiding. Although we were on different paths, we had one thing in common. We were both tomb raiders. Through our conversation, I gradually pieced together some information. It turned out that this man was a tomb raider from the southern faction, skilled in navigating water caves. His name was Chun Jianxing. He held a mid-level position in the southern faction and, according to his words, had been stuck in this underground river cave for 6 or 7 months. Because of his skills and swimming ability, he usually caught river fish and rodents to survive. I asked him, "What about the others in your group?" "Dead," he said nonchalantly. "Dead? The whole group is dead? How did they die?" The thought of the possible black-on-black violence that we often heard about in the industry made me wary of him. If Hong Jia remained unconscious and I were to be harmed, we would both be doomed. Seeing the look of alarm on my face, he mocked. "Look at you, scared stiff. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your northern faction? You don't need to know how they died. It wasn't me who killed them. By the way, kid, who is your boss? Let me hear a name." After thinking for a moment, I quietly replied, "Our boss is surnamed Wang, called Wang Xianxing. Everyone calls him Wang the boss." "Wang Xianxing? Wang the boss?" He rubbed his head, seeming to have heard of this person a few times. All right, I've introduced myself. What is the name of your boss in this southern faction? Wait, don't say it yet. Let me guess. Is it a man named Jiguichin? The fire continued to crackle, and the underground river flowed smoothly. He lowered his head and didn't say anything, and for a while, both of us fell silent. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly raised his head and looked at me. Have you seen old Chin's corpse? I nodded. Yes, I've seen it. In the coffin, but the body had already begun to rot. There wasn't much meat left. Upon hearing my words, his eyes turned red as he said, Boss Chun, you've held on for so long. I didn't expect it to end like this. Condolences, I replied casually. By the way, you said you've been here for 6 or 7 months. What happened? Is it that you can't find the way out? Can't find the way out? He looked at me with a cold smile. Do you think I haven't searched? The space beneath the Western Zhou tomb is entirely intentional by the tomb owner. Like a private garden of the tomb owner. All right, kid, let's go. Bring this woman. If you're not discouraged, I'll take you to see. When you get there, you'll understand. So, I reshouldered Hongjia and followed this man as we continued forward. There were some things he didn't answer directly, but while walking, I had my own guesses. The scent of huangbai and that kind of chinon fragrance could create hallucinations. The reason we were okay was that we woke up quickly, all thanks to the medicinal powder that third brother had asked for from his friends in the martial world. If you think about it this way, did this group of Southern Tomb Raiders also fall into delusions? Because of the lack of that powder, did they end up killing each other in the end? This person sometimes speaks incoherently, sometimes normally. Could it be a side effect of the hallucinations? Of course, this is all my speculation. If the person involved is unwilling to disclose, there are some details I can't possibly guess completely. Following this underground river, we walked for over an hour. And suddenly the river split into 2 at a fork. One small river flowed east, the other flowed west, while the middle was a dead end, blocked by rocks. So, have you figured it out now? He suddenly turned around and asked me. I looked at the scene before me and frowned, saying that this Western Zhou tomb had the same structure. Overall, it resembled a character shape, which was basically consistent with the flow direction of this underground river. He clapped his hands and praised, You have some insight, kid. That's right, this upper to lower burial feng shui layout was actually intentionally designed by the tomb owner. This is the hidden dragon vein beneath Fei Mo Mountain. Moreover, the cave has been dark and damp for thousands of years, eventually becoming what feng shui masters refer to as a wet shade ground. I thought, the tomb owner probably wanted to rely on the nourishment of the dragon vein and wet shade to be reborn, he said while leading the way, talking to himself. I was increasingly surprised behind him, my heart pounding, fearing that what he said was true. After death, before burial, hair and nails continue to grow. This situation is quite common, and I believe many people have heard of it. However, some people misinterpret this over time, leading to the notion of zombies. But the shadow corpse and zombies are completely different. Those bouncing zombies are just ridiculous depictions from early Hong Kong films, while in comparison, shadow corpses are much more sinister. From what I understand, shadow corpses, wet shade ground, and uncorrupted corpses all refer to the same thing, with detailed original texts recorded in both the Tang and Song versions of coffin scriptures. The shadow nourishes the corpse, dividing dry and wet. First, the dry one. If nourished for a long time, the hair will regrow. If the shadow corpse's mouth is half an inch open, it will bring disaster to 3 generations of the clan. If the mouth is 1 inch open, it will bring disaster to 6 generations of relatives. If the mouth is 3 inches open, descendants will die out. Secondly, if the wet shadow nourishes the back against the Yin mountain, with the head resting on the Yin direction and the feet on the Yin ground, it is a great evil. Once discovered, living people should not approach, and masters should not intervene, for future generations must remember this. This is the original text from the old coffin scriptures. What? Are you scared? The man said to me sideways. Not scared. What am I afraid of? I looked at him, speaking decisively that it's just dead people, all nonsense made up by ancient people. I'm not afraid at all. Well, all right. You have quite a bit of courage, he said, continuing to lead the way without looking back. In fact, he didn't notice that while I was talking to him. My legs were trembling. Chapter 35. Opponent before me was a fork in the road. We were walking along the left path by the riverbank. The man said he wanted to take me to a place. Hey kid, hurry up, you're so slow. It'll be dark before we get there. He occasionally turned back to urge me. I didn't retort, only dared to grumble in my heart. What do you mean it'll be dark before we get there? Is there even a distinction between day and night here? Besides, can't you see I'm carrying someone? Hongjia has a full figure, but she isn't very tall. I estimated she weighed about 110 pounds at most, although that's not heavy. Carrying her for several miles along this treacherous underground riverbank could lead to a fall if I'm not careful, so I couldn't walk quickly. Stop. Let us take a break here. The man in front suddenly stopped. He pointed across the underground river for me to look. The opposite bank was a rock wall, and with the weak light of the flashlight, I noticed a crack in the rock wall across the river. The crack was about several centimeters wide and long vertically, but I couldn't see how deep it was inside. What's wrong? I asked, confused, looking at the opposite bank. What else? Swim over, to the other side. He squinted at the stone crack. I can't swim. Besides, Hongjia is still unconscious. How can she get over? Are you kidding? I said. We can only go over once she wakes up. The man looked at me, then glanced at Hongjia, who was unconscious on my back. He finally sighed and muttered something under his breath. He gently laid Hongjia down, and I leaned against the rock wall to rest my eyes. I thought I would wait for Hongjia to wake up before moving on, safety first. I was a bit tired, and as I leaned against the wall, I dozed off. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. I had a very strange dream. In the dream, I found myself in a magnificent palace, with fur carpets on the floor. On either side of the palace stood 6 massive bronze palace lamps, their flames flickering. One after another, many elegantly dressed dancers with slender waists entered the palace, dancing in groups of 3. These beautiful palace maids had eyebrows like dark mountains. And amidst the fluttering gauze, they all looked up towards the hall above in unison. I followed their gaze. From the bottom to the top, there were 29 steps. And on the steps stood a huge bronze bed in the center, with fierce 8 dragon carvings at each corner. These dragons twisted like springs, their faces fierce, each facing a different direction: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. On the bronze dragon bed lay a man dressed in luxurious garments and wearing a crown, holding an empty bronze goblet in one hand, not even glancing at the dancers behind him. Since he was facing away, I couldn't see his face clearly. I wanted to walk over to take a look, but found that my body wouldn't obey. Suddenly, in the huge bronze palace lamp, the burning candlelight gradually changed from pale yellow to light green, and finally, to deep green. In an instant, the entire magnificent palace disappeared. The green light floated, as if I had entered the underworld, and at that moment, the beautiful faces of the dancers began to turn hideous. Just then, the man on the bronze dragon bed slowly turned his head towards me. This man had a blue face and a flat nose, with pus dripping continuously from his face. His whole face looked swollen, becoming larger and rounder, with all his features squeezed into the center. His 2 long teeth pressed tightly against his lower lip, and a few strands of hair naturally fell over his forehead. I suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, my heart racing. What? Did you dream of a ghost? The man leaning against the stone wall opened his eyes and asked me casually. And no, it's nothing. I just had a dream. I hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off my forehead. This dream was so vivid that I could even see the patterns on those bronze palace lamps. It felt incredibly real. Hongjia still hadn't woken up, but I noticed some color returning to her face, so I thought she should wake up soon if there were no major issues. Sure enough, I guessed correctly this time. Hongjia woke up that night. As soon as she woke up, she opened her mouth and asked for water. She was feeling weak, and I was afraid she would get diarrhea from drinking river water. So I took out the last small half bottle of mineral water from my bag and fed it to her. Hongjia, you finally woke up. I wiped her mouth and felt very happy. Hey, I almost didn't make it. She grabbed my hand and said, thank you. Yinfeng, you saved my life. You didn't leave me behind to run away. You were right. You are a man of deep feelings. She no longer called me kid, but instead called me a man. Actually, it's nothing much. We help each other. Haha. I scratched my head shyly. Who are you? She suddenly noticed the man with a hairy face leaning against the southwest corner, who was resting with his eyes closed. The man opened his eyes, saw that Hongjia had woken up and clasped his hands, saying, Southern Faction Earthworker, Gold Miner, Chen Jianxing. Hongjia's current expression is a mix of 6 parts seriousness and 4 parts disdain. However, she still cupped her hands and replied, Beipai Logistics, a mole, Chen Hong. The two nodded at each other from a distance, and then stopped talking, which could be considered a greeting among peers. The southern and northern factions have always been at odds, so being able to exchange names and greetings like this is already a good sign. When brave warriors meet on a narrow road, I think that if the heads of the southern and northern factions were to encounter each other in the same grave, it could very well end in bloodshed. No one would willingly back down unless the other side's gang could overpower their own. Otherwise, the truth would come out when weapons are drawn. They are on opposing paths, but I can't stoke the fire. I try to keep both sides calm in conversation. After all, it's just the 3 of us here, all in the same boat, so finding a way out is the main priority. I informed Hongjia about the plan to cross the river to the other side. She frowned and said, Yinfeng, why do you trust others so easily? What if some people have ulterior motives to harm you? Humph. The man beside us crossed his arms and said, The petty mind of a villain underestimates the noble heart of a gentleman. Only women and petty people are difficult to raise. You. Amol stood up, furious. Try saying that again. Hee. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. Only women and petty people are difficult to raise. No, don't be impulsive, Hongjia. I tried to reach out to grab her, but I was a moment too slow and missed. It's over. This is going to cause trouble. Southern rat. Get up. The mole charged over angrily. Just then, I noticed the man's expression changed. First, he looked furious, then became confused and dazed. He was a head taller than Hongjia, and when he stood up, he still had a bit of presence. At this moment, the man scratched his head and said, Southern rat, get up. Hongjia's expression changed. She put her hands on her hips and angrily yelled, Try mimicking me again. The man immediately put his hands on his hips as well. Try mimicking me again. Southern stinky rat, dead rat, rotten rat. Hongjia was so angry her temples bulged. The man foolishly laughed and mimicked, Southern stinky rat, dead rat, rotten rat. Chapter 36. The garden Hongjia and Chen Jianxing are both in their 30s or 40s. They argue loudly, and if outsiders saw them, they would definitely say these two lack grace. I don't see it that way. They are both from the world of thieves, people of the Jianghu, from all walks of life, and they carry the roughness of the lower social class. This is hard to change. After I explained several times, Hongjia finally understood. Heh, Hongjia sneered. I thought so. No wonder he talks like an old man. Turns out he's just a fool. Forget it. I want to stoop to this southern fool's level. That's right, I said, pointing to the opposite riverbank. What do you think? How do we get across? Oh, she frowned. What do you want to go over for? Do you really believe what this fool said? After thinking for a moment, I nodded. Hongjia, didn't you notice? Where did those dry branches come from? I think what this person said might be true. There could be other secrets hidden here. Chen Jiansheng was still acting silly, still imitating how he spoke. The mole turned to look at him, gritted his teeth, and said, Yunfeng, if you believe him. I believe you. Then let us swim over and see if there is something else inside. Yunfeng, you're not good at swimming, right? She asked me. Not really. I don't even know how to dog paddle, I said with a face. She sighed. I'm not saying you, Yunfeng. But if we find Lao San and the others and escape, you need to practice swimming. In this line of work, if you can't swim, you'll suffer sooner or later. Hold on to me from behind, and I'll take you across. I quickly nodded. Okay. This underground river isn't wide, but the water is deep, and at this time of year, the water temperature is very low. Hongjia is a good swimmer, but she also doesn't dare to be careless. You kid, go lower. Where are your hands? Oh, sorry, Hongjia. I hurriedly moved my hands lower. Before we entered the water, I glanced back at the dazed Chen Jiansheng and asked, Hongjia, what about this man? Leave him here? Mind your own business, she said coldly. The southern faction's earthworker, if he dies, he dies. No need to worry about him. Oh, I didn't dare to retort. I took a deep look at the man, took a deep breath, and with a splash, I jumped into the underground river while holding on to Hongjia. The water was colder than I expected, and within seconds, I felt my hands and feet going numb. Concentrate, don't let go, just get across. Hongjia carried me and slowly swam toward the riverbank. We were lucky this time. Nothing went wrong, and in less than 10 minutes, we safely reached the shore. After wringing out our clothes, we walked to the crack. This mountain crack is over 10 meters high and looks very deep from the outside. Only wide enough for one person to pass at a time. After checking the flashlight's battery, it was still bright, but the light source was already quite dim. Hongjia and I exchanged glances. I nodded and was the first to turn sideways and squeeze in. As I crawled through the crack, I kept sucking in my stomach because there were some protruding stones inside, and I bumped into them a few times, which hurt. After crawling for over 300 meters, a bit of light appeared ahead. I was delighted and quickened my pace. When I emerged, I was dumbfounded by what I saw. I was stunned. I had thought that after crawling through this crack, I would find another underground cave on the other side. But I was wrong. Back in middle school, I studied a text called The Peach Blossom Spring, written by Tao Yuanming, which I had forgotten. In the story, there were many reclusive people in the Peach Blossom Spring. But in front of me, there was no one, not a single person. As far as the eye could see, it was all plants, many plants. There were trees over 20 meters high, wild grasses and flowers, green vines and withered vines. This place had been isolated for over 3,000 years, creating its own world. Lush and vibrant. At this time of year, Shun had already entered spring. But let me put it this way, the growth of grass and plants on Famon Mountain pales in comparison to here. Many of the trees and flowers I had never seen before and couldn't even name. No wonder Chen Jiansheng from the southern faction said this was the garden of the tomb owner. But this garden is a bit too big, it stretches endlessly. As if it had hollowed out the entire underground space of Famon Mountain. Both the mole and I were stunned, not knowing what to say. Only able to marvel at the wonders of nature. I think Chen Jiansheng was able to survive here for 6 months, mostly thanks to this paradise. I asked Hongjia what was going on. She bent down, picked a wild grass, looked at it, then surveyed the surroundings and said solemnly, to me, the ancients viewed death as life. Qin Shi Huang built an army of terracotta warriors, used mercury for lakes and seas, and made pearls into stars. We underestimated the vision of the ancients. Just then, we suddenly heard applause behind us. Clap, clap. That's right, the vision was small, I agree. It was Chen Jiansheng from the southern faction. He was wet, with a neutral expression on his face, showing no discernible emotion. Chen, the earthworker, are you okay again? I felt a bit guilty. After all, this place was his suggestion to Hongjia and me, yet we had left him behind. Humph. The mole snorted coldly, not looking pleased. Hey, northern kid, what happened just now? How did you leave me behind and run in here while I was distracted? I thought to myself, brother, please stop talking. You sound insane, you need treatment. Ahem, I deliberately cleared my throat to cover up my embarrassment, then said, it's nothing. Just a small situation happened earlier. But it's fine now. We three are back together, and for now, let's cooperate and think about how to get out. After hearing my words, Chen Jiansheng looked at a mole and said, you're talking about logistics Chun Hong from the northern sect, right? This kid is not wrong. I've been here for a few months and know more than you guys. Our ultimate goal is to get out. As for the grievances in the martial world, we can settle it later. Do you agree? Hongjia rubbed her temples tiredly. Okay, but I'm afraid some people might suddenly fall ill and drag me and Yunfeng down. Fall ill? Who is sick? What illness? Are there other people? Chen Jianxing looked around in confusion. I quickly stood up and said, no, no one is sick. Everyone is fine. Chen Tujian, this place is so big. Since you're familiar with it, tell us where we should go next. All right, follow me. I found a few suspicious places before. More heads, more paths. I'll take you to see them and help with some strategizing. As he led the way, he introduced the place to us. It's not small here. I've been back and forth several times. It should be about 3 to 4 kilometers. At the end, it's a dead end, and it's impassable. Also, I remind you, some things must not be touched. Otherwise, just wait to suffer. Chapter 37, Lunar Eclipse. Oh? Some things cannot be touched? What things? Aren't there just flowers and trees here? I asked. Chen Jianxing shook his head and said while walking. After about 10 minutes, he stopped in front of a large tree. This tree was over 10 meters tall and looked very strange, with branches but no leaves at all, completely bare. He pointed at the tree and turned to say, look, I used this tree as a reference point because it's easy to recognize. I named it the Bachelor Tree because it directly faces the exit of the cave. As long as you can see it, you won't get lost inside. Chen Mugon. This is indeed a good method, I praised. A mole looked up at the large tree, staring at it for several minutes, then said in a deep voice. When I was in university, I took an elective in botany because I was interested. I've heard from an old professor about this tree. It's not called the Bachelor Tree. It has a name, called the Yunyang Tree. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a college student. Chen Logistics. Chen Jianxing laughed. I don't know about the Yunyang Tree. It has no hair at all. I think calling it the Bachelor Tree is more fitting. If you have no education, don't speak recklessly. Hongjie glared at him. Yunyang is an ancient term. This tree was actually accidentally grafted by ancient people. The one who discovered this tree was a scholar named Yunyang. So it was referred to as Yunyang Tree in records of strange objects. But all of this is because ancient people didn't understand grafting techniques. Then according to your meaning, this Bachelor Tree, no, this Yunyang Tree, is still artificially planted? Definitely not. I've been here several times. Not to mention humans, I haven't even seen a ghost. You must be mistaken. Chen Jianxing shook his head, denying it as soon as he heard that the large tree might be artificially grafted. All right, Chen Tujian. Whether this tree is wild or grafted doesn't matter. Let's hurry and go to the place you wanted to show us. Okay, let's go left. Watch your step for the weeds, some have thorns. He led us onward, and along the way, I saw many plants I had never seen before. Hongjie occasionally explained to me, this flower is called aconitum, don't touch it. It will make your skin itchy. This is called strychnine, and that is Celosia arginea. These are very rare flowers. Suddenly, I saw a dark yellow bug perched on a red Celosia flower, resembling the cicadas found in rural fields. I reached out and caught it. Holding the bug, I examined it curiously. What is this? It's not a cicada. Why doesn't it have legs? I said. No wonder I caught it so easily. It doesn't have legs and can't crawl away. Chen Tujian, do you know what kind of bug this is? I asked curiously. He looked at it, scratched his head, and said, I don't know. Asking me is useless. I haven't seen everything. There are plenty of strange little bugs here. This bug seemed not to make any noise, with a pair of black sesame-like eyes on its head, looking very odd. Chen Jianxing said he didn't know, and Hongjie also shook her head, saying she wasn't familiar with insects, only with plants. I didn't pay much attention and casually stuffed the bug into my pocket. After all, it wouldn't bite, and since it had no legs, it wouldn't crawl around. I was purely intrigued because I had never seen one before. By the way, are you all hungry? Chen Jianxing suddenly turned around and asked. Not too bad. I can keep going. I'm not very hungry, I replied honestly. He rolled his eyes. Of course, you're not hungry. I caught a fish, and you ate it. I felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly rubbed my hands. All right, we just happened to arrive here. Let's have a snack. He pointed to a small tree on the right. The red fruit on this tree is edible. I've eaten it before, and it's fine. There is not much food here, so I'll pick a few to fill our stomachs. As he spoke, he walked over to the fruit tree. In a few minutes, he came back stretching his shirt. Here, he handed one to a mole. Who knows if it's edible or not? I want to eat it. Hongjie did not accept it. Then Chen Logistics. You can go hungry. He picked up a fruit, wiped it on his shirt, then brought it to his mouth, and took a big bite. The juice burst forth, looking very sweet. I instinctively swallowed. Noticing my reaction, he shook his head and tossed me too. After hesitating for a moment, I carefully took a bite. It had a texture similar to an apple, crunchy, but sweeter and juicier than an apple. It's fine. Hongjie, you should eat one too. It's quite delicious. You haven't really eaten much before, and we still have to walk later. Eating one will be good to replenish some sugar, I said as I handed her a fruit. This time she ate it. Hey man, how is it, Chen Logistics? Sweet? Fragrant? She coldly kept silent. After a few of us ate the fruit, we felt our throats much clearer and not so dry. Chen Jianxing found a patch of open ground and said, let us sit for a while, take a break. There's no rush at this moment. I curiously asked Chen Tujian, haven't we walked far since we came in? Hey, he waved his hand, kid. There are some things you don't know. Just listen to me. Sit here for a while and you'll see. I'll show you something good later. His words were cryptic and mysterious. There was nothing I could do. Since the guide said to rest, we could only rest. I also wanted to see what he meant by something good. The few of us sat quietly on the ground, and Chen Jianxing occasionally looked up at the sky, not knowing what he was watching. After what seemed like an hour, I couldn't sit still anymore. Suddenly, I stood up and questioned him about how much longer we would rest, and if we were going to get down to business. Hongjia also turned to look at him. Chun Jiansheng was now reclining backward, supporting himself with his hands, and chewing on a piece of grass. Huffed, he spat out the grass and said, "That scene I saw once is unforgettable. Don't be anxious. It will be dark soon, very soon." Dark? In here? I glanced around. The surrounding environment looked like it was evening. The light was dim, but we could still see things. Haha, here it comes. Everyone, quickly look. Chun Jiansheng suddenly pointed to the place we just walked past. I saw that the area we had just walked through was gradually sinking into darkness, like experiencing a lunar eclipse, moving from dusk to night. Moreover, this darkness, resembling dark clouds, was in a transitional state, spreading towards the three of us. In just 3 minutes, the space here had completely darkened, instantly becoming pitch black, where I couldn't see my own fingers. Chen Tugong. It's so dark I can't see anyone. I shouted. What are you trying to show us? Chapter 38. Footprints. I'm taking you to see the night view. Why are you yelling? Chun Jiansheng's voice came through, but I could only hear his complaints. In my panic, I searched for a flashlight, almost cursing. Look at your damn night view. Before I could turn on the flashlight, the next moment, I was shocked into silence by what was happening in front of me. A little spark can ignite a prairie fire. What I saw was not ordinary fire or fireflies, but a cluster of vegetation glowing faintly with golden light. Looking around, countless flowers, grasses, and trees emitted dots of yellow light, creating a sea of stars that left a deep impression on me. This scene, I will never forget. The whole process lasted less than 3 minutes. As the darkness dissipated, we could see each other again. Both Hongjia and I were stunned by this brief moment. While Chun Jiansheng looked excited. How is it? Didn't I tell you? Such a rare sight is hard to find in the world. Some friends might ask, how could trees and flowers emit yellow light? Some may say I'm talking nonsense. A mole on her body provided the answer. After recovering from her shock, she stood up and walked forward, picking a small flower, frowning as she gazed at it. Then, she handed the flower to me to take a look. I saw that the edge of this red flower was covered with a layer of light moss, very thin, and it wouldn't be easy to notice unless you looked closely. She scraped a little of the moss off with her nail and then tucked it securely into her clothing. After looking at it, Hongjia said in surprise that it emits a very faint yellow light. If I'm not mistaken, this might be golden thread moss. What is golden thread moss? Most ordinary people have never heard of it, but I think some enthusiasts of advanced floral art might have some knowledge. During the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, someone offered a type of moss-like plant to the palace, which was light green and glowed like yellow stars at night. When cast onto the water's surface, it would shimmer with golden light, as recorded in Yuyang's Ajiji. Additionally, the ancient text by Wang Jia titled Shi Ji mentioned that the Liang kingdom presented golden thread moss, which was golden in color, floating on the waves, shining brightly under the sun. Those fortunate palace maids who received it would be rewarded with 2 coins, placed on a lacquered plate, illuminating the entire room, a rare and strange plant, known as nightbright moss. This type of moss has been recorded many times in ancient literature. Those who have never seen it might say that ancient people were just boasting, but I have seen it, as has Hongjia, and even more so Chun Jiansheng. How about it? Isn't it a rare sight? You've never seen anything like it before, have you? Chun Jiansheng said proudly. Hongjia wiped her hands and looked around, saying, I didn't expect such a rare object to exist in the world. Haha, as if I need to say it. Don't mention you guys. I was shocked the first time I saw it. Let us go. I'll take you to see the next good thing. Chun Jiansheng brushed off the dirt on his clothes and continued to lead the way. On the way, Hongjia frowned, looking heavy-hearted, so I asked her what was wrong. She turned to me and whispered, Yin Feng, it's possible that Yao Yumin and the head said it correctly. We might have come to a place we shouldn't have. So I forget it. At this point, let us take it step by step. An hour later, Chun Jiansheng led us to a place, a dirt slope about 1 meter high, looking a bit like a small burial mound in a mass grave. You wait here, I'll go get something for you to see. After saying that, he went forward to dig in the dirt with his bare hands. Huh, where did it go? I clearly hid it here last time. Where did it go? He was digging around frantically. Chen Tugong, what are you doing? What did you hide here? He was digging vigorously, glanced back at me, and said, It's a jade axe I accidentally picked up. It's even inlaid with gold and silver, and it has a little map carved on it. Damn it. Where did it go? Can it grow legs and run away? An axe is a ritual vessel popular during the late Shang dynasty and early Western Zhou dynasty, mostly made of bronze, with very few made of jade, holding a status equivalent to that of later tiger charms, a highly ranked object. The emperor has 9 tripods, 4 horses, and 1 axe. This was a system that ordinary feudal lords would never dare to overstep, especially during the early Western Zhou when the state was strong. If what Chun Jiansheng said is true and he discovered an axe, it could imply one thing. The tomb owner was not afraid of the Zhou emperor. If the tomb owner was that Duke of Jiao, in short, it means he didn't care about the Zhou emperor and wanted to elevate himself using the 9 tripods, 4 horses, and 1 axe. But one thing I can't understand is how could Chun Jiansheng casually find such an important object? He also said the axe had a map carved on it. What kind of map? Could it be a map to get out? All of this cannot be concluded until I see the actual object. Maybe he was lying, which is also a possibility. Damn it, where the hell did it go? I even marked it. How could it just disappear? Chun Jianxing turned the small dirt pile over and over, but still didn't find what he claimed was there. I questioned him. Chen Tugong, is it possible you remembered it wrong? Mistook something else for the axe? If it's not the Zhou Emperor, there shouldn't be such a thing in the tomb. Damn it, he glared at me. I've been in this line of work for over 10 years. How could I misidentify something like that? Hongjia nodded in agreement. There's no evidence. Seeing that both of us were adamant in our disbelief, he got angry. Forget it. You can believe it or not. I still don't believe I can't find it. He prepared to dig again. I shook my head and turned to survey the surroundings. The lighting was poor now, and it was dim all around. I couldn't see clearly, but vaguely. About 100 meters ahead under a big tree, I seemed to see a short shadow wearing a hat, hiding behind the tree and peeking at our group. Who's there? I opened the flashlight in a panic. What's wrong, Yinfeng? Did you see something? Hongjia was startled by my sudden shout. Looking back, there was nothing under the tree now. Hongjia, I saw a short shadow wearing a hat. Very short, less than 1.50 meters, I said anxiously. A short shadow wearing a hat? Very short? Yinfeng, are you too tired in seeing things? Hongjia glanced at the tree and shook her head, clearly not believing me. I knew my own situation best and firmly said I didn't see wrong. There was indeed a short person with a hat peeking at us. In the end, I convinced Hongjia, and we decided to check out the big tree. When we reached the spot, there was nothing but flowers and grass around. And we didn't see any short person wearing a hat. Kid, I think you're just seeing things. What short person? Are you expecting Snow White to be here too? Chen Jianxing joked. I was so angry I was about to retort. Wait, Hongjia interrupted me. You guys look. What is that? Is that a footprint? Following where Hongjia pointed, I saw a pair of very small footprints on the soft soil, even smaller than a 3-inch golden lotus. Looking like those of a 5 or 6-year-old child. The footprints were barefoot, with only 4 toes, missing a big toe. Chapter 39. Peeping looking at the footprints left on the ground, I swallowed nervously, and both Hongjia and Chun Jiansheng had grim expressions. We had been watched. What was even scarier was that we didn't know if this thing was human or ghost. This meant that there might not only be the 3 of us here, but something else as well. Fear comes from the unknown, and the more we thought about it, the more we were afraid. Chun Jiansheng also refrained from making noise. Chen Shun, is it possible that one of your gang members is a dwarf or has some kind of disability? I tried to ask her. No. Chun Jiansheng frowned and said, aside from me and Chen Jigo, the other brothers have all had accidents. Besides, we don't have anyone with such disabilities in our team. Suddenly, with this incident occurring, we didn't dare to rush forward. The 3 of us discussed it and decided to rest in place for the night to regain our strength. During the night, we took turns keeping watch, not daring to sleep fully. My watch was from 1 to 3 in the morning. The fire was made by Chun Jiansheng using fire sticks, and there were plenty of things to burn. We collected some rotted branches and wood. We set up our temporary resting place next to a small mound, as there were relatively fewer plants in that area. Guarding the fire, I struggled to keep my eyes open around 2 in the morning, but since it was my turn to keep watch, I kept telling myself not to sleep. When I could no longer hold on, I pinched my thigh. Hongjia and Chun Jiansheng were now asleep. After adding 2 more dry branches to the fire, I still forced myself to stay awake, my head nodding off. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. Someone had thrown a small dirt clod at me. Looking at the small clod that rolled away under my feet, my sleepiness vanished without a trace. A cold sweat broke out on my back from the fright. The glow of the fire illuminated my surroundings as I slowly turned my head back. I saw a little dwarf standing about 30 meters away from me. He wore a large brimmed hat and was draped in a tattered black garment, covered in dirt. Old and torn, as if it had been stripped from a corpse. I must be dreaming, I thought, pinching the web of my hand hard. Feeling a sharp pain, the dwarf threw another dirt clod at me, but this time he missed. Terrified, I began to back away, inching towards Chun Jiansheng. Not daring to speak, I nudged him to wake him up. At first, he didn't respond. In a panic, I pinched him. What are you doing? Are you crazy? He scolded when he woke up. I looked at him with a pale face and silently pointed behind me. Half asleep, Chun Jiansheng glanced back at me. He quickly rubbed his eyes. We faced each other, and I could see clearly that his face turned pale as a sheet. Don't make a sound, go to sleep. Pretend you didn't see anything, he whispered, then lay back down and closed his eyes. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Hongjia asked, did you guys not rest last night? Why do you look so bad? I was pale, and Chun Jiansheng looked similar, because last night we both saw that thing. I hesitated, not daring to tell Hongjia about it. It was Chun Jiansheng who spoke up, after he finished recounting his experience from last night. Hongjia turned to me and frowned, asking, Yinfeng, is it true? I clenched my fists and nodded. Chun Jiansheng looked around with a serious expression and said in a low voice, I thought it was strange. The axe I buried couldn't just grow legs and run away. It must have been that thing causing trouble. Did you see its face? Hongjia asked, frowning. No, I didn't see it. It wore a big sun hat and had clothes that looked like they were scavenged from somewhere, completely covering itself, so I couldn't make out anything. I recalled last night's scene carefully, confirming that I hadn't missed anything. Then, the 3 of us conspired for a while and made a secret plan. Initially, I was very scared and told Hongjia that we should leave quickly, regardless of what that thing was. But Hongjia shook her head, saying that the mysteries here were numerous. And her intuition told her that we shouldn't just leave. We needed to follow this lead and investigate further. During the day, We all tried not to look around too much, keeping our heads down while walking and talking, and we didn't dare to eat anything else. We only ate the kind of fruits we had to stave off hunger. When night came, as usual, we built a fire, and with no one keeping watch. The three of us lay around the fire and closed our eyes. However, unlike the previous night, this time we didn't sleep. We were all pretending to be asleep. Hongjie held a small dagger, palm down, covered by her sleeve. Chun Jianxing and I hid a sharpened stick in our arms, making it look like we were just sleeping from the outside. Time passed second by second, and by the late night, the fire had burned low due to a lack of fuel. Suddenly, a small dirt clod was thrown at us as a test. We pretended to sleep, eyes closed, not moving. I gripped the stick tightly under my arm, terrified. After a few minutes, another dirt clod was thrown our way, but we remained still. About an hour later, I heard very faint footsteps approaching. I squinted my eyes, lying on the ground, carefully peeking. I saw the little dwarf from last night, holding a small stone, walking slowly and awkwardly towards the fire. Its gait was very strange, twisting like an old woman. It moved slowly and cautiously, inching closer to us, fearing it would notice. I quickly closed my eyes and stopped watching. The footsteps grew closer, and I felt that it had reached my side. Attack! Chun Jianxing suddenly sprang up from the ground, shouting as he pulled out the sharpened stick and thrust it forward. Hongjie also jumped up, aiming her dagger at the dwarf and stabbing directly. Squeak! The creature let out a strange squeak like a rat and turned to run. After lying in ambush all night, we wouldn't let it escape. I was the closest and grabbed hold of its little leg, holding on tightly. Quick! Quick! I've got it! I yelled desperately. The creature thrashed wildly, trying to break free, and its strength was immense. I almost couldn't hold on. With a thrust, Hongjie's dagger plunged into the dwarf's belly, going in all the way. It bled a lot, the blood dark red and black. In pain, it darted away from Chun Jianxing's strike, and I felt like my wrist might dislocate. Before long, in less than a minute, with a thud, the dwarf fell to the ground, the dagger still sticking in its belly, convulsing, blood spilling everywhere. Seeing this, the three of us exchanged pale glances. We were communicating with our eyes, which roughly meant, who will take off the hat of this thing and see if it's dead? Chapter 40. Mountain Demon. The fire in the campfire was dwindling, and Chun Jianxing kicked 2 dry branches into it, causing it to flare up again. Yinfeng, you go and take off the hat, Hongjie instructed me, handing me a dagger. Okay. I gripped the dagger with both hands, cautiously stepping closer. Taking a deep breath, I kicked off the oversized hat covering this thing's head. Under the hat, there was surprisingly a monkey-like face. No, not exactly a monkey face. It was more accurate to say it resembled one. We exchanged glances, all looking astonished. The creature's face was elongated with a protruding nose, and the hair on the sides of its mouth was bright red. It had a layer of white fur on its forehead, small eyes, and an extremely eerie appearance. Now, its eyes were closed, and its mouth half open. It was already dead. Hey, is this thing what I think it is? Chun Jianxing suddenly turned to look at Hongjie. Hongjie examined it closely, frowned, and said she couldn't be sure. She had never seen it before. Watching them play charades, I grew a bit anxious and asked Hongjie if she knew anything about it. Hongjie told me that this creature might be the mountain demon from folklore, a kind of mountain spirit or monster. She shared what she knew about it. In the past, in the deep mountains of rural areas, if you asked experienced old hunters what was the most powerful and sinister creature in the mountains, it wasn't tigers or leopards. Many old hunters would almost unanimously answer, mountain demon. This creature was also called mountain ghost or mountain god in some places. Mountain demons are divided into male and female. Male mountain demons are known for eating humans, being lustful, and for having sexual relations with human women, while female mountain demons enjoy playing tricks on people, often disguising themselves as human children to mingle with kids and play games. If they got too carried away during the games, they would abduct the children. These creatures stand just over a meter tall and like to cover themselves with large hats. From a distance, they really do look like children. Additionally, some old people say that the hats worn by mountain demons can make one invisible. If a person puts it on, they can hide their figure and become unseen by others. Of course, the claim that mountain demon hats can make one invisible is probably nonsense. I dare say this because I tried it. In front of Hongjie and Chun Jianxing, I bravely picked up the hat and put it on. The hat had a foul odor, and after wearing it, I asked Hongjie, Chintugan, am I invisible now? Can you see me? Chun Jianxing looked at me with droopy eyelids and said nonchalantly, that's right, you little rascal, you're invisible. You can wear this hat to rob a bank, and I guarantee no one will see you. Also, you can go to the women's bathhouse, and the cameras won't catch you. I pouted and threw the ragged hat away, aware of the ridicule in his words. As for where this hat came from, we didn't know. However, while we were searching through the clothes on the mountain demon, Chun Jianxing suddenly recognized something. Because the clothing was worn inside out, Chun Jianxing pulled out a plastic bag from the inner pocket of the clothing, opened it, and found a lighter and half a pack of Woodwood Jinhua cigarettes inside. His face turned pale, and he kicked the creature's corpse 5 or 6 times. Damn it. This beast. This clothing belonged to someone from our team. This creature stripped it off and put it on itself. After saying this, he grew angrier and kicked it several more times. Alright, it's dead now. Why are you making such a fuss? Hongjie shook her head. Look for something else and see if that thing you mentioned is hidden on it. I helped out and searched carefully several times, but didn't find the jade ritual vessel that Chun Jianxing mentioned. Suddenly, Chun Jianxing clapped his hands, startling me. Hongjie frowned and asked what he was doing. He held the cigarette box, pointed upwards, and suddenly said excitedly, "My brother was involved in something up there. I saw it with my own eyes." This beast stripped off its clothing and put it on, then came to the master of the tomb's backyard. "Chen Ho-chin, what does this indicate?" Hongjie thought for a moment and pondered. "There might be a path." "Exactly." Chun Jianxing pointed up and then down. "Yes. There must be a passage between above and below. As long as we find this road, we can go up." I was also excited because if what Chun Jianxing said was true, we could leave here, go up, and find Big Brother and Third Brother. But the current problem was, where was the path that the mountain demon came down from? Some things were starting to take shape. The lush underground space in front of us might be the private backyard of the tomb's master. If the tomb master was a Jiao Ho, with the influence of a feudal lord, it might be possible to gather many precious flowers and trees to plant in the backyard he built for his enjoyment after death. This method is somewhat similar to the mercury sea and luminous pearls representing the sun, moon, and stars in the tomb of the first emperor. The difference is that regarding the tomb of the first emperor in Lishan, Sima Qian clearly recorded it in the records of the grand historian, while Jiao Ho has not been mentioned in either unofficial or official histories. As for how to find the way up, Hongjie thought of a plan. Although mountain demons are sinister, they still retain some monkey-like behaviors. Hongjie speculated that they are social creatures. If one of the mountain demons is missing, would these creatures send someone to look for it? It couldn't really be called a plan. Chun Jianxing had been trapped here for half a year. When a person is forced into a corner, they are willing to try any possible method. We propped the dead mountain demon up against a tree, put the hat on it, and dressed it properly. Then, we retreated 100 meters, hiding behind a large tree, secretly observing the movements in this area. After our careful arrangement, from a distance, the mountain demon didn't look dead at all. It seemed to be resting against the tree trunk. After waiting for over an hour, we finally saw what we wanted. I was dozing off when Hongjie tapped me, signaling me to wake up. Something was happening. Hiding behind the tree, I took a quick glance. I was startled. Suddenly, fog began to rise. About 300 or 400 meters ahead, in the hazy white mist, many small black shadows appeared, their faces indistinct, but I could see many hats. There were about a dozen of them, and the clothes they wore were also different. Some black, some white, and I had no idea where they got them from. These creatures walked like humans, swaying back and forth. This scene, with the light fog, had a somewhat eerie feeling like the night parade of 100 ghosts from old Hong Kong films. I swallowed several times, my heart racing to my throat. Before long, these creatures discovered their dead companion. They circled around, looking at each other like mice, chattering noisily. After a while, it seemed they reached some kind of consensus. In groups of 4, they picked up the dead one and swayed away. Chun Jianxing was the first to crawl out and follow them. We maintained a distance of over 100 meters, and with the geographical advantages of flowers and trees everywhere, as soon as we noticed something was wrong up ahead, we would immediately hide in the nearby bushes. We moved slowly, and those creatures frequently turned to look back, which was dangerous. Several times, we almost got discovered. I don't know how long we walked, twisting and turning, but we followed these creatures to a very secluded cave entrance. The entrance was well hidden by overgrown weeds, and if we hadn't seen them go in one by one, we would not have found it. Watching these short creatures crawl inside, I lowered my voice and asked Chen Tugong, "You've been here for a while. Have you ever discovered this place before?" Chun Jianxing, hiding in the bushes, peeked out and took a careful look. Such a small mouse hole, covered in grass. How could I have found it? Chapter 41. The altar. As soon as the last one entered, we began to move. At first, the cave was small and low, and we had to crouch to walk. If we accidentally stood up straight, we would bump our heads. Once we could no longer see the creatures, we quickened our pace. As we walked, the space gradually opened up. Ahead, there appeared an exit resembling a door, with a faint light shining through. "Is this the end?" Chun Jianxing asked. Hongjie shook her head. "I don't know. Let's hurry and check it out. Don't get left behind." I was agile and ran the fastest. However, when I reached the front, I couldn't stop in time and almost fell. Loose stones tumbled down, and Chun Jianxing pulled me back from behind. "What are you panicking for? Trying to throw your life away?" I was still shaken and took 2 steps back. In front of me, the drop from this cave to the ground below was at least 20 meters high. A vine rope was hanging down. Clearly, this was the only way to get down. "Chen Hoyan, with your skinny arms and legs, can you do it?" Chun Jianxing turned to ask. "As long as you don't fall to your death. You don't need to worry about others." Hongjie shot back at him. "All right then," he said, grabbing the vine. "I'll slide down first and check the way for you." From his sliding motion, it was clear he was experienced, knowing to push against the wall with his legs to control his descent speed. In just 5 or 6 minutes, he had slid down the 20+ meters. Chun Jianxing let go of the rope below and waved his arms at me and Hongjie, signaling us to come down. Hongjie was the second to descend. She wasn't as quick as Chun Jianxing but descended steadily, showing she had some experience too. Compared to them, I felt a bit clumsy. Lacking technique, my hands hurt from the vine's grip during the slide. After reaching the bottom, I looked at my palms, which were all scraped. Seeing my miserable state, Chun Jianxing teased, "You should practice more. Use your legs when sliding down. Don't grip so tightly." The three of us continued forward. The space below was large, with traces of human excavation on the walls, and two stone pillars stood in the middle, with a set of stairs leading down into darkness. Will the flashlight still work? Yinfeng, Hongjie asked. I turned on the flashlight to test it. There's a little battery left, Hongjie, but I estimate it won't last more than an hour. She frowned, looking at the stairs leading down. Let's go down and take a look. So we began to walk down the stairs. Initially, we had the flashlight on, but as we walked, we saw the flickering light of torches ahead. Chun Jinshin cursed under his breath. Damn, this is creepy. I didn't expect them to use fire. I wonder if they can cook. I'd really like to taste the food made by those creatures. After he said that, for some reason, I suddenly saw him as my second brother. When I came back to my senses, I felt a bit uncomfortable because my second brother was just like that. No filter. Saying whatever came to his mind regardless of the situation. The stone path under our feet had only been walked a few minutes when Hongjie suddenly warned us to stop. Listen, do you hear that? Ahead was a bend, and I listened carefully and indeed heard squeaking sounds coming from ahead. It's those creatures, hiding around the corner. We cautiously peeked inside. We saw those short creatures making a racket. In front of them was a round stone platform, and the dead one was lying on it. Soon, they stopped squeaking, as if they had reached a consensus. Suddenly, one of them jumped onto the stone platform, rummaged around its body, and pulled out a pale blue object that resembled a small axe. Chun Jinxing's eyes widened, and he suppressed his excitement, saying, Look, do you see that? That's what I was talking about before. Those beasts really stole it. That's a ceremonial axe. This proves I wasn't lying. You guys look? With a loud bang, the creature raised the ceremonial axe high and smashed it down again and again. The scene was gruesome, within just a few strikes. The dead creature's head was smashed to bits, and yellowish-white matter splattered everywhere on the round stone platform. Seeing this, the others rushed forward, climbing onto the platform in a frenzy, forgetting their hats, and began to lick up the yellowish-white substance. This scene was not only terrifying, but also disgusting. The air was filled with the stench of blood, and my stomach churned, making me feel nauseous. Hongjie wasn't doing much better. I was feeling sick, but then I heard Chun Jinshin quietly muttering, What are they doing, drinking tofu pudding? After they finished licking clean, the creatures began to move forward in groups, disappearing into the darkness. Once they left, the three of us naturally came out. The round stone platform was unrecognizable. The creature's head had been completely devoured by its companions, leaving behind some yellowish-white remnants. Chun Jinshin was the first to notice that there were carved markings on the round stone platform. The carvings were likely bird script, but due to the passage of time, some of the characters were unclear. Stifling our nausea, we pushed the body down, and the line of bird script beneath was the clearest. Hongjie, do you recognize this? I asked. She shook her head. I can only recognize one character out of these dozens. This one. She pointed at one of the bird script characters. I saw it on another bronze artifact before. It should mean sacrifice. Sacrifice? I asked curiously. Is it the kind for rituals? Yes, she nodded seriously. If that's the case, then this must be the altar. Chun Jinxing said after looking around. The culture of sacrifice has existed since ancient times and still exists today. Burning paper during Qing Ming, lighting incense in temples, all count as forms of sacrifice. However, in the Shang and early Zhou dynasties, the term sacrifice represented blood and death. Due to the prevalence of slavery, there were few sacrifices of livestock during the Shang and Zhou periods. Instead, human sacrifices were very common. Slaves would be beheaded at the sacrificial altar, and their heads would be placed into a bronze vessel called lian. In the bronze lian, the shaman conducting the ritual would use a knife to poke a small round hole in the top of the head. The reason for the round hole was that people at that time believed the sky was round. This act was meant to offer a tribute, releasing the spirit of the tribute to the gods above. This was just one method of using the Shang and Zhou sacrificial altar. There were many others, but at the core, they were all forms of painful and sinister sorcery. In Western Zhou tombs, there is often a pattern. Once a sacrificial altar is found, there are inevitably head sacrifice pits or human bone sacrifice pits within a 5-meter radius around the altar. And we indeed discovered such a sacrifice pit, located just to the northwest of the round altar. Chapter 42 Soul Warehouse. The sacrificial pit is rectangular, and there are some scattered human bones inside. Just by looking at the surface, it's clear that these bones are severely calcified, with some still retaining their postures from before death, suggesting they haven't been disturbed for thousands of years. Hongjie looked at the bones in the sacrificial pit and sighed. Imagine, 2,000 years ago, these were all vibrant lives. Generally speaking, sacrificial pits from the Shang and Zhou dynasties wouldn't contain burial items, as they were slaves and did not qualify for such items. But this time was different. Chun Jiansheng, with his keen eyes, discovered a chicken-headed pottery jar lying horizontally in the pit. The jar was half buried in the soil. Pottery is of low value and not worth much, so Hongjie suggested they leave and find a way out, not to linger here. Chun Jiansheng shook his head and said not to rush. Chen Hochin, you didn't look closely, did you? Take another look at that jar. He pointed to the bottom of the pit. I looked again, this time more carefully. What is that? Isn't it a chicken-headed pottery jar? I vaguely saw a small clay figurine on the surface of the jar, only a small part of it exposed above the ground. Are you dumb? Haven't you seen this before? Chun Jiansheng said boldly. Yes, pottery isn't valuable, but it depends on the grade. and this one in the pit is of a high grade. This is a soul warehouse, a first-class cultural relic. Soul warehouses were only popular in two dynasties, the Shang and Zhou periods and the Eastern Han period. In the Han dynasty, soul warehouses were placed under the coffin boards of the deceased, filled with seeds of grains, implying that the deceased could still be self-sufficient and eat food from the living world below. Most antiques on the market are like this, and some ignorant people spend a high price to buy them and display them in their bedrooms every day, which is not good and unlucky. The soul warehouses from the Western Zhou period are different because they are too ancient. Pottery is fragile and hard to preserve, so Western Zhou soul warehouses are rare, and rarity makes them valuable, indeed fetching a decent price. I later came into contact with some feng shui masters from Hong Kong who preferred Western Zhou soul warehouses. Whenever they hear of such items, they would pay a high price to acquire them. I heard that using such items can trap the 3 souls and 7 spirits of those who died unexpectedly. As long as a ritual is performed and the first 7 days are observed, the intact body can have its soul return on that night. As for the sacrificial pit, it wasn't very deep, probably less than 2 meters from the ground. Chen Jianxing was excited. He jumped down and said he wanted to dig out the soul warehouse to see if it was intact, and if they could find a way to take it away. I advised him not to rush, but he wouldn't listen. This is the nature of tomb raiders. They never leave empty-handed. When they see something rare, they can't help but try to find a way to get it out. If they just leave, they would feel like they've missed out on a fortune. This profession of tomb raiding cannot be satisfied with just a banner and 500 yuan. Chen Jianxing jumped into the sacrificial pit, looked at the bones, and said, "Excuse me, everyone, just borrowing a bit, don't mind me." After saying that, he lowered his head and touched the buried soul warehouse jar. Huh, it's so heavy? He lifted it, his expression surprised. The soul warehouse jar from the Western Zhou period surely wasn't filled with grains. Nobody really knows what it contains. Damn, it's really heavy. Is it stuffed with gold bricks? He struggled to lift the soul warehouse, his expression strained. Quick, help me up, I can't get back. I hurried to the edge of the pit, grabbed his hand, and pulled him up. The lid of the soul warehouse was sealed tight, looking like the original product. Never opened before. Chen Jianxing brushed off the dirt from his knees, saying, "How about we open it now? This is original stuff, very rare. Many old-timers in the field haven't even seen it." Hongjia scoffed. What high-grade items can come out of a sacrificial pit? It might just be filled with 2,000-year-old human feces, turned into balls, fossilized. Chen Jianxing felt a bit embarrassed that the thing he worked hard to lift was dismissed as a pile of feces by Hongjia. "Chen Hoqin, you really know how to joke. Let's discuss something. Can you lend me that little dagger of yours? I'll pry this thing open and see what's inside." Watching Chen Jianxing speak, I shook my head. I felt that his attitude towards Hongjia had improved significantly compared to when they first met. Hongjia had been criticizing him all along, calling him a southern rat. Yet even so, Chen Jianxing only complained a few times at most. People have a curious nature, and I couldn't help but wonder if this old guy had some unspoken feelings for Hongjia. I imagined a scenario in my mind, thinking how impressive it would be if Chen Tuguang were to take over the Alps prairie. People in the field say that a mole with a mark is open-minded. I guess this old guy probably didn't even realize it yet. Taking the dagger, Chen Jianxing squatted down. After he positioned the soul warehouse, he began to pry it open with the knife. At the edge of the pottery soul warehouse, there was a layer of light yellow substance, like a waterproof wax layer. After more than 2,000 years, this wax layer had dried hard like a stone. When he poked it with the dagger, it only left a white mark, very tough. Thanks to the sharpness of the dagger, after fiddling for more than 10 minutes, sweat appeared on his forehead, and he finally pried open a small gap. Suddenly, a strong aroma of alcohol wafted out. Chen Jianxing's eyes widened. The soul warehouse is filled with liquor? Over 2,000-year-old liquor. He took a step back and immediately shook his head, denying, No, that's not right. There was no high-proof distilled liquor back then. This smell. Hongjia also became curious. She looked at the soul warehouse on the ground and said, "In the Daobao Taihan tomb, a well-preserved celadone plum vase was unearthed, and it was filled with liquor. Although this is rare, it has happened before, just not many people have seen it." Upon hearing this, Chen Jianxing, whether trying to show off or for some other reason, suddenly said, "Today, I, Chen Jianxing, am in luck. Once the lid is opened, it will evaporate soon. No way. This is a rare opportunity. I have to taste this liquor and see what it's like. No way. Chen Tuguang, you want a drink?" I didn't expect him to be so bold. He stroked his chin and laughed. "I'm a wine lover. I haven't tasted a drop in 6 months. 1,000-year-old fine wine. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Kid, let me ask you, do you know what the highest realm of drinking is?" I shook my head and said I didn't know. "I don't drink alcohol." He glanced at Hongjia and boastfully said, "The highest realm of drinking is getting liver cancer. Once you reach this step, your cultivation is complete." I almost couldn't hold back my laughter, thinking, isn't that right? Cultivation is complete, and you directly end up in a crematorium for a new home. Hongjia scolded him in disbelief. "You're such a fool." He chuckled. "Watch me, I'm drinking." He pried open the entire oil seal layer of the soul warehouse and directly reached in to scoop a bit out. Smacking his lips, he frowned, and his expression didn't look good. "What's wrong? Chen Tuguang, what does it taste like?" He didn't speak, and I thought he was poisoned. Chen Jianxing swallowed hard, frowning and saying, "What kind of liquor is this?" It clearly smells like liquor, but why does it taste so strange, sweet like syrup? In less than 3 minutes of talking, I suddenly saw his face start to turn red, and it kept getting redder, almost like he had been painted with red paint. He shook his head vigorously. Damn it, what's going on? This must be fake liquor. Chapter 43 Identity According to common sense, if it's not distilled liquor, the longer it is left, the more the alcohol evaporates. Rice wine and similar types are even worse. They are originally low in alcohol, and even if covered, just leave it for a few decades, and you will see it's as diluted as water, with no flavor. But the liquor in the Seoul warehouse is different. I even doubted that it wasn't liquor at all. Chun Jiansheng, being an old wine lover, scooped a little with his hand and immediately showed signs of drunkenness. Speaking with a slur, his face frighteningly red. Chun Taguang, are you okay? Can you still walk? I saw he was unsteady and supported him a bit. I can. Why wouldn't I be able to? Good wine. Really good wine. Strong stuff. He blushed and spoke with a lisp. What a fool. Hongjia rolled her eyes and cursed. Chun Jiansheng staggered forward, clutching his Seoul warehouse. Come on, I'm not drunk. This wine, I have to take it out. 1 drop sells for 100,000. Unable to persuade him, I said, Chun, be careful on the road, don't fall. To the northwest of the sacrificial pit, there was a small path leading to a cave. It was the only path, clearly man-made, and we had no idea where it would lead, only that those things had gone in there. Chun Jiansheng wobbled ahead, holding his Seoul warehouse wine jar, while Hongjia and I followed behind him. This small path looked flat at first, but after walking a few dozen meters, it began to incline. I felt a surge of happiness. This was a good sign because it was an uphill path, and we might be able to go up. Suddenly, we heard many monkey-like cries from all directions. We didn't know where they jumped out from. In front of us appeared a pile of creatures, those little dwarfs with hats, blocking the path and screeching at us, each holding a stone about the size of a child's fist. Hongjia and I were stunned by the sight, and instinctively started to back away. Their essay saying, if the enemy doesn't team move, I want team move. After all, these animals belong to the primate family. Any movement on our part would show our fear. Be careful, Hongjia. In an instant, a stone came flying toward her forehead. Hongjia was quick to react. She twisted her neck just in time, and the fist-sized stone grazed her hair, crashing against the wall with a loud bang, splitting in two, showing how much force was behind it. If it had hit her head, her brains would have splattered everywhere. We need to retreat. Hongjia quickly realized the danger. Let us go. I pulled the dazed Chun Jiansheng and ran back. Almost simultaneously, many small stones began to rain down on us. One hit my arm, and it hurt so much that I broke out in a sweat on my forehead. After we retreated, those creatures didn't follow us out. Seeing the blood on my arm, Hongjia hurriedly asked what happened and if it hurt. Of course it hurts, I said, covering my arm, trying to hold it together. It's just a surface wound. The bone should be fine. I tried to lift my left arm, but I couldn't exert any strength. It hurt whenever I tried. And I guessed it might be fractured. It's all your fault. Hongjia glared at Chun Jiansheng. Why were you carrying that broken urine jar? This delay caused trouble. Chun Jiansheng's face was still red. I couldn't tell if it was from the alcohol or from being scolded by Hongjia. He shook his head and cursed. Just a bunch of hairy monkeys. Give me a knife, and I'll stab them all to death. No, don't be impulsive, Chun, I said through the pain. We can't underestimate these creatures. Going in like that is just asking for death. This uphill path was likely the only way up. And after all the effort we put into finding it, we were now blocked by a bunch of beasts. It was incredibly frustrating. If only we had a gun. If we had something like that, we could just shoot them all and turn them into a beehive. We discussed how to deal with those creatures, brainstorming ways to get past them. Hongjia suggested an idea. She said one person could go in first to draw their attention, leading them away, allowing the other two to pass safely as long as they weren't discovered. Given the current situation, it was indeed a feasible plan. But then the question arose, who would do it? Hongjia looked directly at Chun Jiansheng. You go. Since this happened because of you, you have the biggest responsibility. She said coldly. I thought Chun Jiansheng would argue, considering how dangerous this could be, but unexpectedly, he lowered his head. Okay, I'll go. You two hide behind. He agreed so quickly without arguing that Hongjia was clearly taken aback. It was as if he had sobered up. Chun Jiansheng clasped his hands and said, young man, Chen Hochin, let me tell you something. This matter is my fault. If we get crushed by stones, it wouldn't be unjust. But I want you to know one thing. I'm not just a tomb raider. I'm a descendant of Bai Chuandian from the 8 Small Doors. Hongjia stared blankly. Bai Chuandian? You mean you're a descendant of the 8 Small Doors? Chun Jiansheng nodded. Yes, no other intention. Just wanted to report my lineage. I was surprised to learn this news as well. Many people don't know what the 8 Small Doors refer to nowadays. During the late Qing and Republic of China, aside from tomb raiders and tricksters, there were also 4 major doors and 8 small doors in the folk world. The 4 major doors were wind, horse, wild goose, and sparrow. The 8 small doors included gold, skin, color, hanging, evaluation, group, regulation, and willow. This included those selling plasters, knives, buns, performing tricks, storytelling, fortune-telling, selling bug medicine, and even those practicing martial arts by breaking stones on their chests. The well-known Wang Matzi Scissors and Qingfeng Steam Bun Shop are descendants of those originally in the 8 Small Doors. If Chun Jiansheng claims to be a descendant of Bai Chuandian from the 8 Small Doors, then he is indeed a storyteller. There are many rumors about Bai Chuandian in the industry, one of the more famous being that he could recite ghost stories. In folk culture, reciting ghost stories was similar to performing ghost plays, with the audience not being human. In the old society, when someone died, the head of the family would often hire someone to perform ghost plays or recite ghost stories. The nature of this was similar to hiring a performance troupe for funerals today. It was spoken to the ghosts and sung to the ghosts to establish good relations in the underworld. Bai Chuandian was such a person. I didn't expect that the plain-looking Chun Jiansheng had this layer of identity. Chun Jiansheng chuckled and said, "Sorry, Chen Hoqin. After all, we're from different sides. I'm not called Chun Jiansheng. My real name is Bai Jiansheng. If I don't reveal my identity and end up dead, that would be tragic. But no matter how miserable I am, I'm still one of the 8 doors, and it's better to send a message out. Bai Jiansheng from the evaluation door died in Shunfei mission. Once the news gets out, we will die with a name." Chapter 44. Fog. I somewhat regretted agreeing to this plan, so I said, "Chun, why don't we find another way? Think of a different method?" "No need." He shook his head. "Chen Hoqin is right. This is the fastest way. Besides, I might not necessarily die. Our Bai family has special skills." "Special skills? What special skills?" "Chen." I was curious about what he meant by special skills. He didn't answer directly. "Let us go. You two follow me." He casually picked up a stone and said in a deep voice, "Stone as a waking wood, cave as an offering table. Let us give it a try." Sure enough, as soon as we entered, those creatures jumped out again, raising their arms, stones in hand, ready to throw. Chun Jiansheng's eyes widened in anger. Smack! Smack! He struck the wall with the stone twice. Then he loudly recited, "One waking wood under 6 points. From kings to ministers, a king commands 100 officials. 100 officials command 10,000 people." His tone quickened and intensified as he continued. "Monks speak of Buddha. Heavenly masters speak of ghosts and gods. One waking wood travels the world, speaking of humans, ghosts, and the world." This chant sounded like some kind of incantation, and as I listened, accompanied by the falling stone that replaced the waking wood, I felt a rush of blood to my head, and my whole body stiffened. The mountain spirits in front of me stood still, holding stones, also lost in thought. "Hurry up, leave this place," Chun Jiansheng urged Hongjia and me loudly, his voice like a wake-up call. Once I came to my senses, I glanced at Hongjia while supporting my injured arm. Hongjia had a cold expression. She looked at Chun Jiansheng and simply said one word. "Go." Just like that, we walked through the crowd of mountain spirits, who stared blankly at Chun Jiansheng, not attacking either Hongjia or me. After passing through the group, we heard Chun Jiansheng's loud laughter from behind. "Haha, gentlemen, today, we won't talk about the romance of the 3 kingdoms. We won't talk about strange stories from a Chinese studio. Today, let's talk about a fight. Wu Song fights the tiger." Speaking of which, there is a pancake seller in Qinga County. Hongjia and I walked further away, and Chun Jiansheng's voice gradually faded until we exited the cave and could no longer hear him. In the tomb raiding world, the descendants of the southern and northern schools are at odds, with deep-seated grudges, yet unexpectedly, it was he who saved us in the end. Looking back now, I still couldn't figure out the principle behind ghostwriting, but I had some guesses. This method is similar to hypnosis, just like modern professional hypnotists, who can lull you to sleep by reading a well-known story aloud. Just like when your mother would read fairy tales to you as a child to help you fall asleep. These strange techniques, if not passed down by a master, are hard to explain. After coming out, Hongjia and I waited outside for half an hour, but Chun Jiansheng did not come out. Hongjia took a deep look at the cave, said nothing, and did not wait any longer. She helped me leave. The scene before us was a large slope, with no path and overgrown with wild grass. After seeing the terrain clearly, I realized something. This massive underground palace structure has 2 levels, shaped like an inclined hourglass funnel. And the place we are in is right on the connecting line of the funnel. Looking up from the bottom of the slope, one could not see the top. Hongjia helped support my arm and began to climb up the slope step by step. The grass was not high, but there was some dew on the ground, wetting our pant legs and shoes. After climbing for half an hour along the slope, a faint mist began to rise ahead, making everything around us appear a bit illusory, as if we were in a dream. "Let's take a break, Yinfeng." Hongjia helped me sit on the grass. Like climbing a mountain, I was indeed a bit tired. Just then, my stomach grumbled unexpectedly. Hongjia weakly said that we lost a backpack when we fell, and the remaining snacks were all consumed. She looked at the seemingly endless slope, frowned, and said that she didn't know how long it would take to climb up. "We need to eat something, even if it's just fruit. Yinfeng, don't move, just sit here and wait. I'll go look around nearby to see if I can find something to eat." After Hongjia temporarily left, I was left alone sitting on the grass. At first, it was fine, and I wasn't too worried, but slowly, the mist grew thicker. I could still see the path I had walked earlier, but now, looking down, I could hardly see anything. Everything was white. Time passed second by second, and I became scared. Now that the fog had suddenly thickened so much, Hongjia surely couldn't see me. I was afraid that if she stepped wrong, something might happen. Every 2 or 3 minutes, I would shout loudly, "Hongjia! Hongjia! I'm here! I'm over here!" I hoped she could hear me and find me by following the sound of my voice. But I was wrong. I waited in place for a long time, my throat hoarse from shouting, yet I still hadn't heard a response from Hongjia, nor had I seen her. I didn't dare to leave easily because I knew that in such a situation, if two people got separated, the best strategy was for one to stay in place. If both of us wandered off, we might end up further apart. As the sky darkened and the thick fog persisted, I switched from sitting to lying down, my stomach growling. I thought of holding out until morning when the fog would clear, and then Hongjia would surely find me, cold and hungry. I eventually fell asleep on the grass. The night was dark, probably in the latter half of the night. In a daze, I seemed to hear Hongjia calling me. Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I'm over here. Startled, I sat up suddenly. This movement was too abrupt. I bumped my injured arm and gasped in pain. The surroundings were pitch dark, and I sat on the ground, straining to listen carefully. Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I'm over here. The familiar voice came from behind me. Yes, it was Hongjia's voice. Following the direction of the sound, I cautiously made my way through the darkness. I shouted as I walked, Hongjia, Hongjia, where are you? I can't see you. From the darkness, a voice responded. Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I'm over here. I stopped, frowning, feeling that something was odd. Hongjia called out 3 times. And the key point was that each time her words were the same, with the same tone and speed. I swallowed hard, unwilling to give up, and shouted again, Hongjia, where are you? Sure enough, Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I'm over here. 4 times. Hongjia had given the exact same response each time. My face turned pale, and I quietly took a step back. I reached into my pocket and touched a small hard object. It was the Gao box amulet that Yao Yumin had given me before, saying it could ward off evil. I had taken off this necklace earlier because it was inconvenient and stuffed it into my pocket. I gripped the red string Gao box amulet tightly, and my mind began to race with thoughts. The fog was too thick, and the ground was wet. Had Hongjia stepped wrong and fallen to her death? Was this her ghost coming to find me? Was Hongjia's ghost afraid of me being alone here, wanting to take me away to accompany her? Chapter 45. Value in the darkness. Hongjia's voice came again. Yinfeng, where are you? I'm here. My face turned pale, and I didn't dare to respond. I squatted down in place, gripping the amulet tightly in my hand, burying my head between my knees. The ground was damp, the fog was thick, and I felt not only cold and fear, but also loneliness. Our group had come this far, and I was the only one left. I regretted not listening to Yao Yumin and the warnings from the head. Sitting alone on the grass, cold and hungry, I unconsciously thought of Li Jing. I mocked myself in my heart. If I suddenly disappeared, if I died here, would Li Jing remember me after many years? Would she still remember Xiang Yinfeng? As I thought about these things, the sky began to brighten slightly. A breeze blew in from somewhere, dispersing the thick fog. At this moment, I spotted Hongjia lying on the grass 2 or 300 meters away, stretching like she had just woken up. Hongjia. I ran down quickly, slipping and falling in the process. She heard me and looked over. You're not dead. That's great. Hongjia looked at me with joy, speechless, and said that the fog last night was so thick that it was almost impossible to move. She couldn't see anything and could only determine her approximate location. She didn't dare to wander around, fearing she would get separated from me. As long as you're okay. I breathed a sigh of relief and asked Hongjia, did you hear me calling you last night? Did you respond to me? She looked up at me, her expression surprised. I didn't hear anything, let alone say anything. What's wrong? Hongjia had no reason to lie to me. She said she hadn't replied to me, so she hadn't replied. Then who was the voice in the fog last night? The more I thought about it, the more scared I became, and my hands trembled. Why do you look so pale? Hongjia asked with a frown. It's nothing. I deliberately changed the subject. Did you find anything to eat? Hongjia shook her head in disappointment. No, it's just grass and trees around here, nothing to eat. It's okay, Hongjia, as long as we're fine. We won't starve to death after a day or 2 without food. Yeah, let's try to hold on. After regaining some strength, I thought of last night's scene, and I felt increasingly uneasy about this place. It felt very eerie. We discussed it and decided to leave quickly. We headed upwards. I hung the protective amulet around my neck, paying a bit more attention to it. When people encounter the unknown, they instinctively seek a sense of security and protection. The amulet that Yao Yumin gave me served this purpose. After a little more than half a day, Hongjia and I finally reached the top. There was another cave entrance above the slope. Looking down from that height, the scenery was picturesque, like a secret realm. Around the stone walls of the cave, there were remnants of some stone carvings. One of the carvings, though damaged, could still be vaguely recognized. The theme depicted several fine horses. Hongjia pointed to this mural and told me it should be the 8 steeds of Mu Wang. According to legend, each of the 8 horses in the 8 steeds had a name, just like the 6 steeds of Zhao Ling in Li Shiming's tomb. However, the names of these 8 steeds have not been passed down through time, and no one knows them. This mural, recessed into the stone wall, was nearly 2 meters long and about 1.5 meters wide. Hongjia sighed and said it was a pity if it could be taken away. It would definitely fetch a sky-high price in the black market. But Hongjia, this is damaged. Look, 2 of the horse heads have fallen off. I pointed to the fallen horse heads. Hongjia shook her head. Yinfeng, you're new to this, and you don't understand some things. These stone carvings with special meanings are still highly sought after, even if they are broken into 100 pieces. Especially those foreigners. They are obsessed with our ancient stone carvings. You know the 6 steeds of Zhao Ling, right? I nodded. The Kunma and Salusi among the 6 steeds were stolen by Lu Qinzai and sold to foreigners in the 1940s. We still have 4 pieces left in the country: Shifachi, Qingzhou, Telebio, and Baitu. Hongjie might not have expected me to accurately name them. She praised, not bad. You're right. Those 2 pieces were indeed stolen by Lu Qinzai. Now let me ask you, do you know how much they sold them to Americans for? I didn't know, so I tentatively guessed, 8,000? In the 1940s, that amount was already astronomical. Ordinary people couldn't save enough money in their lifetime. This was in silver dollars. I thought I had overestimated it. Hongjie shook her head. No, not 8,000. One piece was sold to Philadelphia, and the other to Pittsburgh, for a total of 125,000 silver dollars. So much. I was shocked to know that at that time, a complete courtyard in the second ring of Beijing was only a few hundred silver dollars, 125,000 silver dollars. What concept was that? Even if a courtyard was worth 800 silver dollars, this money could buy 153 courtyards. Hongjie continued, this is just one case. Back then, there was also Yu Bin from Beijing's Lulikang, who stole a giant stone carving of the emperor and empress worshipping in the Longmen grottos. To get it out, he smashed the stone carving into more than 60 pieces, packed them into 9 boxes, and later found someone to piece them together. In the end, he sold it for 60,000 silver dollars to a foreigner named Pulin. Hongjie's words once again refreshed my understanding. I had always thought that bronze artifacts and ancient jade were the most valuable, but I didn't expect that stone carvings could be worth so much. Hongjie also said, in this world, grave robbers are universally condemned, but compared to people like Lu and you, they're just small fry. At this moment, as I looked at the stone carving of the 8 steeds of Mu Wang in the cave, it seemed to have become even more significant. I swallowed hard and asked Hongjie, we shouldn't take this, right? Don't think about it. You need professional tools to break it and take it out. Besides, once it appears on the market, the chances of the authorities tracing it back to us will increase exponentially. Do you want money or your life? I sighed in regret. Wanting to take this thing out was impossible given our conditions, but I had seen it and learned. Wait, this doesn't make sense, Hongjie. This is the 8 steeds of Zhou Mu Wang. How could it end up in a southern feudal lord's tomb? What's going on? Don't ask me. I don't know either. Hongjie looked around the cave, frowning. If even that high-level thing is here, and now we find this stone carving, whatever this Jeho is, its status must absolutely surpass that of a feudal lord. The mountain was dug out to be a tomb, hollowing out the Fei Mei Mountain, extensively using blue stones from the northern regions for the ceiling, yellow intestines for the coffins, live sacrifices, a vast garden filled with rare plants, and a separate sacrificial pit. She sighed. This is the most terrifying tomb group I've seen since I entered this field. Although the tomb owner is not a Zhou king, he is not weaker than a Zhou king. Chapter 46. Learning to speak. As we reached this point, the identity of the tomb owner became even more ambiguous. A significant portion of modern archaeologists does not acknowledge the existence of prehistoric civilizations, states, before the Shang dynasty because the time span is too long. It is nearly impossible to understand that lost civilization based solely on oracle bones and the 9 dots and 6 dots inscriptions. History is profound, mysterious, and deep. Just like the stone carving in front of me, I actually had a speculation. I guessed that this cave might have been a place where this feudal lord from the early Western Zhou kept and raised horses. After admiring the stone carving for a while, Hongjie and I continued to move upwards. My left arm hung down, not daring to exert myself, and I occasionally felt pain, which I gritted my teeth to endure. At the end of the path, there was a pool of water. The water was murky and unclear, with occasional dripping sounds around. It was completely sealed off, a dead end. Our previous hopes were dashed when we saw this pool, and my heart sank. I threw a small stone into it. Plop. The sound was dull. Just from the sound, I could tell the water was deep. Hongjie, it's over. What do we do? We've reached a dead end and can't get out, I said, feeling dejected. The surface of the water was murky, and I couldn't see what was below. Hongjie frowned and said, not necessarily. As far as I know, some underground rivers are interconnected. Maybe 2,000 years ago, this was just a pit, and there was no water. I wanted to go down and take a look, to investigate, but Hongjie told me her thoughts. Don't, I said, looking at the pool, feeling an inexplicable panic. Firstly, I was afraid of water and couldn't swim. Secondly, I didn't know how deep this murky pool was, or if there were strange things in the water. I also didn't know where the water would lead to. Perhaps sensing my anxiety, Hongjie sighed. At this point, we're just feeling our way across the river. If we can't find the boss and third brother, we'll eventually starve to death here. Hongjie unbuttoned her clothes, doing so openly without any reservation about me being a man. I didn't dare to look. Yinfeng, stay here. I'll be up in a few minutes. Help me keep an eye on the clothes, Hongjie said as she tested the water temperature with her foot. After speaking, she jumped in with a splash, sending a lot of water flying. Bubbles rose to the surface, and then it returned to calm. Holding Hongjie's clothes, I leaned over the edge of the pool, staring unblinkingly at the water's surface. My palms were sweaty from nervousness. The sound of dripping water echoed around us. Like a clock ticking, time passed, minute by minute. 1 minute passed in the blink of an eye. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The water surface remained undisturbed. Just when I was anxious, bubbles began to rise on the surface. With a splash, Hongjie surfaced, gasping for air. After reaching the shore, her joy was evident on her face. That's right, Yinfeng, we guessed correctly. Hongjia wiped her face and excitedly said that below was actually an upward stone passage with steps. Over 2,000 years ago, there was no water here. It might have been flooded due to an earthquake causing the underground river to backflow and completely submerge this place. I estimated that I could hold my breath for about 4 minutes to swim out. 4 minutes? I can't do it, Hongjia, I frowned and said. I can't hold my breath that long. Plus my hand can't exert strength. I pointed to my injured area for her to see. Hongjia looked at my arm with concern, then gritted her teeth and said, like before, I'll grab you and take you across. We still have strength now, otherwise. In a day or two, we won't even have the strength to get in the water. By then, we'll just be stuck here waiting to die? Let us rest for a bit and recover. She held my face in her hands, looking seriously into my eyes. Yinfeng, you can do it. Believe in yourself. You won't die here, and neither will I. We rested there, and some things Hongjia didn't say, but I knew very well that we only had one chance. If we didn't get out, we wouldn't come back up. Feeling very anxious, I lay on the ground, closed my eyes, and took deep breaths, making the final preparations before entering the water. After what felt like 1 or 2 incense sticks worth of time, the space inside grew dim. Are you ready, Yinfeng? I opened my eyes and looked around. Hongjia was leaning against the wall, resting with her eyes closed, not speaking. I thought it was just my fear of entering the water causing me to hear things. So I didn't pay much attention and continued to close my eyes to recover my strength. Are you ready, Yinfeng? Just as I had barely closed my eyes, Hongjia's voice came again. I opened my eyes to see that she was still the same, not speaking. I slapped myself hard. Hongjia heard the sound from across. What's wrong? Yinfeng, why are you hitting yourself? I didn't dare to say I might be hearing things, so I prepared to say I was fine. But the words were on my lips. I uncontrollably said, what's wrong? Yinfeng, why are you hitting yourself? I was actually mimicking Hongjia's way of speaking. Hongjia connected the dots and her face turned pale as she said in a deep voice, who are you? At that moment, I became clear-headed. I wanted to say I was Yinfeng, but the words came out uncontrollably as, who are you? I felt very scared because I realized that the previous worker Chun had acted like this too. Hongjia and I had treated Chun as a joke, saying he had a mental problem, that he was insane. How did I end up like this? Was I also going insane? Was this the after effect of smelling that yellow-bellied thing? But I clearly remembered that Hongjia had also smelled it, so why was she fine? This voice. I had heard it in the fog last night. Hongjia's face was pale as she looked at me and made a shushing gesture. After standing up, she furrowed her brow and circled around me. Yinfeng, don't speak, listen to me. I covered my mouth with one hand and nodded. Then she asked, have you experienced any hallucinations or heard voices? I nodded and pointed to my ear, indicating that I had heard something. Where did the sound come from first? Don't rush, think carefully. After recalling carefully, I thought of something very strange. When I first heard that voice last night, it was very close to me, and I could hear it clearly. Then it felt like the sound was getting farther away. The voice initially came from right next to me. The protective amulet was still hanging around my neck. I touched my pants pocket, which felt empty and shriveled. There was nothing there. Suddenly, my face changed drastically. I remembered something. Last time, I had casually grabbed a bug that looked like a legless cicada and didn't think much of it, just stuffed it into my pocket. But now where did it go? Did that legless cicada run away? The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became. In front of Hongjia, I slowly pulled down my pants. Chapter 47. Reunion. As I pulled my pants down, revealing one side of my thigh, both Hongjia and I were shocked. We hadn't expected this at all. On the outer side of my thigh, near my pocket, there was a wound the size of a fingernail. The wound had flesh protruding, was purplish red, and seemed to be festering. The key point was that I didn't feel any pain at all. When I pressed gently on it, I felt no sensation whatsoever. As I pressed on the wound on my thigh, some fluid oozed out. At the same time, even though Hongjia hadn't said anything, I heard a voice. Yinfeng, where are you? I'm here. This was something I had heard that foggy night. Seeing Hongjia's expression, I knew that this voice was something only I could hear. She couldn't hear it. Wait, Yinfeng, don't move, Hongjia shouted. Her eyes filled with terror, staring intently at my wound. I saw that on the inner side of my thigh, visibly, my flesh was moving, as if something alive was writhing inside. Don't move. Hold on. Hongjia immediately pulled out a dagger. Seeing my thigh in such a state scared me. I bit down on my clothes, terrified as I watched everything unfold. The dagger was very sharp, and Hongjia, gritting her teeth, aimed for the spot on my thigh that was slightly writhing. She directly made the cut. As soon as the dagger sliced into the flesh, it bled. I tightly clenched my clothes, thinking it would hurt a lot. Unexpectedly, I felt no pain at all, just a tingling numbness. After cutting through the flesh, it became clear. Inside was a yellowish-brown bug, the legless cicada I had curiously stuffed into my pocket earlier. Hongjia carefully used the tip of the knife to extract the bug. Once the cicada came out, it died immediately. As soon as the bug died, I began to feel pain, a piercing pain at the wound on the outer side of my thigh. Hongjia used her dagger to tear her own shirt and used the strips of cloth to tie up my wound and stop the bleeding. She wiped her sweat and took a breath, saying, all right, it should be okay now. It was strange. Once the bug was cut out, I no longer mimicked her speech, and the previous hallucinations disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Hongjia looked at the dead bug on the ground, frowning and saying, what a weird thing. I didn't think of it before, But now I suddenly recall a kind of bug. A legendary little bug called the echo bug. Hongjia spent more than 10 minutes telling me everything she thought of. After listening, I also felt it was incredible. Ancient texts have recorded this kind of bug many times. Initially, ancient people didn't understand it well and attributed this illness to strange and difficult diseases. There was a record of it in the Compendium of Materia Medica. Reading medicinal materials, gilet pills, and insect language stop. Specifically, how did Li Shizhen treat it? And how have later generations interpreted it? It is said that at that time, Li Shizhen showed a directory of medicinal materials to a person suffering from a strange disease. He asked the person to read the names of the medicinal materials aloud. Initially, the patient showed no unusual reaction until he reached the name gilet pill, at which point the patient began to tremble and sweat, appearing very frightened. Later, Li Shizhen included gilet pill in the medication, and after brewing and taking it, the patient indeed improved the next day. This is one version of the legend passed down through generations. This kind of insect was discovered in the secret garden. I carefully recalled the sequence of events. Chun Jianxing had been trapped here for some time. Before we arrived, he had gone inside several times. Is it possible that he learned to speak like others because, like me, this strange insect had burrowed into his flesh? Perhaps over time, Chun Jianxing's condition became more severe than mine, which is why he appeared vacant and dazed before an episode. I discovered it earlier, so I still retained some awareness during the onset. Initially, Chun Jianxing had not encountered anyone, so this thing remained dormant. Thinking this way seems to explain everything. This incident is not a good thing. Although it was handled early, it will certainly affect our upcoming plan to go into the water. It has become even more difficult. Everything here is eerie. Mountain demons, creeping gold moss, unknown flowers and trees, and responding insects, sacrificial pits, altars, stone carvings of the 8 steeds, and finally, this small pool of water. Hongjia meant that we should not delay. When my leg wound stopped bleeding, she got up and said to prepare, and we would go into the water and swim out. Hand in hand at the edge of the pool, she took a deep breath, turned to me, and reminded me, Yinfeng, you're almost there. You have to be strong and not be afraid. Do you remember what I said before? We can all survive and get out. I gritted my teeth and nodded. I understand. Hongjia, let's do it. I inhaled deeply. I counted to 3, and on 3, we would start, keeping in sync. The distance wasn't far. Hold your breath and keep tight grip on me. 1, 2, 3, jump. Without hesitation, as I counted to 3, she and I jumped into the water almost simultaneously. The water temperature wasn't as cold as the underground river, but visibility was low. I puffed my cheeks to hold my breath, flailing my legs, tightly holding onto Hongjia to let her lead me. A few small fish swam past me, and after less than a minute of diving, I vaguely saw many stone steps underwater in segments. We swam in the direction of the steps. There were no water plants underwater, so there was no worry of getting tangled in them, but an unexpected incident occurred. While I was kicking underwater, the bandage on my thigh wound opened, and blood began to flow continuously from the wound. The smell of blood attracted a black fish about a foot long from somewhere. Although the black fish wasn't large, it appeared to have teeth. Hongjia turned back and saw the fish. Her eyes widened in terror as she pulled me forward with great force. Such intense movement caused a significant consumption of oxygen in my lungs. Soon, I felt I was reaching my limit, and my lungs were uncomfortable. Fresh blood kept seeping out. Then, I noticed several toothy black fish gathering around us. They congregated, following the scent of blood, eventually locking onto me and Hongjia. The school of fish grew larger and began to chase us, following the underwater steps. In a moment of crisis, I saw red dots of light on the water's surface ahead that looked like torches. Gulp! I reached my limit. Couldn't hold my breath any longer, and took a big gulp of water. Pain shot through me as a black fish bit into my thigh. Then, 2 more fish got closer to the surface, and Hongjia was also attacked. She seemed frantic, dragging me out of the water. Help! As soon as I surfaced, I gasped for air and shouted for help. There are piranhas biting me. On the shore, the torches illuminated the scene. Boss Sun and third son stood there, staring at me and Hongjia in shock. Xiaohong, Yinfeng. The older brother and third brother dropped their torches, jumped into the water without taking off their clothes, and pulled me onto the shore. I still had several black fish biting my leg, and Hongjia was similar. She had a few black fish biting her arm, which looked painful. Third brother slapped his thigh excitedly. Great. Chapter 48. Suspicion great? What is so great? Don't you see what we both look like? After dealing with the few black fish on us, Hongjia looked at third Sunday. After a few days of absence, third son looked worn out and seemed a bit thinner. He sighed and said, "It's a blessing we can meet again. Xiaohong, you have no idea how much hardship the boss and I endured to find you and Yinfeng. Don't say those useless things, as long as you're okay," the boss gently asked Yinfeng. Xiaohong, did you discover anything down there? Let us share what we found. At that moment, my eyelids felt heavy, and I weakly said, "Boss, can you take care of me first? I can barely hold on." Cough, look at me. Hurry. Third son, come help. They hadn't lost their backpacks, and they had the emergency straps they had prepared earlier. They simply treated my wound and ate some rations, which made me feel a bit better. Hongjia briefly recounted our experiences over the past few days without concealing anything. After listening, third son shook his head repeatedly. The world is vast, and there are all kinds of wonders. Just being able to enter a tomb like this once in a lifetime is eye-opening. By the way, Xiaohong, what I care about most is the person you mentioned, Chen Jianxing. Is he really from the Southern School of Earthworkers? Did he actively save you? I corrected him, saying, no, third brother, he should be called Bai Jianxing. According to him, he is a descendant of the Bai Chuandian elder. That makes it even more suspicious. Third son frowned at me. I've heard of some famous earthworkers from the Southern School, since I am also in this line of work. But I have no impression of this Chen Jianxing at all. What about you, boss? No, boss son thought for a moment and said, I've heard of Ji Guoqian, who is associated with Zhao Hongshui's group. But this Chen Jianxing, I've truly never heard of. Hongjia tidied her hair and said lightly, let us not think about it for now. He is probably dead anyway, and there is no evidence to prove it. Why overthink it? Hearing this made me a bit uncomfortable. Regardless of the truth behind Chen Jianxing's identity, he saved both of us. A drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of water. How could we be so ungrateful and cold-blooded? Seeing me with my head down, looking gloomy, the boss seemed to guess my thoughts and smiled. Yunfeng, don't think we are ungrateful. Although we are tomb raiders, we also believe in righteousness in this world. However, the northern and southern schools have always been at odds. The situation has only eased a bit now. 20 years ago, they would have been backstabbing each other. Let me tell you, Yunfeng, there's a reason for everything. Xiaohong's father, Chen Jiong, was buried alive in Tibet by a conspiracy of the Southern School Earthworkers. After hearing this, I was stunned. I never expected such a thing to happen. If this is true, for Hongjia, it would be a matter of avenging her father's death. No wonder she has never given Chen Jianxing a good look, even though he saved us. I'm sorry, Hongjia, I said, lowering my head. Hongjia took a deep breath and said, grievances have their origins and debts have their owners. My revenge will eventually be paid back. And when I have saved enough money and built enough connections, I will ensure my father can rest in peace. Her tone was calm, but I could hear her determination in those plain words. I knew it was useless to advise you, Xiaohong, but I still wanted to suggest you let it go a bit. We are at the bottom of the underworld, and for some people, no matter how hard we fight, we won't be able to cause any consequences for them. That's just fate. The leader's tone had a hint of melancholy. What fate? As long as there is money, as long as there are people, what is fate? Tell me, leader, is my father's life not a life? Huh, you tell me. Hong Jie suddenly shouted, becoming hysterical. If 1 billion isn't enough, then 2 billion. If 2 billion isn't enough, then 3 billion. No one in the underworld dares to mess with them. But I, Chen Hong, dare. Hong Jie completely lost control of her emotions, roaring at the top of her lungs. I didn't understand the grudges involved. But this was the first time I saw Hong Jie like this. To be honest, it was a bit scary. The Sun brothers fell silent upon seeing this. The atmosphere was unusual. I cautiously tried to ask the elder brother, when Hong Jie said no one dares to provoke them. Who does she mean? Is it one person? Not even the leader dares to provoke them? The elder brother and the third brother exchanged a meaningful glance. No, it's not one person. It's an organization, a gang. A group of extraordinary people in the upper echelons of the underworld. Extraordinary people? What kind of people are they? I was a bit confused. The elder brother patted my shoulder. Yunfeng, you're still young. You don't need to know too much. Just know that we can't afford to mess with these people. Not even the leader can, and neither can Yao Yuman, nor even Yao Yuman's uncle, Yao Wenzhou. Don't think too much about it, Xiao Hong. We will still advise you. Once you've been in this business long enough, some things will become clear. I nodded, somewhat understanding, and didn't ask more questions. If it's really like the leader says, I'm still young, and some things I will eventually understand. Forget it, it's bad luck. Let's not talk about this anymore. Yunfeng, Xiaohong, the third brother, and I have also explored quite a bit above. We found a peculiar place, and it could possibly be the main burial chamber that hides the coffin of the tomb owner. The leader squatted down, casually picked up a stone, and continued drawing and writing, saying, you see, this is like Fei Mountain. After so many days of walking, there are two possibilities ahead. The first is that this large underground palace spans 2 mountains, from Fei Mountain to Jiulong Mountain, just like Qianling spans Liangshan and Rushan. The second is that we took a detour and might be walking back, but due to the geographical structure, we can't distinguish the direction, and we're still under Fei Mountain. Considering these two possibilities, I felt that either speculation could happen. This is my current hypothesis. Yunfeng, Xiaohong, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share. We need to figure this out. It's too embarrassing to be in the dark like this. Everyone fell silent after hearing this, and Hong Jie also fell into contemplation. Brother, I raised my hand tremulously. Oh, Yunfeng, what do you think? Speak up, don't be anxious. Well, brother, I organized my thoughts and said, we previously discovered the axe, and also found the stone carving of the 8 horses of King Mu of Zhou. Although we didn't find the 9 tripods and 7 bowls used by the emperor, I think it's only a matter of time. Chapter 49, Combined Soil Stop. Let me say something. Hong Jie seemed to have come out of her previous emotions. You guys scribbling here is of no use. Leader, I want to ask you, what is the purpose of our descent this time? To find the second brother, the leader replied straightforwardly. Have you found him? The leader shook his head dejectedly, but he immediately changed his expression. We haven't found the second brother, but we discovered this. Look, the leader pulled half a cigarette butt from his pants pocket. The cigarette butt was worn out, but you could still see the brand on it, 5 flower gold. This is 5 Flower Gold brand cigarettes. The second brother only smokes this brand. I knew this beforehand. There are no such cigarettes sold locally in Shan't. These 5 Flower Gold cigarettes are popular in Beijing and Hebei, and you hardly see them in the south. They are regional cigarettes. I knew about this. At that time, regional cigarettes were popular in the northern areas, such as Guantang cigarettes, 47 cigarettes, Ingbin cigarettes, Baishalan, Red Diamond 2, Monkey King cigarettes, Jasmine cigarettes, Little Panda cigarettes, and so on. Basically, one region had one popular brand. What puzzled me was that in the clothes that the Short Mule and the Mountain Demon had stolen, there was half a pack of 5 Flower Gold cigarettes, which was taken by Chen Jianxing. This cigarette was the same as the one the second brother usually smoked. That piece of clothing definitely wasn't second brother's because it was very baggy, while second brother was slender and didn't fit at all. But Chen Jianxing had mentioned before that in their group, someone had died, and he said that 5 Flower Gold was the brand this person loved to smoke. If it's a coincidence, then at least 2 people smoke this brand of cigarettes. This means that the cigarette but the leader picked up can't prove that the second brother came down here, nor can it prove that he is still alive. Looking at the leader's hopeful eyes, I hesitated several times, reluctant to tell him the truth. If we don't find the second brother in the end, then before that. This broken cigarette, but is the only spiritual support for the 2 brothers. So I pretended to be happy and said in surprise, "Yes, brother. I know. 5 Flower Gold is the brand that the second brother usually smokes. He must have been here and is still alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to smoke." "That's right. That makes sense. I also think the second brother is still alive." The leader took back the cigarette, and his eyes regained hope. Hong Jia also saw through it, but didn't say anything. She changed the subject and asked about our experiences. "Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I told you before, to deal with special situations, I specifically brought 4 detonators before coming down." Hong Jia, being in charge of logistics, was familiar with these things. Hong Jia nodded. "Fire detonators, 9. 5s, my subordinates helped prepare them. Of course, I know about this." "How did you use them? How many did you use?" "Yes. That's right." The third brother nodded. "We used 1. Thanks to this. Otherwise, the leader and I would have been finished. This is a long story. I can't explain it clearly in a sentence or 2. I'll tell you when I have time. For now, I'll take you to a place that I think is related to the main burial chamber. Yinfeng, how is your leg injury? Can you walk? Do you need me to carry you?" I endured the pain and gritted my teeth to stand up. "No, brother, I can manage myself." "All right, be a man. I'll walk slowly. If you can't keep up, just say so. Don't force yourself." I nodded. The large tomb at the foot of Feiyi Mountain has a completely stone-walled underground palace structure on the upper level, while the lower level is a cave structure. The area is filled with underground rivers and some hidden caves. The structure is quite complex. The torches made by the Sun brothers were self-made, primarily burning some clothes and dry branches, with not much endurance. The momentum of the burning torches had already begun to diminish. Holding the torches and following the path along the edge of the pond, the Sun brothers took me and Hongjie to a place. Once we arrived, we saw a wall made of Liuha-2, sealing a diamond wall, which had no doors or windows, just a solid wall. Liuha-2 and diamond wall are modern terms. Ancient people did not have these names, similar to white clay and green clay. In the tomb raiding trade, there are cut openings. Green with white, wealth comes. 3, sand. Buried in the blue sky, diamond wall, cannot be opened. The color of 3 is milky white, made from glutinous rice juice, clay, and added with dung juice. This type of soil does not disperse for 1,000 years, has high hardness and stability, and can also prevent water from seeping. Above that, there is 4 and 5, and it is said that there is even 7, but no one has ever seen that. The eldest brother recognized this wall as made of at a glance, which is actually something that can be said. 3 white, for green, 5 black, 6 yellow, refers to the colors of these mixed soils after solidification. As for the raw materials in, the eldest brother said he could only guess 5 types: boy's urine, copper water, clay, mulberry leaf powder, glutinous rice juice, and another unknown material. Gathering these materials, after repeated refining and mixing, and then air drying, results in the past, let alone, even the cost of 3 was very high. An additional would increase hardness by a notch, hence the saying that a bowl of 3 could be exchanged for a bowl of meat. Walls made of 5, and are called diamond walls. Officially, diamond walls have only been discovered once, and that was 5, belonging to Emperor Wanli of the Ming dynasty. Back then, the archaeological team put a lot of effort into opening this diamond wall. Hongjie tapped on the dark yellow stone wall, frowning, and said, "Old 3. There's no way to deal with this. The yellow diamond wall made of has never been encountered in the trade. Generally, if someone encounters 3, they would use alum and vinegar, but you haven't prepared those 2 things, have you? You guys wouldn't be." Hongjie suddenly raised her eyebrows. The eldest brother's face darkened, saying, "Back then at Dingling, behind the 5 diamond wall was Emperor Wanli's coffin. Now that we are here, how can we not take a look at the main figure?" Hongjie looked up, frowning tightly, and said, "After all, we are still in the underground palace. 2-9. 5 blasting caps have considerable power. Aren't you afraid the underground palace will collapse and bury us alive here?" "We have certainly considered this, but Xiaohong, looking at it this way, the underground palace hasn't collapsed for over 2,000 years, which indicates the quality is still reliable. Old 3 and I are still confident." Then it's up to you. Seeing the eldest brother was determined, Hongjia finally nodded and did not dissuade him further. The diamond wall blocks tomb raiders. If ancient tomb raiders encountered this, they would almost have to choose to detour. Including all kinds of tricks, no special skills would work. Even experts adept at dividing gold and determining burial sites would be useless. To get in, no one could do anything except break in violently. Just think about how the 5-diamond wall at Dingling was opened. The archaeological team hired 16 strong villagers, each given a big hammer and a chisel, rotating every 2 hours. 80. 16 strong men hammered for over 20 days to create a hole in the wall. Chapter 50. Conch. Aside from a few places in Shaanxi used for mining, the 9.5 blasting caps have now been basically banned because of their small size and great destructive power, which poses safety risks, so production and use are prohibited. And existing stocks have mostly been collected for destruction. Fearing that the power might collapse the underground palace, we discussed and decided to test it with one first. Securing the blasting cap in the corner of the wall, pulling out the fuse, the eldest brother stayed at the original spot to ignite it, while for safety reasons, the rest of us retreated to 50 meters away. The fuse was short, less than 30 centimeters. Once the eldest brother lit it, he had to run quickly. If he ran slowly or fell, it would not be a joke. In that case, losing an arm or a leg would be considered lucky. The fire starter was not windproof. I could see he was very nervous, lighting it several times before it caught. Once the fuse ignited, the eldest brother ran desperately towards us. The short fuse vanished in an instant. Boom. Dust rolled, debris flew, and the ground trembled. The blasting cap did not misfire. And the power was substantial, causing our eardrums to ache. Once the smoke cleared a little, we hurried over to take a look. The expected scenario of the diamond wall being completely blown open did not occur. The dark yellow mud wall was covered with tiny cracks within a 1-meter range due to the impact of the blasting cap, while other areas remained intact. This was a 9.5 blasting cap. Damn, I knew it was hard, but I didn't expect it to be this hard. If we were to dig by hand, it would take forever. The eldest brother was left dumbfounded at this scene. Big brother, let's tie 2 blasting caps together and blow it. Seeing one wasn't enough. Old 3 also became aggressive. This was no longer a simple case of 1 + 1 = 2. Tying 2 blasting caps in series would exponentially increase the power. A method used for mountain opening. Following the same method, the eldest brother took the risk to stay behind and ignite it again. We kept our distance. At first, he seemed worried and tense, and his hand trembled several times, causing the fire starter to sway. As soon as the fuse started to smoke, the eldest brother shouted and began to run, as if being chased by a tiger. Hongjia helped me crouch down, and we covered our ears. Again, there was a loud boom. The first noise was loud enough, but this time it was even louder. A lot of debris and dirt fell from above, shaken loose. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It took nearly 10 minutes for the dust and smoke to clear. A pit had been blown in the ground. Our efforts were not in vain. The diamond wall may have had not collapsed entirely, but had been blown open by the 9.5 blasting cap, creating a hole 67 centimeters wide. The hole was very dark, and old 3 crouched down to shine his flashlight inside. He seemed to see something. And indeed, there was a hidden chamber behind the wall. A coffin. It's a coffin. I see the coffin. Old 3 suddenly shouted excitedly. Damn. The main burial chamber was actually hiding in this turtle shell. Everything before was a facade. I'll go in first. You all follow behind. Old 3, nimble, was the first to crawl inside. I couldn't muster strength in my arms, and my leg was injured, so Hongjia pushed me from behind, forcing me in. It's so cold in here, brother 3. Why is it so cold? Upon entering, I realized something was off. I didn't expect that just a wall of diamond would cause such a large temperature difference between the inside and outside. Achoo! This cold was bone-chilling, causing Hongjia to sneeze. Subsequently, our gaze was drawn to the object lying horizontally in the center of the hidden chamber. It was a massive white coffin. It was actually a white coffin. On either side of the coffin stood 2 bronze general statues about 1.8 meters tall. The bronze figures were clad in chain mail, wearing bronze helmets, and holding bronze swords, their facial carvings lifelike, resembling real people. The bronze swords were somewhat corroded, with a layer of green rust on the blade. The 2 bronze figures, one on each side, looked like 2 sword-wielding guards, tall and imposing, maintaining their sword-wielding posture for thousands of years, as if guarding the coffin in front of them, making one hesitate to approach. Coffin and coffin, there is a coffin and an outer coffin. A simple coffin is not large, but if there is an outer coffin, then it becomes substantial, basically measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and width. Only the core area in the middle of the outer coffin is used to bury and store the coffin of the deceased. Besides the bronze statue, what shocked me was the white outer coffin in front of me. Fortunately, when I walked over, the bronze figures remained still, indicating they were likely meant to serve a deterrent purpose like the tomb guardians. The third brother touched the white outer coffin and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, big brother. This outer coffin looks so much like white conch from the outside." White conch? How is that possible? Can white conch be made into a coffin? I've never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. How was this craftsmanship achieved in ancient times? What was the purpose of using such material for one's own outer coffin? Big brother Sun was also shocked. Then, as if he remembered something, his eyes widened. And he trembled as he said, Old third, I suddenly recalled something mentioned by the Eastern Han scholar Fu Shang in the Shangshu Dazhuan. It recorded that after King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chang, was imprisoned by King Zhou of Shang, a nobleman of the Shang dynasty offered a conch treasure to King Zhou to save Ji Chang. Unexpectedly, after receiving the treasure, King Zhou immediately went back on his word and had the nobleman executed. This is recorded by the Eastern Han scholar Fu Shang. After hearing this, Hongjie frowned and said, "Big brother, are you implying that this Shang nobleman's conch treasure offered to King Zhou to save Ji Chang is this white outer coffin in front of us?" Big brother's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "There's no way to verify it. It's just speculation. But this tomb is from the early Western Zhou period, and Ji Chang lived at that time. Setting aside everything else, the timeline does match." Looking at the large white outer coffin ahead, I recall the scene. When I first entered and encountered the yellow intestine ritual, I had seen a similar white coffin depicted on the stone wall painting. In that mural, many ancient people were kneeling around the coffin, seemingly engaged in some sort of sacrificial activity. I initially thought it was a hallucination caused by the smell of the yellow cypress. No, this definitely isn't right. Hongjie repeatedly denied the white conch, saying, "Dragonfly eyes, flower glass, cat's eye stones, turquoise, white crystal, sapphire. These were all part of the 8 treasures of Buddhism. Among them, white conch is organic and is the most difficult to preserve. Not to mention the Western Zhou, even in the Ming dynasty. It was very rare unless some special method was used. Otherwise, it couldn't last this long." After hearing Hongjie's words, Big brother nodded and said, "Xiaohong, you are right. However, we have been in this line of work for some years. Have we not seen many unusual occurrences? Let's not discuss how it was preserved for now. Just one thing. If what the Eastern Han scholar Fu Sheng recorded is true, then this marquee has a connection to King Wen of Zhou." Chapter 51. Outer coffin. The tomb chamber was dim, and beside the huge white coffin stood 2 bronze figures. This scene had an eerie style that made anyone who looked at it feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Big brother suspiciously remarked that the tomb owner really didn't play by the rules, choosing to hide himself in this corner instead of staying in the main tomb chamber. What was he trying to do? The key was that there were no accompanying burial items, just these 2 bronze figures. At first glance, I thought they were terracotta warriors. He shone his flashlight on the bronze figures. Maybe this corner is some sort of feng shui treasure ground. A coffin made of conch. TSK. The third brother said solemnly, "This tomb owner must be very wealthy. Just watch, I'll open it." After saying this, he took out a small folding steel shovel from his bag. This shovel was not large, similar to a military shovel, and could not only dig dirt, but also pry open coffin boards. Big brother helped with the lighting while the third brother walked around the outer coffin, looking for the heaven well. In ancient times, when making tombs, whether for commoners or nobles, a small opening was intentionally left inside the tomb. The outer coffin was the same. This opening was small and symbolized allowing the soul of the deceased to ascend. This small opening was called the heaven well. As time progressed to the Tang and Song dynasties, the heaven well was renamed the wooden well, and finally in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was called the living mouth. In essence, they all referred to the same thing. For some unknown reason, the temperature in this secret chamber, holding the tomb owner's outer coffin, was very low, nearly freezing. Found it. The third brother's eyes lit up as he stopped at the northwest corner of the outer coffin. There was a rectangular small hole in this part of the outer coffin, and the third brother said this hole was the so-called heaven well. The principle of the outer coffin is actually easy to understand. It's like the Russian nesting dolls, with larger ones enclosing smaller ones, and to pry it open, you can only do it layer by layer. The number of layers in the outer coffin also follows certain rules. Emperors have 4 layers, feudal lords have 3 layers, scholars and officials have 1 layer. And those from lower social classes are only allowed to use a coffin without an outer coffin. The joints between the layers of the outer coffin are all done with mortise and tenon joints, without a single nail. After thousands of years, these mortise and tenon joints have become quite fragile. Using the shovel to pry it open, the outermost layer of the outer coffin indeed became loose. Once a gap was opened, the next step would be simple, just strip it away. Big brother also came up to help. The 2 of them, being experienced partners, opened the first layer of the outer coffin in less than half an hour. When they looked down, everyone gasped in surprise. Beneath the layer of white conch outer coffin was actually a layer of black metal outer coffin. After seeing this, Hongjie exclaimed, "It's oxidized. This is silver." A silver outer coffin. Did silver items exist during the Western Zhou period? Yes, but the quantity was extremely rare. In the 1970s, an archaeological team from Shaanxi excavated a silver coffin inscribed with the name of Lady Yu Ling, which is a national treasure permanently prohibited from being exhibited abroad. Yet what we were looking at was a silver outer coffin plate measuring several meters in length and width. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be some patterns engraved on the oxidized black silver outer coffin plate. The third brother excitedly exclaimed, "This is eye-opening. Just these 2 layers of outer coffin boards are so impressive. What treasures could possibly be in the coffin inside?" Despite the weakness of the heaven well, opening this layer of silver outer coffin still required a lot of effort. It's about to fall. Be careful not to drop it on your feet. This thing is heavy. Wait a minute, third brother. Look ahead. It's flowing. I saw that a lot of black viscous liquid was flowing out from the gaps of the silver outer coffin plate. And it was increasing, with a strong, foul smell approaching. Step back. The Sun brothers quickly retreated. The black liquid from the silver outer coffin plate continued to flow, covering the ground. Hongjia covered her nose and said, "Is this black liquid the embalming fluid flowing from the coffin?" Big Brother nodded and said, "It looks like it. Let's wait until it flows out completely, then we can take a look. Based on the previous situation, there should at least be one more layer of outer coffin inside." "Hey, something doesn't seem right. Big Brother," I then noticed something odd. "What is it, Yinfeng?" I pointed at the two bronze figures resembling terracotta warriors and said, "Is there a pit under these two bronze figures? Look at how this coffin liquid has seeped down, following the feet of the bronze figures." Big Brother frowned deeply upon seeing this. As we moved closer and used our flashlights to examine it carefully, we discovered the trick. It turned out that around the base of the bronze figures, there were many small holes. And the embalming fluid from the silver outer coffin plate was leaking down through these small holes at the feet of the bronze figures. Big Brother looked up and surveyed the surroundings of the main tomb chamber, then said, "Perhaps this was intentionally designed by the former tomb owner to prevent water damage from rain. All right, let's not worry about this for now. I see that the coffin liquid has nearly flowed out. Third brother, let's pry open the last layer of outer coffin board." "Be careful." Hongjia frowned and looked around, saying, "I have a bad feeling about this." "Ah, it's nothing, Xiaohong. It's just that it's too cold here, causing the freezing." The Sun brothers pried open the coffin board in no time. As the silver coffin board fell away, a golden flash appeared before my eyes. The innermost coffin board is made of pure gold. It's a gold coffin with a silver outer layer. The flashlight hit the front, and the dazzling golden reflection was blinding. Gold doesn't oxidize like silver, remaining bright and new even after thousands of years. This layer of gold coffin is engraved with a large number of patterns, all vividly depicted. The patterns on the gold plate include winged figures and flying celestial beings, but one scene is particularly strange. It shows a row of soldiers in armor. And curiously, they all have a snake-like creature coiled on their heads. No, upon closer inspection with the flashlight, I realized they can't really be called snakes, as the engravings made it clear that these snakes all had legs. Looking at this pattern, Hongjia's expression became serious as she lowered her head in thought. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, exclaiming, "Boss, third brother, an army with four-legged snakes on their heads. Isn't this the legend of the ancient Yu kingdom?" The golden light flashed across our eyes, and the boss touched the golden coffin board, saying solemnly, "That's just a legend, not to be taken seriously." I didn't expect that the tomb owner was still a follower of the ancient Yu black shaman. I didn't understand what it meant, so I asked. At that moment, Hongjia explained that there was a small country called Ancient Yu in the southern barbarian region, which was much earlier than the Yu kingdom of the spring and autumn and warring states periods. The ancient Yu is the ancestor of Chu shaman culture and also the origin of the Miao people's poison. Legend has it that back in the day, Ancient Yu had a four-legged snake shaman army that conquered cities and lands without fail. Some even said that as long as the four-legged snakes on the soldiers' heads did not die, those soldiers would not die either, and even if they were shot or stabbed, they could still fight on. "No way, Hongjia, this sounds unbelievable," I said, feeling skeptical. Hongjia nodded, saying, "Don't say you don't believe it, I don't either." But she pointed at those four-legged snake patterns, saying that these creatures indeed exist, and there are quite a few of them. Their scientific name is the Chinese skink. And in Hakka and some local dialects, they are also called dragon slugs. I killed one when I was a child and fed it to my cat. Third brother also nodded in agreement, saying, "Xiaohong is right. There's nothing to be afraid of. In our place, we call them dog ladies. The village kids used to catch them and play with them." Chapter 52. Opening the coffin. I grew up in Mole, where the temperature is low year-round, and I had never seen this creature called the skink. The foul-smelling coffin liquid was flowing less and less, and after exchanging glances, the Sun brothers nodded tacitly. The black coffin liquid flowed over the golden coffin board, the yellow and black colors intertwining, making one feel uncomfortable. "Come on, third brother. A gold coffin with a silver outer layer. How impressive. I want to see what the owner looks like." Third brother nodded, and both of them got to work with the entrenching tools. The coffin board and coffin were tightly pressed together, requiring some effort. Soon, a harsh metallic sound rang out as the golden coffin board began to separate bit by bit from the innermost coffin under the force of the entrenching tool. After some effort, the golden coffin fell away, finally revealing the coffin wrapped inside. This coffin was pitch black, and due to the good sealing of the outer gold coffin, the coffin itself was very well preserved, showing no signs of collapse or deformation. The material used to make this black coffin was sunk wood. The boss, who sold rice in our group, had a good eye and recognized it at a glance, saying with a serious expression, if I'm not mistaken, "This is an old black locust wood coffin." "Black locust wood?" I swallowed hard and whispered, "No way, big brother, isn't it golden silk Nama sunk wood? When did they use locust wood for coffins?" "Yinfeng, you're only half right. There are many types of sunk wood, not just golden silk Namu. There are also red ash, green locust, cypress, hemp willow, red cedar, and mulberry. Common sense suggests that people think golden silk Namu sunk wood is the rarest and most precious, but that's not true. The truly rare one is black locust wood." which does not rot for 1,000 years and is not eaten by rodents. Furthermore, from a feng shui perspective, locust wood is cool and belongs to the yin category, making it ideal for preserving corpses. Hongjia also looked at the coffin and nodded, clearly agreeing with the boss's view. There were 5 bronze coffin nails on this pitch-black sankwood coffin. Third brother counted twice and confirmed that there were indeed 5 coffin nails. Shall we remove the nails, big brother? Third brother's face looked a bit pale. Yes, open the coffin and get rich. But just as the entrenching tool touched the coffin nails, something happened. The old black locust wood coffin suddenly shook, and a muffled sound came from inside. I thought I had misheard and was about to ask Hongjia next to me if she heard any sound from the coffin, but at that moment, the coffin shook again. I wasn't mistaken, nor was I seeing things. This time I heard it clearly. There was definitely something alive inside the coffin. I was startled and involuntarily took a few steps back, trembling as I said, "There is something in there. There is something in the coffin." The Sun brothers quickly retreated 2 steps, and third brother, pale-faced, swore, "No way. The sealing of the gold coffin and silver outer layer is so good. How could anything get in?" He meant that perhaps a rat or something had entered the coffin. "No, third brother, it might not be a rat." He shot me a glare and said, "Don't say unlucky things, Yunfeng. What do you mean it's not a rat? It is a rat. Let us not scare ourselves." After being scolded, I got anxious and blurted out, "Third brother, let us run. What if it's a zombie or a zongzi?" After saying this, I felt a chill run down my back, and goosebumps covered my whole body. Damn, what zongzi? I've been through so many big tombs with Wang Badu. And there is nothing like that. Yunfeng, stop talking nonsense. Open it. Now. After third brother finished speaking, he picked up the entrenching tool and strode forward to the coffin nails. We dared not breathe, afraid to disturb him. When he removed the 3rd coffin nail, third brother leaned in closer, pressing his ear to the coffin lid to listen carefully for any sounds inside. After 2 or 3 minutes, he suddenly turned around with wide eyes, saying, "It seems there is a breathing sound inside." At that moment, I suddenly remembered the nightmare I had after fainting and thought of the protagonist in the dream. My hand trembled as I pointed at the coffin. "Third brother, don't open it." But my words came too late. He shouted, veins popping on his hand, angrily cursing, "Those from the northern school are not cowards. Trying to scare me? No way." With a crack, the last 2 coffin nails fell out. He pressed his hands against the coffin lid and forcefully pushed it open. Hongjia gripped her small dagger tightly, and the boss raised the entrenching tool high. If anything dared to show its head from within the coffin, the entrenching tool would come down without hesitation. After pushing the coffin lid open, third brother faced away from us, standing still as if frozen. "What is wrong, third brother? What is in the coffin?" It was as if he hadn't heard the boss's words and remained motionless in the position of pushing the coffin lid. "Third brother," the boss shouted, raising the entrenching tool and rushing over. Hongjia and I immediately ran over to check the situation. When we reached the coffin and looked closely, not only third brother, but everyone, including myself, was stunned. We were dumbfounded. Inside the coffin lay a face we were very familiar with. It was second brother. It was Sun Lianfu, who had been missing for half a year in our group. This scene was too bizarre. The surroundings were cold and gloomy. Inside the coffin made of dark Huai wood, Sun Lao'er's original clothes had long disappeared. At this moment, he was wearing a large gray robe, making his body appear significantly plumper, the robe bulging. Sun Lao'er's face was pale, his lips red, and he lay in the coffin with a frown. His hands crossed over his chest, maintaining the posture, his expression looking very painful. "Second brother, Lao'er," the Sun family brothers shouted urgently as they came to their senses. Who would have thought that Sun Lao'er, who had suddenly disappeared for 6 months, would now appear in a golden coffin and silver casket that surpassed the specifications of the feudal lords? This matter was too bizarre, too strange. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, they would never believe such a thing if it were told. Now, Sun Lao'er lay in the coffin, his face pale and lips red, and upon closer listening, one could hear his faint breathing. Looking again at his chest, it was also gently rising and falling. Third brother's eyes were red. He held Sun Lao'er's cheeks and said, "Second brother, what happened to you? How did you end up in the coffin? Who did this to you?" Months of hardship, half a year of bitterness, and all the previous fears melted into 2 streams of tears at this moment of brotherly reunion. For a moment, third brother leaned against the coffin, sobbing uncontrollably. "Stop crying," Red Jia scolded upon seeing this, a grown man crying like a little. "Hurry up and get Lao'er out." Right, third brother realized and hurriedly said, get him out. We all stepped forward, wanting to help lift second brother out of the coffin. Just then, I accidentally touched the gray robe that second brother was wearing. I looked down and saw very clearly that there seemed to be a snake wriggling under his robe, twisting and turning. Then, without warning, a long, thin, dark yellow tail emerged from under his clothes. The tail swayed left and right and brushed against me. In an instant, I felt it was cool and slippery. It had no temperature. Chapter 53. The sudden change. Wake up, Lao'er. Wake up. The eldest brother looked anxious, shaking Lao'er repeatedly in an attempt to wake him up. I held back my fear and slowly peeled off the gray robe that was wrapped around Lao'er. After seeing the situation clearly, all of us widened our eyes in shock. There was a small 4-legged snake, entirely yellow-brown, lying on Lao Air's belly. Beast. Third brother was the first to come to his senses, his face filled with rage as he grabbed the four-legged snake. This creature seemed completely unafraid of humans, still wriggling after being caught. Wait, Lao-san, Red Jia said darkly, pointing at the unconscious Lao Air. Don't move yet. Look at Lao Air's belly. What is that? A bronze tube? I noticed that on the right side of Lao Air's small belly, about 5 centimeters from his navel, there was a green rusted bronze tube with a diameter of less than half a centimeter. This rusty bronze tube connected one end to Lao Air's belly, and the other end to the yellow-brown four-legged snake. It looked like some kind of blood transfusion. Including myself, everyone was shocked and completely confused about the situation before us. Unable to endure any longer, Sun Laosan finally snapped, grabbing the stone lizard, and, in an instant, with a swift motion, he sliced the creature in half. The blood splattered out, much like killing a yellow eel. After the creature died, the copper tube remained inserted in Lao Air's belly, the wound looking very deep. This time, he dared not pull it out directly because he didn't know the extent of Lao Air's injuries and was afraid to yank it out. Our focus was on saving him. As for how Lao Air ended up in the coffin, we didn't have time to ask that now. Lao-san, be careful with that tube. Try not to touch it. Sun Laosan nodded, bending down to pick up the unconscious Lao Air. Let's get out of here. There must be another way nearby. Otherwise, how did Lao Air get down here? We need to leave quickly. To the hospital. Inside the golden coffin and silver casket, there was nothing else besides Lao Air and that beast, let alone any burial goods. Despite the countless uncertainties and confusion in our minds, unless the person involved spoke up, we could only guess wildly and would never know what had truly happened. Click. Unintentionally, Red Jia suddenly stepped on a stone slab, which sank 3 centimeters under her weight. Don't move. Seeing something was wrong, the eldest brother immediately shouted, Lao-san, watch over Lao Air. Stay where you are and don't move. Don't wander around. He said with a serious expression. Red Jia looked pale, maintaining her position, not daring to move. Both Red Jia and I had seen the human head gong mechanism before. Over 2,000 years ago, ancient people had already learned to use the gravitational pull between iron and stone to design mechanisms. Just then, the small holes in the ground where the coffin liquid was flowing, beneath the copper figure's feet, suddenly began to emit white steam. Within seconds, waves of white mist rose, as if there were a large steamer underground. The white mist rising from below had a herbal smell, and just inhaling a little made me feel dizzy. My legs went weak, and I collapsed. The others were in similar situations, and third brother could no longer hold on to Lao Air and also fell to the ground. Subsequently, at the entrance of the main tomb chamber, the spot we had blown up with explosives was illuminated by several beams of flashlight. My head felt heavy, and as the beams of light grew closer, I struggled to look up. There were about 4 or 5 people, one of whom was walking in the front, and that person was Chun Jianxing. I opened my mouth to shout, but no sound came out. Then I lost consciousness and fainted. I don't know how long it was before I woke up, feeling a headache. I tried to move, but found I couldn't. My hands and feet were tied with ropes. Red Jia, eldest brother, third brother. I struggled hard, shouting desperately. Oh, being young is great. Your physique is pretty good. You're the first to wake up, Chun Jianxing said, shaking a flashlight at me with a mocking expression. I squinted against the bright light, shouting, Chun Tujuan. You're not dead. Why did you tie me up? Hurry and untie me. He retracted the flashlight and smiled. Everyone, come out and take a look. See if this kid is suitable to be a sacrifice. That Sun Lao Air is really no good. It's been 5 or 6 months. And the body still hasn't shown any reaction. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures walked out of the darkness. I focused my eyes and saw 3 people in total, 2 middle-aged men and an old man. This old man had gray hair, and what caught attention was his height. He was definitely no taller than 1.50 meters, looking thin and small, almost like a child. He was an old dwarf. Jianxing, is this the young man you mentioned? The dwarf old man examined me up and down. That's right. Chun Jianxing glanced at me and said, Sir, the response insect is working on this person. Oh, is that so? The dwarf old man seemed surprised. Unable to understand the conversation between these people, I shouted, Chun Tujuan, what are you doing? What are we doing? Haha. Chun Jianxing pointed at me, shaking his head and laughing. Your name is Yun Feng, right? You really are inexperienced. Just right. Chen Ho Chin, you're awake. Speak up. It's fine, you can say whatever you want. I turned my head to see that Red Jia, with her hands and feet tied, had already woken up, leaning against the stone wall, staring angrily at Chun Jianxing. Don't, Chen Ho Chin. With that look in your eyes, anyone would think you want to eat someone. Chun Jianxing shrugged. Looking relaxed, Sister Hong took a deep breath and said, You pretended to be insane, deliberately acted foolishly, and mimicked my speech to get close to me and Yun Feng. To dispel our doubts, right? Chun Jianxing snapped his fingers. That's right. Sister Hong coldly stated, The responding insect that Yun Feng caught was intentionally released by you. Chun Jianxing nodded generously. That's correct. The responding insect reacted to this kid, but unfortunately, you discovered it in advance. I'm asking you. You actually know whether that cave entrance exists, right? In other words, that group of mountain monsters was also trained by you. And the hats and clothes they wore were also given by you on purpose? That's right. To train these beasts, I tell them stories every day, just to exercise them. Of course, the ultimate goal of all this is to lead you here, to see the coffin. Sister Hong's chest heaved. She was clearly furious. We have been plotted against. I understood a bit more and immediately shouted angrily. Chen Tu Gong, we have no grievances in the past and no enmity in the present. Why are you doing this? Oh, you want to know why? The short old man, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, slowly walked over. As he walked, he said, you don't need to know why. Anyway, you won't live much longer, so there's no need to know everything. Jiansheng, do it. The short old man took out a red incense stick from his pocket and handed it to Chen Jiansheng, then stepped back a few paces. Well, let's get started. Chen Jiansheng pulled out 3 incense sticks and lit them. Holding the 3 sticks, he looked at me and Sister Hong, bowed and said, the 2 from the north sect. Please take your leave. Chapter 54. The door while sticking the 3 incense sticks in front of us. Chen Jiansheng squatted down and ran his hand through Sister Hong's hair. Wait. Sister Hong gritted her teeth and said sternly, I want to know one thing. Chen Jiansheng smiled as he touched Sister Hong's forehead. Didn't the adult say it? You no longer have the need to know. Chen Ho-chin, you and this kid leave first. As for those few son brothers, they'll come later. After all, we have known each other for a while, and I actually like you a bit, but there's nothing I can do. You are from the north, and I am from the south. Our paths are different. As he spoke, Chen Jiansheng ripped open Sister Hong's upper garment, revealing the black lingerie she wore underneath. Taking out a sharp little dagger, Chen Jiansheng lightly scraped it across Sister Hong's skin. Blood flowed out, and Sister Hong let out a muffled grunt. The short old man and the 2 middle-aged men stood by, expressionless, not saying a word, just watching. Don't kill Sister Hong. You're targeting me. I struggled desperately forward. Hee. Chen Jiansheng retracted the dagger and glanced at me. You're quite loyal. Huh? What's wrong? Have you slept with this woman? Go to hell. Slap. He slapped me hard. Huh. I spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Chen Jiansheng fiercely. At this moment, Sister Hong coldly laughed. The Descendant of the 8 Small Gates, by Chun Dian. Turns out to be so petty. Also, Sister Hong turned to look at the short old man, enunciating each word. If I, Chun Hong, guess correctly. You are the little hairpin of Su Qin, right? You are from the Changchun Society, aren't you? How could you mix with tomb raiders from the south? The short old man squinted at Sister Hong, whose hands and feet were bound, shook his head and said, the girl has good eyesight. She actually knows about the Changchun Society and even knows my name from when I was young. Little hairpin of Su Qin has been over 30 years ago. I almost forgot that name myself. The old man raised his head and muttered to himself, as if lost in memories. Sister Hong continued, in the 3rd year of Hongguo. The Changchun Society was established, and it excelled in feng shui, tomb raiding, and medicine, with thousands of practitioners. In the 27th year of the Republic, the elder Baba of the Earth Branch took over as president, leading the 4 major sects and 8 small doors. By then, the Jianghu figures within the society had infiltrated various industries, and the society's strength had surpassed that of the White Lotus sect and the Heaven and Earth Society. After the 1970s, there were rumors that the Changchun Society had disbanded. Heh, Sister Hong coldly laughed. I knew it. Such a huge entity couldn't possibly just disappear. Hearing Sister Hong speak about the Changchun Society, the short old man looked very surprised. He exclaimed, I didn't expect you, a young girl, to know so much. Not just know. My father's death has a lot to do with the Changchun Society. Even if I, Chen Hong, die here today, I swear to heaven, as long as that person is still alive, I will avenge my father. Sister Hong's eyes widened in anger, her expression fierce as she roared. Sir, don't waste time with her. Hurry up and take action, Chen Jiansheng urged. The short old man waved his hand to stop Chen Jiansheng. He looked at Sister Hong slowly and asked, Girl, I ask you, who is your father? From your words, it seems that the Changchun Society deliberately sheltered the murderer of your father? Seeing the old man's nonchalant demeanor, Sister Hong's teeth clenched tightly. Chen Xiaowei. My father is Chen Xiaowei. Chen Xiaowei? The old man frowned and thought for a long time before saying, the 8 oddities of the bridge. Your father is Chen Xiaowei. Then your grandfather must be the cold glasses Chen from Beiping? Sister Hong lowered her head in silence, falling into a brief silence. The short old man paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, as if considering something. 3 minutes later, he turned around and instructed, Jiansheng. This girl cannot be killed. Control her for now. After we finish our business and leave, just let her go. Let her go? Chen Jiansheng said anxiously, Old man. What do you mean? This woman is quite famous in the North sect. If we let her go and she spreads the news, won't that bring trouble to us from the South sect? The old man turned to look at Chen Jiansheng, his tone icy. That's your own business. Jiansheng, remember. This time we joined forces just for mutual benefit, but it doesn't mean we are on the same side. I said not to kill, then you cannot kill. Do you want me to say it again? Although he looked like a short old man less than 1.5 meters tall, after hearing his words, Chen Jiansheng's face turned pale, and sweat broke out on his forehead. With a loud bang, Chen Jiansheng knelt on the ground. Jiansheng was reckless. Sir, please don't be angry. Once we finish our business, I will let this woman go. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Sir, what about this kid? Chen Jiansheng pointed at me. The old man impatiently said, Didn't you just say the responding insect reacted to this kid? Chen Jiansheng cupped his fists. That's right. Then break his arms and throw him over there to see. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, The two middle-aged men who had not spoken stepped forward and pulled me up from the ground. What are you doing? What do you want? No matter how I struggled. It was futile. The two middle-aged men lifted me up like a chick. Sister Hong anxiously said, "No, you must let me go. You have to let him go too." The old man shook his head. "Girl, I spare your life for the sake of Cold Glasses Chun." Back in the Changchun Society, Cold Glasses Chun went alone to the meeting and killed all the commanders of the puppet army. Your father Qin Shaohui didn't inherit his abilities from Chun. And now in your generation, the old man looked at Sister Hong and shook his head. "You're even weaker. Take action," the old man said casually. The two middle-aged men tightened their grip on my arms, the force increasing, and I cried out in pain. Crack. The sound of dislocated bones was clear. Sister Hong's face turned pale as she closed her eyes. As soon as they released their grip, I collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. And my arms were out of control. My left arm was already injured, and now it was even worse. Both arms were dislocated. Following orders, the two men dragged me away, regardless of Sister Hong's pleas from behind. The journey took only 5 minutes, and these two brought me to a large pit. In front of the pit lay a stone offering table, bare and empty. They pulled out ropes and tightly bound me to the stone table. After checking to make sure I couldn't break free, one of them took out a small package from his belongings. He opened the package and poured a bit of powdery substance into the pit. Then the two quickly left. Once they were gone, I endured the pain and tried to free myself, but I failed. My arms were weak and bound, and after several attempts, I couldn't succeed. The Sun brothers had disappeared after losing consciousness, and I felt hopeless, not knowing what to do. My body ached, my stomach was hungry, and I gradually fell into despair. About 20 minutes later, I suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the pit. Since I was tied to the stone table facing upward, I couldn't see what was in the pit. I could only see the sides of my body. Then, I witnessed a terrifying scene. Unbeknownst to me, from the pit crawled many stone lizards on both sides of the stone table. These lizards varied in size. Some were over half a meter long, while others were only a few centimeters long. Within moments, I felt a chill on my legs, and in horror, I looked down. 2 yellow-brown lizards had crawled up onto my legs. These lizards flicked their tongues, their eyes barely visible, and their bodies were slippery as if coated in oil. Crawling toward my upper body. Chapter 55. Scheming. One of the lizards wriggled its body and crawled onto my chest. From less than 20 centimeters away, I could clearly smell the foul odor emanating from this creature. I shook my body vigorously to try to throw the lizards off, but it was useless. Not only did they not fall off, but I also accidentally slapped the small protective amulet around my neck onto my face. The small amulet was made of metal, and it hurt when it hit my face. The amulet popped open. Inside was a ball of yellow paper, which I had been carrying since Yao Yuman gave it to me, and some faint writing was visible on it. I bit one corner of the paper ball and shook it vigorously. Soon, the yellow paper ball broke open, and some light yellow powder spilled out. Strangely, the yellow powder inside the paper ball was colorless and tasteless, but as soon as the lizards on me caught a whiff of it, they instantly retreated as if they had encountered a deadly substance. In less than 2 minutes, I was completely clean. Not a single lizard remained on me. I looked down and saw that 2 lines of small characters were written on the yellow paper. At first, I couldn't see them clearly, but after adjusting the angle while biting the paper, I could finally make them out. The red brush pen had written, "Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. Beware of hidden dangers, and be cautious of small creatures. In the underworld, be careful." After reading these words, a storm surged in my heart. The protective amulet given to me by Yao Yuman contained 24 characters of prophecy. It was as if this woman had already known about my secret plan with my brothers. Could it be that she can tell fortunes? Moreover, I discovered that there was a very thin blade embedded in the bottom of the amulet box, resembling the kind of blade used for shaving, but thinner and sharper than that. Risking cutting my mouth, I tried several times until I finally succeeded in flipping the amulet box upside down and biting the thin blade. After cutting the rope closest to my upper body with the blade, I sat up directly, then used my teeth to cut the ropes on my feet. Many lizards were still crawling on the ground, but my clothes were dusted with the powder from the amulet, and those lizards dared not come too close to me. Whenever I moved, they all scurried into the darkness, some even crawling back into the deep pit. I had seen others on TV treat dislocated arms, but it's different when you're actually doing it. I'm not a doctor, and on TV, people just snap the bones back in place. I leaned against the wall and crashed my arm against it, each impact causing immense pain. Perhaps it was the blessing of the amulet, or maybe it was just luck. After a few tries, I heard a click as the bone miraculously snapped back into place. This was purely by chance. I then tried to reset my left arm, but it didn't work. I looked into the deep pit. It was dark and deep, with a cool breeze blowing from the bottom, sending chills down my spine. Supporting my injured left arm, I hid the small blade in my palm, tiptoed, and tried to walk silently, carefully making my way out. From the geographical structure of the surrounding environment, I realized I was still beneath the Moth Mountain, likely in some underground cave. Staying close to the wall to hide in the darkness, I walked for a few minutes until I suddenly saw a flicker of light ahead. Along with the sound of people talking, I quietly approached. "Brother Chun, if we pull this off so beautifully and that corpse can really be revived by absorbing blood, we'll be rich. You know, right? I've heard the vice president of the Changchun Society is about to die. relying on nutrition injections worth hundreds of thousands to stay alive. If we give him that corpse, maybe you can advance from the 8 small gates to the 4 great gates. I could even join the Changchun Society. Just thinking about it is exciting. I could walk around freely. What kind of girls wouldn't I be able to get? You brat. Are you joining the Changchun Society just to chase girls? You're a man. Can't you aim a bit higher? Haha. Your ambitions are much greater than mine, Brother Chun. You're capable. Your brothers in the gang say pit and they just go, not batting an eye. I'm different. My biggest wish in this life is to marry a beautiful college student. Kid, you only have an elementary school diploma. Why are you always thinking about beautiful college students? When you join the Changchun Society, what will you do with her? I'll have her read to me every night. Just let her read Jean Ping Mei to me every night. Go roll on the ground, you idiot. Listening to their conversation made my blood boil. I almost rushed over to them with the blade to make them bleed. That bastard Chen Jiansheng had disguised himself so well. His acting skills could win a Golden Rooster Award. I then overheard them discussing me and Hongjia. Brother Chun, the mixed hypnotic incense from Old Haegu really works, right? You saw it too, right? That hypnotic smoke really did the trick. Chen Jiansheng laughed. Old Haegu stuff is indeed good. I purposely made Chun Hong and that kid eat the fruit, and with the help of this hypnotic incense to knock them out, the effect was so great. Awesome. Brother Chun, we took the antidote 3 days in advance to be effective. You just arrived yesterday, so your antidote is. Chen Jiansheng snapped his fingers proudly. Kid, learn from this. This is my brilliance. I prepared in advance, mixing the antidote into the wine. Those wines were stored in the sacrificial pit's soul storage jars. I made it clear that I love drinking, so everything just fell into place seamlessly, right? Uh-huh. You bastard. I cursed that old man's ancestors in my heart. If I hadn't been eavesdropping, I probably would have never known how I and Hongjia were set up. The world is treacherous. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Just as Hongjia said, there is not a single good person in the southern faction. Although some things were still unclear to me, I knew we had been set up. The group of people who teamed up with Chun Jiansheng to go down to the tomb, including the already dead Jigua Chun, were all tricked into death by him. And what about the partners behind this person? What is the Changchun Society? I have no concept of these people and don't understand them. Hongjia is clear about it. So I plan to rescue people, first saving Hongjia, and then thinking of a way to find Dage and Sange to rescue them as well. Knowing that I am outnumbered, I kept my distance and followed them after they finished talking and left. If there were no fire or flashlight here, visibility would be very low, which made it easier for me to hide. I stealthily followed them the whole way, and neither of them noticed me. I guess they must think I am already dead or have been devoured by the 4-legged snake, so they let their guard down. Thinking of this, I also thought of Yao Yuman. The image of Yao Yuman appeared in my mind, and my intuition told me that this matter might be far from as simple as I imagined. I followed for about half an hour. Chen Jiansheng and the man stopped. I saw a very concealed entrance to a stone cave ahead, covered with some dry grass. I pulled aside the grass, and the two of them crawled in one after the other. I waited for 3 minutes before I crouched down and crawled in as well. The other side was numerous, so I was very careful. I would hide whenever there was any movement ahead. Because I knew that I was the last hope in our group, I couldn't be caught. The only advantage I had now was that the enemy was in the open, while I was in the dark. Chapter 56. The plastic frame. The cave was illuminated by firelight. Hey, Pai-san, let me ask you something. Do you think a corpse can really come back to life? I don't know, Chenggu, but I think this is a bit eerie. You remember when we took that thing out of the golden coffin and silver coffin? We all saw it, right? That corpse was just a bit deflated. Its teeth were sticking out like a rabbit's, and the flesh on its face still had some elasticity. It's really creepy. I was hiding at the cave entrance, quietly observing and eavesdropping on their conversation. Chen Jiansheng and the man named Pai-san were chatting. In front of them lay a huge translucent plastic container filled with liquid that looked like light-colored milk, though I didn't know what it actually was. I also noticed something. Faintly, there was a shadow submerged in the liquid inside the large plastic container. From the outline reflected from the outside, it looked like a person. Don't move. You little brat, are you looking for death? You dare to touch this water. Chen Jiansheng suddenly shouted harshly. Hee, said the man named Pai-san, scratching his head. We're just curious. By the way, there's something I need to tell you, Chenggu. After we go out this time, I should get a share of Chen Jigua's belongings, right? After all, it's just the two of us left. I'm not greedy. Just give me 30%. The man held up 3 fingers. Chen Jiansheng smiled and said, of course, you also contributed. I promise you 30%. Great. You're righteous. The excitement in Pai-san's eyes was hard to hide. Sen-er, you're curious about this thing, right? If you really want to take a look, just stand aside and be careful. Remember, you can only take a quick look. Chen Jiansheng smiled and pointed to the plastic box. Really? Can I take a look? Chen Jiansheng nodded. Go ahead, just don't touch the water. Having received permission, the man tiptoed carefully over. When he reached the front of the large plastic water tank, he looked down and said without turning his head, Chenggu, this water is white like milk. I can't see clearly. Where is it? In the middle. Take a closer look, came Chen Jiansheng's deep voice. In the middle? It seems there's nothing there. What happened next? I saw clearly in the dark. I watched as Chen Jiansheng silently picked up a round stone from the ground, his footsteps very light. Sen-er, Chen Jiansheng suddenly shouted. Huh, what? Pai-san turned around immediately. Bang. In an instant, Chun Jiansheng raised the stone high and smashed it right onto Pai San's forehead. A second later, two streams of bright red blood flowed down the stone. Pai San opened his mouth and fell to the ground with a thud, his forehead a bloody mess. Damn it! Chun Jiansheng threw away the bloodied stone, looking at Pai San lying on the ground with a split head, said, 30%? You dare to ask me for 30%? What are you? Not even half of it. That's all mine. Spitting, he kicked Pai San, and seeing he had no reaction, Chun Jiansheng looked around. I quickly shrank back to hide. That was close. I almost got discovered. Then I saw Chun Jiansheng dragging Pai San's feet and pulling him toward the plastic box. Senaire, don't worry, your share I'll keep for you. Rest assured, when you see our Ji Gua and the logistics down there, you can also tell them that during the holidays, I will burn some offerings for them. After saying this, Chun Jiansheng lifted his upper body, clearly preparing to throw Pai San into the large plastic frame. Seeing a person kill another person with my own eyes, I was suddenly a bit panicked. Pai San was about 1.75 meters tall and quite sturdy, but Chun Jiansheng may have slipped, failing to get him inside, and with a bang, he knocked Pai San down again. This time, his back head hit the ground. Unexpectedly, Pai San was jolted awake. He wasn't dead. Damn it. Pai San's face was covered in blood as he suddenly struggled to try to get up. Chun Jiansheng panicked, pressing down on Pai San, his hands tightly squeezing his neck. Pai San's legs kicked wildly, desperately twisting and struggling, scratching Chun Jiansheng's face. Die, go to hell. Chun Jiansheng's forehead bulged with veins, looking like a demon. In just a minute or two, Pai San's face changed from red to purple, and as Chun Jiansheng's grip tightened, his face turned a liver color, making sounds like he had phlegm stuck in his throat. Just then, Pai San's neck slowly turned toward me. His liver-colored face matched mine directly. He looked at me, and I looked at him. In an instant, Pai San's eyes seemed to fill with terror, anger, and fear as he raised his left arm high and pointed toward me. Die. Chun Jiansheng seemed to be possessed, completely ignoring Pai San's actions. 3 minutes later, Pai San's legs went limp and he stopped struggling, his eyes bulging. Still staring at me, he died with his eyes open. Chun Jiansheng climbed off the corpse, wiped the sweat from his face, and panted heavily. After resting for a short while, he flipped the body into the plastic frame. With a plop, I soon saw that in just a few seconds, the milky liquid started to boil like boiling water, bubbling continuously. A stench hit me. I saw Pai San's corpse seem to be softened, slowly separating and dissolving. Flesh, hair, bones, everything. The entire process lasted less than 10 minutes. A living person was left with not even a trace. The liquid remained milk white. And I wasn't sure if I was seeing things, but for a moment, I seemed to see the shadow inside moving its head slightly. This was the perfect way to dispose of a body. Watching his masterpiece before him, a smile appeared at the corner of Chun Jiansheng's mouth, which he then hid away. Chun Jiansheng covered the large plastic frame with a cloth, clapped his hands, whistled, and walked towards me with a relaxed expression. He was going out of the cave. I immediately stepped back a few paces and hid behind a protruding rock. Since I was relatively thin and kept sucking in my stomach, just as he came out, I had just hidden myself. It was a close call. I was just barely not seen. As Chun Jiansheng walked, he hummed a tune, singing Zhang Jihua's Sailor. When being bullied, one always hears the sailors say, in the wind and rain, this pain is nothing. Wipe your tears, don't be afraid. At least we still have dreams. His voice gradually faded away, and I cursed him under my breath, then pressed against the stone wall and followed him cautiously. I was very curious about the large leather frame in the cave. I knew it must hide some secret, but I didn't have time to look at it now. I had to follow Chun Jiansheng. Following him was my only chance to find Hong Jie and the Sun brothers. I guess they must have been separated and locked up after losing consciousness. Chintugu, someone suddenly spoke ahead. I took a peek and discovered it was one of the two middle-aged men beside the dwarf old man. Jiangu, Chun Jiansheng quickly bent down. Chintugu, where's your little brother? Didn't you all walk together just now? Chun Jiansheng's expression was natural. He patted his forehead and laughed. Jiangu, you mean Sanair? Oh, the lazy donkey is taking a long time to relieve himself. He suddenly has a stomachache. Looking at him, he probably won't be better for a while. He must have eaten something bad. Jiangu, let us not wait for him. After hearing Chun Jiansheng's explanation, the middle-aged man nodded. What's wrong, Jiangu? What are you looking at? As he spoke, Chun Jiansheng also turned his head to look. I pressed against the stone wall, not daring to breathe. Sweat beading on my forehead. Nothing. Maybe it's just my illusion. I've been feeling paranoid lately, the middle-aged man said. Chun Jiansheng, who had a guilty conscience, forced a smile and urged, I also think there's nothing wrong. Let us hurry, Jiangu. We need to prepare for the next step. Chapter 57. Experiment Jiangu. Is there something behind us? After walking for just a few minutes, Chun Jiansheng asked curiously as he noticed the middle-aged man looking back frequently. The man called Jiangu did not respond. They stopped in a wide area. I looked and saw that there was a very large army green tent set up. I estimated it to be over 10 meters long, with an arched round top and a door in the middle, resembling a yurt from Mongolia. They lifted the door curtain and walked in directly. I waited in place for 3 to 5 minutes, feeling the time was right, then crouched and followed them. There was a gap in the door curtain, and I peeked inside. There were 3 people inside, all wearing white lab coats and masks, with several electronic instruments I had never seen before on the table. Additionally, a small diesel generator was running. How's it going? The middle-aged man asked as he entered. One of the women in a white coat spoke up. Her voice was surprisingly melodious and belonged to a young woman. She complained that the conditions here were too harsh and that she didn't know how much the teacher had paid to send them here. Conditions here were less than 1% of what they had in the laboratory back in Hong Kong. After a few complaints, she continued, "The samples you gave us have been reviewed." She pointed to a large monitor and said, "The data is quite strange. This biological sample has almost no moisture, but some of its cells are still active. Besides, there is a substance in the blood vessels that resembles weion acid. This substance is extremely difficult to extract given the current conditions. Please tell us the truth. Why did you invite us here to study this? You talk too much." The middle-aged man said coldly, "Just do your job and leave once you get paid. Don't ask unnecessary questions." The woman in the white coat got angry. She pulled off her mask. She was a very attractive girl with distinct features, fair skin, and large eyes, about in her 20s. Looking like a mixed-race beauty who could speak fluent Mandarin. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that?" The mixed-race girl angrily shouted. Her male colleague immediately grabbed her and advised, "Shaoan, don't be impulsive. The teacher asked me to keep an eye on you and not let you do anything foolish." His implication was clear. "We can't afford to offend these people, so calm down." Soon, the peacemaker in the white coat smiled and continued, "Don't worry, boss. We're making good progress. In 2 or 3 days, we should be able to extract what you want. After all, the conditions here are tough, and we lack equipment, so please bear with us. One more day. At most, we'll give you one more day," the middle-aged man said, looking at his watch. "By this time tomorrow, I must see the final results." After saying this, the man turned and walked out. In a panic, I hid behind the tent. Chen Jiansheng came out to see him off. "Jiangu, you go ahead. I'll help hurry things along here." "Xiao Lu, I'll need you to say a few nice words to the boss," he said, rubbing his hands together. After the man left, Chen Jiansheng casually sat down on a chair, lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and said, "Beautiful lady, I'm not like that guy just now. I'm much easier to talk to. I heard that the stuff extracted from that corpse can make people young again and achieve immortality. Is that true?" The beautiful girl in the white coat, named Shaoan, shook her head and said, "We're still far from that. To be honest, I don't think our current technology can achieve that. There are still many things we can't explain. What we extract can at most be considered a semi-finished product." As she spoke, the woman took out a small glass bottle containing a light blue transparent liquid. "This is it," she said, shaking the transparent glass bottle. Chen Jiansheng swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the light blue liquid in the small glass bottle. Chen Jiansheng took a deep drag on his cigarette, the smoke slowly coming out of his nostrils, and he smiled. "You guys continue. Pretend I'm not here." After saying this, he flicked the cigarette butt away and began to rest his eyes. "You two continue. I need to take care of something." Shaoan suddenly instructed and turned to leave the tent. Up to this point, there were still many things I didn't understand about the situation at the foot of the Moth Mountain. Seeing that the other party was alone and it was a woman, I knew I had to seize the opportunity. This was a good chance. This woman's colleague called her Shaoan, while I referred to her as Researcherin. I walked quickly and quietly, and Researcherin ultimately chose a spot behind a rock to relieve herself. She turned her head to survey her surroundings, saw no one, and lifted her lab coat to prepare to squat down. "Don't move." I seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and hugged her from behind, pressing my small knife against her neck. "Don't shout. If you do, I'll cut your throat." "Who are you?" Her eyes widened in terror, and her voice trembled. Chapter 58. Turning point. The woman asked what I wanted. If it was money, she had some. Why would I want money? If I wanted money, would I come to this hellhole? Knowing she was from a Hong Kong pharmaceutical company called Tianlin, I fabricated an identity and said I was a police officer, here to track them down. "Police?" Her expression was one of surprise. "What kind of nonsense is this?" During this time, Hong Kong police and gangster movies were at their peak. Films like Infernal Affairs and Police Story were everywhere. The woman was young. I casually mentioned it, not expecting her to believe me at all. She said, "Can you take me away? I don't want to stay here anymore." I replied, "If you cooperate with me, you can leave." "Okay, can you put the knife away? I'm not a bad person and I'm willing to cooperate." I thought this situation was very unreliable. Throughout history, there have been many wealthy and powerful people. No one wants to die. I estimate that this so-called high-ranking figure from Changchun wants to rely on this blue liquid to prolong their life. How is that possible? "Please, I've already told you. Take me away. I don't want to stay in this cave for another moment." I casually put the blue potion into my pocket and asked, "Do you know where you are?" She nodded and then shook her head. "I only know we're in Shund. I don't know anything else. We were blindfolded before getting in the car, and when we arrived here, the necessary instruments and equipment were already prepared, including a blood analyzer." "Don't say those things," I said, feeling speechless. "I'm not interested. I have no enmity with you. I won't harm you for no reason. However, the situation is special. If you and your 2 companions want to go out and live, you must agree to my conditions." She nodded repeatedly, asking, "What are the conditions? You tell me." I said, "Let me blend into your group, and you will act as my inside informant." These few people usually wear masks and protective clothing tightly. I had noticed earlier that one of the men was about my height and build. As long as I put on a mask and protective clothing and impersonated him without speaking, I probably wouldn't be discovered. This was a plan I came up with on the spot. I thought it might actually work. As the saying goes, it's dark under the lamp. To have gains, one must take risks. I repeatedly assured her that I would keep my word. As long as she didn't go back on it and expose me, I wouldn't harm her. Right now, call your male companion over here. Researcher and looked confused and asked what I wanted to do. Don't worry about that. Do you want to go out or stay in prison? I don't want to stay, she replied. Then do as I say, hurry. After hesitating for a moment, she walked a short distance forward and shouted toward the tent, Sugu, Sugu, I forgot to bring paper. Can you bring me some? I hid and reached down to pick up a slightly smooth stone from the ground. Haha, I'm coming. Shawan, you really are something. Going out to relieve yourself without bringing any paper. The man slowly walked over. I seized the opportunity, quickly ran up behind him, and smashed the stone against the back of his head. I had already controlled my strength, but the man still tried to turn around. As a result, he stumbled and fainted. Sugu, what are you doing? Researcher and questioned me. I quickly took off the protective suit and mask the man was wearing and put them on myself. While putting them on, I said, don't worry, he won't die. If you still want to leave here, come help me. After putting on the mask, I disguised myself as one of the researchers brought over by Chun Jianxing from Hong Kong Island. Researcher and looked at the injury and gritted her teeth, saying, don't lie to me. Let's go back together. When we reached the door, I adjusted my mask and lowered my voice, saying, remember what I said before, we each get what we need, and we won't disturb each other. After this, you leave, and we won't meet again, do you understand? She paused for 2 or 3 minutes, then took a deep breath and lifted the leather curtain. Beautiful lady, where are you going? I just saw you call your colleague away and ask for paper. You too aren't going to. Chun Jianxing glanced at me and showed a knowing expression. Researcher and said, don't talk nonsense, we're just going to relieve ourselves. Old Sue is back. Can you bring me the shape tube? Suddenly, another male researcher in a white coat shouted at me. Shape tube? I fumbled around on the shelf, and the glassware clinked and made noise. At this moment, except for Researcher and Chun Jianxing and the white coat man turned to look at me. Ahem. Researcher and helped me out of the situation, saying, the item is with me. You see my memory. I used it this morning and forgot to put it back on the shelf. I subtly gestured to Researcher and she nodded, then looked at Chun Jianxing and said, hey, at the last moment, we still need one more thing here. To ensure the accuracy of the results, we need a live specimen, preferably a woman around 30 years old. What do you mean? Are you saying you need a living person for the experiment? And it must be a woman in her 30s? Why didn't you mention this before? Chun Jianxing asked, astonished. Researcher and shot me a glance and sternly said, anyway, I've told you, this is a crucial step. You handle it yourself. If those people ask why it didn't succeed in the end, don't say I didn't warn you. Chun Jianxing's expression changed slightly. A few minutes later, he said in a deep voice, wait here, I'll go find someone to see if we can meet your conditions. After saying that, he hurriedly lifted the leather curtain and left. Shawan, what's going on? At this moment, another male researcher in a white coat clearly didn't understand the situation. Senior brother, don't worry about it. This is what the teacher instructed us. Researcher and found an excuse to brush it off. The wait felt slow. The words Researcher and said were all things I had previously instructed. I was also taking a gamble, betting that the only one who met the conditions here was Hongjia, betting that those people wouldn't discover the problem, betting on how serious that high-ranking figure from Changchun would take this matter. As time passed, after about an hour, when I heard footsteps, I knew I had won my bet. Chun Logistics, can you be honest for once? Get in. If you don't behave, Chun Logistics, don't blame me for being ruthless. The curtain opened, and Hongjia was pushed in by someone. When I saw Hongjia standing in front of me unharmed, I was very excited. I didn't expect my accidental plan would actually succeed. All right, you wait outside. Researcher and glanced at Chun Jianxing. That's not possible. I have a task to supervise you all. Chun Jianxing shook his head. Then can't you watch from outside? We can still run away. What? Are you going to shamelessly watch while a woman undresses? Researcher and shouted. Chun Jianxing replied, I'll be at the door. Don't try to play tricks on me. You must notify me immediately when results are out. After saying that, he angrily turned and walked out. Hongjia was tied up, and when she heard we were going to undress her, she spat at me. A relaxed smile on her face, cursing, just a few little chicks. If you want to come to me, come together. If I frown, I'm not Chen Hong. I secretly broke into a sweat. Hongjia's mouth was as fierce as ever. Hey, what are you thinking, woman? We haven't even spoken yet. And you're acting like we're going to rape you? The male researcher asked. Hongjia, with her hair disheveled, curled her lips into a cold smile and said, so you have the heart but not the guts? Just a bunch of little chicks. Your mouth is really foul. Who are you calling a little chick? Don't, Li Go. Don't argue with this woman. Researcher and interjected. Shawan, why do I feel like you've turned into a different person today? I can't even understand what you're saying. It's all over the place. And you, Li Zheng, looking at me, and you, Old Sue, usually you talk a lot. What's going on today? Have you changed? After going out to pee, did you lose your soul or something? I looked at Researcher and our eyes met. She nodded at me. What are you two doing? Playing charades? Li Zheng asked, taking a step back. Taking a deep breath, I stared at him intently, slowly removing my mask. The mask slipped off. When Li Zheng saw I wasn't Lao Su, he was about to explode. Researcher and immediately gestured for Li Zheng to be quiet. She also pointed outside, indicating that Chun Jianxing was outside. Hongjia widened her eyes, looking at me. Her expression was incredulous as she gritted her teeth. and 2 words escaped her lips. Yinfeng? Chapter 59, Teaming Up Show. Hongjia, don't make a sound. I pointed outside the tent. Hongjia was still in a daze when a man's voice asked, "Who are you? Where's Lao Su?" I rushed to the door curtain and quietly peeked outside. Chen Jinsheng was pacing nearby. Turning back, I looked at the man named Li and said, "You don't need to ask me who I am. I'll just say one thing. Do you and she want to go out?" Li Zheng frowned. "First answer me. Where's Lao Su?" "Li Gu, Lao Su is fine. This person might be researcher," and whispered a few words in Li Zheng's ear. Li Zheng eyed me suspiciously and asked what my plan was. This Li Zheng was an intern who graduated from a famous medical university in the country. Due to family connections, he had been developing in the Hong Kong area for the past few years, just like researcher. They were employed by a well-known private pharmaceutical company, which often appeared in advertisements on television. Regarding the so-called teacher who sent them here, researcher avoided the heavy topic and didn't say it directly, which I could tell. Hongjia sorted out the situation and whispered, "Yinfeng, what are you planning to do next? I know where the boss and his group are being held. How are you planning to rescue them?" Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Hongjia said she roughly knew the place, which saved a lot of trouble. "Come here, let's do this. Will this work? What if we get discovered?" After listening to my plan, Li Zheng raised his eyebrows. "Not to mention others, just that short old man under 1.50 meters. You've seen him before, right?" I nodded and said I had seen him once. Li Zheng lowered his voice and said, "That little old man, when we first arrived here, ran into a few 4-legged snakes. Guess what happened? That little old man casually went out and threw 3 flying knives. Each one accurately pierced through the snake's head." "What? Flying knives?" My eyes widened. "You're not making this up, are you? What era is it now? And someone still uses that kind of thing. Why would I lie to you? Everything I said is true. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, would I be telling you this?" Li Zheng didn't seem like he was lying. "Think about it. If we get discovered, won't that person stab us all through?" Upon hearing this, Hongjia sighed softly. "Yinfeng, what he said is not wrong. I heard my father mention this person when I was young. My father said that Su Qin, the little old man, is a senior in the Changchun Society. In the Changchun Society, my grandfather, Mei Mayan Chun, was on par with this person. Although this person is not the oldest in terms of seniority, he ranks quite high. He is known for using 3.5-inch flying knives. My father used to joke that the little old man always has endless flying knives, and ordinary people can't get close to him. If he discovers our plan, we might indeed be in grave danger." After hearing Hongjia's words, I paced back and forth in the tent. I didn't trust Li Zheng, but I believed Hongjia. I had a lot on my mind. It wasn't just that old man. There was another issue in front of everyone. Even if we managed to evade that group with researcher, what about the way out? Boom, boom. Just as Hongjia finished speaking, a series of thunderclaps suddenly echoed above us, loud and clear. The south has more rain and less snow. At this time, Shun was transitioning between spring and summer, making thunderstorms common. Listening to the rumbles coming from the cave above, I focused my attention on a large vat in the corner. The vat was half filled with clear water, which was used by researcher N's group for washing. Seeing me staring blankly at the vat, Hongjia whispered, "Yinfeng, are you thinking?" I nodded at Hongjia and pointed to the thunder above, saying, "It's just thunder. Let's take a chance. I want to try it. If this method works, we might find a way out." But Hongjia hesitated to speak. I understood her thoughts. She might be worried that I wouldn't have this ability. I looked young, and I hadn't mentioned having any experience in this area before. The method I was talking about might be unfamiliar to ordinary people, but there were many examples in the past tomb raiding industry. In the past, tomb raiders said that the northern approach emphasized observation, smell, questioning, and pulse-taking, while the southern approach focused on sniffing, probing, and striking. There are some commonalities between the two, but there are still differences upon closer inspection. Observing the mountains means looking at the overall trends of the peaks. Ancient people paid more attention to the feng shui of tombs than modern people. A person in the field can spot a particularly good feng shui location at a glance. There are also some little tricks regarding observation. For example, if someone goes to a rural area and sees a field with thriving crops, but there's one spot in the middle where the crops are wilting and stunted, a tomb raider would know at a glance that there's a 70% chance of an ancient tomb beneath that spot. The compacted earth beneath would affect the crop's absorption of rainwater, hence the poor growth, which is called observation. Let us not talk about smelling for now. Let us talk about questioning and pulse-taking. Questioning means inquiring. One should ask the elderly villagers who have lived in the village for generations, share a few good cigarettes, and listen to their local stories and legends. Often, one can obtain useful information this way. The tomb of Liang Zhuangwang, the 9th son of Emperor Hongxi of the Ming Dynasty, was discovered based on information obtained from an elderly villager in Liang village by a group of tomb raiders. Pulse-taking involves feeling the pulse. In the northern school, it's further divided into upper pulse and lower pulse. Upper pulse means determining the entry point, which refers to tomb raiders studying from which position they can dig directly into the main tomb chamber, aligning with the idea of reaching the root of the problem. Lower pulse refers to opening the coffin inside the tomb, which follows rules. If the remains of the tomb owner are still present, one should start feeling the funerary objects from the head, then to the anus, and finally the feet. Finally, there's this smelling, which means listening to sounds. This is the method I want to use to find the exit. I want to use this method because, months ago, I had a casual chat with the head of the group, who mentioned this to me. At that time, I was very intrigued. But since I was new to the industry, I didn't have the opportunity to try it. The head told me that as he aged, this method became less effective. And to improve its accuracy, one's ears must be sharp, which also depends on talent. The head told me that some people can move their ears up and down. If someone guides them in training, they would be suitable for tomb raiding. Conversely, some people, no matter how hard they try, just can't move their ears. The head said that such people, even without talent, probably can't use the method of listening to thunder. At the time, I was happy to hear the head say this because I could do more than just move my ears. As a child, I often did this. As long as I furrowed my brow and exerted a little force, I could control my ears to move back and forth. And I could control them separately. If I wanted the left ear to move, it would, and if I wanted the right ear to move, it would. I don't know if this is what they call talent. Chapter 60. Listening to thunder. There is a back door in the tent we are in, which is where they usually go to the bathroom. There is no restroom downstairs. It wouldn't be appropriate to relieve oneself all over the place. After formulating the plan, researcher and deliberately turned the diesel generator to maximum power to cover the noise of us moving the vat. Why so loud? Are you done? Can I go in? Chun Jianxing shouted outside, hearing the roar of the generator. Not yet. We're halfway through. The equipment needs to run at full power. We'll call you when we're done. Researcher and shouted back. Chun Jianxing mumbled something outside, but I couldn't hear clearly. Just then, two strange calls echoed from somewhere, sounding like some kind of bird. A bit like a chicken. Are there chickens down there? Hongjia? Hongjia? I called out to her twice as she seemed lost in thought. It's probably just mountain chickens or something. It's nothing, Hongjia said, changing the topic and pointing to the water tank. Let's get started. We began the operation. We emptied the water tank, pulled aside the leather curtain of the back door, and placed a shovel inside the tank. Then we started to roll the heavy tank out. As it was too heavy to lift, so we could only roll it bit by bit. Watch your step, Li Zheng said. If you see any toilet paper, steer clear of it. Don't accidentally step in something. Researcher and felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, and gave a shy smile. The thunder continued rumbling. But I wondered if it was raining outside. I silently prayed that the thunder wouldn't stop. If it did, my plan would be useless. The water tank was heavy, and not long after we started rolling, Li Zheng couldn't take it anymore. Breathing heavily, he complained, carrying this big thing, where are we supposed to go? If we have to walk for another hour or two, not only will we get caught by those people, but we'll also be exhausted. I looked around and thought the conditions were decent, so I told them we didn't need to go any further and could do it here. Pointing to a clear space in the middle. We cleared some rubble, found the right spot, and I directly started digging with the shovel. Luckily, there weren't any big rocks under the soil, and the mud wasn't hard. Digging a pit was hard work, so it was naturally a man's job. Li Zheng and I took turns, and after more than an hour, we dug a pit that was just the right size to fit the water tank we had rolled over. We worked together to push the tank into the pit. Researcher and wiped her sweat and said quietly, is this method really effective? I hope we don't end up doing all this for nothing and still get caught. Hongjia frowned at this and said, different fields are like different mountains. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. If you can't say anything useful, at least say something positive. Hongjia had a bold personality, while Researcher and was timid. She just wanted to save her own life and didn't respond to Hongjia, her pretty face turning red. Come on, Yinfeng, since I've taught you, I trust you. Hongjia looked at me encouragingly. Nodding, I took a deep breath and reminded them not to speak and disturb me, then jumped directly into the water tank, digging a pit in the ground, burying the tank underground. This tank could be understood as an echo collector. Its principle is somewhat similar to a simple bamboo tube sound transmission device, but the difference is that the bamboo tube uses a string as the medium, while the tank uses the ground to collect echoes. The louder the thunder, the clearer the echoes from underground, just like someone setting off firecrackers in a cave. The sound of the firecrackers spreads and returns from both dead ends and paths, resulting in different echoes. In tomb raiding, this method is called listening to thunder. It is said that skilled earth workers in the past could also listen to the wind and objects, but achieving that requires extensive training. The surroundings were silent. Boom. Spring thunder rumbled. Not enough. I prayed to the heavens for a few more strikes. I squatted in the tank, carefully listening to the echoes of the thunder from underground, hoping for more rumbles. Boom boom. Researcher and the others up top might not feel much, but I could feel my ears moving, and a smile crept onto my lips. When I opened my eyes, Hongjia looked at me expectantly and asked what I had found. Climbing out of the tank, I tried to recall the direction from which the thunder sound came, bending down and using a small stick to form a triangle on the ground, with the tip pointing southwest at a 45-degree angle. I looked at the triangle I made and pointed to a spot, saying, the echo from that direction is different. It might lead to the surface. Hongjia nodded, saying, now we have a general idea, so we won't be like headless flies bumping around. She turned to Researcher and asked, so, do you two want to go on your own or come with us? But I have to say beforehand, Yinfeng and I are still going to look for people. Researcher and fell into deep thought, while Li Zheng quickly made a decision. And then I need to go back to find Lao Su. Since we know the general direction, we won't go with you. Just to say something positive. If we all make it out safely, you're welcome to come play in Hong Kong. You can find me at 36 in Times Square, Causeway Bay. After exchanging a few polite words, Li Zheng left us a flashlight for lighting, and then the four of us split up. They were going back to find their companion, Lao Su, while Hongjia and I were going to look for the big brother. I sighed inwardly, hoping both sides would make it out alive. Hongjia, are you sure it's here? Why is there no one guarding it? Have the big brother and the others been locked up by that old man and his gang? I asked, looking at what was in front of me. There was a round stone cover on the ground, and moving it revealed a ladder. It seemed that those who had come here before climbed down using the ladder. What puzzled me was that there was no one guarding the area. I didn't see a single figure. It seemed completely unguarded, and it didn't look like a secret place for imprisoning people. It resembled a larger rat hole. That's right. It's here. I paid attention when I separated from the big brother earlier. They stopped here. Hongjia seemed very confident in her memory. All right then. Since there's no one guarding it, let's go down and take a look. After saying this, I bit down on the flashlight and was the first to climb down the ladder, with Hongjia closely following behind. Once we stepped onto solid ground, I raised my flashlight to shine upwards. The ladder was about 7 or 8 meters high, and the walls of the cave didn't look freshly excavated. The exposed rocks had mostly been weathered and smoothed. I asked Hongjia which direction to go. After looking around, she firmly pointed to the left and said, "We should go that way." Seeing her so confident and decisive, I was a bit surprised and asked, "Hongjia, how do you know? Have you been down here before?" She shook her head. "No, just a guess. We have to choose a direction anyway. This is what I call a woman's sixth sense. Sometimes it's really accurate." I thought, well, let us see if your so-called sixth sense is indeed accurate. We would find out as we reached the end. Chapter 61. Into the trap. Following the path Hongjia indicated, we walked several dozen meters with the flashlight, and I found a thin plastic bag on the ground, which had a label resembling that of instant bread from the supermarket shelves. I frowned and said without looking back, "Be careful, Hongjia. There might be people nearby." Strangely, Hongjia didn't respond. "Hongjia?" I turned around to look. The surroundings were dark. There was nothing behind me. I couldn't even see a shadow of Hongjia. She was gone. She had clearly been right behind me just moments ago. I ran back and forth, searching, growing more anxious. I wanted to shout Hongjia's name, but I didn't dare, fearing that those people might be nearby. Sound travels strongly in enclosed spaces, and I didn't want to shout out loud. Nervousness made me sweat on my forehead, and I kept calling her name softly, but there was no response. Suddenly, I shone my flashlight and saw a person in the northwest corner facing away from me. The figure was motionless, and judging by the clothes, it should be Hongjia. I was scared to death. "Hongjia, why aren't you responding when I call you?" She still stood there, unmoving, as if she hadn't heard me speak. I quickly walked to her front and shone the flashlight on her. At that moment, Hongjia's face was pale, her eyes dazed, showing no reaction to the flashlight. I shone the light on her, and she didn't even blink. Suddenly, a few bird calls came from the darkness in front of me, almost identical to what we had heard before. Hongjia had said it might be a mountain chicken or something, telling me not to worry too much. At that moment, a few points of fire appeared in the dark ahead, flickering, coming closer, like ghostly lights rising from hell. I pulled Hongjia, instinctively taking 2 steps back to run, but she stood firm, and I couldn't move her. Those points of fire were getting closer and closer to us. Gradually, several faces emerged from the darkness. Looking at these people, despair filled my heart. I thought this was the end, and I would have to give my life here. Our team was about to be wiped out. There were 5 people in total, 3 of whom were holding burning torches. There was Xiao Lutu, a tall middle-aged man named Jiango, Chen Jiansheng, and 2 others, a man and a woman, whom I didn't recognize. Xiao Lutu stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless. Chen Jiansheng held a torch, smiling at me as if he were looking at a pet. The woman was tall, dressed in black, with light yellow pupils, and more notably, a pure white owl perched on her left shoulder without a leash. The owl's pupils were vertical and light yellow. The woman's eyes were very similar to the owl's. I locked eyes with her for a moment and felt a chill in my heart. Her gaze was too cold. Chen Jiansheng held the torch and smiled at me, saying, "You're quite capable, aren't you? We underestimated you before. You actually managed to escape from the snake pit. You're young, but seem to have some skills. It's not in vain that we went through so much trouble to catch you." Looking at Chen Jiansheng, I took a deep breath and asked, "What happened to Hongjia? How did you find my trail?" The owl on the woman's shoulder let out a low hoot. Upon hearing the sound, Hongjia actually moved slightly. Xiao Lutu looked at me and said, "Little kid, let me introduce you. This is Miss Wenyun, the heir of the bird mouth gold technique. Bird mouth gold specializes in training owls and wild birds. Once a person swallows the so-called finger gold, Miss Wenyun can control that person's basic movements through bird calls. This is considered an ancient technique, similar to the old sea dog's soul ensnaring incense." I was both shocked and furious. It seemed that Chen Jiansheng and his group had known about my plan all along. Chen Jiansheng had pretended to be unaware. Just when I was pretending to be a doctor asking for Hongjia as a test subject, they were just playing with me. In other words, from the moment Hongjia entered the tent, she had already been forced to swallow that finger gold, and she was under the control of this woman who played with owls. No wonder Hongjia deliberately said she knew where the boss and 3rd brother were held, and when she came down, she firmly pointed to the left path, ultimately leading me here, to this group of people. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. It seemed that the researchers led by were also in danger. I thought I was like the Monkey King trying to turn the tide, fantasizing about rescuing everyone by myself, only to realize in the end that my experience in the world was insufficient and the other party was just toying with me. What I couldn't understand was, since they had discovered my plan long ago, they could have directly captured me with their manpower, so why go to such lengths to lure me here? Was there something special about this place? I looked at Xiao Lutu, who had his hands behind his back, and gritted my teeth, asking, why? I believe you're not just trying to play with me by going through so much trouble to set this trap, right? Play with you? Xiao Lutu shook his head and laughed. Kid, you think too highly of yourself. You are just a small fish. You've hooked onto our bait. We're just fishing for the big fish behind you. I didn't understand what he meant by fishing for big fish at all. At this point, I felt a bad omen. I faintly guessed what he meant by big fish. Huh. Chen Jianqing laughed. You're quite bold. But I see you're just pretending to be tough. After saying that, he turned to Xiao Lutu with a flattering expression. Sir, when will the big fish bite? I wonder if the big fish is currently under the surface or above it. In my opinion, with your skillful 4-inch flying knife, as long as the big fish dares to show its head above water, it will definitely be dead without a complete corpse. No need to flatter me. Xiao Lutu frowned and said, if I'm not mistaken, there is at least one person on the other side who is at my level. I hope it's not Wei Wentong or Beggar Lu. Chen Jianqing exclaimed, Sir, Wei Wentong died of cancer over a decade ago. I heard Beggar Lu also got dementia and has been sitting in a wheelchair. Xiao Lutu smiled bitterly and shook his head. 13 years ago, since the vice president took control, the large Changchun Association has nearly fallen apart. Some people have either hidden away or used illness as an excuse to leave the organization and go home. Jiansheng, although you are a descendant of Bai Chuandian, there are still many things you don't know. After hearing this, Chen Jiansheng fell silent and stopped speaking. From the expression on his face, it was clear that he was somewhat serious. Xiao Lutu looked up into the darkness, muttering to himself, I hope the things in the underground palace are useful and can help the vice president live a few more years. Otherwise, the world will be unrest again. While the few people in front of me were reminiscing, I seized the opportunity to suddenly turn and run, starting to sprint. I didn't even look back, just running for my life. I knew very well that if I could reach the ladder first and then cover the lid above, I might still have a glimmer of hope. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Just as I was about to reach the ladder, I suddenly heard the owl's hooting behind me, along with the sound of flapping wings. No matter how fast a person runs, they can never outrun a bird with wings. The owl accurately landed on my left shoulder. I turned around and saw that the woman's eyes seemed to be glowing yellow in the darkness. The owl turned its head to stare at me, its light yellow vertical pupils reflecting my entire face, and I didn't dare to move at all. Chapter 62. Night Talk in the Jianghu. This cave was like a dungeon. Once the lid was closed, the light below instantly dimmed. I had a strong feeling that if I dared to move even slightly, that white owl would immediately peck my eyes out. After Xiao Lutu and his group left, it was just me and Hongjia left down here, trapped. About 2 hours later, Hongjia finally regained her senses. She told me that she still remembered what had happened before and that she had thought about resisting, but her body wouldn't listen to her. Hongjia and I sat back to back on the ground, and she told me some things about the woman with the owl. She said she had been forced to swallow a small package, which was the so-called finger gold. My arm hurt, and I was cold and hungry. But I forced myself to ask, the owl is white. What's wrapped in the finger gold? How can it control a person so well? Is it more powerful than that old sea dog's soul ensnaring incense? In the dark, Hongjia weakly said, Yinfeng, have you heard of a man called Zhigu Xiao? Zhigu Xiao? Is he the tomb raider who can mimic the calls of all birds? That's right, it's that person. This profession used to be known as the Pihong, and their identities are not just tomb raiders. The male is called Zhigu Xiao, and the female is called Zhigu Pa. There are very few people in this line of work, and even fewer female Zhigu Pa, just a handful. The person we just met, Yinfeng, is a real Zhigu Pa. I never expected there would still be such a young Zhigu Pa today. The term Pihong refers to those who used to perform tricks. According to Hongjia, many people in the past had real skills in the Pihong profession. The more familiar Pihong acts today, such as 3 immortals return to the cave, swallowing swords and iron balls, and throat piercing with a gun barrel, were considered low-level skills in the past. Zhigu Xiao can learn bird calls, while Zhigu Pa can drive birds away. There are many secrets in this that ordinary people cannot understand. In the old society of the last century, the Pihong profession fell apart. Some chose to continue performing on the streets, while others were influenced by foreign art troupes and ultimately decided to join circuses to perform abroad. The most famous couple among them were Hong Niangzi and Zhu Liankui. Zhu Liankui once performed for Empress Dowager Cixi in the palace, and she was very pleased and specifically instructed Li Lianing to reward Zhu Liankui with a small yellow fish. Zhu Liankui had 4 major skills: spitting 100 zhong, fishing with an empty rod, restoring shredded paper, and flying water from a big bowl. The last one, flying water from a big bowl, was Zhu Liankui's signature skill, and at that time, no one else in the Pihong world could perform it. In 1898, Zhu Liankui first performed in the United States with the circus, and the emergence of the Eastern magic of flying water from a big bowl shocked the entire foreign magic community. Since then, every performance by Zhu Liankui was packed, and all the foreigners were mesmerized. At that time, major theaters in foreign countries fought fiercely to have Zhu Liankui. each wanting to possess this mysterious magician from the East. They offered astronomical weekly salaries, and in the end, he chose the Boston Theater, which offered him a weekly salary of $1,013. It's worth noting that this was a weekly salary from 130 years ago, when the price of living was such that $5 silver could marry a concubine. At the same time in the circus, there was another magician named Chung Lien-Su, who claimed to have completely uncovered the secret of flying water from a big bowl and issued a challenge to Zhu Lien-Kuei. That winter, this earth-shattering magical duel from the mysterious East made headlines in foreign tabloids. That year, there was snowfall, and the theater was packed with foreigners coming to watch the duel. When the time arrived, Zhu Lien-Kuei and Chung Lien-Su greeted each other and clasped their fists, calling each other Zhu brother and Chung brother. At the beginning of the duel, to ignite the atmosphere, both sides showcased their skills, known as showing off. Chung Lien-Su's skill was shooting a live person. And unexpectedly, not long into the performance, an accident occurred. It was said that a black bird flew into the venue from somewhere. Some witnesses claimed it was a crow, while others said it was another bird. Initially, no one paid attention to this bird, but unexpectedly, it suddenly flew onto the gun barrel used by Chung Lien-Su and pulled the trigger with its claws. A gunshot rang out. Chung Lien-Su fell to the ground and died. Due to the failure of the performance, Zhu Lien-Kuei won without a fight. His flying water from a big bowl became an unsolved mystery. Shot dead by a bird? Understanding this historical background, I asked in surprise, Hongjia, are you saying that this Zhu Lien-Kuei from over 100 years ago is Zhigu Shao? In the dark, I couldn't see Hongjia's expression, but I heard her say, although Zhu Lien-Kuei also came from the Pihong profession, he himself could not play with birds and is not Zhigu Shao. However, I heard my father Qin Xiaowei mention that Zhu Lien-Kuei had a concubine with the surname Yi, who was a Zhigu before marrying Zhu Lien-Kuei. But after marriage, she retired from her profession. After considering all these intricacies, I frowned and said, Hongjia, could it be that Chung Lien-Su from the circus really figured out the secret of flying water from a big bowl? In other words, Zhu Lien-Kuei was afraid his secret would be exposed, so he sent his Zhigu concubine to use a bird to kill Chung Lien-Su, creating a gun accident? If that's the case, could it be that the woman with the owl just now was surnamed Zhu? Is she the descendant of Zhu Lien-Kuei and his concubine with the surname Yi? Hongjia replied, it's not that simple. My father used to say that Zhu Lien-Kuei was a man of great chivalry and would never do something so despicable. However, my father said that after Chung Lien-Su died from the gun accident, Zhu Lien-Kuei issued a divorce decree to the Zhigu with the surname Yi. Although these events happened abroad, very few people in the country knew about them. Yin Feng, you have a quick mind. If you think carefully, you should be able to guess the truth. I carefully reviewed the ins and outs of that incident and found the answer in my heart. Perhaps, back then, Zhu Lien-Kuei also wanted to have a real competition with Chung Lien-Su to see who was the best in the Pihong profession. But his Zhigu concubine might have feared that her husband would lose the competition, or for some other reason. She secretly used her bird-driving skills to kill Chung Lien-Su. After the only opponent died, Zhu Lien-Kuei lost the will to continue and ultimately divorced the Zhigu. It's hard to judge who was right or wrong between Zhu Lien-Kuei and the Zhigu. Perhaps the two masters of Pihong admired each other, and Yi Zhigu did this to protect her husband. But one thing is certain, Chung Lien-Su was innocent. He became the victim. I asked again, Hongjia, you took the secret recipe of Zhigu finger gold. Will you still be controlled by that woman in the future? Hongjia patted my shoulder and sighed. It might be possible, but not now. The Zhigu wants to control me, and there must be a gap between the times. The finger gold is not real gold, but a kind of drug. I know a few Black Miao people from the southern Miao region who can help me deal with the finger gold in my stomach. But the premise is that we can still get out. We can definitely get out, Hongjia. You need to have confidence in yourself. Perhaps too tired. Hongjia felt low and sighed. Over the years, I've mingled with different tomb raiding groups. Although I don't want to admit it, I actually know deep down that my father didn't pass my grandfather's skills to me. He said that girls shouldn't be playing with knives and guns all day. My father said that life is better now, and the tricks of the old society are no longer useful. I should find a good family and focus on being a good wife and mother. At this point, Hongjia suddenly became agitated. Her teeth were grinding together. If my father had passed down my grandfather's coal horse knife to me, he wouldn't have died so tragically. That's right. I am just a woman. But if I had my grandfather's skills, if I could use the coal horse knife, I would definitely take the knife north, kill my way to the northeast. Kill at Changchunhui. Wipe out those old bastards. Wipe out those who harmed my Qin family back then. After her excitement, Hongjia was already in tears. In the year I've known her, I had never seen her cry. In the dark, Hongjia buried her head and cried, her upper body trembling and heaving. At that moment, she was no longer the notorious and promiscuous Qin Hong. She was just a wounded woman. And I was just a boy more than 10 years younger than her. I had no skills. I entered the profession as a youth, and I had never been in contact with the so-called Jiang who she mentioned. In the dark, I gently hugged Hongjia, hoping to give her some comfort. Hongjia's grandfather was Chun from the coal horse glasses. I thought in my mind, what did this person look like? Is it a patriotic scholar carrying a large knife and wearing round-edged glasses? By the timeline, if this person is still alive, he should be quite a bit older than the young leader. The young leader himself said that the one with the coal horse glasses charged into the fort and killed an entire regiment of Japanese commanders single-handedly. If this expert is still alive, I don't think he would allow his juniors to be imprisoned and suffer such humiliation. Chapter 63. Medicine so far. Many people are involved in this matter. The young leader mentioned that the owl woman is a descendant of a small gold lineage, and her surname is not Zhu, but one named Wen Yun. The 20-something partridge woman would have been a remarkable talent in the old society. It seems that many experts have gathered around the young leader this time. Just then, the dungeon cover was lifted from above. Go down. Be honest. If you dare to run again. Heh. Did you see what happened to your friend earlier? Researcher N's hair was disheveled, and she was pushed down from the ladder. After that, the person above threw down a snakeskin sack. The sack was round, and I didn't know what was inside. It rolled a few times after hitting the ground and came to rest next to Researcher N. Ugh. That person spat towards us and covered the lid again. How are you? Are you hurt? It was so high. She was pushed down from the ladder, and I was a bit worried, so I hurried over to help her. Researcher N kept repeating, we shouldn't have run. We shouldn't have run. We shouldn't have run. Yunfeng, talk to her. She is scared. After seeing Researcher N's state, Hongjie shook her head. I knew this woman was timid, so I softly comforted her. Look, it's me. Don't be afraid. Where did your two companions go? 5 minutes later, her eyes cleared a little. She trembled and pointed at the snakeskin sack that had been thrown down from above. Confused, I glanced at the sack and cautiously walked over to untie it. There was a layer of plastic wrap inside. I touched it with my hand and could only feel a round object. What is this? Holding the sack open and using the dim light, I focused on it. What is it, Yunfeng? Hongjie asked when she saw me frozen. Taking 2 steps back in shock, I stammered and shouted, it's a human head. It's old Sue's head. My words might have triggered Researcher N. She shook her head repeatedly and muttered, it's our turn soon. It's our turn soon. Next it will be us. Where's Li Zheng? Dead, all dead. Researcher N sat down on the ground, cross-legged, her eyes filled with terror, as if she had seen something frightening. A living person, just a few hours ago he was fine. The image of Li Zheng in a white coat flashed in my mind. He had even made an agreement with me that if we all survived, I should find him at Times Square in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. I never expected that just a few hours later. Hongjie asked Researcher N in a deep voice, I ask you, who killed these two? Was it the young leader? He went through so much trouble to bring you here and transported so many medical instruments. Yes, you were scared and ran away. But even so, you are of great use to him. Why would he kill? Did Hongjie look at Researcher N suspiciously and ask, is there something else about their deaths? You must know something. Speak. I don't know anything. I didn't TC anything. I beg you, don't ask anymore. Researcher N kept pulling her hair, grabbing large handfuls of it. In the darkness, Hongjie stood up. She squatted down in front of Researcher N, looking up at me. Researcher N raised her head, her eyes dazed. Slap, slap, slap. Hongjie used all her strength and slapped her 3 loud times. The sound of the slaps was so loud that it hurt to hear. Researcher N's mouth was bleeding from the hits. Hongjie said coldly, are you awake now? If it's not enough, I don't mind giving you a few more. With blood trickling from her mouth, Researcher N sobbed. It's the medicine. It's the corpse. The corpse bit old Sue. It's a corpse soaked in water. Be clear. What medicine? What corpse? Whose corpse? Hongjie relentlessly scolded. I instinctively reached into my pants pocket and felt a cold touch. Taking it out, it was a glass bottle containing a light blue liquid. Medicine? Is this the medicine? I raised the bottle and asked. Seeing the light blue liquid in the small glass bottle, Researcher N's pupils dilated instantly, and her body trembled as she nodded repeatedly. I frowned and asked, didn't you say this thing is useless, just a semi-finished product, and that with today's technology, it's impossible to realize? No, we were wrong. The teacher was wrong. The teacher shouldn't have sent us to shunned. She pointed at the glass bottle in my hand, tremblingly saying, that isn't thing of this world, that is a monster. What is it? A monster? I thought she was talking nonsense due to the shock of her companions dying in front of her. Seeing that Hongjie and I were unfazed, Researcher N suddenly went mad. Taking advantage of my inattention, she suddenly snatched the glass bottle from my hand. Don't come over, she shouted, holding the glass bottle high. As she moved, the light blue liquid in the bottle swayed from side to side, threatening to spill out at any moment. Step back. I want you to see for yourselves. After you see it, you'll know I'm not crazy. Everything I said is true. You have to believe me. Don't get excited. Put the bottle down first. We believe you. Researcher N didn't listen to the persuasion at all and walked over to the sack containing old Sue's head. Opening the sack, Researcher N, with trembling hands, carefully held up old Sue's head. A beautiful young woman in her 20s, holding a recently severed head high, created an extremely terrifying and eerie scene. Researcher N bit open the glass bottle stopper with her teeth, pulled back old Sue's upper lip, and dripped 3 drops of the light blue liquid into his mouth. Time passed second by second. Holding the head steadily, Researcher N said with a trembling voice, you guys, look, see if what I said is true. As soon as she finished speaking, what happened next made my skin crawl. Old Sue's eyeball suddenly moved. This was a dead man's head. The dead old Sue's eyes were only white, and Hongjie and I genuinely saw old Sue's white eyeball rolling around up and down, left and right, like a newborn baby curiously observing its surroundings. The whole process lasted less than 3 minutes before it returned to normal. The head became motionless, its eyes no longer turning. Just like before. We believe it. We believe it. Quickly put that down. Researcher and loosened her grip, and old Sue's head rolled aside. Hearing is deceiving. Seeing is believing. Just 3 drops. Only 3 drops of that light blue liquid. If someone drank an entire bottle, what would happen? Could this thing really make a certain big shot in the Changchun society regain their youth? Researcher and pretended to return the glass bottle to me, but no way. After witnessing that scene, I dared not carry this thing with me. What if I accidentally tripped and broke the bottle? Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. What was happening before my eyes had already exceeded my comprehension. I looked at Researcher and asked, "What else? I remember you mentioned something about a corpse earlier. What was that about?" No, it's not a corpse." She looked around in panic and said fearfully, "It's not a corpse, it's a monster, covered in pus. With very long hair, very short, and not wearing any clothes, like an old lady." I recalled a scene I had seen before. Previously, Chen Jiansheng had killed Pai Sanner with a stone over a dispute about money, and I had witnessed Pai Sanner's corpse decaying in a large skin frame. I had noticed that there was a black shadow floating in the white liquid inside the skin frame, and it looked like it had limbs, resembling a person. I began to suspect that the body inside the golden coffin was ergo, and since I hadn't seen the owner of the tomb's corpse, could it be that those people had taken the original body out and put it in the large skin frame? Ergo had been missing for several months, and when we found him, he had 2 4-legged lizards biting his stomach. Chen Jiansheng's group said Ergo's blood was not good, which led to Erge's current uncertain fate. The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became, and I started to sweat. Researcher and said it was not a corpse but an old lady with long hair, very short, and covered in pus. I was sweating because I suddenly remembered someone. I hadn't gone to the grave before. That day, I was at the Xingxing Hotel celebrating Li Jing's birthday. Later, I ran into Yao Yumin and a few men in suits. Yao Yumin had called me to the 2nd floor to eat together, and while eating, she casually took out a compass. I remember very clearly that the silver needle on that compass kept shaking, pointing behind me. I also remembered she had said something. Yao Yumin had laughed and said, "Yin Feng, there's a toothless old lady standing behind you, watching you eat." Chapter 64. Living Pillars. I didn't dare to tell Hongjia about what had happened back then. I shook my head in denial. It was impossible. Yao Yumin's words at that time were probably just a joke with no other meaning. Maybe I was overthinking it. After resting for a while, Researcher and, perhaps too tense, soon leaned against the wall and fell asleep. I didn't know if it was day or night outside. Drowsily, I also leaned against the wall and fell asleep, feeling like I had slept for a long time when suddenly I heard a noise. It turned out that the guards were afraid we would die of thirst and lowered a bucket of water down with a rope, and a wooden ladle was floating inside the bucket. "Hongjia, Researcher, come over quickly, there's water. Let us drink some water." I was very thirsty, not caring about anything, and directly scooped up a ladle of cool water and gulped it down my throat. I wasn't afraid they would poison it. If they wanted to kill me, they wouldn't go through this trouble. Since they kept us alive, it must be useful to them, and Hongjia certainly knew that. But Researcher didn't think so. She looked at the clear water in the bucket in fear, shaking her head desperately. "No, we can't drink. The water must be poisoned." "It's fine. Look, I've drunk so much and I'm okay. Look at your lips, they're cracked from thirst. You really need to drink some water, Researcher." I scooped another ladle of water and brought it to her mouth. "I want tea drink." I don't know where she got so much strength, but she directly swatted the ladle away. The ladle hit the wall, and all the water spilled out. We were both angry and anxious. She quickly realized her mistake, buried her head between her legs, and sobbed like a lost little girl. Sighing, I felt most of my earlier anger dissipate. Putting myself in her shoes, she had seen her companions die, and now she was all alone. After all, she was a timid girl. If she didn't want a drink, so be it. I picked up the ladle and looked at Hongjia. "Hongjia, do you want to drink a bit more? Is there something on the wall?" I saw Hongjia staring intently at the stone wall. It couldn't be said to be a stone wall. The wall below was made of 3-in-1 clay, overall pale yellow, and very hard. Likely built during the same period as the cave. It was possible that this used to be a small burial pit that was ultimately not utilized for some special reason. Suddenly, Hongjia stood up and walked to the wall, gently sliding her hand across it. This area had just been dampened by the water from the ladle. I curiously walked over and looked closely. The 3-in-1 clay was rapidly absorbing water, and I saw, vaguely, the outlines of several faces appearing. Moreover, these faces all had their mouths open and eyes closed. I was startled and rubbed my eyes to take another look. I wasn't seeing things, indeed. The more I looked, the more it resembled. The clay absorbed water quickly, and once the water dried, those facial outlines would be gone. "What is going on?" I swallowed hard and said tremulously, "Hongjia, what just happened? Did we see things?" Hongjia furrowed her brow tightly, remaining silent, and she stood up, picked up the bucket, and began to scoop water with the ladle, pouring it onto the wall 1 scoop at a time. The 3-in-1 clay wall absorbed enough water this time. Soon, over 100 facial outlines emerged on the entire wall. They were densely packed, and it was impossible to tell if they were male or female. All their expressions were the same, mouths open and eyes closed, all facing us. Researcher was so scared that she kept shouting, "Useless thing! Shut up!" Hongjia snapped angrily. turning and kicking researcher in several times. I hurriedly grabbed Hongjia, pleading for researcher in. Then, Hongjia picked up a small sharp stone from the ground and suddenly turned to me, asking if I could still urinate. I grimaced and said that I had just drunk water and didn't need to go now, feeling a bit embarrassed and asking Hongjia what she meant. She shook her head and said, Yunfeng, I suspect this place is not an abandoned and useless burial pit. Those buried people must have been made into living pillars, embedded in these walls. Seeing my confusion, Hongjia took a deep breath and explained, this is just a guess for now. Later, if you urinate a little on the wall, you might be able to see. I've seen this situation once before. The term living pillar comes from the Shang and Zhou warring states period. After the spring and autumn warring states, it was called a soul-embedding pillar, and now people call it a living pillar. Living pillar? I knew this term. Such phenomena still exist today, but they are rare. The so-called living pillar is actually an extremely evil and terrifying architectural technique passed down from ancient times. In ancient times, due to underdeveloped engineering technology, many large projects often encountered accidents leading to deaths during construction. The ancients did not understand the principles behind it and viewed it as punishment from ghosts and revenge from resentful spirits. Therefore, to pacify the anger of the ghosts and expel the lingering resentful spirits, the homeowner would bury people, especially children, alive under the foundation of the building, ensuring the successful completion of the house. The person buried alive would be called a living pillar, eternally guarding this place for thousands or tens of thousands of years, unable to turn over or be reincarnated. Regarding this matter, there is a term in modern speech. Building a large bridge must involve deaths. If you don't believe it, you can look up the history of bridge construction. It is said that for a certain famous bridge project, the agreed number of deaths was within 50 people. Additionally, for the Haiju Bridge built in the 1930s, it is said that when the bridge was just completed, people walking on the bridge at night often heard cries of men and women behind them, but when they turned around, there was nothing. When the decision was made to construct the Haiju Bridge, the local governor of Guangzhou was the warlord Qin Jitong, who was extremely superstitious about various evil arts and geomancers. No matter the size of the matter, he would first consult divination for good or bad fortune. He had more than a dozen Taoist priests at home for fortune-telling. It's uncertain if those priests had genuine skills. So afterward, there were often rumors among the people that many mentally handicapped individuals, both male and female, were buried in the concrete foundation of the Haiju Bridge by Qin Jitong to serve as living pillars. Hongjia said this evil technique that has been passed down has an evolutionary process. It was originally called embedding beans. After waiting less than an hour, I felt the urge to urinate and asked Hongjia where I should go. Sister Hong pointed to the wall and said, this part in the middle, urinate higher. She said that virgin urine and aged vinegar have acidity that can soften the rammed earth. I didn't know if it was true, but I did as she said. We did this a lot in school. Back then, the boys' and girls' restrooms were separated by a wall. Some mischievous boys in our class would pinch that part and spray it up like a high-pressure water gun. In the end, it would often provoke screams and curses from the girls' restroom next door. Afterward, they would shout bravely across the wall, "What's up? Not convinced? If you have the guts, urinate over here." There's a joke that goes, back in the day, I could urinate against the wind for 3 yards. But now I can only wet my shoes with the wind at my back, poking fun at a man's aging. I was in my prime. And after Sister Hong stepped back, I looked at the rammed earth wall in front of me and started to let loose. The stream rose higher like a fountain, leaving researcher in behind me dumbfounded. After 3 minutes, the rammed earth indeed looked softer after soaking in urine. Sister Hong's face lit up with joy. She spotted a spot and began to smash it with a sharp stone. A lot of the gray clay started to fall off, and Sister Hong managed to create a small pit in the wall. However, the good times didn't last long. Soon, the rammed earth became too hard to break. Sister Hong was sweating and, panting, turned to me and said, "Yunfeng, we have a chance to escape. But it all depends on you." Huh, no way. This rammed earth wall could be incredibly thick, and there might be buried corpses inside. If we really did this, how could I have that much virgin urine? How much water would I have to drink? I'm a person, not a water truck. Chapter 65. Breaking the wall. Sister Hong spent quite a while convincing me, and in the end, I was persuaded. Isn't there an old saying, with enough effort, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle? Sister Hong seriously emphasized my importance, which made me feel a bit lightheaded. The rammed earth in tombs is very hard, but afraid of virgin urine and edible vinegar. This is the biggest weakness of rammed earth. There may be some chemistry involved here. Those interested can buy a bit of rammed earth from tomb raiders and soak it in vinegar at home to see if it softens. It's worth a try. Why emphasize virgin urine? I didn't understand at first, but Sister Hong told me that virgin urine is slightly acidic while that of adult men is slightly alkaline. Next, I kept drinking water, using a ladle continuously. When my stomach was full, I leaned against the wall to rest, and as soon as I felt the urge, I hurried to let it out. I was precise in my strikes, always targeting the same spot. As soon as the rammed earth softened, Sister Hong began to smash it with stones. The debris that fell from the wall was secretly piled in a corner, then simply covered with a burlap sack. Old Sue's head was also buried in the dirt pile. Otherwise, a human head appearing unexpectedly could scare someone to death. I didn't know the standard for water poisoning. But anyway, a Aside from drinking water and sleeping, I was just relieving myself against the wall. I felt like I was getting puffy from all the water I was drinking. Perhaps 2 days or 3 days passed. One day, suddenly, the stone lid made a noise. Quick, quick, I shouted as I saw someone coming from above. Sister Hong and Researcher and immediately got up, quickly using their bodies to block the pit in the wall and the small dirt mound in the corner. This was our rehearsed plan. We had managed to get through a few times like this before. We knew the person delivering food wouldn't come down. They would only take a glance from above, as long as they saw the 3 of us were there. The food delivered was all white bread, which was very dry and cracked, clearly meant to say that as long as we didn't starve, it was fine. I shouted up, "Hey brother, can you send down another bucket of water? We finished it all." "Damn," the guy waved a flashlight down and shouted. "You guys are incredible. How could you drink 2 buckets of water in just a few days? Not even cows drink that much." I was hiding something inside, so I loudly explained, "Brother, that girl has been having diarrhea lately. She might have dysentery. If she doesn't drink more water, she could get dehydrated and die." I pointed at Researcherin, who was pale and leaning against the wall. "Damn, no wonder there's such a strong smell of urine as soon as the lid opened. Tie the bucket to the rope and pull it back. Stay far away." "Okay." I quickly tied the empty water bucket to the rope and then stepped back to keep my distance. The ladder had been taken away a few days ago, and the water bucket was slowly pulled up, followed by the lid being closed. In less than half an hour, a full bucket of water was sent down by the rope. This person was quick. I thought to myself that perhaps they had been instructed not to let anything happen to us. After all, a person can go a few days without food and not die, but without water, they could die of thirst. Once the person walked away, Sister Hong and I exchanged glances. The wall wasn't as thick as we imagined. We worked day and night, and the pit in the wall gradually grew larger. Sister Hong lightly tapped a few times. The sound from that spot was different from elsewhere, meaning it should be about to break through. Sister Hong said suspiciously, "Strange. How come it's different from what I expected? I thought we would dig up the remains of the corpses, but there's nothing." I advised Sister Hong not to think too much about it. After all, there were many uncertainties, and we didn't know where this wall led. If we broke through and found an underground river or a cliff on the other side, that would be the end. Those people probably didn't know about this either, which meant that behind this wall could be an undiscovered new location. What exactly it was, we wouldn't know until we got there. Several hours passed, and a light breeze blew in. "It's open," I exclaimed with great joy. The wind coming in from outside meant we had broken through. After smashing through the last layer of dirt, a half-meter-long dark hole appeared in the wall, with a slight cool breeze blowing in. Sister Hong leaned forward to take a look outside. What is going on? "What's wrong, Sister Hong? What's happening outside? Did you find something?" Sister Hong's expression was unsettled, and she said in a deep voice, "Let's get through first. Staying here too long could lead to trouble. I've roughly calculated the time. There are still more than 3 hours until they come down to deliver food. During this time, we need to get as far away as possible. Who told you to follow us?" Sister Hong raised her eyebrows as she saw Researcher in preparing to escape with us. Researcherin, clutching the hem of her clothes, said softly, "Please take me with you. I don't want to die yet. I promise, I won't hold you back." "Coward." Sister Hong turned away with an unhappy expression, seemingly leaving the decision to me. Researcherin, with her disheveled hair and dirty face, looked at me pitifully. "Sister Hong, why don't we take her with us? We've come this far, and she has helped a bit, right?" I softened and pleaded for her. "All right." Sister Hong pointed at her and said, "You can come with us, but you go through first." Sister Hong had hit her before, and Researcherin knew she was being used as a test subject. She looked at the dark hole in the wall, scared, but more afraid of being abandoned by us. So she didn't dare to say much. We pushed from behind and let Researcherin go through first. After waiting 5 minutes, we heard Researcherin's voice. "I'm fine. The ground here is a bit soft. You can come through too." I was the second to go through, and Sister Hong was the last. "Wait, why is there so much soft mud?" As soon as I landed, I felt something was off. Looking around, it was all muddy. It was hard to walk, like stepping in river silt. I turned to Sister Hong and asked if she knew anything about this place. Sister Hong pondered and said, "Yin Feng, do you remember the wooden hill we saw when we first came in?" "The wooden hill? You mean that winding path, right?" "I know. We also saw the murals on the wall. At that time, Urge said we were close together because we smelled the old face fungus on the cypress wood, which caused us to have hallucinations while looking at the murals. Later, we only woke up thanks to that bottle of medicine." I recalled the scene back then. I said something was off, and it just appeared here. Sister Hong looked around and reminisced. The content of the murals I saw back then was not just coffins, but also a muddy swamp, and if I remember correctly, there were a total of 6 people depicted in the murals. "So that is why you reacted like that just now?" I looked at her. "You must be too paranoid, Sister Hong. Don't you remember that Sangu and the others said that the old face cypress can cause hallucinations? None of that was real. Besides, there are only 3 of us now, and you said you saw 6 people in the mural." I looked at the silent surroundings and said, "Could it be that the other 3 people are beside us, but we can't see them? Are they ghosts?" Chapter 66, Crisis. Don't talk nonsense about ghosts. I don't know. Let's walk and see, but let's get away from this place first and watch our steps. After Sister Hong said this, she directly walked ahead. Oddly enough, there didn't seem to be any significant water accumulation on the ground, yet for some reason, the road was so muddy. "Help me." I can't move anymore. Just a few steps in. Researcher and couldn't pull her foot out. Grab my hand. I exerted force and pulled her away from the spot. Just follow behind me. Step where I step. Don't step anywhere else. Okay, I got it. The road conditions became increasingly difficult, and I noticed that while the mud had only reached our ankles a moment ago, now it was already up to our calves after just a few minutes. It's really true that what you fear comes to pass. I was worried about encountering this kind of situation just now, and now there's no way out. If we stay here, those people will definitely chase us down. We can only grit our teeth and move forward, hoping to get out of this muddy swamp area quickly. Suddenly, Sister Hong exclaimed, "Yunfeng!" She shouted desperately. I saw Sister Hong step wrong, and her whole body was quickly sinking. Quick, help! I was startled and hurriedly called Researcher in to help pull Sister Hong. It said that when a person is anxious, they lose their rationality. If I hadn't come over, it would have been fine, but in my panic, I rushed over, and not only did I fail to save Sister Hong, but I also sank in myself. We three were holding hands, sinking together, and soon the mud had reached our thighs. Sister Hong was sweating nervously, and she shouted loudly, "Don't move, don't struggle." However, this only temporarily slowed our sinking speed. Visibly, our bodies were still sinking little by little. Quick, think of a way. Researcher was crying in fear. Don't panic, don't panic. As the only male among the three, I forced myself to stay calm because I knew that once we lost our footing, there would be no way out. I was sweating profusely, nervously looking around, thinking of a strategy. I tried to lean back while relaxing my thighs to stop struggling, adjusting myself to shift my center of gravity from sinking down to lying back. Soon, I found this tactic effective. My lower body was no longer sinking further. I shouted to them, "Lift your toes. Lean back." Sister Hong and Researcher immediately followed my method, trying to shift their center of gravity. The benefit of this was that it increased the area of contact between our bodies and the swamp, but we still couldn't escape. We could only float like this. If only there were a tree root or floating wood nearby, we could grab onto it to escape. Unfortunately, there wasn't any. And we were stuck like this for nearly 2 hours, not daring to move. If we moved, we would sink. We maintained this position until we were exhausted. Sister Hong weakly said, "Yunfeng, there's no way out. It seems we'll all die here." No. There must be a way. We definitely have a way. I desperately encouraged Sister Hong not to give up. I can't hold on anymore. I'm losing strength. Researcher and S face was pale. And as soon as she finished speaking, her body began to visibly sink. I was extremely anxious, but I couldn't move. With red eyes, I shouted, but could only watch as Researcher and sank little by little. Just at that critical moment, a piece of rotten wood was thrown in front of us. I looked towards the shore and saw a small figure standing not far from us. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl, but it looked a bit like a child. This person was wearing a hat woven from grass and ragged clothes, and they were anxiously pacing in circles looking at us. This piece of rotten wood was thrown by them. Life is at stake. With no time to think, I grabbed the wood and lay my upper body on it. Sister Hong did the same and immediately hugged the piece of wood. "Hands. Quickly. Give me your hands." Researcher and S body had already sunk halfway, and at that moment, she saw a glimmer of hope and erupted with a strong will to survive. Researcher and shouted and pulled out her hands, and I and Sister Hong seized the opportunity, grabbing her wrists from left and right. "Heave. Sister Hong, pull hard. I'm using all my strength." Fortunately, Researcher was slim and light, and with the support of the floating wood, we used all our strength and finally pulled her up. This tugging caused intense pain in my left arm. I had thought my left arm was fractured before, but after a few days, the injury had improved and wasn't as painful anymore. I thought it might have been a misjudgment, possibly a ligament tear or a hairline fracture. Not far away, the small figure with the bark hat waved their hands excitedly when they saw us saved, jumping and gesturing at us. Sister Hong, panting heavily, said, "Hold on to the wood, the three of us together. I'll count to 3 and then we start pulling. 1, 2, 3, go. Move forward." Efforts do not betray the diligent. Relying on this piece of wood for support, we finally crawled to safety. It was this piece of wood that saved us, or rather, that person who saved us. Exhausted, I bent over, resting my hands on my knees and gasping for breath, while looking up in that direction. Where's everyone? As I looked, I realized that the person with the grass hat had disappeared. That spot was now empty, leaving only a trail of footprints on the ground. The lower halves of our bodies were covered in muck, and I walked over to examine the footprints on the ground, frowning as I noticed something was off. The footprints in the muddy ground clearly belonged to someone without shoes, but the strange part was that there were only 4 toes visible. It was very clear. Recalling the small figure that looked like a child, Sister Hong and I exchanged glances, our faces changing dramatically. We both exclaimed almost simultaneously, "Mountain demon. These footprints. Along with that height. What kind of person is this? What kind of child with a grass hat? It's clearly the mountain demon we saw before." I looked at Sister Hong, incredulous, and said, "Sister Hong, was it that creature that saved us? How is that possible?" Hongjia looked at a row of footprints extending into the distance and said solemnly, "Yunfeng, have you noticed? That thing just now was wearing a hat made of bark and tattered cloth, looking ragged all over. If it really is a mountain demon, it shouldn't belong to the same group as the ones with black hats we encountered before." This row of footprints continued into the darkness ahead. Hongjia pointed to the ground and said, since this thing saved us, it at least indicates that it has no hostility towards us. Let's follow these footprints and see where they lead. Chapter 67. A startling appearance. Having suffered a great loss before, we were much more cautious this time. Following the footprints. It wasn't long before we came across a very low cave entrance. The footprints ultimately disappeared outside the cave. It's more appropriate to call it a hole than a cave. The entrance was less than 1.4 meters high, and an adult would have to bend down to enter. Let's go in and take a look, Hongjia said. Looking at the entrance, researcher and seemed to have symptoms of claustrophobia. She looked very scared. I reassured her not to think too much, suggesting that maybe there was nothing inside, just a small cave, so there was no need to be afraid. Watch your head, be careful not to bump it. Hongjia reminded us from time to time. The cave was about 40 to 50 meters long, and by the time we reached the end, we could stand up straight. Looking around, we saw burnt branches and charcoal on the ground, as well as some crude stone jars. There was also a pile of dry grass in the corner that looked like it was used for sleeping. I swallowed hard and said, how could a beast make a fire and cook? Hongjia, look at these stone tools on the ground. Could it be that the mountain demon has devolved into a cave dweller? No, Hongjia said, raising her eyes to survey the surroundings. These are clearly traces left by human habitation. I don't believe those creatures would possess these living skills. It doesn't make sense. Humans? Where are they? This place is so small, I said, rummaging through the pile of dry grass to see if there were any people hiding underneath. I didn't find anyone, but I made a major discovery. I found a hidden army green backpack underneath the grass. Look, come and see. We found something, I said excitedly as I quickly placed the backpack on the ground and opened it to see what was inside. I rummaged through all the compartments of the backpack, and sure enough, we found quite a few items. There was a dagger, fire starters, several bags of well-packaged compressed rations, a cut piece of rope, and a small box of gauze. These items were enough to suggest one thing. There had been people living in this cave before, and they definitely weren't part of our current group, nor were they from the gang led by Chun Jianxing. So who were they? Just then, Hongjia suddenly pointed to the cave entrance and whispered, listen carefully, there are footsteps. Someone is coming in. Listening closely, I heard the footsteps getting closer. I quickly picked up a stone from the ground, gripping it tightly as a weapon, thinking that if Chun Jianxing's gang caught up with us, I had to strike first. Soon, a figure crawled into the entrance. I was just about to raise the stone to smash it on this person's head when they suddenly looked up, and our eyes met. What? It's you. What are you doing here? I recognized this face, or rather, it was a face I couldn't be more familiar with. It was Yao Yuman, whom I hadn't seen for several months. She stared at us in shock, clearly not expecting to see us here. And we just looked at each other for 2 or 3 minutes. Yao Yuman pointed to the stone I was holding and suddenly laughed. What, Xian Yinfeng? After not seeing you for a few months, do you want to smash my head in as soon as we meet? I was astonished and quickly threw down the stone, running over to ask her, Sister Yu, what is going on? How did you suddenly appear here? Didn't you leave Shun long ago? Where's this place? What on earth is happening? Once Hongjia composed herself, she nodded at Yao Yuman as a greeting. Only researcher and stood there looking bewildered. Sit, Yao Yuman said, pointing to the pile of dry grass. After we sat down, she looked at me and said, this is a long story. To be honest, I'm also quite surprised. I didn't expect to run into you all here. Where are the Sun brothers? Have they run into trouble? My expression darkened, and I sighed. Big brother and third brother were captured. I don't know where they are now. Second brother's fate is also uncertain. Yao Yuman shook her head. I advised you all back then, but you didn't listen. At this point, you can't blame anyone else. Originally, we were supposed to reveal ourselves in a few days, but unexpectedly, you stumbled upon us. Sister Yu, what do you mean? At this point, Hongjia looked at Yao Yuman, pondering for a moment before softly saying, I didn't expect it to turn out this way. I grew anxious because I couldn't understand the riddle they were hinting at. Hongjia shook her head at me and said, Yinfeng, can't you see it by now? From the very beginning, we were kept in the dark about this matter. The ridiculous thing is that we pretended to be mysterious and kept it from our leader. Ugh, the leader is here too. How is that possible? Yao Yuman urged me not to be so agitated. She briefly recounted the events, and it took me a while to calm down. I didn't even know what to say about it. It turned out that when I and the Sun brothers conspired to sneak into the underground palace at the foot of the Moth Mountain to find second brother, our leader disagreed, so we intentionally kept the whole thing from him, including buying equipment, water, and calves, etc. At that time, we deceived the leader by saying we were going to Dongguan for fun, and we had always believed that he had left Shun for Beijing. It was only at this moment that we accidentally met Yao Yuman that we learned the truth. From the very beginning, our leader had never left Shun. Everything we did was under his nose, and he knew everything. Sister Yu, why didn't you advise us back then? And why keep this matter from us? After thinking for a moment, I still asked, advise you? Heh, she smiled at me. Did I not advise you back then? The problem is, did you listen? I muttered. That's you. Why does the leader act as if he doesn't know? If he said it himself, I and my brothers would probably listen. No, Yinfeng, you misunderstand the leader. The whole matter is complex. Wang, our leader, has his own concerns. In fact, the moment I saw those dead bones, the leader predicted that you all would definitely enter the tomb and open the underground palace. He understands the nature of the Sun brothers. The plan that I discussed with Wang was actually initiated from that day. Hongjia took a deep breath and looked at Yao Yuman. saying, "Now it's not just a north-south dispute. The Changchun gang has also intervened, and it has involved some medical groups in Hong Kong. Do you and the leader know about this?" Heh. Yao Yuman brushed her bangs and sneered. "This is the interlayer of the underground palace. I've been living here for 3 to 4 months. What is there that I don't know?" I widened my eyes. 3 to 4 months. So, besides that stone door to the underground palace, there are other entrances to get in. Sister, you said this place is actually the interlayer of the underground palace. How do you know about that group of people? Naturally, I have helpers to gather information for me. After saying that, she suddenly snapped her fingers. A few minutes later, 2 short figures wearing straw hats crawled in from the cave entrance. As soon as they saw Yao Yuman, they began to squeak incessantly. Yao Yuman pointed ahead and said, "I've named them. The male on the left is called Dalong, and the female on the right is called Xiaotsue." As she spoke, the one named Dalong actually took off its straw hat by itself. This creature had a long face, yellow-black fur, a red nose, and 2 strands of white fur on either side of its snout, looking quite bizarre. At this moment, it kept pouting at me, looking as if it was going to come up and kiss me. Chapter 68, The Game Within a Game. Seeing my expression was not good, Yao Yuman smiled and comforted me. "You don't have to be afraid. They have already been tamed and usually won't attack people." I awkwardly took 2 steps back. "What's going on, sister? You can do this too?" "No, you misunderstood. I said they have been tamed, but I didn't say I tamed them. I don't have that ability." "Then who did?" I asked curiously. She put away her smile and looked at me, saying, "That person is not here right now, but we should be able to meet him soon. Chen Hong, you must have heard of the character Qi Lu on the road, right?" Sister Hong thought for a moment and said, "I haven't seen him, but I've heard of him." Qi Lu's monkey tricks were very famous in Tianjin back in the day. There are rumors in the rivers and lakes that this person has a high skill in taming animals, supposedly using a method passed down from his ancestors. "That's right." Yao Yuman nodded. "Actually, the mountain monkey is the king of the mountains. These creatures are very intelligent and can be brutal when provoked. Even tigers and leopards fear them in the mountains. To tame them, even Qi Lu's descendants would have to shed blood. I believe this, although these creatures looked small. Similar to monkeys, their brutal nature was a fact, and they had the habit of cannibalism, which could lead to them eating people. Sister Hong frowned and asked, "Where's Bao To? Where is he now?" I could sense a hint of tension in Sister Hong's words. I remembered that Xiao Lu had said before that he kept us around to fish for big prey, aiming at the people behind us. I guessed he must know we have someone backing us, but with the vast area below Moth Mountain, he doesn't know if those people have come down or where they are hiding. Bao To and Xiao Lu have been in the rivers and lakes for half their lives. Xiao Lu is from the Changchun Society, surrounded by experts and unusual people. I speculated that Bao To's hidden purpose was to seek victory in the shadows. In fact, these two were playing chess. This was a game within a game. Although I didn't want to admit it, Sister Hong, the Sun brothers, and I were all being manipulated as pawns. Xiao Lu probably had some tricks up his sleeve, and recalling the events of the past few months, I couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness because I was still too naive compared to these people. These people have extensive connections in the rivers and lakes, setting traps for each other, with light and darkness intertwined. Until the moment of final confrontation, when everyone reveals their cards, no one knows who wins or loses. Because of the people involved in the Jiaho tomb, in the end, it's still a matter of personal strength and connections in the rivers and lakes. By the way, thinking of this, I asked Yao Yuman a question regarding Jiao. Leaning against a haystack, Yao Yuman squinted and said, "The one in the golden coffin and silver casket is not the tomb owner Jiao." I asked a friend to check at the National Museum's historical archives, and my friend found a clue. In the Han Dynasty, there was a historian named Ban Chao. Besides writing the book of the later Han, he was also very keen on studying the history of the Western Zhou. In his book of the Zhou Kings, he mentioned Jizihu, and Ban Chao noted that Jizihu had a daughter whom he loved dearly, but she died young due to a chronic illness. Jiaho, in his sorrow, said that after his death, he wanted to be buried with his beloved daughter, and this matter was reported to the Zhou Emperor. The ancients placed great importance on rituals and propriety. Being buried with children goes against familial ethics. If what Ban Chao said is true and the Zhou Emperor agreed to this, then it's not hard to see Jiaho's high status at that time. So the one in the golden coffin and silver casket is not the tomb owner Jiao. Could it be his youngest daughter? I was taken aback by this news. Who was the corpse soaking in that big leather box? Could it be this master? I asked Researcher, and you said you saw the corpse bite someone. Could you tell if it was male or female? Researcher and recalled carefully for a moment, shaking her head in fear. I couldn't tell the gender. I only glanced at it and didn't dare to look again. I just remember that the corpse had long hair, was not very tall, and was all swollen and dripping. At this moment, Yao Yuman sighed, took a deep breath, and said, "That must be Jiaho's youngest daughter." Her golden coffin and silver casket were opened by that group of people. The Changchun Society sought experts to suppress it. I knew something would happen sooner or later. You should also know that this thing is actually the most terrifying. Sister, do you mean she has come back to life? No, not coming back to life. From the perspective of Feng Shui, this is a 1,000-year-old Yinji corpse. If his youngest daughter can turn into this, I can't imagine what Jiaho has become now. The things we prepared might not even be useful. I recalled the dream I had that day, the figure on the 4-dragon bronze bed, and I felt scared just thinking about it. I asked her if what we were preparing was black donkey hooves, because I had often heard that these things should be dealt with using black donkey hooves. Yao Yuman scoffed. Black donkey hooves? Think about it. In major museums, are there any ancient feng shui talismans passed down that include black donkey hooves? How about it? No, right? Black donkey hooves started being mass-produced only after the Republic of China. As for why they are associated with tomb raiding, I don't know. The Yingji corpse is something from ancient feng shui geomancy studies, and using that kind of thing is certainly not effective. None of us have truly seen this thing. But I've heard my uncle say that once you encounter it, using the old corpse-binding ropes and mouth money passed down from Xiangxi might be useful. This matter involves the Zhen Yin technique. The old corpse-binding ropes from Xiangxi naturally have some connection to the Xiangxi corpse drivers. This is a regional folk legend. Alongside the northeast jumping god, the Miaojing's raising gu, and the southern descending technique, known as the four major folk techniques. Tracing back to the source, these are all related to the Zhen Yin technique. The term Zhen Yin technique first appeared in the first volume of the Luban book, and it is said that the second volume records the technique of repelling evil. Looking at it now, ordinary people might not come into contact with Zhen Yin technique, but the technique of repelling evil is often encountered. For example, the repelling flower money commonly seen in antique markets, the mountain ghost flower money, the door gods pasted during the new year, and the fire pot cross during weddings. These are all considered folk techniques passed down through generations. Whether the Xiangxi corpse driving is true or not is not for now, as it has all been cremated and is no longer needed. However, in ancient times, one's body and hair are given by parents, and after death, there is a custom of returning to the roots. The earliest corpses driven in Xiangxi were soldiers who died on the battlefield. Covering the face, living people avoided. Paper money paves the way, bells open the mountain. Brotherson had told me before that in the Yingxi Gate, there is a profession called corpse drivers. The corpse-binding ropes and mouth money are originally used by Xiangxi corpse drivers to deal with corpses, so Yao Yuman saying to use them against Yingxi corpses makes sense. Researcher and is now so scared that she is dumbfounded, and my heart is also racing. I secretly pray that these things will be useful. If they are not, the consequences are unimaginable. We now have to contend not only with the Changchun Society, but also possibly face the legendary Yingxi corpse. It seems that Baoto's caution was indeed correct. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 69, Researcher in. After a brief tidy-up, Yao Yuman said we must leave here because Xiaoyou's group could come after us at any time. She said the timing wasn't right yet, and we couldn't confront that group head-on. I asked her what she was waiting for and why the others weren't showing up. Yao Yuman shook her head and mysteriously said, "You will know when the time comes. Just be careful. This isn't a game. People can die." I really wanted to know Baoto's plan. But this woman stubbornly refused to say anything, and I felt embarrassed to keep asking. I decided to follow her and see where she would take us to hide. Two mandrills were clearing the way ahead, occasionally turning back to call out a couple of times at Yao Yuman, and I didn't know what it meant. "Can you understand what they're saying?" I asked. "Don't look at me like that. I'm a human, not a monkey. How could I understand what these beasts are saying?" Yao Yuman said solemnly, looking ahead. "Listen carefully to their calls. 3 long and 1 short means it's safe ahead, while 3 long and 2 short indicates danger." This was told to me by a descendant of the Chilio family. I was amazed, realizing that even primates could have such trained abilities. I looked into the darkness ahead and asked, "Sister, you must have been here for some time. What does this lead to?" "It's hard to say. The terrain down here is very complex, and without a map, I usually don't wander around." Suddenly, the 2 mandrills began to screech loudly. Listening closely, it sounded like 3 long and 2 short calls. Yao Yuman waved her hand. "Be careful. They are giving a warning. There may be danger ahead. This is a hidden layer, and no one has ever found it before. Why don't we take a detour and go another way?" Researcher said, looking nervously into the darkness ahead. Sister Hong frowned and said discontentedly, "It's just the calls of 2 beasts. Maybe there's nothing at all. The biggest taboo in tomb exploration is scaring ourselves." She turned and coldly looked at Researcher. "If you keep talking nonsense, you can stop following us." Aye. Researcher stammered, lowering her head and not daring to meet Sister Hong's eyes. The group continued forward for a while. Eek, eek. At this moment, the mandrill wearing a straw hat was screeching wildly, running back and forth and constantly pointing at the ground. Yao Yuman shone her flashlight down, and we discovered something. It was a shed skin resembling that of a snake. "Isn't this a 4-legged lizard? How can such a creature shed its skin? Isn't this a bit too big?" I bent down to touch it. Some of the snake's skin was exposed on the ground, but most was still buried under the mud. I touched it and found the skin somewhat weathered, indicating it had been here for a while. Typically, these things are only a few dozen centimeters long. Anything over half a meter is considered an anomaly, but based on the skin before us, its length far exceeded that size, as most of it was buried in the mud, and we couldn't be sure how big it actually was. Yao Yuman looked around with her flashlight and said, "From the environment, there shouldn't be any 4-legged lizards here in Shunt. The presence of this creature in the underground caves of Fimishan might be related to the tomb owner, possibly a special group of 4-legged lizards. These creatures are cold-blooded animals, and their brains are not well developed, lacking self-awareness. Additionally, their senses are highly specialized solely for hunting, and they can't even recognize static targets, let alone identify individuals. They can't be controlled by humans." "That's right, I agree," I echoed. Sister Yu. We saw that enclosed garden before. Perhaps the deceased in the tomb had a penchant for rare animals and plants, with a special collecting habit. No, be careful. There's something underground. Sister Hong suddenly shouted. Eek, eek. The two mandrills scrambled up high, staring and screeching madly at a certain spot on the ground. Back off, huddle together. Yao Yumin's face turned serious as she pulled out a dagger from her bosom and gripped it tightly. To the left, using the flashlight's light, I suddenly saw an unusual bulge beneath the mud. Then, a four-legged lizard over 2 meters long, covered in yellow-brown scales, emerged from the mud. It lay on the ground, about 10 meters away from us, hissing while flicking its long tongue. Everyone was too scared to move. Is this a four-legged lizard or a large lizard? This thing could probably bite a person's head off. Don't make any sudden moves. It can't recognize static objects. Yao Yumin remained the calmest among us. The creature hissed and twisted its body as it crawled toward us, moving clumsily. Suddenly, without warning, Researcher turned and began to run back. Don't run, Sister Hong shouted. But it was too late. The creature, on all fours, quickly chased after Researcher and's fleeing figure. It was much faster than a normal human running. Researcher looked back, her face turning pale with fear. She slipped and fell directly into the mud pit. The four-legged lizard bit down on her calf and began dragging her away. Help! Help! Save me! She waved her arms wildly, looking in pain. Bang! 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 Four gunshots rang out in quick succession. Yao Yumin, with a frosty expression, held a handgun and opened fire. The creature immediately released its grip, and Researcher crawled toward us, crying and covered in mud, blood streaming from her calf. I rushed over to pull her back. The creature stumbled and crawled a few meters before it stopped moving. Gathering my courage, I went over to take a look and found that the creature was dead. Yao Yumin's 4 shots had hit it in the head each time. Yao Yumin seemed calm, as if she wasn't startled by the sudden turn of events. We need to leave immediately. I had not planned to use it, but now that the gunfire has sounded, that group will definitely hear it. We have already exposed our location. What about her? Can she still walk? I pointed at Researcher, who was sitting on the ground. Her pants torn at the calf, the wound a bloody mess, looking severe. Sister Hong angrily said, "It's all this woman's fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have exposed our location so early. That group from Changchun is definitely rushing over here now. Let's go." Sister Hong pulled my arm, urging me forward. Yao Yumin didn't say anything. We left Researcher behind. I kept looking back and saw her sitting on the ground, covering her calf with mud, tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful. She wiped her tears and looked up at me, her eyes seemingly pleading, "Save me." I felt a pang of guilt and said to Sister Hong, "Why don't we take her with us?" Sister Hong, she looks so pitiful. We can't just leave her to die. Sister Hong clenched her teeth, about to say something. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Researcher fell backward stiffly. Yao Yumin wiped her gun barrel and said casually, "Let's go." I know what she said makes sense, but you guys go ahead. I'll catch up soon. All right, suit yourself. If I die, then I die. Yinfeng, hurry up. After they finished speaking, the two of them walked ahead. I laid Researcher flat on the ground, covered her eyes with my hand to help her close them. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have come to Shunt. Well, now you can be reunited with Lao Su and Li Zhong. Let's go together. I adjusted her legs to make her look a bit more dignified. Just then, a small blue glass bottle rolled out from her pocket, not breaking, and after rolling a couple of times, it stopped at my feet. Looking at Researcher with her eyes closed, for some reason, a thought suddenly popped into my head. Will this work? I twisted open the bottle cap and leaned it against Researcher's lips, lifting my hand to feed her a third of its contents. I nervously stepped back 2 paces. For some reason, the expected situation like Lao Su's didn't happen. Researcher remained unchanged, her eyes closed. Yinfeng, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? I heard Hongji shout from ahead. Coming. I put the glass bottle into my pocket. I originally wanted to dig a hole to bury her, but we are also on the run and don't have the time for that. I took a last deep look at Researcher and jogged to catch up with Hongjia. Noticing I was downcast, Hongjia frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have feelings for that woman?" No, there's no such thing. I hurriedly waved my hand. It was just a chance encounter. After all, we lived together for a few days, so it's normal to have some feelings. You don't need to lie. I can tell you're still concerned about that woman. If it were me, I would have done the same. Cutting off the tail end of a problem only leads to more chaos. Yao Yumin didn't do anything wrong. I felt empty and lowered my head, saying, "I understand, Hongjia. Don't worry, I know how to prioritize." That's good. Hongjia patted my back. I apologized to Yao Yumin, saying I shouldn't have yelled at her like that earlier. Yao Yumin nodded, not saying much, then brought her fingers together and whistled, calling the 2 mountain monkeys to come. They have keen hearing. They can sense any movement within a kilometer. I let them stay behind to help keep watch. We continued walking for more than an hour when a rock over a meter high blocked the path. Yao Yumin suggested we rest behind the rock for 10 minutes before continuing, and we could take this opportunity to eat something to replenish our energy. Hiding behind the big rock, we shared some compressed biscuits. Hongjia took a couple of sips from her water bottle and passed it to me. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water and swallowing the dry food in my mouth, I wiped my mouth and said, "Yujia, I didn't expect you to have a gun, and you shoot so accurately. Can I see it? I've never seen the real thing." Forget it. I don't feel safe giving it to you. What if you accidentally fire it? Generally speaking, people on the road don't like using this kind of thing. My accuracy is just average, not as good as my brother's. This was given to me by my uncle for self-defense. After all, one must always be cautious. She spoke calmly, her tone light. I couldn't help but marvel. Who would dare have designs on you would surely be courting death. A single shot to the head would leave them expressionless. It would be a blessing if you didn't go looking for trouble. As for the short-haired Yao Wentz, the only impression he left on me was that he spoke little, suggesting he was somewhat reserved. Just then, one of the mountain monkeys on lookout suddenly ran in front of us, gesturing wildly. Yao Yuman's expression changed. Go, quickly. That group is catching up faster than I expected. No way. If this continues, we'll be discovered. She looked at the mountain monkey and said, take us to a nearby hiding place, a crevice, an underground cave. Or a mountain cave will do, hurry. The creature seemed to understand human speech and turned to run. Hurry, keep up. Thanks to this thing leading the way, we didn't walk long before we found a narrow mountain crevice. Deep, but just wide enough for one person. The three of us hid inside. Soon, we heard voices from outside. Jingu, these guys are too fast. Even though we've rushed, we haven't seen a shadow. Another man echoed. Yeah, Jingu, these bastards can really run. Did you see that big four-legged lizard that got its head smashed earlier? There was still a lot of blood on the ground. I smelled it, and it's human blood. Someone must have been injured. We will catch up eventually. Hiding in the crevice, I exchanged a silent glance with Hongjia. Only blood? They didn't see anything else. What about Researcher In's body? I swallowed hard, not daring to voice my thoughts. Let's go, keep moving. These guys won't get away. After they left, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Thankfully, we weren't discovered. Hongjia said, that was a good opportunity. Why didn't you shoot? With your accuracy, it shouldn't have been hard, right? Yao Yuman shook her head. The one called Jingu, you don't know him, which is not surprising. He has been around Zai alluded to in recent years and rarely shows up in the underworld. Not only is he skilled, but he also has a godfather in the Changchun society. The leader has advised us not to offend him, or it will be troublesome, so I didn't dare to kill him. Oh, who is his godfather? Someone who makes the leader so wary. Can you tell me a name to see if I know him? Yao Yuman looked at Hongjia, her expression serious, and said, his godfather is currently in a mental hospital, and his surname is Xia. Hongjia's pupils contracted. Xiechirong? This person is still alive. Chapter 71 Reunion. This is not a place to talk. Follow me. Then Yao Yuman led us to a corner, well hidden by rocks on all sides. Once we got there, I asked, you mentioned Jianji's godfather named Xiechirong. Is he male or female? What is his background? Why do I see that you all are so wary? Hongjia frowned and said, the Changchun society encompasses all kinds of people from the underworld, including some capable outlaws. The current Changchun society is not as peaceful as it seems. Since the late 1990s, it has gradually split into old and new factions. The woman who used the white owl and small gold to control people is part of the new faction, while Zailudu's group is the old faction. There have been rumors in the underworld that Xiechirong killed a descendant of Yanzi Li San and his entire family, and violated his wife and daughter. Coincidentally, the meteor king from Beiping, Xiao Yuan, is also a descendant of Yanzi Li San. What happened later? Did Xiao Yuan seek revenge for his fellow apprentice? I asked. Hongjia shook her head. Later, Xiao Yuan was defeated by Xiechirong and had both his eyes gouged out. In one night, he went from being the Beiping hero who could walk the rooftops to a blind man. To deal with Xiechirong, the president of the Changchun society sent 7 masters. And only then was the matter settled. That was over a decade ago. I didn't expect this person to still be alive. Hongjia sighed. Yao Yuman glanced at Hongjia and nodded. You seem to know a lot. It seems you've gathered quite a bit of information about the Changchun society. Hongjia clenched her fists and then slowly relaxed. Let us not talk about that for now. Yao Yuman whistled to summon a mountain monkey. She took out a round pendant from her pocket and hung it around the mountain monkey's neck. The plan has changed. We need to meet early. Take us to see someone. The baboon sniffed the round ball and immediately squeaked as it jumped out. We followed this baboon for a long time through twists and turns until we finally arrived at the entrance of a cave. Suddenly, another baboon jumped out from somewhere. When I looked closely, I found that this one also had the same small round ball hanging from its neck. The 2 baboons, with the round ball pendants around their necks, entered the cave together. After less than 5 minutes, as the time seemed about right, Yao Yuman stood at the cave entrance and shouted. In the first twist, there is a fierce tiger. In the second twist, there is a green dragon. In the third twist, there is flowing water. In the fourth twist, there are willow trees. Shortly after, footsteps came from inside the cave, and a middle-aged man emerged holding a torch in one hand. This middle-aged man had very fair skin and distinct features, but he had a large burn scar on the left side of his face. The baboon with the round ball pendant around its neck followed behind him like a servant. Yao Yuman slightly bowed and said, I am Yao Yuman from the Northern School, and I would like to send my regards to the Qi Lu family on behalf of my uncle Yao Wenzhou. The middle-aged man nodded and smiled. You don't need to be polite, just call me Lu Yushan. Yao Yuman shook his head and said, we must not mix up the generations. Since you say so, I will dare to call you Brother Lu. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, not opposing it. I later learned why Yao Jie respected this man. Back then, the Qi Lu family of Tianjin was a prominent family, and their descendants no longer needed to go out to perform monkey tricks for a living. In 1942, Hunan experienced a severe drought, followed by a locust plague, affecting hundreds of millions of people, especially in the eastern and southern parts of Hunan, as well as in the regions of Zhuma-Dian and Xiping, where the situation was most severe. The head of the Qi Lu family at that time was Lu Yuan, who held a high position in the Changchun society and was a well-known figure in the underworld. Everyone had to address him as Lu Yi. Upon arriving in Hunan, Lu Yuan saw countless starving victims and was immediately heartbroken, shedding tears. The Lu family emptied out over 100 years of accumulated wealth, using all the money to buy food to help the victims, but in the end, it was still a drop in the bucket. This led to the later famous incident of the gray and yellow grain warehouse. On December 17, 1942, something strange happened. This incident, along with the later Harbin cat-faced old lady corpse fraud and the Guangzhou Lichi Bay haunting, was included in the top 10 strange stories. Witnesses reported that countless large rats and weasels appeared on the streets that night, numbering in the millions. These rats and weasels came and went in droves, emptying the local grain warehouses of the Japanese army overnight. The rats and weasels carried the stolen grain to the victims, saving countless lives. Later, the Japanese investigated and ultimately determined that it was Lu Yuan from the Tianjin Lu family who orchestrated this event. The Lu family suffered catastrophic consequences, losing even their ancestral home, and many people were executed. The righteous Lu Yuan met his end heroically. This is the gray and yellow grain warehouse incident that occurred in Hunan in 1942. To this day, there is still a mouse immortal temple preserved in a mountain to the west of Zhuma-Dian. Throughout history, it is unique for a temple to be built specifically for mice. Since then, although the Tianjin Qi Lu family has fallen, they have continued to be respected in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Naturally, I also respect the heroic deeds of these people back then. After entering the cave, Lu Yushan inserted the torch into the wall and beckoned us to sit down and talk. Brother Lu, according to the plan, we should meet in a few days. But due to the matters concerning Yunfeng and Chunhong, we cannot wait any longer. Where are the heads and those two? Yao Yuman glanced around. Lu Yushan pointed behind him. Look, aren't they coming? The heads. 3 people entered, and upon seeing the elder at the forefront, I immediately jumped up from the ground and exclaimed. This elder was dressed in black, and although his hair was gray, his eyes were bright and spirited. It was Wang Baotou. Yunfeng, it's been a few months, hasn't it? Baotou walked over and smiled, patting my shoulder. Wang Xianxing, is this the young man you mentioned? I looked back and saw that the person speaking was in ragged clothes, looking as if he hadn't washed for years, with a layer of shiny black patina on his clothes. His hair was messy, covering half of his eye, and he looked exactly like a beggar. However, his eyes were bright and pure, like a baby's. Yao Yuman bowed and greeted the beggar, Lu Yi. The other helper brought by Baotou was quite old, not much taller than Hong Jia. He was dressed in black, had white hair, and numerous age spots on his face. He stood there with a dark blue cloth bag and appeared somewhat hunched over, giving off a lifeless feeling. Yunfeng, this is Zhao Yi from Xiangxi, Baotou introduced. I shivered inside, knowing that this was the corpse transporter invited by Baotou from Xiangxi. No wonder he looked so lifeless. I quickly lowered my head and respectfully called out. Zhao Yi. The hunchbacked old man squinted at me and said nothing. Baotou coughed and said, Yunfeng, Xiaohong, are you regretting it? Regretting not listening to my advice back then? Especially you, Yunfeng, and Lao San, who teamed up to deceive me into saying you were going to Dongguan for fun. What kind of fun did you have? How did it lead you here? Hong Jie felt embarrassed and couldn't say anything. Recalling the hardships we endured below, I expressed my grievances. We were wrong, Baotou. We just want to find Ergu. Baotou patted my shoulder and looked at me and Hong Jie. The rivers and lakes are treacherous. Yunfeng, Xiaohong, consider this a long lesson. Baotou squinted his eyes and gazed at the flickering torch on the wall, saying solemnly, the Changchun society is not to be trifled with, but I, Wang Xiansheng, am not to be trifled with either. Anyone who dares to touch me, whether human or ghost, must give an explanation. Chapter 72, Calculation. Hong Jie lowered her head, and I couldn't see her expression. Baotou, have you really thought this through? After this matter, regardless of the outcome, whether the Sun brothers can be rescued or not, we will have offended the Changchun society. Baotou smiled. Xiaohong, the whole matter was not initiated by us. They were the ones who went too far. Do you know what Lao Er would say if he were here? Hong Jie suddenly raised her head and smiled. Lao Er would definitely say, to hell with them. Wang Baotou, allow me to say something, Lu Yushan asked. What did you find out when you went out to investigate before? Oh, I almost forgot the main matter. Baotou looked at Yao Yuman and said, Miss Yao, we have already determined the range, about 200 meters. However, to know the exact location of the coffin, we still need to use your Yao family's compass. Yao Yuman nodded. I know that, everything is ready. As long as we determine the approximate location, it will be easy. Then, under the lead of Baotou and the Xiangxi corpse transporter, a few of us exited the cave. On the way, I asked Baotou where he had gone a few days ago, and he said he had gone to find the extreme Yin place. In other words, there are 2 extreme Yin places under the entire Moth Mountain. One is the burial place of the coffin of the Jiaho, because to form a Yin nourished corpse, it must be buried in an extreme Yin place. The other is that secret room. The secret room where the gold coffin and silver coffin were hidden feels very cold when one enters because that place is an extreme in area. But that is not Jiaho's coffin. It is his youngest daughter's gold coffin and silver coffin. I estimate that this master chose a location that is even more in. Yao Yumin is proficient in feng shui and mechanisms, and there are similar people around Xiaolu. So it is understandable that those people are also looking for the last extreme place. To take the initiative, Baoto's idea is to find the Jiaho coffin first, and then use it as a condition to exchange for big brother and third brother. Because Baoto started planning this a few months in advance, it seems that we are still a step ahead. As I walked along the road, I noticed how familiar it was becoming. Eventually, when we reached the bottom of the pit, I was stunned. What appeared before me was a large deep hole. Yes, it's this place. I had been trapped here before. Those people led by Chun Jiansheng had tied me to a stone platform, and I almost ended up as food for a four-legged snake. How did we make such a big detour and end up back here? I was stunned and asked, is this what you meant by the extreme place? To be precise, it was at the bottom of the pit, which was dark and unclear. He pointed downwards. No, don't go down. There are four-legged snakes down there. I urgently told them about my previous experience, but the leader's expression remained unchanged, as if he already knew. Hey, what's there to be afraid of? A bunch of little bugs can't eat you, the beggar Lu said with a light laugh. Lu, you don't know. I'm serious. Those little bugs can eat people. How could they not? We saw a 2-meter-long four-legged snake before. It could probably bite a person's head off. Oh, Lu Yushan asked curiously. A 2-meter-long stone dragon? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yao Yuman nodded. Yinfeng wasn't lying, Lu Gu. It really was over 2 meters long. I was there too. Unexpectedly, Lu Yushan not only wasn't afraid, but his eyes lit up. That's great. After so many years, I've never seen or even heard of a 2-meter-long stone dragon. It would be wonderful to encounter one. I'll see if I can tame it. But Lu Gu, stone dragons are cold-blooded animals. They don't have the intelligence of mountain monkeys. Oh, it's fine. Four-legged snakes are still snakes. They're all in the same family. I have my ways. Let's not discuss this yet. We'll talk when we reach the bottom. Anyway, the last time we went down, we didn't encounter anything that big. Just some little bugs. The leader pointed at a rope hanging in the distance and said, let's go down first. Yinfeng, Xiaohong, you two follow behind. Be careful and hold the rope tightly. A few of us slid down the rope to the bottom of the pit. The beggar Lu left a deep impression on me as he slid down. He held the rope with one hand, not even looking at his feet, and slid down several meters, looking light as a swallow with astonishing arm strength, stronger than me, a young man. When we reached the bottom, Lu Yushan took out an incense stick from his pocket and lit it with a lighter, holding it up. A wisp of blue smoke slowly rose. The fragrance of the incense was unique. I had never smelled anything like it before. It was pleasant, somewhat like Vietnamese agarwood, but with some differences upon closer inspection. Strangely, after lighting this incense, not a single four-legged snake appeared around us. Lu Yushan waved his hand to fan the smoke, trying to make it burn more vigorously. He explained, this is a snake-repelling incense made from old sea dogs. Four-legged snakes are still snakes. They have a keen sense of smell. Once they catch a whiff of this incense, they will stay far away and won't dare to cause trouble. The leader shone his flashlight around, then said, Yao girl, it's your turn. Yao Jia nodded. She took out a piece of yellow cloth from her pocket and unfolded it, revealing a palm-sized compass wrapped inside. This compass is called a small Fa2 Dan. The larger Fa2 Dan is commonly used for observing mountains and determining dragon veins, focusing on finding a big trend, while the smaller Fa2 Dan is more suitable for observing in houses and searching for graves. As the leader said, the area at the bottom of the pit is about 200 meters wide, and from above, it looks like an oval shape. Yao Yuman gave each of us a small magnet. This magnet was not large and looked plain on the surface, but Yao Jia said it wasn't an ordinary magnet. This kind of magnet is called a Lu Ming magnet. To make this magnet, ordinary magnets need to be dyed with red cinnabar and buried under a willow or locust tree for a year and a half. After that, they are dug up and cleaned. Lu Ming magnets are specialized in feng shui and react strongly to certain special magnetic fields. Then, she instructed us to hold the magnets and stand at the edges of the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast corners. She herself stood in the middle, looking serious, holding the small Fa2 Dan. If there were a red line tying us together at that moment, any discerning person could see that we were perfectly aligned, forming a concave pentagon. At that moment, the leader shouted, how's it going? Yao Yuman furrowed her brow, looking at the compass in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she said, the vein symbol opens the well, the Qian symbol opens the well, the Ping symbol opens the well, but strangely, the Ku symbol has no response. The vein is the Anglewood dragon, the Qian is the house heart rabbit, the Ping is the mouth fire monkey, and the Ku is the wall water snake. The water snake transforms into a dragon. The fire heart rabbit is at the 430 position. Yinfeng, walk 70 steps to the left front, she instructed me. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When I reached the spot, I called out, Yao Jia, I'm standing still. Next, dig a small hole in the ground with your hands. Then bury the magnet you have in it and cover it with soil, making sure it's tightly sealed and not exposed. I did as she said, digging a small hole and burying the Lu Ming magnet before covering it with soil. All right, step back. Yao Yuman looked around the corners, then glanced down at the compass. Finally, she nodded at the leader, saying, "Right here, the error won't exceed 1.5 meters. The yin energy is very strong, and the magnetic field reaction of the Lu Ming magnet is very strong." She pointed at that location decisively, declaring, "There must be something underground there." Chapter 73. Resurgence. The leader had a folding whirlwind shovel in his bag. Compared to the Luoyang shovel, the whirlwind shovel digs faster. The difference between the two is that one focuses on precise soil detection, while the other emphasizes efficient digging. After marking the spot, the leader called me to help him dig down. Once we started, the top layer of soil was relatively soft, but as we dug deeper, we found that the soil became harder the further we went down. The soil we eventually dug up was not the usual blue-white soil, but rather a kind of soil with a faint white frost, as if frost had settled on it in winter. When I touched it with my hand, it felt icy. The hunchbacked old man from Xiangxi had been watching closely, and upon seeing this scene, he raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Extreme Yin land. It seems we've found the right place. If a corpse has been lying here for over 2,000 years, it's hard not to become a yin-nurturing corpse. This guy is ruthless, burying his descendants for 18 generations with him. Even though we were digging hard, we weren't sweating at all. I clearly felt the temperature around us drop a few degrees. I wasn't sure if I was seeing things, but for a moment, it seemed like the breath I exhaled turned into white mist. In the tomb raiding industry, a skilled digger using a whirlwind shovel should be able to dig down 2 to 3 meters in depth in an hour, while diggers like Air Gu and San Gu can dig at least 4 meters in an hour. The leader was fine, but I seemed less qualified. My slow digging was due to the hardness of the soil and my lack of experience. "Hey, wait, something's not right. You all stop." Beggar Lu suddenly told us to halt. "What's wrong, Lu Gu?" The leader turned to ask him. The moment we stopped, the clattering sound of the shovels ceased instantly. Beggar Lu closed his eyes, moving his ears back and forth, as if he were carefully listening for some sound. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He turned and shone his flashlight upward. At that moment, the strong beam of the flashlight illuminated a figure on the rock wall. We saw a person clinging to the rock wall like a gecko, head down, staring right at us. Just seeing that, I stumbled back a few steps, almost dropping the whirlwind shovel in my hand with a loud thud. I shakily pointed in the direction of that rock wall and said, "Researcherin." The figure on the rock wall, Researcherin, had her head lowered, her hair hanging down, and we couldn't see her face clearly. That's Researcherin's clothing. I recognized it at a glance. How could this be? She had clearly died before. My face turned pale with fright. Hongjia looked over with a face full of terror. Just like me, because we both had witnessed the body of Researcherin with our own eyes. What the hell is this? Yao Yuman cursed through gritted teeth, pulling out her handgun and firing twice without looking. Bang bang. One shot missed and hit the rock wall, causing sparks as the bullet collided with the hard stone in the darkness. Researcherin's limbs were spread out against the stone wall, and suddenly she crawled down like a gecko. Her speed was astonishing. "Watch out," I shouted, raising my whirlwind shovel as a weapon. Researcherin moved too quickly, and the flashlight in my hand followed her motion. Bang bang. Yao Yuman fired 2 more shots, both hitting their mark, but Researcherin merely shuddered, her speed unchanged. And in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Yao Yuman. "Sister Yu, be careful," I shouted, unable to let fear stop me, and I swung the shovel at this creature's head. With a loud smack, I felt like I wasn't hitting a human head, but something as hard as stone. The recoil jolted my hands painfully, and I almost lost grip on the shovel. In that moment, I saw clearly. This was no timid beauty Researcherin. This creature's face was as pale as tree sap, with purple-black veins visible, and her eyes were completely white. Moreover, Researcherin's mouth was wide open, revealing blackened teeth, with black liquid dripping continuously from the corners of her mouth. "Beast!" At a critical moment, the old man from Xiangxi shouted angrily. He pulled a length of rope from his dark blue cloth bag, quickly looping it at one end before throwing it forward. The rope perfectly looped around Researcherin's neck like a lasso. Wrapping the rope tightly in his hands, the old man from Xiangxi pulled hard, instantly tightening the rope. "What are you still dawdling for?" The old man yelled at me. I hurried to grab the rope and pulled with him. Researcherin was incredibly strong. The two of us couldn't hold her back, and it felt like we were about to lose in a tug of war. I pushed my legs against the ground, desperately leaning back. If a living person were pulled by the neck like this, their head would probably come off. Bang! With a loud sound, the rope snapped. I had pulled too hard, and when it broke, I fell straight back. The hunchbacked old man was alarmed. My binding rope. I was furious and anxious, getting up to curse. It broke with just one pull. What kind of damn rope is this? Researcherin ignored both me and the old man from Xiangxi. She seemed to have a deep grudge against Sister Yu. With half a length of binding rope around her neck, Researcherin lunged at Yao Yuman, aiming to bite her neck. "Not good. Watch out, girl," Lu Yushan shouted angrily. Crack! In a moment of crisis, Sister Yu shoved the entire barrel of her gun into Researcherin's mouth, jamming it against her teeth. With the gun barrel in her mouth, a large amount of black liquid dripped from her mouth onto Sister Yu's forehead. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out as Sister Yu, her expression fierce, pulled the trigger repeatedly, emptying the magazine. At such a close range, the bullets entered through her mouth and exited from the back of her head, blowing it apart. "Beggar, aren't you going to help?" Lu Yushan shouted urgently. With a clang, It sounded like a sword being drawn. I was taken aback to see Beggar Lu pull out a glimmering soft sword from his waist. This soft sword was coiled around his waist like a belt. In a flash, I barely saw it. A head floated in midair before falling to the ground and rolling twice. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Researcher N was decapitated by Beggar Lu's sword. I couldn't even articulate my shock. Huh. Beggar Lu crouched down curiously, grabbing Researcher N's hair and lifting it. Not dead. At this moment, Researcher N's eyes were still moving, her mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. How strange, this isn't a resurrection. What the hell is this? Beggar Lu marveled as he held up Researcher N's head. Looking at this scene, I was nearly terrified out of my wits. The old man from Xiangxi angrily said, "This isn't a resurrection, nor is it a false corpse. What the hell is this thing? No wonder my binding rope was useless." At this moment, Hongjia seemed to think of something and looked at me suspiciously. I felt a bit guilty and lowered my head, not daring to meet her gaze. Last time with Lao Su, Hongjia was also present and witnessed everything. "What's going on, Yinfeng?" she asked, her face dark. Yao Yuman had nearly been bitten to death, and I realized I had caused trouble. I took out a small glass bottle from my pocket for them to see. It still contained some of that light blue liquid. "What is this?" the head asked, looking at the small glass bottle with confusion. Before I could explain, Hongjia took a deep breath and interrupted, "Head, everyone. I suspect this thing is what the Changchun Society has been after all along." Chapter 74. Accompanying burial items, quickly throw it away. "Are you planning to celebrate the new year with that thing, Beggar?" Lu Yushan glanced at the head. Indeed, it wasn't anything good, and Lu casually tossed it aside. With Researcher N's head gone, her body stopped moving. Although it was a beheading, it was puzzling that there wasn't much blood flowing from her neck. Upon closer inspection, it seemed the wound was already scabbing over. The head looked at the small glass bottle and clearly didn't believe it. He doubted that such a medicine could bring a corpse back to life. The old man from Xiangxi was still lamenting over the rope, sighing repeatedly. The Zhao family has been in the business of eating the dead for generations, and who would have thought that one day the binding rope passed down from my ancestors would be ruined by me? I am unfilial. Seeing him sighing nonstop, I couldn't help but say, "Old Zhao, it's not that I don't believe you, but what kind of rope was that? What binding rope breaks with just one pull? It's not sturdy at all. I can't bind anything with it." "Alas, young one, you don't understand. Old Zhao silently picked up the broken rope and stuffed it back into his bag. "Speaking of which, Miss Yao, you weren't hurt just now, were you?" "I'm fine, no major issues." "That's good. You rest for a bit," the head said, looking at everyone seriously. "Things have come to this point. We can't just give up halfway. Yinfeng, keep digging." Not saying anything further, I picked up the whirlwind shovel and continued digging, only daring to look at the ground beneath my feet, not wanting to see the decapitated researcher in. At that moment, Lu Yushan spoke up. "Are you too tired? Should I call my friends to help?" I knew he was referring to those mountain monkeys. "No need, Lu Gu." I shook the whirlwind shovel in my hand. "Your friends are probably not even as tall as this shovel. How can they dig? We appreciate the goodwill, but digging tunnels is our specialty. Just watch." Lu Yushan nodded and stopped interjecting, while the corpse-handling old Zhao became more talkative. He kept asking me how that medicine in the glass bottle was made, where it came from, and what ingredients were in it. The only ones who knew the ingredients and the method of making it were Researcher N and her team, and now they were all dead. How would I know? I was asked a bit impatiently, so I lied and told him it was actually corpse oil, extracted from dead bodies. As for the specific method, don't ask me. I don't know. If you want to know, Mr. Zhao, you can ask Lu Jiansheng and Xiao Lu too. They definitely know. "Oh, I see." The old man thought for a moment and fell silent. The theft hole went deeper and deeper. I jumped in with the head and began to dig, continuously throwing up shovelfuls of dirt. Bang! Suddenly, the head's whirlwind shovel hit some kind of metal object. Now, no one else was speaking, and the surroundings were very quiet. The sound was quite harsh. "Is it a find? What is it?" "Sister, you came over to ask." The head brushed off the dirt and pulled out a rusty bronze artifact. This bronze artifact had a strange shape. I had seen many bronze artifacts before, but this was the first time I had seen one like this, and I didn't recognize what it was called. It was a flat, round bronze vessel with a lid, which was sealed, and one could vaguely see an animal pattern carved on it. Just looking at the vessel's shape, this thing looked very much like the kind of hand warmer people use today. The preservation state was not very good. I felt that if someone lightly touched it, it would fall apart. After carefully examining the pattern on the lid, the head suspiciously said, "Isn't this the pattern of a tomb guardian beast? Take a closer look. Doesn't this pattern resemble the clam sculpture unearthed in Puyang, Hunan, several decades ago?" After seeing it, Yao Yuman kept nodding. "You know, it does look quite similar. If I remember correctly, that site in Puyang was from the late Neolithic period, much earlier than the Western Zhou." I didn't understand what they were talking about and asked Sister Yu what the clam sculpture was. Sister Yu told me that it had a monkey's tail and a pig's head, and when it was excavated back then, no one recognized it. Later, scholars discovered that this thing resembled an animal called clam sculpture in the ancient Shanhai Jing. So the term came about, and people in the field believe that the one from Puyang was a unique item. I didn't expect there to be a bronze artifact with the same pattern here. "Oh, I see. That's really precious, but unfortunately, it's all black dry rust and ruined." I sighed, expressing regret for this precious bronze artifact. Black dry rust is a term used in the tomb raiding industry. This type of rust is the least favored by people in the field because bronze artifacts with this rust color almost all come from dirty pits. And items from dirty pits have the lowest prices and poor conditions. By the way, let me elaborate. People in the field categorize the rust colors of bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Warring States period into 4 types. There is a saying that jade has its way of identifying quality, and bronze artifacts also have ways to determine prices based on rust. These categories are dry green rust, also known as flat rust, which is the kind that is all green. It is commonly found in northern regions such as Hebei, Shaanxi, and Inner Mongolia. The second type of rust is mercury rust, specifically referring to items pulled from water. This kind of rust is a white layer and is toxic. Bronze artifacts with mercury rust must be treated before being handled, otherwise, one could get poisoned. Then there is red-blue anti-lead rust, which is the type of rust that sells for the highest price in the industry. Big Brother's son once told me that if you encounter a large item with red-blue anti-lead rust, you must not wash it using the killing green method, as washing it would greatly reduce its value. The last type is the black dry rust on this bronze artifact. The presence of black dry rust on a bronze artifact indicates that it came from a dirty pit. A dirty pit refers to filthy places like dung heaps, latrines, pigsties, and sheep pens. The head picked up this bronze artifact and sniffed it, frowning as he said, "Indeed, it has a smell of feces and urine." True tomb raiders have very keen noses. The head is an old hand, and we naturally wouldn't doubt his words. Continuing to dig down, we gradually unearthed 2 more bronze artifacts with black dry rust. The shapes of these 2 artifacts were also quite strange, each one different. One had a lid with an engraving of a swimming little person covered in fish scales, thrashing in the water. The last one was even stranger, depicting a monster with a tiger's head and 8 legs, with a 4-legged snake coiling around its neck. Aren't these 2 ancient totem gods worshipped by the ancient Yu kingdom? Sister Hong exclaimed in surprise after looking at them. Xiao Hong, what do you know? The head asked. Sister Hong nodded affirmatively. You're right, head. These are indeed those 2 items. I used to be interested in ancient biological legends and have read the old version of the Shan Hai Jing more than once. This little person swimming with fish scales is called Zhou Yu, and the one with the 8-legged tiger head is called Zhu Qi. The first one we dug up is indeed called clam sculpture. These patterns were all once revered by the ancient Yu people's totem culture. Head, Yunfeng. You all continue digging down. I suspect there are other items we can unearth. Sister Hong rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Yunfeng, do you still remember the patterns on the golden coffin and silver coffin? I said, of course, the golden coffin and silver coffin are engraved with soldiers. And those soldiers have 4-legged snakes coiling on their heads. That's right, Sister Hong nodded. The soldiers of the ancient Yu kingdom had 4-legged snakes on their heads. And their prototype should be this Zhu Qi. She looked at everyone and said solemnly, the clues are connected. This Jieho was not just a great noble of the Western Zhou. He could also be a descendant of a certain branch of the ancient Yu people. Otherwise, Jieho would not have brought these totem elements into the tomb. The totem and ancestral gods. These patterns were not just patterns. Thousands of years ago, they were also a form of writing. This was a type of pictographic writing of the ancient Yu people, and nowadays, no one can decipher it. No one knows what these animal patterns represent. However, a deceased old professor published a note before he died, in which he believed that these ancient patterns might be the origin of Oracle Bone Script. Chapter 75. Money in the Mouth to speak of the origin of Oracle Bone Script. That is also a mystery. The ancient Yu kingdom and the ancient Shu kingdom were both prehistoric civilizations. In the country, apart from some sporadic patterns discovered by chance, historical records contain very little about this ancient civilization before the Shang and Zhou dynasties. We could understand so much thanks to Sister Hong's extensive knowledge. Otherwise, we would be completely in the dark and know nothing. Sister Hong played with these bronze artifacts back and forth, her brows furrowed as if she was pondering something. At this time, the head said, Yunfeng, let us put in more effort. We must finish this before that group arrives. Being able to see burial goods indicates that the main coffin isn't far away. After digging for a while, the whirlwind shovel struck a thick stone slab. This blue stone slab was quite large. The head called a few people down to help push it open. As soon as the stone slab was pushed open halfway, a foul smell suddenly wafted out, drilling straight into our noses. Not only me, but looking at everyone else's expressions, it was clear that everyone smelled it. Previously, when the slab was covering it, we couldn't smell anything, but once it was opened, it truly stank, almost like the smell of a latrine in the hot summer. I covered my nose and shouted, why does it smell so bad? Head, it can't really be a latrine down there, can it? I was the closest and was so nauseated by the smell that I kept gagging. What's wrong with a latrine? We have to go down anyway. Jieho's coffin is buried down there. Yunfeng, you little rascal, you're light. It's not too deep. You're the most suitable. We'll let you down with a rope. You take a flashlight and go down to check the situation. Huh, I said hesitantly, head. Aren't you asking me to jump into a latrine? 5 minutes later, I had a rope tied around my waist. The head reminded me to pay attention to safety, and then a few of them pulled the rope, lowering me down like a bucket. It wasn't very deep. The rope had gone down less than 5 meters when I stepped onto the ground. I shone my flashlight upwards and gave the head a safe landing gesture. The rope was long, so I didn't untie it. In case there was a big four-legged snake down there, they could pull me up in time. Shining the flashlight around, I immediately saw a huge bronze coffin lying horizontally in the northwest corner. The coffin lid was covered with dry black rust and a layer of decayed moss, and upon closer inspection, there was nothing else around this coffin. The closer I got to the coffin, the more foul the smell became. I had thought there was a pit of excrement below, but now, upon closer inspection, it seemed that all the odor was coming from this bronze coffin. Could it be that the coffin was filled with feces? How could it be so stinky? Even if it were feces, after 2,000 years, how could there still be a smell? I shouted loudly, reporting the situation to those above. You all come down quickly. There's a coffin. Before long, they descended holding onto ropes. Everyone circled around the bronze coffin a few times, unsure of how to proceed. Because we found that the entire coffin lid was sealed with molten copper, and there was no way to push it open by brute force. Step back. I'll give it a try, said Lou, the beggar, as he drew out a glimmering soft sword from his waist. The sword is the king of all weapons. And the soft sword is an exceptional type among swords. If used well, it can be both flexible and rigid. Ordinary people can't handle a soft sword without decades of practice. Lou, the flamboyant beggar, was famous in the martial world, and he earned that reputation. One could tell from the way he decapitated researcher and with a single strike that he had real skill with the soft sword. A sound of metal clashing rang out as Lou's soft sword struck perfectly into the gap of the coffin. With a sharp pull, a small crack opened up between the coffin lid and the main body of the coffin. Bronze may not be as hard as wrought iron, but it is still metal. This strike pierced straight through, illustrating just how powerful it was. Quick, get a shovel. Pry it open. Upon seeing this, the leader was delighted and hurriedly wedged a whirlwind shovel into the gap beneath the coffin lid. Due to the overwhelming stench, we all covered our noses and mouths with our clothes. Even though the coffin was cast with molten copper, after more than 2,000 years, the bronze had rusted severely. Once a gap was opened, it was just a matter of applying some force. After tinkering for about an hour, the leader used a steel shovel to pry it open, leveraging his weight and the principle of leverage to finally push open a corner of the coffin lid. As soon as that corner opened, a visible cloud of black smoke burst forth from the coffin. Being closest to the opening, I heard the leader scream, "Danger! It's corpse gas!" He shouted this and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the small plume of black smoke. I reacted a beat too slowly. I managed to run away, but I still inhaled a small breath of it. Instantly, I felt a bit dizzy, and my nose felt warm, blood starting to trickle out. "Don't move, lie flat quickly. It can be deadly," the old man from Shaanxi shouted at me. I hurriedly laid down on the ground. After just a minute or two, I felt not only dizzy but also discomfort in my throat, as if something invisible was tightening around it, making it hard to breathe. At the same time, my limbs began to shake uncontrollably. "Hold him down." The leader's expression was uncertain as the others firmly restrained my limbs. "Open your mouth and swallow it whole. Don't bite it," the old man from Shaanxi said as he pulled out a small black pill from his bag and stuffed it into my mouth. I swallowed the black pill without chewing, and then he took out a small self-sealing bag containing a handful of green willow leaves, looking fresh even though sealed. He stuffed a handful of the green leaves into my mouth, instructing me not to chew or swallow, just to hold them in my mouth. After about 5 minutes, he said, "That should be enough. Spit it out carefully, don't swallow it." When I spat out the willow leaves, I saw they were no longer green but had turned completely black. Seeing the blackened leaves I spat out, the old man sighed in relief, saying, "It's fine. You didn't inhale much. Fortunately, I brought something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived 10 minutes. Although I still felt a bit dizzy, I could sense I was getting better. I struggled to sit up and thanked the old man for his help. The leader also sighed in relief seeing that I was all right, and he said earnestly, "It's good that I brought Zhao here this time. Corpse gas is what we tomb raiders fear the most. Once you inhale this, even the strongest person can't last more than 10 minutes. At that moment, the old man from Shaanxi squinted at the bronze coffin, his expression grave, saying, "There's corpse gas, and it's so thick that it's black. This indicates that the body inside hasn't decayed. A coffin with only white bones wouldn't accumulate such dense corpse gas. It's good if the body hasn't risen. If it does, and our ancestral binding ropes break, we can only use the mouth money. As for whether the mouth money can hold it down, the old man shook his head, saying we can only pray to the ancestors for protection and leave it to fate." After saying this, he took out a bundle from his pocket, which was wrapped in several layers of plastic, with the innermost layer covered in newspaper. Carefully unwrapping the newspaper, he pinched out a pure gold coin with an ancient patina from it. This gold coin, about 3 centimeters in diameter, was a small flat coin, inscribed with the 4 characters in Gantong Bao in seal script, with a robust and ancient style. I was taken aback because I recognized this type of currency. The Ingantong Bao was minted by the rebel leader Li Shun during the Chunhua period of the Northern Song dynasty and ranks among the top 50 ancient coins, being extremely rare. So far, only 1 iron small flat coin and 1 bronze J5 coin have been discovered, both being first-class treasures. Moreover, the one in the old man's hand was a gold version of the Ingantong Bao, which had never been seen before, not even recorded in any historical catalog of coins. This should be a unique item. Chapter 76, finally seeing me in a daze. The old man shot me a proud glance and said, "This Ingan Tong Bao is indeed a family heirloom." My ancestor Zhao was a spear-wielding officer in front of General Li Shan. Besides protecting General Li's personal safety, our ancestors were also responsible for gathering and collecting corpses on the battlefield. I thought to myself, no wonder, with such a family heirloom. It's unlikely that there isn't some historical significance behind its inheritance. If one day this gentleman decides to leave this profession, just selling this unique ancient coin could provide enough money for his descendants to live comfortably for generations. Then, the old man, looking nervous while holding the mouth money, said to the leader, "It should be about time. Let us open it." The leader nodded solemnly. It would be impossible to push open such a heavy bronze coffin lid directly by hand. So the method we adopted was to use the whirlwind shovel's steel handle as a lever. We inserted it and gradually pried it open. As we continued to apply force, the bronze coffin lid emitted a series of unpleasant, grating sounds. The previous corpse gas was just a breath, with a loud bang. The nearly 1,000-pound coffin lid crashed to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust, holding the mouth money in readiness. The leader and I lowered our heads and simultaneously raised our flashlights to shine inside. Upon seeing the scene in the coffin, even though I had mentally prepared myself, I still felt my stomach churn, almost vomiting. It was too disgusting, no wonder it smelled so bad. Everyone who witnessed this scene changed color, for we saw that the coffin was filled with a layer of the corpses of four-legged snakes, numbering over 100. These snake corpses were intertwined, forming a large spiral like a giant twist, all in a semi-rotten state, with large white maggots writhing up and down among the decaying snake flesh. The leader's expression darkened as he said, "Where did the bodies go? Why are there only these creatures? Where's the body of the general?" After saying this, the leader, not believing in evil, suppressed his discomfort and used the whirlwind shovel as a spade to dig through the pile of snake flesh. As he moved his hands, he suddenly realized, wait, there's a partition in this coffin. There's another layer below. Yinfeng, come help. Get these things out. The leader turned his head and instructed me. The smell inside the coffin was simply overwhelming. I was continually shoveling out the decayed lizards with a shovel in hand. And under the flashlight, the surface of my whirlwind shovel had a white layer on it. That was maggots, which truly disgusted me. After handling most of it, just as the leader said, there was indeed a partition inside the coffin, and a large pile of lizards was spread out over it. I tapped the shovel against it, and from the sound, I could tell there was space beneath. At that moment, Yao Yuman suddenly spoke up. "Wang Baitu, look quickly. Isn't there a small hole in the middle?" Indeed, after she pointed it out, the leader and I noticed that there was an irregularly shaped small hole in the middle. The hole was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle, resembling a type of keyhole. Hongjie suddenly said suspiciously, "I feel like I've seen something shaped like this before." She looked up at me and said, "Yinfeng, do you remember that bronze artifact?" "Bronze artifact? What bronze artifact?" Suddenly, a memory flashed in my mind. The bronze axe. That ceremonial vessel. Yes, it was that thing. Hongjie pointed at the small hole and said, "Narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. And look, I estimate the size and width should be about right." How could this be? Previously, Chun Jianxing had obtained that thing, which means it is very likely that it has now fallen into the hands of Xiaoyou's group. The leader's face darkened, and he asked the beggar Lu Yi if he could try to open this partition like before. However, beggar Lu shook his head after looking. There's no point in trying. The coffin lid was cast with molten copper, and the lid and the coffin itself are separate. Plus, after 1,000 years, it's severely rusted, which is why I could open it. This partition was made as one piece back then, and I can't open it. If we had explosives, that would be different. We indeed had explosives before. The detonators were in Hongjie's bag. We had used two and had some left, but later we were caught. And that group took the backpack away. Hongjie glanced at the leader. The leader shook his head, saying he didn't have such things with him. Everyone fell into silence. If we had enough time, we could think of a way to open this partition in the coffin, but we didn't have that time anymore. According to the leader's guess, that group might already be on their way here. At this moment, I raised my hand and hesitated. Shouldn't we retreat first? No. Let's think of another way. The leader took a deep breath. He didn't want to give up just like that. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from outside the hole. I saw several beams of flashlight flickering in the distance and vaguely heard voices. I stepped back in shock and said, "Hurry, run. They're coming." "Run? Kid, where are you going to run? Dig underground?" Beggar Lu drew his soft sword, a cold smile on his lips. Yao Yuman also pulled out her small handgun, loading bullets one by one into the magazine. The leader's forehead showed veins, and he quietly instructed us, "Remember, follow my lead." I tightened my grip on the whirlwind shovel, swallowed hard, and stared fixedly at the direction of the hole. The footsteps got closer, and more flashlights appeared. As they turned a corner, I was the first to see Chun Jianxing leading the way. He was followed by a group of people. Some familiar faces I had seen before: Xiaolu, the owl woman, Jian Gu, and others. Some of them carried machetes, while others held guns, their numbers double ours. We had rushed and still ended up encountering them, but from the leader's expression, it seemed he was not considering hiding anymore. At that moment, both sides came face to face. "Oh, isn't this Chen Hong? And this kid? So you guys have been hiding here?" Chun Jianxing shone his flashlight directly into my eyes. Hongjie coldly stared at her without saying a word. The leader raised his hand to signal us not to act rashly. Beipai, Wang Xianxing, the leader greeted Xiaolu. Under the tense atmosphere, Xiaolu stepped forward with his hands behind his back and said, Wang Xianxing, right? I know you. And I also know you came down a long time ago. Truly a tumbler. I've had people looking for you, but couldn't find you. You're good at hiding. So, have you decided not to hide anymore? Or do you want to fight me? Chun Jianxing suddenly laughed. With so many of us, and with Jiangu and Wen Jie here, do these lowly tunneling rats dare to bare their fangs at us? I felt my anger rise. The young man's impulsive temper flared up. As long as the leader gave the order, I would dare to charge forward with the shovel. What is the worst that could happen? After all this being caught and chased, it was too suffocating. It would be better to fight them head-on than to suffer this humiliation. If I die, then so be it. The leader remained calm and sneered. That's right. We don't dare provoke the Changchun society. We really are rats. But, you know, a rat in a corner can also bite people, don't you think? The clear sound drew Xiaoyu's attention to the people behind the leader. Beggar Lu flicked the blade of his sword and grinned. Old Su Qin. It's been over 10 years since we've seen each other. Even though I'm no longer with the Changchun society, I still think of you sometimes, old buddy. Chapter 77. Negotiation years have passed, and we are all older now. I wonder if you, Su Qin, can still handle a sword? How about we have a try and see if your 33 flying daggers are faster or my sword? Xiaolu squinted and said lightly. I didn't expect the person Wang Xianxing brought was you. Why not? Not only me, but also him. Beggar Lu pointed his sword at Lu Yushan. According to the rules of the martial world, both sides should greet each other first. Xiaolu was of a higher generation than Lu Yushan, but in terms of reputation in the martial world, he was far inferior to the Tianjin Qi Lu family. Sir, this beggar isn't here to beg. Chun Jianxing seemed to have thought of something, his expression becoming 3 parts serious. Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. State your conditions. He looked somewhat wary. I understood my own worth and knew he was truly wary of the few helpers the leader had brought. The leader looked at him and said coldly, Our conditions are simple. Hand over the Sun brothers, and then we split the things in the bronze coffin in half. Anything else? Xiaolu asked coldly. The leader shook his head. That's all. Sir. Chun Jianxing jumped out, pointing at us. We have more people. Why should we agree to their conditions? Sir, how can you explain this to the society? Slap. Sir, you? Chun Jianxing covered one side of his face, incredulous. Xiaolu didn't even look at Chun Jianxing and said indifferently, I keep my word. We only want the corpse in the coffin. All other burial items belong to you. Though I was unwilling, I could see the situation clearly. Both sides were wary. Once a fight broke out, the dead would not be just 1 or 2. At the same time, I also knew that without Tianjin Qi Lu and Beggar Lu, they would never negotiate with the leader. Ultimately, Xiaolu still looked down on the leader and us Tomb Raiders. 10 minutes later, both sides stood on opposite sides, the atmosphere seemingly calm, but with undercurrents swirling. No one knew if the other side would suddenly strike. Everyone was on guard. After hearing the leader speak, Xiaolu glanced at the partition inside the bronze coffin and turned to ask Chun Jianxing, Is what they said true? Where's that bronze axe now? Chun Jianxing waved his hand and said, Sir, I estimate that no one would believe it if I told them. I really found it by accident. And I buried it first to lure Chun Hong into the trap. I didn't expect it to be dug up and taken away by that group of beasts later. As you know, I suffered quite a bit to train those beasts. This isn't difficult, Lu Yushan said as he stepped forward. As long as the item is still in their hands, there's a way to get it back. He then whistled, and shortly after, a baboon with a pendant around its neck came trotting in. At this moment, I noticed something. When he whistled, the white-headed eagle on the woman's shoulder flapped its wings several times, appearing restless. The woman, who claimed her surname was One, had to calm it down a few times before it settled. Lu Yushan patted the baboon's head and said lightly, Go, bring the item back. The baboon obeyed and left. Time passed quickly. It might have been less than half an hour when the baboon returned, but it had many more wounds than before. Its eyes and nose were scratched, and blood was streaming down its face, making its injuries quite shocking. Lu Yushan held out his hand and took a bronze object from the baboon. This was indeed the bronze axe that had been stolen earlier. Like the bronze chime bells I encountered before, which could still function after over 2,000 years. This indicated the impressive craftsmanship of ancient mechanisms. At this moment, the bronze coffin resembled a large mechanism box, and the key to open it was already in our hands. Yin Feng, you take it. He suddenly handed the bronze axe to me. All eyes instantly focused on me. Feeling uneasy under so many gazes, I didn't say anything but reached out and inserted the bronze axe into a small hole on the coffin's partition. Click. The bronze axe fit perfectly into the small hole, neither too big nor too small, appearing as one. I first tried to twist it to the left. Nothing happened. Then I tried to turn it to the right, but still no response. Sweat began to bead on my forehead, and my hands trembled slightly. At this moment, Yao Yuman reminded me, although mechanism boxes are complex and delicate, they always have some flaws. Yin Feng, try moving it up and down first. Then aim for the left at a 45-degree angle. I repositioned the bronze axe and followed Yao Jia's advice, starting to try again. Bit by bit, I had just turned the bronze axe to a 45-degree angle when I heard 2 clicks, followed by the sound of chains being pulled. It opened. Instantly, all eyes turned towards me. With the unseen chains moving, the bronze partition inside the coffin began to slide open to the right, little by little. To everyone's surprise, underneath the partition appeared a golden silk jade mat. The mat was intact with golden threads, and the jade pieces were greenish. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like there was a person covered by the mat. The golden silk jade robe was only invented during the Han Dynasty, and seeing the actual object before me made me realize that the prototype of the golden silk jade robe existed as early as the Western Zhou period. You go. The little boss waved to a middle-aged man beside him. The man swallowed hard, looking a bit scared. The mat possibly covered a corpse from over 2,000 years ago, and anyone involved in this matter would likely feel a sense of dread. I quietly asked the old man from Xiangxi, Zhao Yi, what do you think is going on? Is there a ghostly corpse under the jade mat? The old man gripped the money in his hand, his expression somewhat grim. Just then, Yao Yuman pulled me back. What's wrong, Yao Jia? I asked. Yao Yuman looked serious. She showed me her ancestral compass. I was taken aback to see that the compass needles, the sewing needle, the north needle, and the true needle, were all aligned on one line, which pointed straight at the bronze coffin. This phenomenon on the compass was rare. Yao Jia whispered to me. Usually, when the compass works, only the true needle, which is the longest, will swing left and right. But in this situation, with all three needles aligned, in feng shui, it's called one line of yin. I hurriedly asked her what would happen if this phenomenon occurred. Yao Jia leaned closer to my ear and whispered, Yin Feng, remember, if something happens, turn around and run, understand? The path you heard during the thunder might lead to the surface. I nodded, my heart pounding, my palms sweating with tension. The man slowly reached out to lift the jade mat, but suddenly, his hand froze in midair. At that moment, everyone's flashlights started flickering. Unsure if it was due to low battery or something else, the lights became inconsistent. Chapter 78. Lifting the corpse, Chun Jiaxing shouted, Damn it, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up. The man gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He muttered something and then grabbed a corner of the jade mat, yanking it hard. The real figure emerged. The GHU was revealed. Those with guts rushed over to take a look. I was also scared, but my curiosity was stronger. So I cautiously stepped forward. Yuck. Not knowing what he saw, the man who lifted the jade mat suddenly leaned over the coffin and vomited violently, as if he was bringing up last night's meal. Then, I saw it, and everyone else saw it too. Especially Zhao Yi from Xiangxi. His face looked the worst. Inside the coffin lay a male corpse, not decayed after over 2,000 years, but its clothes had long rotted away. The corpse's skin was sunken and shriveled. Yet its face was unusually large, as if it had been soaked in water. The male corpse had its eyes closed. Its lower lip flipped up, completely covering the upper lip, and long hair sprawled on either side of its body. Upon closer inspection, the corpse's fingernails were still growing, turning blue and black at the tips, exceeding 5 centimeters in length. How to describe it? It was as if the corpse was swollen like a round soccer ball. But this soccer ball had been deflated by someone stepping on it, making the features look as if they had been pressed down by hand. The entire face was covered in pale pus, stretching out. No one touch it. Zhao Yi from Xiangxi suddenly shouted. The little boss squinted and said, Oh, what do you mean, sir? The old man replied gravely, You know what I mean better than I do. A corpse that hasn't decayed for 1,000 years. With hair regrowth, in the underground land of 7 feet, this corpse has already become a ghostly corpse. Once it comes into contact with human energy, it can rise at any time. Do you know what the consequences will be if a ghostly corpse rises? Oh, is that all? Do you have anything else to say? The little boss replied calmly. We had an agreement beforehand. I value the face of my friends in the martial world. Since we dared to come, we certainly wouldn't come unprepared. The little boss waved his hand, and immediately, a middle-aged man stepped out from among the group. This middle-aged man, around 50, had a mustache and held a coiled black thick rope in his hand. A binding rope for corpses? Kid, are you also from Xiangxi? Does your family have a name? The middle-aged man with a mustache slightly bowed and politely said, replying to Zhao Yi, My father is Qin Bihua, and my grandfather is Qin Sholi. The old man from Xiangxi's face darkened upon hearing this. The old Qin family guards a territory, never participating in the disputes of the martial world, hiding for generations at the foot of Tiger Hill. Why, has it come to your generation? The middle-aged man moved the binding rope in his hand, speaking sincerely, replying to Zhao Yi, My ancestors have adhered to their traditions for a long time. In my generation, there is no need to let the descendants of the old Qin family suffer anymore. I have the ability to let them live a better life. And all of this is for the sake of money. After all, money can make the devil push the mill. Since both parties have made prior arrangements, I kindly ask Master Zhao to make way. I have previously tied up a smaller one, so binding this older one should be no problem. Even if it comes back to life due to human energy, with our Qin family's ancestral skills, I am confident I can subdue it. I know that the person is referring to the corpse they previously took from the golden coffin and silver casket, which should be the younger daughter of the Jiao Marquis. As for why my second brother was carefully placed in the golden coffin and silver casket, I suspect there is a secret I am not aware of. I secretly touched my pants pocket, guessing it might be related to the blue potion in the glass bottle in my pocket. Researcher N had told me before he died that the corpse had turned into a monster, and she claimed to have seen old Su bitten to death. This means that thing must have already come back to life. From the expressions of Master Zhao and the man he was talking to, I could tell that this man, who claimed to be a descendant of the Qin family, held a significant position in the corpse driving business. since he was invited by the little leader. It indicates he must have genuine skills. At that moment, I patted Master Zhao's shoulder, and he sighed, no longer blocking the way. Watching the man's actions, Master Zhao explained to us, this family is not simple. Pay attention, he is wearing gloves, and those gloves are not ordinary gloves. They are made from pig bladder and baking soda mixed together. Wearing these gloves to touch the corpse can isolate the human energy on his hands and prevent it from coming back to life. He is preparing to tie up the corpse with ropes, and you should observe closely. He keeps his head turned outward while tying the ropes, which prevents human breath from blowing onto the corpse's face. In corpse is rare, let alone this 2,000-year-old one. It is understandable that someone in Changchun would want this in corpse because its existence is far rarer than those mummies from ancient Egypt. I have spent my whole life in this field, and I am seeing this level of in corpse for the first time. Rarity brings value. I saw the middle-aged man put on gloves made from pig bladder, then tilt his head and skillfully wrap the corpse with the tying ropes. Finally, he pulled out a very old burlap sack, which looked aged and had the words "Avoid" face written on it with red cinnabar. He put the sack over the corpse's head with considerable strength and did it swiftly, without any hesitation. In just a few minutes, the sack was over the head, and the tying ropes were knotted. The entire process appeared calm and fluid. After finishing everything, the man turned to nod at the little leader. The little leader waved his hand, and Chun Jiansheng and another person hurried over, both carrying a long bamboo pole. When the middle-aged man left knots in the tying ropes, Chun Jiansheng threaded the bamboo pole through the knots, shouting, "One breath. Lift." The corpse of the tomb owner moved, but did not rise. Chun Jiansheng's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted again, "It's heavier than a dead pig. Lift." Slowly, with some wobbling. The two of them used the bamboo pole to lift the tomb owner's corpse out of the coffin. Master Zhao, seeing this scene, sighed. With the tying ropes binding the corpse, the yellow sack covering the head, and the green bamboo pole piercing through the body, the in corpse is hidden from view, not touching the ground or people. This is the three nose. No wonder he is the son of Qin Bihua. His methods are extraordinary. Seeing that the corpse was secured, the little leader spoke. The item Changchun Association wanted is in hand. I am no longer interested in the other items. The agreement still stands, if you're not afraid. Follow me. Once we arrive, I will naturally hand over those three people to you. He said this and turned to leave. The others slowly retreated with him, seemingly still wary of us, probably fearing we might suddenly attack from behind. Let us go. Follow them to retrieve the people. I stepped out. I caught up with the little leader and whispered, "Leader, are we just going to let this go? Did you not see my second brother's condition? We have no idea. This group has used some kind of sorcery to put my second brother in the coffin and let the four-legged snake suck his blood. We can't be sure if he is still alive. It won't just end like this." The little leader squinted at the backs of that group. My plan has only just begun. Chapter 79. Cave number 9. Originally, the two groups were not on the same side, and we walked cautiously, keeping a distance between our group and the little leader's group. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say both groups had their own agendas. The in corpse was heavy, and Chun Jiansheng and that group took turns using the bamboo pole to lift it, so their pace was slow. At this time, Hong Jie whispered in my ear that she had borrowed the leader's backpack and secretly stuffed the 3 bronze artifacts from the grave pit into it. I knew these 3 bronze artifacts would definitely be hot commodities on the black market outside, and when Hong Jie took them, she would surely find a way to cash them in. I had a vague worry about this. According to what Yao Yuman had said before, once these unique bronze artifacts flowed into the black market, it could bring us disaster. If we were called in for questioning, it would be over. Hong Jie might have sensed my concern. She quietly explained, "Don't worry, I have a way. When we get out, I'll contact the goons in Hong Kong, and we'll sell the items through a middleman. The goons are quite clever. They have their own circles. As long as we don't make a fuss in the local black market, no one will trace it back to the leader." While we were talking, we arrived at our destination. In front of us was an open area not far from the underground dark river, where that group had set up several tents, similar to the one researcher used. It seems they had been hiding here for some time. Outside the tents, someone was on lookout, leaning back in a chair and smoking. Seeing the little leader return with people, he quickly threw away his cigarette and ran over. Chun Jiansheng, with the bamboo pole on his shoulder, walked into one of the tents with the corpse. The little leader asked the man on guard if everything was normal, and he respectfully replied that everything was fine. "Luer, take this group to cave number 9 and release those 3 people you are guarding." The man raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sir, release those 3? Isn't that a bit problematic?" "No need." The little leader waved his hand. "That little thing is too fierce. You saw what happened last time. Mr. Qin was present, and we lost 3 people. This time, thanks to Mr. Qin's help, we have this big one, so the small one is dispensable. You should send a message back to the association saying the item is in hand, and to send a car to Shun to pick it up as soon as possible." "Yes, I understand." The man respectfully nodded and waved at us. "You guys, come with me." As we were leaving, Beggar Lu stopped by the little leader's side and laughed. "Old Su Qin, you're getting on in years, still running around for the association. They must appreciate you. You've gone to such lengths to come to Shun just to tie up this 1,000-year-old Zongzi. I think you should stop being called Su Qin with a sword, and be called Su Qin with a corpse instead. Haha." The little leader's expression changed slightly, and I noticed his right hand subtly lifted. Beggar Lu placed his hand on his waist, and his smile suddenly faded. After about a minute, the little leader suddenly lowered his hand and shook his head, saying, "I'll do whatever the association arranges. Old beggar, don't push your luck." Heh. Beggar Lu chuckled, patting his shoulder as he brushed past him. Seeing Beggar Lu approach, I quietly asked him, "Lu Yi, I noticed the little leader is quite wary of you. Is it because he is afraid he can't beat you?" "Can't beat? Not at all." Beggar Lu shook his head. "Kid, it's not about who can beat whom. It's about the different forces each side represents. Forget it. You wouldn't understand if I explained it to you. You guys should hurry up and leave once you get the people." I curled my lip, thinking how this person spoke in a way that was as half covered as his head. Just now, he claimed to have plans, but when I asked him what plans, he was as cryptic as ever, not revealing a single word. After walking another 100 meters, we turned and arrived at the 9th hole. The man leading us suddenly turned around and said, "The 9th hole is actually an underground cave. This kind of geological structure is quite common under Moth Mountain, especially when searching along the sides of the underground river. I guess that the 9th cave was a name made up by this group of people. Maybe there was also an 8th cave and a 7th cave." Stopping outside the cave, the man activated the strobe function of his flashlight and kept flashing it into the cave. Soon, there was a response from inside. Someone was also flashing a flashlight back out. After turning off the strobe function, he let us follow him inside. There was a large iron door at the cave's entrance, fixed to the walls with cast iron bolts. This door was very thick, and the iron pipes in the middle looked solid, about as thick as a child's arm. Hanging in the middle of the door was a large iron lock, and it was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that this door was definitely installed by this group after they came down. "Oh, it's you, 6th brother," someone inside said while searching for keys and sizing us up. "What are these people doing, 6th brother?" "Ah, Yuan, you don't need to ask so much. These are all friends of the adult. They are here to pick up the goods. Just open the door and let them in. Also, the adult asked me to tell you that you've worked hard guarding the 9th hole alone, but don't worry, we'll be going out soon. Once we're out, the adult will send your share to your sister." I noticed something. When he heard the phrase "pick up the goods," the man's hand searching for the keys paused for a moment. Additionally, when he heard 6th brother's last sentence, there was a slight change in his expression. From these small actions and micro-expressions, I couldn't be sure of anything. It could also just be his unconscious movements. He smiled and said, "Got it. So you're here to pick up the goods. You see, my eyesight is poor. It took me so long to find a key. I'm sorry to have delayed everyone." Click. The man unlocked the iron lock. "Please follow me. I'll take you there." After walking 5 or 6 minutes into the cave, we came to a bend. The man leading us shone his flashlight there and said, "Once you turn the corner, you'll see the person you're looking for." At this moment, the usually quiet Zhao from Xiangxi suddenly looked ahead and said, "I feel like something is not right." "Oh," Beggar Lu said curiously, "what is not right? Does little Lu dare to harm us? As long as my old friends around me are still alive, he doesn't have the guts. Not to mention him, even those few in the association would think twice." The man spread his hands and smiled. "Oh, you see, I was instructed by the adult to bring you here to pick up the goods. How could I harm you?" "No." Yao Yuman's pupils contracted as he looked at the man's empty outstretched hands and sternly asked, "Where are the keys?" "The keys you had just now." I shone my flashlight, stiffly turned my head back, and saw that the large iron door we had just come through was locked at some point. And the man who had been following us, calling himself 6th brother, was also nowhere to be seen. In an instant, my scalp tightened, and a bad feeling arose in my heart. The man was still laughing, saying, 6th brother and the adult said they would help take care of my sister. My life is for my sister. Only my sister is good in this world. Yao Yuman suddenly pulled out a gun, disengaged the safety, and raised it with one hand, pointing the dark muzzle at the man's forehead. "Speak. What do you want to do?" The man didn't speak and closed his eyes. Yao Yuman's face turned pale. She seemed to sense something and hurriedly took out a small talisman from her bosom. We all saw clearly that the current talisman had 3 needles combined into one, with the needle tip pointing straight towards the corner ahead. This was a line of Een. Suddenly, from the corner ahead, there was a sound of dragging iron chains and the clanging of chains colliding with each other. Chapter 80. Suppressing the corpse in the darkness. The sound of the iron chains being pulled at the corner grew louder, and everyone's nerves instantly tensed. Suddenly, the man grabbed the gun barrel and looked at Yao Yuman, laughing maniacally. "Huh, it's too late. In a few minutes, it'll be mealtime. The little one hasn't been fed in 2 days. You all have to die? You all have to die? Don't mind him." Zhao from Xiangxi hurriedly searched through his bag, saying loudly, "In corpse's great strength and hard skin with no feeling. It doesn't fear ordinary knives and guns. We must act first. Let us go." As he spoke, he took out the family heirloom talisman. This was the coin used by Zhao's ancestors, which he claimed had the effect of suppressing in corpses and isolating human energy. Bang! Yao Yuman, with a frosty expression, shot through the man's calf without mercy. The man endured the pain remarkably. Though he was sweating profusely, he didn't shout or scream. Instead, he painfully grinned and said, "Die, die, let us all die together." Haha. Leading with the talisman in hand, Zhao and I walked at the front. As we got closer, the clanging of chains grew louder. And the more we couldn't see, the more fearful and uncertain we felt. Our path back had been sealed off. This was definitely little Lu's plan. Things were not as expected. Beggar Lu remained silent with a cold face. Little Lu didn't choose to confront us head-on, but devised such a vicious plan, wanting to feed us all to the corpse. Several flashlights were turned to the highest setting, and as we turned the corner, we shone them forward. Even though we had prepared ourselves mentally, when we saw what was locked up by the chains, we were still frightened. The chains locked a small, bloated corpse, estimated to be less than 1.50 meters tall. Perhaps because it had been soaked in the big white box earlier, the corpse was severely decayed. Its head, chest, abdomen, and calves had large areas of rotting flesh with pockmarked holes, and the stench mixed with a strong chemical odor invaded our noses. Additionally, the face of this corpse could not simply be described as terrifying. Its face was covered in bluish-white rotten flesh with various depressions, creating a combination of disgust and horror. It seemed to sense the living and began to struggle violently, dirt falling sporadically from the walls. And the iron chains could break free at any moment. Zhao from Xiangxi popped the pill into his mouth, raised the talisman, and shouted, "Beggar, open your mouth." With the soft sword in hand, Beggar Lu shook the sword and stepped forward, stabbing towards the creature's mouth. This thrust was incredibly fast. I could even hear the sound of slicing through the air. Crack! The sword pierced into the mouth, and Beggar Lu shouted that it couldn't be done. The creature's teeth had bitten down. With a strange noise, the iron chains fixed to the wall snapped. Beggar Lu was shocked. He kicked back, using the recoil to pull out the soft sword. Back! Quickly! Seeing that the only binding iron chain had broken, Zhao from Xiangxi turned and retreated. Yao Jia was the first to run to the iron door, shaking it desperately, but that big lock held the iron door shut tightly, and it couldn't be opened at all. Everyone gasped as they ran to the iron door, only to hear a scream from behind. The man who had been shot through the calf by Yao Yuman and couldn't move had encountered a problem. "Zhao, we can't get out. Think of a way." Beggar Lu shouted urgently. The old man thought for a moment, then looked at us with a serious expression and said that the corpse-binding rope could no longer be used. And using the money in our mouths would be much more difficult. With the retreat now cut off, there was only one way to deal with the 1,000-year-old corpse's energy. This was the method. This was made with yellow cane mixed with mugwort. He looked at me, the Beggar Lu, and Lu Yushan, and said there were only 3 left now. You should hold them in your mouths, as they can prevent the energy from the corpse. After speaking, the old man gave each of us a small black pill. This pill was identical to the one I had taken earlier, used to ward off corpse energy. The sound of iron chains dragging on the ground echoed again. And the old man looked ahead and said, "Please remember, there are only 3 pills, and there is only one chance for close contact. If we cannot subdue this thing this time, all of us will be in danger." In the dark, I turned on the flashlight. A small black shadow appeared ahead, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be holding a dripping, bloody human arm. The light from the flashlight startled the creature. "It's here." I quickly put the pill given by the old man into my mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Yao Yuman aimed at the creature and fired 3 shots in a row, but the creature only swayed slightly. "Go," the old man shouted, gripping the gold coin tightly and rushing forward. Gritting our teeth, the 3 of us also charged ahead. If we didn't fight for our lives, we would die. If we fought hard, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The corpse reached out to grab us. The Beggar Lu used his wrist to deflect with his soft sword, then jumped high off the wall with his right foot, his legs in the air like cannonballs, kicking hard at the corpse's face. The creature fell to the ground from the inertia, and Lu Yushan and I immediately lunged at it from the left and right, pinning it down. The old man from Xiangxi acted swiftly. He pinched the gold coin between his 2 fingers and was about to shove it into the creature's mouth. However, the first attempt failed as the creature struggled wildly, causing it to miss. In close contact, a wave of foul and fishy odor spread. Even with the pill in my mouth, I still felt affected. The creature's strength was increasing, and I was using all my might. I felt like I was about to lose my grip. "Hurry, I can hardly hold on." In the midst of the crisis, the old man suddenly became fierce. He didn't aim anymore and directly reached out with his right hand. "Grandpa Zhao?" The corpse directly bit down hard on the old man's wrist, and blood immediately gushed out. The old man's face turned pale from excessive blood loss. After finding the right position, he pressed and released his right hand, and the gold coin, bright and shiny, was perfectly shoved into the corpse's mouth. The effect was almost instantaneous. A burning smell emanated from the creature's mouth. This smell, mixed with the foul odor, made one feel nauseous. The movements of the corpse became smaller and smaller, and within seconds, it lay still on the ground. The old man pulled back his right hand, his face pale, and I saw blood pouring from the wound on his wrist, with 2 rows of bite marks almost piercing through. The old man looked at the Beggar Lu and gasped, "Quick!" The Beggar Lu nodded, swinging his soft sword. He struck down swiftly. Hongjia hurried over, rummaging through her bag to find bandages, quickly helping the old man to stop the bleeding. Hongjia wrapped it very tightly. If the bandage loosened even a little, the blood wouldn't stop. Looking at the corpse on the ground, it was completely motionless, like a half-rotten dead body. The old man from Xiangxi had lost his right hand. However, I didn't see any hint of disappointment in his eyes. Instead, I felt a sense of relief and accomplishment from him. There was no need to exert too much effort. Just a simple wrap would suffice. If an ordinary person were bitten by such a creature, even with good rescue measures, they wouldn't survive more than a month. This creature's mouth harbored a large number of bacteria from coffins, which is why it's said in folklore that once a person is bitten by a zombie, regardless of the size of the wound, they cannot survive. Upon hearing the old man's words, the beggar Lou immediately drew his sword and said, "If that's the case, old man, since you've been bitten by the Ian corpse, won't you also turn into one? If so, then I'll send you on your way now." Cough, cough. The old man coughed several times, anxiously saying, "That's for ordinary people. Our Zhao family has been in this line of work for generations. How could we not have some means to protect ourselves? Within 3 days, as long as we can get out, I have a way to save myself. I won't turn into a zombie. Why are you in such a hurry?" Chapter 81. Sealing the tomb and blocking the road. Different paths, different mountains. I didn't understand the ins and outs of it. I thought the old man meant that being bitten by this creature was similar to being bitten by a lizard. Both had bacteria in their mouths, and further treatment needed to be done within 3 days, otherwise it could be life-threatening. The old man looked at the motionless corpse on the ground and asked, "Grandpa Zhao, how long can the money in our mouths last? Is there a time limit? We don't want it to rise again later." After bandaging the wound, Grandpa Zhao weakly said, "Don't worry, as long as the money is in your mouth. This thing won't rise. That group might come back for a second attack. We need to find the key and leave here as soon as possible. No need for trouble." The key has been found. Just as he finished speaking, Hongjia emerged from the wall hole with a bunch of keys. It had only taken a moment for the person to hide the keys. I guess the hiding place must be close to the iron gate. She shook the keychain in her hand. After trying each key, we opened the iron gate and walked out of cave number 9. We used the flashlight to check the surroundings, but didn't see that group. I asked, "What do we do next?" The old man pondered for a moment and said, "Little Lou, be cautious. However, I suspect that their leader should be locked up nearby. Let's walk around near cave number 9 and see." Grandpa Zhao might have lost too much blood. I saw him walking very slowly, needing support to barely move. The situation was just as the old man guessed. We walked back along cave number 9 and soon found cave number 7, as well as an unmarked cave. The only regret was that there were no Sun brothers locked inside the cave. After walking for another half hour, the old man suddenly said urgently, "Turn off the flashlight. There's something ahead." We turned off the flashlight and crouched down to look ahead. The cave structure transmitted sound well, and I heard voices ahead. Damn it. After guarding this cursed place for so long, we're finally going to get out today. Once I'm out, I need to find 3 girls to vent my frustration. I've been holding it in for too long. Alright, stop complaining. Brother Jin wants us to move the people over quickly, clean up, and leave. This job has a high bonus. With so much money, once we're out, you can do whatever you want. After finishing their cigarettes, the two turned and entered the cave. The old man glanced at the beggar Lou, who nodded and said, "2 ordinary people, I'll take care of it. You wait for my news." After speaking, he drew his soft sword and stealthily approached the wall. In less than 10 minutes, a flashlight from the cave flashed towards us, and the old man waved his hand, signaling us to go. When we entered the cave, we saw the 2 guards lying in a pool of blood, having already breathed their last. The beggar Lou was biting the flashlight, wiping his soft sword. Seeing how ruthless Lou was, I knew he was holding back his anger. At that moment, the old man suddenly raised his hand. "Don't make a sound. Listen." I listened carefully, and from the back of the cave, I vaguely heard whimpering sounds. Over there. The beggar Lou walked over with his sword. As soon as we turned the corner, we saw 3 people lying on the ground, all bound and with rags stuffed in their mouths. These 3 were none other than the long-lost Sun brothers. "Big brother, boss." As soon as they were untied, the elder brother tightly grasped the old man's hand, excitedly saying, "I knew it. I knew you would find us." The elder brother looked disheveled, with clothes that hadn't been changed in months, giving off a sour smell, likely due to long-term dehydration and malnutrition. His lips were cracked, and he looked much thinner than before, with a haggard expression. The old man immediately asked, "What is the situation with the second brother?" Supported by Hongjia, Lao Sin stood up with a pale face, gritting his teeth and saying, "Ergu has been like this, waking up and sleeping, sleeping and waking, not saying a word." He shook his head. "You all have suffered. Anyway, let's go out first and then talk. Once we're outside, we'll think of a way to treat Lao Er. Yun Feng, you carry Lao Er, and everyone else lend a hand." I picked up Ergu and said, "Batu." I tried listening for thunder when it rained before. From our current position, the exit should be in the northwest direction. I know, of course I know. If we don't know the way, we can't come down. I also left a big gift for those people, found the Sun brothers, and Batu's expression relaxed a lot. "What big gift did you leave?" "Don't ask. You'll know when the time comes." There were many of us, so we split into 2 teams when going out. One team, led by beggar Lou, was responsible for frontline vigilance, while the other group, including me, took care of the injured. Less than an hour later, Batu kept searching for something on the stone wall. I asked him, and he said that he marked it with a talc pencil before coming down. If the general direction is correct, the exit should be nearby. As expected, Batu found his mark on the wall and followed the cave along the marks westward, finally reaching the exit. This direction was completely consistent with what I had deduced using the thunder listening method. Exiting here allows us to climb to the surface, and the theft hole on the surface is some distance away from the one we came down. "Miss Yao, how's the inspection of the items going?" Yao Yuman walked to the wall and turned back, saying, "Wang Batu, The items are still here, a total of 37 detonators. If detonated all at once, they would be enough to collapse the cave. Batu said coldly, you all go first. I will detonate the detonators. If this path is blocked, that group of people will be in big trouble. This was the plan Batu mentioned earlier, once we rescued the Sun brothers. He would use the detonators to collapse the path and trap that group of people inside. After more than 10 minutes, I was supporting the injured Zhao Yi when I suddenly heard a huge explosion behind us. The cave in the distance was filled with dust, and it collapsed. After waiting a moment, amidst the thick dust and smoke, Batu ran out covering his mouth with his clothes. You move my people, I block your path. Batu's premeditated move was indeed a decisive strike. What if the other side got the Inji corpse? Without food or water inside, they would be dead. Beggar Lu turned around to look at the collapsed cave, laughing heartily and saying one word, absolutely. By midday, a group of people suddenly appeared on Fayamo Mountain, most of them covered in dust, including an old man with a broken hand. I shielded my forehead with my hand and looked up at the long-lost sun, murmuring, finally see the sun. When we reached the rented flat at the foot of the mountain, Yao Yumin called for 2 cars. When we were parting, Beggar Lu clasped his fists and said, Wang Batu, this time I helped you, so I consider it repaying a favor. It's best if Xiao Lu is dead. If not, you will definitely suffer revenge from the Changchun society, especially since that Jianji's godfather is Xiecherong. If you encounter trouble in the future, go directly to the Zhao Wang Hotel in Handan, Hebei, to find me. Once you get there, I can guarantee your safety. Batu also clasped his fists and said, thank you. Chapter 82. Boss Zhao Lu Yushan and Zhao Yi left in the afternoon. Zhao Yi had a broken hand and seemed to have suffered from corpse energy. Batu felt guilty and insisted on giving him 100,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. Lu Yushan shook his head and smiled, saying it wasn't necessary. They didn't come to help for money. Watching everyone leave, I sighed in my heart that this is what it means to mix in the underworld. This is what connections are about. People risk their lives to help without asking for money, all based on face. I wonder when I, Xiang Yunfeng, can have such face. Erji's condition was not optimistic. I suggested sending him to the hospital, but Batu shook his head, saying that it wasn't an illness and the hospital couldn't treat it. He said he would ask a friend to inquire in the Miao villages in Guangxi. Erji's current state was like being silly. He was very sensitive to light, and the curtains had to be tightly drawn. He also wouldn't eat or drink on his own. If someone fed him, he would eat, and if no one did, he wouldn't. Even more worrying was Erji's pupils, which were slowly turning light yellow for some unknown reason. The person was rescued, but how long he could live was a big question. After Yao Yuman left, our team returned to the hotel. The hotel owner was a middle-aged woman named Qin, who was slightly plump. Upon seeing Batu, she exclaimed in surprise, goodness, where have you all been? You look so dusty. I thought to myself, you paid a year's rent. Why haven't you stayed here all along? What's wrong with this big brother? The owner pointed at Sun Lao Air. Batu coughed and said, it's nothing, boss. We went on a trip. We're back now. We're fine. If there's anything, we'll call you. The next day, Batu assigned me a task. He asked me to go to the local antique market to find a boss named Zhao. Batu said to have boss Zhao contact his boss and arrange a meeting, saying there was something to sell. I was fully involved in this matter, and I understood Batu's intention. We had only sold half of the previous batch of bronzeware, and I had also received over 100,000 yuan. It seemed Batu wanted to quickly liquidate the remaining half. As mentioned earlier, this type of bronzeware is mainly sold to Hong Kong. Some excavated cultural relics can be laundered after being auctioned in Hong Kong, while some large items cannot be laundered and often end up in the private storages of wealthy people in Hong Kong. Selling to such people is the safest, as they want to sell since they don't lack money. This way, we are naturally the safest. No matter how capable the police are, they can't investigate into those people's private storages. I guess that the boss Zhao I was looking for should have connections with those who run goods to Hong Kong. This is a big deal, not only concerning that batch of bronzeware, but also the 3 pieces that I and Hong Jie brought out. Those 3 pieces inscribed with the mysterious totem of the ancient Yu Kingdom are of very high grade, and I estimate that even if we ask for 1 million, someone can afford it. You must know that 1 million in the millennium compares to 10 million or more in today's prices. There is a small antique market in Shund, located in Fengnan district. When I went there weren't many people in the market. Based on Batu's hints, I entered an antique shop called San Lao Go. The shop owner, surnamed Zhao, was a big fat man, nicknamed Zhao Sanpang in the industry. Little brother, feel free to look around. My shop is full of treasures, all old items. Seeing no one around, I lowered my voice and said, Boss Zhao, Wang Xianqing sent me. He asked you to contact your boss and say there is something to sell. As soon as the fat man heard it was Wang Xianqing, his expression immediately tightened. He directly closed the shop door and instructed the staff to pull down all the curtains. Once inside, the fat boss poured me a cup of tea and quietly asked, Little brother, how much is the goods this time? What is the quality like? What size of bowl can hold it? This was a code in the industry for selling stolen goods. I replied seriously, there's donkey meat and dragon meat. It won't fit in a bowl. It has to be stored in a vat. Dragon meat. The fat boss slapped the table, looking excited, and said, really? How many pieces? I thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers to him. Goodness. The fat boss began to sweat and said, "If this doesn't go well, my wife will have to send me off." He didn't shy away and made a call in front of me. He spoke in Cantonese. "Boss, what is going on?" As he was talking, the fat boss frowned. He went on and on with a bunch of words I couldn't understand. But I understood the last thing he said. "Damn it. What is going on? What happened?" I asked. The fat boss looked at me with a troubled expression and explained. After hearing it, I didn't react at first. How could it be like this? It turned out that the person the fat boss contacted on the other end was also a runner to Hong Kong, but this person could directly connect with the client. However, just now they said they could take the 3 pieces of dragon meat, but we had to bring them in person to a specified place for inspection and transaction. This is a dilemma. The items should still be in shunned. How can we safely transport a large batch of goods? As we were leaving, the chubby boss quietly said, "Little brother, what about the money? Everyone wants to make money, but the problem is that this money is hot. You should discuss it with Wang Xiansheng when you get back. You have a lot of people, and the risk of transporting it over there is too high. If it doesn't work out, just leave some with me at a lower price. I will bear the loss or profit alone." "Oh, leave some with you for cheap? How cheap are you thinking?" I asked. "Well," he rubbed his hands together, "let's say 20 in total, plus those 3 pieces of dragon meat. I will bear the risk alone." I almost cursed. A total of 200,000, including those 3 pieces of bronze artifacts with ancient hue patterns? Each piece is worth much more than 200,000. "Chubby, you are too greedy." However, I maintained a cold expression on the surface and said, "I'll ask when I get back." Good. You ask." The chubby boss patted my shoulder heavily and smiled. "If we can finalize the deal, little brother, don't worry. I won't treat you unfairly. You know that, right?" I didn't respond, turning to leave the antique shop. The chubby boss's intention was clear. This batch of goods was not easy to sell, and he wanted to take it over at an extremely low price. If I could negotiate to facilitate this transaction, he would give me some money privately. Of course, such deals had to be kept secret from the boss. Only he and I would know. However, he thought too highly of me. Back at the hotel, the boss was on the phone. After he finished, he asked, "How did it go, Yinfeng? Have you contacted Boss Xiao?" I honestly replied, "There was a hiccup, boss. The runner that Boss Xiao contacted is afraid to take the goods. He said we have to deliver them in person. I suspect he is scared. Also, Boss Xiao wants to privately buy all our goods for 200,000. 200,000? The boss was taken aback, then laughed. "That Zhao Fatso. This isn't our first deal. Is he treating us like fools? 200,000 is just pocket change." I nodded. "That's right, boss. This price is outrageous. Should we just keep it ourselves?" "Keep it." The boss poured himself a cup of tea and shook his head. "No way. We are tomb raiders, not collectors. Cash in hand is the most practical." Chapter 83. Farewell. The boss put down his teacup and frowned. "Yinfeng, you must always remember one thing. Be prepared for the unexpected. Zhao Fatty is a second-hand dealer. He makes money just like us, relying on guts. To get rich, you need a bit of courage. However, I suspect he isn't lying either. This deal is too big. Relying solely on a runner from Moro Street won't work. Moro Street is Hong Kong's most famous antique street, divided into upper and lower streets. The boss was referring to Moro Upper Street. Dozens of antique shops line the narrow streets. In earlier years, treasures were abundant there. While the quantity of items cannot compare to Panjiayuan and Shenyang Road, the quality is far superior. My first contact with the antique circle on Moro Street was during this operation. Years ago, many items were transferred through Moro Street to Sotheby's and Christie's. Many people may not know that the Yuan blue and white Gouet Gouzi descending the mountain jar, which sold for over 200 million at auction in 2005, appeared on Moro Street in July 2002. I later heard from friends that someone named Lin from the mainland bought it for 14 million from Moro Street. It was kept at home for less than 3 years before being auctioned again for 260 million. I thought about the situation and asked, "So, boss, are you suggesting?" The boss pondered for a moment and said, "Changchun hasn't noticed us yet. This is a perfect opportunity to escape. I plan to give up 30 of the profit and collaborate with someone. With this person's connections, it might work." I looked up and asked, "Who is it?" The boss tapped the table twice and said, "Ghost Hand, the underground king of the northern tomb raiders, Yao Wenzhou." I was taken aback. I had heard of him, but had only interacted with his niece, Yao Yuman. Unsure, I asked, "Do you think it will work?" "Almost. Let's give it a try." That night around 8, there was a screech of brakes outside, and a Santana stopped at the hotel entrance. A man in his 50s got out, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a restrained demeanor and a calm expression. The boss respectfully said to this man, "After a long journey, Wang has prepared a feast. Master Yao, please." This man in his 50s was Yao Wenzhou, Yao Yuman's uncle. This was my first time meeting him. From the boss, I learned that he usually acted alone. He had a team, but most of them had never seen him. That night, the drinking companions at the hotel were the boss, Big Son, Red Sister, and me, a total of 4 people. Yao Wenzhou did not touch his bowl or chopsticks. After sitting down, he calmly said, "Wang, we have met twice before, right? My niece told me about your encounters." The boss replied, "Yes, Master Yao, we first met at a northern faction gathering in Hainan, and the second time was 2 years ago at a trade fair on the second floor of the Huawei Hotel in Panjiayuan." I had always thought the boss was very familiar with Master Yao, but it turned out not to be the case. The boss was familiar with Yao Yuman. but he had only met her uncle Yao Wenjong twice. Yao Wenjong turned his empty teacup, sighed. I've been in this business for a lifetime. I've seen corpses. But a millennium-old Yin corpse is very rare. To survive in the Western Zhou period, the geomantic structure, temperature, environment, yin and yang, and skilled craftsmen are all indispensable. Yao Yuman told me, Wang, did you blow up the cave entrance? The boss nodded. That thing, Wang Xiansheng, was also my first time seeing it. If I hadn't prepared and called for help, we might have perished inside. We can talk about that later. Let's not mention it for now. The boss said seriously. Master Yao, as I mentioned on the phone, there are people in Hong Kong who can take our goods, but sending them over is quite troublesome. We want to collaborate. Leveraging your connections. After I receive the payment, I will give you 30. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yao Wenjong's mouth curled into a smile. 30, Wang. That's quite generous. To be honest, if you asked someone else, no one would be able to help you. But I have some influence in local waterways. It may take some effort, but it should be feasible. The boss laughed. Master Yao and I think alike. We'll take the water route directly to Zhonggong. As long as we and the goods arrive at Zhonggong, we won't trouble you any further. I have my own ways. In this way, over the course of a meal, the two men finalized their plan. Big Sun occasionally offered suggestions, all aimed at ensuring our goods were safe and sound. It's worth noting that 30 of the profit is not a small amount. It represents a significant percentage of the total value of the goods. Despite Yao Wenjong's reputation, he was not one to be overlooked. To put it bluntly, he valued money. 13 years later, he was shot. Also because of money. Transporting those items from Shun to Hong Kong by plane or train was definitely not suitable. Shun has a well-developed fishing industry, and there is a company called Hongxing Fisheries. The boss's plan was as follows. Second brother is unable to take care of himself, and third brother will stay behind to look after him at the hotel. The boss and Big Sun will fly over empty-handed. After arriving in Hong Kong, they will meet a local broker on Morrow Street. Red Sister and I will be on the boat watching over the goods. As for how to get from the waterway to Zhonggong City, that will depend on Yao Wenjong and the arrangements with Hongxing Fisheries. The agreed departure time is the day after tomorrow at midnight. Yao Wenjong said a pickup truck would come to help load the goods, and he would be responsible for the overall coordination. Once the goods are loaded onto the boat, it will be left to fate. The next morning, my brother and I found 2 large wooden boxes. We wrapped the bronze items in bubble wrap, stacking them carefully, filling the gaps with newspaper, and finally sealing the lids with wooden strips and iron nails. I knew that once this job left Shund, I might never return. At this moment, I'm still thinking about someone, Li Jing. I want to see her before I leave, because perhaps I won't see her again in the future. The night before I set off to board the ship, I walked alone to Li Jing's house. Looking at the wooden door in front of me, I reached out a few times, but then pulled my hand back. I still vividly remember the scene when Li Jing threw a pillow at me and scolded me. After 10 minutes, I sighed and turned to leave. Xiang Yunfeng, is that you? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind me. I stopped in my tracks and turned around. After more than a month of not seeing her, Li Jing's little face looked a bit haggard. At first, she seemed fine. But slowly, her eyes began to redden. Li Jing ran over to stand in front of me. Biting her lower lip, she asked, Xiang Yunfeng, why don't you dare knock on the door? I'm leaving. Where are you going? Aren't you coming back? I probably won't be back. Li Jing's eyes turned red as she said, what about the money? The 50,000 I lent you. Aren't you coming back for it? Aren't you going to school? No, I don't want that money anymore. I thought for a moment and added, Li Jing, I did deceive you earlier. You guessed right. I'm not a student from Yizhong. My hometown is in Mo, and I only went to school until the 2nd year of junior high and then stopped. Upon hearing this, Li Jing suddenly became agitated. She grabbed my arm and shouted, then tell me, what exactly are you doing? Are you a trafficker or a loan shark? You can just say you don't want the 50,000 like it's nothing. Are you really that rich? You don't dare tell me, right? Fine, I'll report you. Huh. I was puzzled. What are you reporting me for? Li Jing's face turned red, and she suddenly gritted her teeth. I'll report you for assaulting me. Chapter 84. The shipping route. I naively replied. Xiao Jing, don't say that. When did I ever do that? I left when you called me to the hotel that day. I don't care. Li Jing acted unreasonable. If you don't tell me what you're doing, if you don't tell me where you're going, I'll report you. Great. I might as well not have come. It would have been better to leave quietly. Although I was young, I had learned a lot about human relationships in the past 6 months, and I knew what could be said and what couldn't. After careful consideration, I told a lie. I told Li Jing that my family was actually in the business of importing foreign goods. In those 2 years, many people in the southern regions made money from importing foreign goods, and this industry had a bit of a gray area, especially with those electronic products. Seeing Li Jing in a daze, I added, Xiao Jing, actually, the Sony Walkman I gave you on your birthday was imported by my family. Looking at Li Jing's expression, I let out a sigh of relief. She should believe me to some extent, because a Sony Walkman was quite expensive, worth about 2 months' salary for an average person. And how could a student like me who didn't even have a job afford it? After a few minutes, Li Jing sniffled and said, Xiang Yunfeng, where am I supposed to find you in the future? I'm not planning to go to college. After I graduate from high school next year, I'm going to work. My mom says I don't study well, and going to college probably won't lead anywhere, so I might as well enter an electronics factory early. No. I looked at her and said, you mustn't go to an electronics factory. Xiao Jing, If you go there, you'll waste your life. Do you understand? Listen to me. You must go to college in the future. Knowledge changes your fate. Li Jing stopped crying, and my words made her laugh. After thinking for a moment, Li Jing shook her head and said, but my family situation isn't good. My sister said that college for 4 years costs over 20,000 in tuition, and I might not even get accepted. I pondered for a while and asked Li Jing to wait for me on the arch bridge. I hurried back to the inn and took out 20,000 yuan. This money was my share, and half of it was to help pay off her father's loan shark debt, and now there wasn't much left. I gave the 20,000 yuan to Li Jing and also told her my hometown address in Mo. To ease her burden, I said, Xiao Jing, let's make a deal. After you graduate from college in 5 years, you can come to Mo to find me. That night on the arch bridge, Li Jing and I made a promise. She told me she would continue her studies and that she would definitely come to find me in Mo after graduating from college. She told me to wait for her. I spent the money, but at that time, I felt at ease. In fact, it was all the trouble caused by early love. Looking back now, it was just a trivial matter that turned into a painful separation. When Li Jing and I met again, she had already changed a lot, but that will be discussed later. At around 1 o'clock that night, a green Great Wall pickup truck arrived at the inn on time. After loading 2 large wooden boxes, I got into the pickup truck with Hong Jia. We were heading to a fishing boat arranged by Hongxing Fisheries. It was a proper medium-sized fishing vessel. Excluding me and Hong Jia, I met 4 crew members. The captain was a bald middle-aged man, and the pickup truck driver called him Old Hua. Old Hua directed the crew to help us move the boxes. When we reached our living quarters, Hong Jia frowned and expressed her dissatisfaction. Old Hua had us stay in a storage room next to the engine room. The storage room was dusty, and there wasn't even a bed, just 2 old mattresses on the floor, clearly hastily arranged. Captain Old Hua awkwardly said, I'm sorry, ladies, please bear with it. I only received the order this afternoon to take you to Zhonggang City, and the conditions are indeed a bit rough. Yao Shiya takes 30% of the head's fee. And this is the result? Hong Jia said with an unhappy expression. Is this what you call a bit rough? Where do we go to the bathroom? Where do we eat? There's not even a window. It's suffocating. That won't happen. Old Hua scratched his head and said, there's an iron plate on the planks at the engine room exit. When it's convenient, you can just lift the iron plate. As for food, don't worry. You'll have 3 meals a day, no less. After explaining all this, Old Hua left us a walkie-talkie, tuning it to channel 16, saying that only he could receive conversations on channel 16 and the other crew members wouldn't hear. If we had any situation, we could call him directly. At that time, it was quick to take a boat from Shun to Zhonggang, only a few hours. However, it was still relatively slow then. And this boat had to operate normally to avoid drawing attention while fishing, so it moved really slowly, stopping and starting like a snail. Hongzhou was fine. But as a dry duck from the north, it was my first time on a boat, and that night, I got seasick. Old Hua repeatedly advised us not to go out too much. If we encountered an inspection and didn't have crew member IDs, it would be a big problem. Old Hua said that if it was really unbearable, we could go out to get some fresh air on the planks after 1 o'clock at night. The entire journey was planned to take 7 days to reach Zhonggang. Hong Jia and I ate well in the storage room. We had seafood like shrimp and fish. The young man who delivered food to us was also the one who helped us move the boxes onto the boat. He was Old Hua's nephew, nicknamed Do Yazi, and he was one of the few people on the boat who knew that Hong Jia and I were staying in the storage room. Do Yazi was in his 20s and very talkative. Seeing that Hong Jia and I were listless every day, he sometimes chatted with us while delivering meals. Do Yazi told us many stories about the sea, and I also shared some stories about our northeast folklore and the yellow weasel, which left Do Yazi astonished. On the 4th night, around 9 o'clock, Hong Jia and I were playing cards in the storage room to pass the time when suddenly, the Captain Old Hua's anxious voice came through the walkie-talkie. Ladies, are you there? Please respond if you hear this. I pressed the walkie-talkie and asked, what's wrong? The situation isn't good. There are inspections coming. I'll try to stall for a few minutes. I've sent Do Yazi over. You two hurry and follow Do Yazi to hide. As soon as Old Hua finished speaking, there was a loud knocking at the door from Do Yazi. After opening the door, Do Yazi, looking flustered, threw 2 raincoats at Hong Jia and me, telling us to put them on and follow him. After leaving the engine room, Do Yazi whispered into the walkie-talkie, Old uncle, what's the situation now? Can we go up to the deck? After waiting for several minutes, the small walkie-talkie lit up with Old Hua's voice. Yazai, that group is checking the forms in the control room. Hurry and lead those 2 into the fish hold. We only have 5 minutes left. Go, quick. Du Yazai led me and Hongjia directly through the small door of the engine room onto the deck. In the middle of the deck was something like a manhole cover. Below was the fish hold, filled with several tons of dead fish. So smelly it could knock a person out. Lifting the cover revealed a ladder, and under Du Yazai's urging, Hongjia and I, wearing raincoats, hurriedly climbed down. Bang! The stench was overwhelming, slick and greasy. Du Yazai closed the lid, plunging the fish hold into darkness. Almost simultaneously, Hongjia and I heard voices from the deck. What are you doing? Why weren't you here when we checked the list? Where's your crew ID? I heard Old Hua say. Oh, sorry, this is my nephew Du Yazai. I called him just now, but he didn't respond. Maybe the walkie-talkie is out of battery? Du Yazai quickly replied. Uncle, you just called me? I didn't hear it. I think I forgot to charge my walkie-talkie last night. Old Hua laughed and scolded. You kid never learns. How many times have I told you not to just use the walkie-talkie without charging it? You just don't remember. Gentlemen, how about we check the crew quarters? Not yet. That's the fish hold, right? Open it for me to see. Chapter 85. Hiding at that moment, I thought we were doomed. In the darkness, Hongjia was clutching my arm, breathing heavily. I could feel her muscles tense. She was nervous too. What to do? What to do? We can't just sit here and wait to die. An idea struck me, which wasn't really a great idea. The noise from old Hua on the deck was loud, clearly reminding me and Hongjia. I heard Diazai say, the fish hold is filled with dead fish. The stench is unbearable. I think you gentlemen should skip it. Hey, you talk too much. We are conducting a routine check. Just open it quickly. Stop wasting time. There was no hiding it anymore. Diazai deliberately knocked on the iron plate twice and then directly lifted it. Immediately, several strong flashlights shone down. Captain Oldhua smiled and said, Gentlemen, look. These are just dead fish that haven't been frozen yet. The smell is quite something, and there's a ladder here if you want to take a closer look. The strong flashlights waved around for a minute or two before someone said, All right, inspection complete. Close it up. We won't go down. Remember to report any situations in a timely manner. Oldhua slammed the iron plate shut, one foot on it, smiling. Understood, understood. If there's anything, we will report proactively. Have you gentlemen eaten? I can prepare some fresh goods for you. No, thank you. The voices of the group grew fainter. Once they left, Hongjia and I burst out from the pile of dead fish. We were gagging from the stench, and I felt the smell of dead fish in my nostrils, threatening to make me vomit. If anyone wants to try out this smell, just buy a fish in summer, leave it for a week. Then hug the fish under the covers and cover your head. I guarantee you'll remember it vividly. Once the inspectors were gone, Diazai pulled me and Hongjia out of the fish hold. We felt dizzy from the stench. Oldhua arranged for someone to bring us a few bottles of Huoxiang Jingqi water, saying that drinking it would help clear our heads. After we recovered a bit, Hongjia asked Oldhua with a dark face how long until we arrived. Oldhua replied firmly, Tomorrow night around 7, we will definitely reach the Zhonggong dock. I asked the captain, Our goods weren't checked, right? Don't worry, everything is fine. Those 2 boxes, I hid in the crew quarters and disguised them as a wardrobe. They didn't notice. However, he added, Let me ask you, what kind of goods are in your boxes? Knowing I shouldn't ask, I replied, Just focus on getting your money. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Hongjia was still sulking about the fish hold. The rest of the day passed without incident. As we approached the Zhonggong dock, we could hear many ship horns from afar, and the fishing boat slowly docked. Boss Sun personally came to pick us up. He rented a closed seafood wholesale truck and found a driver while he himself drove a Nissan. Yinfeng, Hongjia, you've worked hard. This trip hasn't been easy, right? I asked him, Where's the boss? The boss is negotiating with someone. I'll take you to the place to rest first. It's inconvenient to talk about some situations right now. Oldhua and Diazai helped us load the boxes onto the small truck, and Boss Sun waved for me and Hongjia to get into the Nissan. I asked curiously, Aren't our goods going with us? Pointing at the seafood wholesale truck. Boss Sun shook his head. They can't go. This matter needs to be handled. Yinfeng, do you think you can leave the dock without inspection? It's complicated here. The boss has given up 30 profit to let Yao Wenzhong pull some strings. Our money wasn't spent for nothing. I see. I understood a bit more. After spending a few days together, Diazai and I became good friends. He said their fishing boat would stay in Zhonggong for 3 days, and if there was time, I could come to the boat to find him. After bidding farewell to Old Hua and Diazai, Boss Sun started the Nissan, taking me and Hongjia away from the dock. Those who have been to that place should know that the old Zhonggong dock is now the Tsim Sha Sui ferry terminal. The distance from there to the Special Administrative Region South Moroshan Street is very short, about 65 kilometers. Our resting place was a homestay style and rented by the boss, which, compared to the big hotels, was inconspicuous, tucked away in an alley in the city, making it safer. The small truck had to be inspected before it could leave the dock. Those 2 boxes full of bronzeware were too big to go unnoticed. It all depended on Yao Wenzhong's plan. We paid him, and he had to ensure the small truck could leave safely. The nightlife here was vibrant, with roadside stalls everywhere. Honestly, it looked a bit chaotic now. At that time, gangster movies were all the rage, and I had watched DVDs at a classmate's house in Mo. Never imagining I would have the chance to come to Chun Haonan's territory. This gangster trend lasted for several years, with the bandana-wearing knives becoming the dream possessions of many misguided youths. Familiar names in the underworld, like the dragon and a hand covers the sky, all originated from this region. That night, around 10, the boss returned, looking worn out. I asked him if he had contacted potential buyers. After taking a few sips of water, he said, I arrived with the boss a couple of days ago and had already contacted 2 people before. This afternoon, I met another one. These brokers have shown great interest in our goods. It seems we made the right trip this time. We should be able to do well. I was delighted to hear this and asked, Boss, do you have an estimate of how much we can sell this batch of goods for? Yinfeng, you're such a money-minded person. The boss laughed. Although we haven't finalized the deal yet, we can definitely secure a small profit while aiming for a larger one. What the boss meant was that the price for the goods would be a guaranteed small profit of a few million, aiming for a larger profit of several million. Now, it may not sound scary to talk about a few million, but you have to know that this was the early 2000s. At that time, Old Ma wanted to sell the trillion-dollar penguin software for only 3 million. As long as the brokers on Moroshan Street saw the goods and laid eyes on the actual items, we could make this deal happen. Everything was in place. Just waiting for the truck to pass through the Zhonggang dock inspection. The boss analyzed the situation and contacted Yao Wenzhong again, who said he had already made connections. If nothing went wrong, our small truck would be able to leave tomorrow morning. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When I left shunned, I carried a small bag. Apart from myself, no one knew that I had a small bottle of blue liquid inside. As I got off the bed, I took out the small glass bottle from my bag and looked at the half-filled liquid that flowed like blue water inside. I thought of researcher Un and his group. Unfortunately, they were all dead. I remembered Li Zheng saying that if I got to Hong Kong, I could find him at Times Square in Causeway Bay. It seemed that opportunity was gone now. Lost in thought, I slowly fell asleep. Chapter 86. Shipping. Don't sleep, don't sleep. Yin Feng, wake up, it's time to work. I was awakened by Boss Sun's voice after a late night. Seeing his beaming face, I guessed that our goods had been released from the dock. When I asked, it turned out to be true. The small truck had just arrived downstairs at the guest house, and the boss was calling me to come unload the truck. Opening the back door of the van and removing the seafood that served as a distraction, 2 large wooden boxes were revealed at the back. The nails we sealed on the boxes were intact. The guest house owner was a woman in her 50s who often hosted mainland tourists, and her Mandarin was quite good. When she saw us unloading the goods, she thought we had bought some furniture and eagerly offered to help. I told her it wasn't necessary and that we could manage without scratching her wooden floor. She then left, somewhat embarrassed. We moved the 2 large wooden boxes into the boss's room. After closing the door, locking the windows, and turning the TV volume up to the maximum, we began to open the wooden boxes with hammers. When we opened the boxes and saw the contents, we finally breathed a sigh of relief. The copper goods were neatly stacked, with bubble wrap and newspapers intact, and nothing was missing. This batch included goblets, boxes, vases, tripods, beans, rice, and small horse and carriage parts, making it a rich variety. The most crucial items were 3 bronze vessels adorned with ancient Yu totem designs. Even now, I still don't know their exact academic names, and neither do the experienced boss and Yao Wenzhong. They said it was the first time they had seen such a vessel pattern, and we couldn't find it in the auction catalogs or records of unearthed bronzes. Although we couldn't name these 3 items, it didn't diminish their value. They could potentially be unique pieces, just like the gold masks of the ancient Shu Sangsingui civilization. These items belonged to the ancient Yu kingdom. In the afternoon, the boss notified 3 middlemen from Moro Street to come to the guest house to view the goods. These 3 were locals who spoke fluent Hong Kong Mandarin, and as they looked at the items, they occasionally exclaimed monkey sai lei, meaning very impressive. While examining the goods, they took photos to send to their boss. These individuals were mainly there to earn a commission, constantly bragging about how great our batch of goods was, hoping their wealthy boss would buy them so they could get a high commission afterward. They asked the boss if he had a psychological price and the lowest selling price so they could quote their boss. If the boss thought the price was negotiable, he would come in person to view the goods and sign a contract. The boss deliberately spoke firmly, stating he wouldn't sell for less than 500 units. The middleman gasped. That was a substantial amount of money. Buying a piece of Qianlong imperial porcelain only costs over 100,000, and the price for this batch was equivalent to 50 pieces of imperial porcelain combined. At that moment, one of the middlemen stepped outside with a flip phone to take a call. Shortly after, he rushed back in, holding his phone up. It's settled, my boss is interested. I was shocked at how quickly this happened. A price of several million, and he confirmed it just from seeing a photo. Who was the buyer? Is it a tycoon from Hong Kong? The boss was also somewhat surprised. He had expected to be lowballed at the 500 price, but given the current situation, it seemed he had underquoted. The middleman said the big boss would arrive in 2 hours, and as long as the items matched the photos, the price would definitely exceed 500. The boss was thrilled and instructed Big Brother Sun to arrange a banquet while waiting for the big boss to arrive. The other party was punctual. The big boss arrived in a black new model extended Alpha. After the driver opened the door, a white-haired elderly man in his 60s stepped out. Come on, quickly take a seat. The boss greeted him with a smile. The elderly man had a rosy face and looked wealthy. He waved his hand, saying there was no need to eat first, and wanted to see those 3 dragon meat pieces. The boss nodded and clapped his hands, signaling Big Brother Sun to step out of the room. In a few minutes, Big Brother Sun returned with a bundle of yellow cloth, which wrapped one of the bronze artifacts, specifically the ancient Yu bronze piece engraved with 8 hand totems. The elderly man took out his glasses and put them on, carefully donning white gloves. After examining this bronze piece closely, the elderly man took a deep breath and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The boss replied that this should be a sacrificial bronze vessel from ancient Yu, and since the boss seemed knowledgeable, he decided not to hide it. This item came from a significant pit of the Western Zhou dynasty. The elderly man's eyes lit up, asking who the owner of the tomb was. The boss didn't conceal it, and honestly said it was a feudal lord from the south, the Duke of Jiao. The elderly man nodded in satisfaction, indicating that my guess was correct. For decades, I have been searching for items from ancient Yu. The artifacts passed down from ancient Yu are not inferior to those of Sangsingui. This type of bronze vessel is called a Wazujia, specifically crafted for the black sorcerers of ancient Yu. There is a small fragment in the Baoji Museum, but no one has ever seen the real thing. I didn't expect to encounter it here. Can I see the other two pieces? The boss nodded, saying, of course, and instructed Big Brother's son to bring the other two pieces over. The elderly man was mesmerized, examining them for over 10 minutes without saying a word. The boss cleared his throat, and the elderly man finally regained his composure. The elderly man spoke. Including these 3 pieces, I'll take the rest of the items for 500. The boss pretended to be in a difficult position, saying, boss, you see, these items are few, and I haven't heard any other offers. Making such a rash decision might not be appropriate. The elderly man smiled and said, oh, I understand. Are you worried that my quick agreement means you're selling it at a loss? If it's a matter of money, everything can be discussed. I can give you 550. However, the elderly man continued, many people don't recognize ancient use items. If the public doesn't acknowledge them, they are considered niche. The price I'm giving you is already quite high. If you're selling, we can sign the contract now, and I can pay you today. How about it? A straightforward answer. Will you sell or not? After pondering for a moment, the boss asked, how will the 550 be paid? I require full payment up front. The elderly man replied, you can choose cash, transfer, or check are all fine. Then I'll go with a check. The boss made up his mind to sell all these items to the elderly man. Okay. The elderly man nodded, saying, the check and company seal are locked in my office drawer. You can send someone with me to the company. Also, one more thing. After receiving the payment, you must keep it confidential that you met me in the company. Similarly, once this batch of goods is in my hands, it will be impossible to trace back to you. The elderly man stood up and walked away. Someone come, let's go get the money. Chapter 87. Who's looking for me? There are many wealthy people in Hong Kong. For them, as long as the items are good, they are not afraid of high prices. The transaction mainly proceeds in 2 steps. The buyer leaves someone at the guest house to watch the goods while I go with Hongjia to get the money from the buyer. After we receive the money, we will notify the boss, and the people at the guest house can directly take the items away. This approach can protect the interests of both parties and also prevent black market exchanges like swapping goods. The elderly man with white hair is surnamed Lee, but I want to disclose his full name. They run a family business that involves real estate, tourism, catering, investment, and so on, and they hold a prominent position in the local wealthy circle. There's a villa on the north side of Morrow Street, and Red Sister and I followed him into the villa. The reception room of the villa is decorated in a low-key luxury style, with Su Beihong's horse painting hanging on the wall of the main hall, and on either side, there are paintings of a donkey by Huang Zhou and shrimp by Qi Baishe. What left a deep impression on me was a giant snow scene painting of Lishan by the Yuan dynasty painter Huang Gongwang, measuring over 20 square feet. The reason it made such an impression is that 9 years later, Huang Gongwang's dwelling in the Fujian Mountains was combined into a national treasure, and to this day, I speculate that this snow scene painting by Huang Gongwang is still hidden in the Li family in Hong Kong. After we sat down for tea, the elderly man smiled at me and said, don't rush, the finance team is getting the seal, have some tea first. Where are you young people from in the mainland? The aroma of Longjing tea wafted through the air, and after taking a sip, I set down my teacup and said, I'm from Mohin, northeast China. The elderly man chuckled and said, no wonder you're a bold northeasterner, so young and already so daring. Maybe you can make something of yourself in the future. I replied, you're too kind. I'm just a little errand boy following the boss around. He then said not to belittle myself, that being young is an asset. Red Sister and I started chatting with the elderly man, and through our conversation, I learned that he has a hobby of collecting artifacts from ancient mysterious small countries, such as Lulan, Xixia, Yalong, ancient Dian, ancient Shu, Xiangxiang, the Gyuj dynasty, and so on. This kind of collection habit among the wealthy is something ordinary people cannot understand, mainly because these items are extremely rare, most of them being unique pieces. In other words, this man must have dealt with tomb raiders frequently. He is very clear about what we do. He showed interest in tomb raiding, discussing the Luoyang shovel and finding ancient tombs, speaking authoritatively and then asking me what I thought, whether he was right or not. In fact, what he said was mostly correct, but as insiders, we could tell he was more theoretical than practical. Although he had dealt with tomb raiders a lot, he probably had never gone down a pit himself. For example, he said that when using a Luoyang shovel to dig, you should twist left 3 times and right twice, which is incorrect. The real method should be left 2 times and right 2 times to ensure the soil layers brought up by the shovel are even and won't fall out. Sir, the seal is ready. You just need to fill in the numbers and sign. Someone came in with a blank check. The elderly man did not hesitate. He put on his glasses, checked it, and after confirming there were no issues, directly filled in the amount. It was a transfer check. He handed it to me to check, but I didn't understand this kind of thing, so I asked Red Sister to confirm. He explained that the check was valid for 10 days and reminded us to collect it, suggesting we let the finance team help with the check holder and to be careful not to crease the check. After Red Sister carefully checked it, she stood up and said to Mr. Lee, it's been a pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. The elderly man smiled and shook hands with Red Sister, saying, my friend mentioned that the atmosphere has been tense recently, so you should be more cautious. You can rest assured here. My private collection will not leak out. Red Sister called to inform the boss that the advance payment had been received, and then we left the villa. Having traveled such a long way, I didn't expect the business deal to be concluded so quickly. The boss sounded very pleased on the phone. saying that opportunities are rare and instructed Red Sister to bring back the check. I could wander around at will and buy anything I liked. Opportunities like this don't come often. So, Red Sister took a taxi back to the hotel, while I thought I'd casually explore around Morrow Street. This street is narrow and crowded, but there are indeed many good things. Qing Dynasty official kills are displayed in the glass cabinets of street shops. With the mindset of finding a bargain, I asked about the prices, but the shop owners were sharp. It's very difficult to find a deal right under their noses. Hello. While I was browsing, someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder from behind. I turned around to see a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. Let me introduce myself. Wang Yuan, he said with a smile, extending his hand. I didn't know this person at all and was unsure of his intentions. Seeing my confusion, he withdrew his hand and smiled. Friend, have you sold the goods? What does that mean? Sorry, I didn't understand. I have to go now. I tried to act calm and wanted to leave. He continued to smile and said, Friend, feigning ignorance while knowing the truth. Isn't that so? The implication was clear. The news had been leaked. I replied with a hint of anger. Did those brokers tell you? Not really, the man with glasses denied. Brokers at their level value their reputation the most. Those people wouldn't sell out their benefactors even if they sold their own mothers. If you want to know how I know, just follow me. I'll take you to a place. Are you crazy? I laughed. You've said nothing for so long. And now you want me to follow you somewhere? Why should I go with you? Well, whether you come or not is up to you. After saying that, he turned and left. I watched him walk more than 10 steps, and then he suddenly turned without looking back and said something. Researcher and asked me to invite you. My heart raced, and I could no longer remain calm. Who is this person? How does he know Researcher in? Impossible. Researcher in has been dead for a long time. I saw him die and then come back, only to be in pieces. Watching this person walk further away, I gritted my teeth and followed him. I was sure that Researcher in was dead, and I needed to find out who this person really was and what he was up to. He got into a Passat, and after starting the car, he didn't drive off, clearly waiting for me. I opened the passenger door and sat in, and he smiled at me, saying, That's more like it. I'm not going to eat you, so what are you afraid of? Exiting Morrow Street and heading along Queens Road, the car drove north, passing Bin Road, Yahua Street, and finally crossing Deacon Street. I spotted a large neon sign in the distance, Times Square. This person actually drove me to Causeway Bay. Times Square has many shops and office buildings. After getting out of the car, I followed him and finally stopped at number 85 in the northwest corner of the square. The address plaque on the tiled wall read Tianlin Pharmaceutical Research Branch. I felt a sense of familiarity with this place, as if I had heard someone mention it before. Suddenly, I recalled. At the foot of Moth Mountain, there was a man in a white coat from Researcher N's team named Li Zhang, who had said to me, After we go out, you can find me at number 85 Times Square in Causeway Bay. Could it be him? Chapter 88. No? 85, Times Square. Researcher N had personally said that Li Zhang was dead, and I was even more confused about who this man with glasses was. But I could be sure of one thing. When Researcher N and his team went to Shun to help the Changchun Society, this man with glasses should know something. No. 85, Times Square is a very modern pharmaceutical company. Back then, many large companies in the mainland hadn't implemented access control cards yet, but this Tianlin Pharmaceutical had. And they used the most advanced fingerprint recognition technology at the time. The man with glasses asked me to wait in the conference room. A few minutes later, a young and pretty girl brought tea and snacks. Judging by her outfit, she seemed to be a secretary. The man with glasses left, but the female secretary remained, sitting sideways with her black silk-clad legs crossed, smiling and saying, Mr. Xiong, don't be shy. The boss instructed me to take good care of you. If you need anything tonight, feel free to call on me. The secretary's words were quite explicit. No need to trouble yourself. I glanced at the time and said, I'll wait for 3 more minutes. If the person looking for me doesn't show up, I'll take my leave. Just as I finished speaking, I heard the sound of a card swipe at the entrance. The little brother rarely comes, so I can't let him leave without showing some hospitality. The man who came in was dressed in black, wearing a sun hat and large sunglasses indoors. Who are you? Brother, you really forget things easily. You don't even remember me? We used to move water tanks together. Li Zhang. You are Li Zhang. I suddenly sat up straight from the sofa and shouted at the man. Yuan, you can go out first. If needed, I will call you. The man waved his hand to the female secretary. The female secretary stood up, looked at me, licked her lips, and left, her high heels clicking on the floor. Once she left, only the man and I remained in the meeting room. Although this person was disguised, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, the more I looked, the more I felt it was him. There was no mistake. This was Li Zhang, whom I had met under the Moth Mountain. That's right, I am Li Zhang. The man took off his hat and sunglasses. He had changed a lot. He was bald, and if I looked closely, his eyes were not quite normal. They resembled those of a jaundiced patient, with yellowish sclera. Researcher and told me you died. How did you end up like this? Li Zhang touched his bald head and squinted as he said, It's a long story. That day, after I parted ways with you in Shaoan, I intended to go back and pick up Lao Su to leave together, but as soon as I returned, I was caught. It seemed that those people were just waiting for me and Shaoan to walk right into their trap. I believed him because I was in the same situation. The reality was that Hong Jie was under control at that time, and our every move was monitored, so getting caught was quite normal. Li Zhang put on his sunglasses and continued, After Shaoan and I were caught, You saw what happened to Lao Su. He was fed a corpse. I should have died too, but luckily I managed to escape. I crawled out by sheer willpower, and if it weren't for the teacher's rescue, I probably wouldn't have survived. Li Zhang spoke lightly, but I could sense his inner turmoil. He kept wearing sunglasses, as if he was afraid of the light. Little brother, there's South news from Moro Street that a batch of Western Zhou bronze ore has come out. The seller is from the mainland. I asked a friend about the appearances of those sellers, and it turns out they are your group. I took the liberty of inviting you this time to ask for your help. Help? What help? I was unfamiliar with this place and didn't know what he wanted me to assist with. Li Zhang looked at me seriously and said, "Do you still have that bottle of stuff Shaoan had before? If you do, the teacher wants you to set a price. That corpse is now missing, and what you have is ready-made and very important. I've become like this because of that thing. I'm afraid of light, my vision has spots, and my hair is gradually falling out. If I get that bottle of stuff, with the teacher and the lab's help, I might still have a chance. You must help me." There was sincerity in his words. I was now confused, with many areas still blind spots. After having Li Zhang explain for a long time, I gathered this piece of information. According to him, he had contracted a type of active bacteria brought out from the tomb of the mustard seed. It was very likely related to the injury from the Inzi corpse, which was similar to Ergo, as his pupils were also gradually turning yellow. Li Zhang said that according to his teacher's research, there was a type of bacterial spore on the Inzi corpse. And he mentioned that German microbiologist Kramer had also found similar pathogenic bacterial spores on pharaoh mummies. This kind of thing could survive and remain dormant on mummies for thousands of years, just like the famous curse of King Tutankhamun. A group of archaeologists who entered the tomb of Tutankhamun died one after another within a few years. Biologist Kramer believed that the reason those archaeologists died one after another was related to this active bacteria. Seeing me silent, Li Zhang shook his head and said, "Brother, you might think this is strange, but it's the truth. This type of active bacteria was intentionally cultivated by people thousands of years ago. The teacher said this might also be a means of preventing tomb robbing. The world is vast, and there are all kinds of wonders. The wisdom of the ancients is unimaginable." I asked Li Zhang, "So according to you, researcher and thinks that this thing can cure diseases and save lives, is it true?" "No, it's different." Li Zhang drew 2 circles on a piece of white paper with a ballpoint pen. "Look, according to the teacher's research, these 2 circles represent a type of invisible active bacteria. They are both asleep and dormant. If awakened, they turn into this." Li Zhang drew a small circle inside one of the circles. This unknown bacteria, which has been dormant for thousands of years, once awakened, becomes the inner circle. And if there is a way to apply this inner circle to the human body, the teacher believes it will indeed produce miraculous effects, such as possibly making a person younger. I was taken aback, shocked. There really is such a thing? Could this be the elixir of life that emperors sought in ancient times? Changchun society must know about these consequences. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to steal a corpse. I pondered whether to hand the thing over to Li Zhang and that so-called teacher. After 5 minutes of consideration, I decided to take it slow. "Li Zhang, the thing is indeed in my hands, but it's not with me. I've stored it at a friend's place." "Oh, is that so?" Li Zhang might have sensed I wasn't telling the truth. He stood up and said, "I'll say it again. If you find that bottle, you can set any price. The teacher treats me as his own, and he promises to help me with treatment. That bottle is the key. Brother, don't go back tonight. Let me host and arrange for you." I wanted to go back, but Li Zhang patted my shoulder and interrupted. "Who are we to be polite? Besides, didn't you sell your stuff? There's nothing to do if you go back. What about that woman from earlier? Should I have her accompany you tonight?" "Huh." He was referring to the flirty female secretary named Yuan Yuan. Li Zhang's sudden suggestion caught me off guard. Seeing me stunned, Li Zhang smiled, clapped his hands, and the female secretary came back in. "Mr. Li, you called for me?" Li Zhang hugged me and smiled. "Yuan Yuan, my little brother isn't going back tonight. He rarely comes to Hong Kong, so take him to the Grand Fortune tonight. Go have some fun." Chapter 89. Something happened at that time. There were 3 most famous nightclubs in Hong Kong: Chinatown, Grand Fortune, and one called California Red Nightclub. California Red was run by foreigners. Chinatown was like a private club, and Grand Fortune was the most popular with wealthy people. There were all sorts of people inside, and many third-rate stars had performed there. Li Zhang introduced that the general manager of Grand Fortune was a friend of his teacher, and the wealthy people in Hong Kong called his teacher the doctor, which was just a code name. As for what the man's real name was, Li Zhang said it was inconvenient to reveal. The doctor, like several local feng shui masters who understood the 4 pillars and 6 divination, was someone who helped people treat illnesses and prolong life in the Hong Kong circle at that time, enjoying a good reputation. Li Zhang insisted that I not go back, saying that if I did, it would be disrespectful to him and would mean looking down on him. With things having come to this point, it was hard for me to say anything further. I just needed to hold my ground. I called the inn to inform them that I wouldn't be going back tonight. The boss didn't say much, just reminded me to be safe, as the place could be a bit chaotic at night. From Times Square and Causeway Bay to the Western District, it took over an hour to drive. Li Zhang arranged for a Nissan to take me, and the female secretary named Yuan Yuan was also in the car. On the way, the female secretary smiled and started chatting with me. She asked how I sang and if I had any special requests for the dancers. She said that the term dance lady does not solely refer to the literal meaning of the word. It later evolved into the term princess in the mainland, primarily referring to those who accompany guests for dancing, drinking, and singing. If you want to do something with them, it depends on whether you are good-looking and whether you have money. Wealthy patrons do not force anyone. It is all based on mutual consent. I had never seen such a scene before, and that night was quite an eye-opener for me. The manager of the wealthy patron personally received me, saying that the guests of the doctor must be well taken care of, and all expenses were waived. I could choose any dance lady I wanted, and there were plenty available. The private room I went to was indeed a private room, and the female secretary explained that the levels of the private rooms varied. The private room was second only to the VIP room, and I had originally planned to be arranged in the VIP room, but due to a last-minute issue, I was placed in the private room instead. The private room was around 70 to 80 square meters, with a red carpet on the floor. After the drinks and snacks were served, the general manager of the wealthy patron called over the intercom, and many beautiful girls gradually entered, all with stunning figures. The younger girls looked about the same age as me. I sat on the sofa somewhat awkwardly, and the female secretary smiled at me, pointing to two young girls with very fair skin, saying, "You two stay here," while telling the others to leave and call back if needed. As soon as the male manager and the others left, the two dance ladies immediately sat down on either side of me. One girl sweetly said, "Good evening, boss. I'm Mir." The other said, "Good evening, boss. I'm Schwer." After that, we sang, drank beer, and played cards. At that time, I was still too young and ended up getting drunk that night. I woke up in the hotel the next morning, unable to remember anything after getting drunk, only feeling a headache. The hotel front desk told me that the two dance ladies and the female secretary had carried me to the hotel last night, but they had all left afterward. I never expected this. When I returned, there was an incident at the guest house where we were staying. Police cars and ambulances were parked outside the inn, and the landlady was anxiously taking notes with the police. I watched from a distance, and my first thought was that it was bad news. Something had happened. Our identities were exposed, and the boss and Hongjia were taken away. I was so scared that my face turned pale, and I didn't dare approach. I casually bought a newspaper to cover my face, pretending to read it, and asked the newspaper stand owner what had happened over there and why there were police. The owner, a local, spoke in standard Cantonese and excitedly told me about a murder. I was worried about the boss and Hongjia, but I could only wait until the police cars left before daring to go in. I waited for more than 2 hours, my palms sweating from anxiety. After the police left, I sneaked into the inn, and when no one was paying attention, I slipped into the boss's room. The floor had been cleaned, and I found a small piece of broken porcelain under a stool. I recognized it as the teacup the boss usually used for tea. It was an old Kangxi multicolored teacup with a painted scene of a knife-wielding performer. I had personally handled it before. In addition to the teacup fragment, there were also dried bloodstains on the floor. Something must have happened to the boss. I was extremely anxious and even suspected that the buyer had regretted giving a check and had engaged in blackmail. I couldn't rule out Yao Wenzhong's involvement either. The priority was to find out where everyone was and what had happened. Unable to contact anyone, I decided to take a risk and asked the landlady since I had seen her taking notes earlier, and she would surely know what happened last night. The landlady was startled to see me. She looked around to ensure no one was watching and quickly locked the door. "What are you doing here? Do you know what trouble you've caused me?" she said angrily. I asked where the others were, the ones I was staying with. She stomped her foot and pointed at me, saying angrily, "Now that this has happened, what tourist would dare to stay at my guest house? It's over. All over." She was only worried about her guest house business. My expression darkened, veins bulging on my forehead, and I gritted my teeth, demanding to know where everyone had gone and what had happened last night. The landlady was scared of me, and she finally stammered out the details. "Last night, while I was being drunk by those women, something happened at the inn." The landlady's exact words were, "It was terrifying. The woman with a mole on her face stabbed that old man several times with a fruit knife. Hongjia stabbed the boss. How is that possible? No way." I couldn't believe it after hearing this. Hongjia and the boss had been partners for many years. She wouldn't do something like that. I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Seeing that I didn't believe her, the landlady clutched her chest and said, "Don't disbelieve it. You didn't see it. I saw it with my own eyes." The woman with the mole on her chin had a blank stare, as if possessed by a ghost. And without saying a word, she just stabbed him. It scared me to death. The old man was stabbed several times in the back and is still in the hospital fighting for his life. The hospital issued a critical condition notice last night. And because they couldn't find any family to sign, they don't know if he is alive or dead. What about my brother? Where's my brother? Which hospital is that old man in? The landlady, seeing no one around, whispered, "I didn't mention you to the police. They probably don't know. The old man who got stabbed is in the central hospital. The police are also looking for that woman. They probably haven't found her yet. They just took my statement a little while ago. As for your brother, I didn't see him last night. Oh, and by the way," the landlady added, "there's something else I find very strange. Otherwise, how could I say that woman was possessed by a ghost? You should quickly find a capable master to check it out." The incident occurred just after 1 o'clock last night. At around 12:30, I got up to use the bathroom and saw that woman standing alone in the yard, staring up at the apple tree, completely motionless. It was terrifying. I wondered why she was outside looking at the apple tree at that hour. As I looked, I saw a pair of green eyes glowing on the tree. After that, the incident happened. Scary, right? Chapter 90. Alone seeking opportunities, the whole thing happened too quickly and too suddenly, especially since I wasn't there last night. I slumped on the bed, holding my head, feeling lost. Hongjia's situation was too shocking for me. Yesterday afternoon, Hongjia took the payment check. Could it be that she was tempted by money and turned against the boss? If that's the case, I can't believe it, nor do I want to believe it. Right now, if I want to know the truth about what happened last night, I have to find Hongjia and confront her. Why did she do this? I didn't even think about the landlady's ghost story about the apple tree. No normal person would believe that. The central hospital was crowded. And with the boss's life in the balance, I bought a cap and sunglasses, disguised myself, and sneaked into the hospital. I had to see the boss for myself. This matter involved intentional injury. After asking a nurse for information, I arrived at the intensive care unit. Through the glass window of the ward, I saw the boss lying on the hospital bed, gasping for air, his upper body wrapped in bandages, and his face was pale. The nurse asked if I was a family member of the patient. There were unpaid fees, and I needed to pay for the surgery and bed deposit, totaling over 40,000 yuan. I said I was a friend of the patient and would help pay for the surgery, but I hoped to delay payment for a couple of days. The nurse said the deadline was 2 days later, the costs were high, and the hospital could only allow a delay of 2 days at most. If the payment wasn't made by then, they would have to stop the medication and transfer him to a regular ward. I nodded, understanding, and promised to settle the payment within 2 days. After that, I asked the nurse if I could go in to see the patient. The nurse thought for a moment and frowned, saying, "The police just left 2 hours ago. They instructed us to notify them if the patient wakes up. The patient has a ruptured spleen and a perforated colon, and the injuries are very serious. Although you are a friend of the patient, it's probably best not to go in." She didn't say anything definitive, so I knew there might still be hope. I immediately began to plead with her, sweet-talking her by calling her sister. After a long time of trying to persuade her, the nurse glanced at the time and gritted her teeth, saying, "All right, you can go in, but you only have 3 minutes. When the time is up, I will knock on the glass, and you need to come out. Do you understand?" I nodded repeatedly, saying I understood and that I definitely wouldn't make it difficult for the nurse. After putting on the isolation gown, the nurse opened the door and let me in. On the hospital bed, with his eyes closed and looking in pain, I almost cried. Just yesterday, he was fine. How could he have changed so much overnight? Sitting in front of the bed, I tightly held his hand and choked out, "Brother, I'm Yunfeng. I've come to see you. Can you hear me? They all say it was Hongjia who harmed you, but I don't believe it. Can you tell me what happened?" My brother and Hongjia were both missing, and I was left alone in Hong Kong. What was I supposed to do next? Tap, tap. 3 minutes passed quickly. I barely had time to say a few words when the nurse outside knocked on the glass to remind me that time was up. After leaving the ward, the nurse handed me a form and a pen, asking me to fill in the admission information for my brother, including his name, age, and place of origin. While I was filling out the form at the front desk, I suddenly saw 2 uniformed police officers walking down the corridor, talking to each other. "Lee, I think this is just a regular intentional injury case. According to the innkeeper's statement, those people came from the mainland to travel. Lee, you're about to get promoted. If you don't handle this little matter well, it could affect you. I think we should downplay it and follow the normal procedure." "Hey, I want to as well." Another officer shook his head. "Xiao Zhao, don't you find this matter a bit strange? Let me ask you. The elderly victim arrived 6 days ago by plane according to the records checked by Yin Min, but the woman the innkeeper mentioned as the assailant has no flight records. And there are no records of long-distance buses from Shenzhen or even any ship records. How do you think she got here?" The young officer rubbed his hands and laughed. "Lee, isn't it a coincidence? The surveillance cameras at the inn just happened to be broken last night. Witnesses said they saw the assault happen. Right now, we can only classify that woman as a major suspect. We checked the registration she left at the inn. Her name is Chun Hong. We've already issued a notice to track her down, and she definitely can't escape Hong Kong. You've wasted your cleverness on other things." The older officer teased. "This woman could come in unnoticed, but she can't get out? Be more careful." As they continued talking, I lowered my hat brim and quietly backed away. Once outside the hospital, I was thinking about this. As a single individual, I was weak and had no friends in the area. It was too difficult for me to find Hongjia and my brother alone. The conversation between the 2 officers had awakened me to 2 things I needed to do. The first thing was to raise money quickly. My brother's treatment costs over 40,000, and I had given most of the money I earned in Shun to Li Jing, leaving me with some, but not enough, short by 20,000. The second thing was to check the surveillance. The officers said the cameras at the inn were broken last night, which was too coincidental. There had to be something suspicious about it. I was determined to find out who was plotting against us and get to the bottom of it. In the evening, around 5 or 6, I went straight to the Zhonggong Pier. The ship from Hongxing Fisheries hadn't left yet, so I went to find Captain Hao. "Little brother, why are you here?" Seeing my bad complexion, Captain Hao quietly asked, "Did you guys fall into the water?" Falling into the water was slang among the crew, meaning someone had been targeted or captured. Captain Hao was from Hongxing Fisheries, which was a middleman for Yao Wenzhong. Initially, I suspected Yao Wenzhong of foul play, but now I realized something was off. If we were partners in this business, Yao Wenzhong wouldn't have this expression upon seeing me. They would have tried to kill me instead. I said I wanted to see his boss, the head of Hongxing Fisheries. Captain Hao shook his head repeatedly, saying it was impossible. "I'm just a worker. I can't bring you to see the boss." I advise you not to pursue this, otherwise, you might end up sleeping with the fishes. I've seen this happen too often. I looked at Captain Hao, took a deep breath, and said, Captain Hao, I don't need you to take me to see anyone. I just hope you can pass on a message for me. What message? Tell him. I, Xiang Yunfeng, am not afraid of death. Even a mosquito can bite and leave a bump. If he doesn't come out to clarify things, no one will have it easy. Captain Hao widened his eyes. You young man. I tried to advise you kindly, but you don't listen. Why are you so fierce? Seeing the atmosphere shift, Captain Hao's nephew, Do Yazi, pulled me aside. Uncle, don't be angry. Let me talk to Yunfeng. Do Yazi dragged me into the crew's cabin. I had a good impression of Do Yazi. We were of similar ages and considered each other friends. Do Yazi took out a cigarette and offered me one. I shook my head and said I wouldn't smoke. Do Yazi lit his cigarette, tossed the lighter on the table, and said with smoke coming out of his nostrils, No need to find Uncle. If you really want to meet the boss of Hongxing Company, I can help. Because that person is also in Hong Kong right now. Chapter 91. Hongxing, are you serious? Is the boss really there? What's his name? Do Yazi flicked the ash off his cigarette and smiled. Why would I lie to you? The boss treated guests to dinner the day before yesterday and wanted to buy fresh crab, king crab, which my uncle sent over. I saw it with my own eyes, and the boss was with his driver. Then, Do Yazi said, Now that I've shared this important information with you, you should tell me what happened to you guys. After considering it for a while, I chose to trust Do Yazi and told him the whole story. Do Yazi was stunned, repeatedly slapping his face and exclaiming, What the hell? Yunfeng, you're saying those 2 big wooden boxes on the fishing boat were filled with antiques? Are you all grave robbers? I smiled wryly and nodded. And that woman named Chun Hong stabbed your boss and then disappeared with 5 million in cash checks? And now your boss is in the hospital, and you're short 20,000? Yes, Yazi, I don't know what to do now. What's so difficult about that? Just wait. He squatted down and rummaged under the bed for a few minutes, pulling out a locked metal box. He opened the box with a key, and inside it was neatly packed with cash, looking like tens of thousands. Do Yazi touched the box and said, This counts as a loan to you, Yunfeng. You have to pay me back when you have money. I've saved this up for 2.5 years, and my uncle doesn't even know. Looking at the neatly arranged bills in the box, I felt deeply moved. We had only known each other for a few days. Yet he was willing to lend me his hard-earned money. I counted it. There were $27,650. I noted Do Yazi's kindness and vowed to repay him double when I had money. Today you lend me 20,000, and later I'll pay you back 200,000. Before leaving, Do Yazi handed me a piece of paper with an address written on it. Qingyuan Garden, Building 11, Duyuan Street. Do Yazi said the boss of Hongxing Fisheries might still be there, and he could only give me the address because of his uncle's connections. It wasn't convenient for him to take me there. I first went to the hospital to pay the money. My brother had not woken up yet, and the doctor said he was quite old and had suffered serious injuries. Whether he could wake up depended somewhat on luck. I could only pray for him to regain consciousness soon and turn the situation around. Hong Kong is extremely expensive, and Qingyuan Garden is a rare villa-type standalone community where celebrities and wealthy elite live. The security in this high-end community is very strict, and at first, I failed to sneak in. Later, I came up with a plan. There was a garbage truck, and I gave the driver $100. The driver lied to the security guard, saying I was a new employee, and just like that, I followed the garbage truck into Qingyuan Garden. The large iron gates of the 11 villas were closed, and the lawn was neatly trimmed. The owners had built a luxurious doghouse on the lawn, where 2 large black dogs with shiny coats were napping. After a while, a beautiful girl, around 17 or 18 years old, came out holding a bowl of food. The girl had snow-white skin, a ponytail, and was dressed in designer clothes. As soon as she stepped onto the lawn, the 2 large dogs started barking nonstop. The girl took a bite of meat and spat out the bone, saying, What are you barking for? Didn't I just feed you? Are you still hungry? You're going to eat like a pig. Xian, don't feed them anymore. A middle-aged man walked out of the villa. He was dressed in a black suit, had a very neat crew cut, and looked quite spirited. There was a scar on his left eye, and he appeared to be in his early 40s. Dad, why do you keep bothering me? The girl retorted. I want to feed them. The man, in a helpless tone, replied, Last time you built a doghouse, you used 1.5 tons of rosewood. I won't even mention that. And last time, you said you were afraid the dogs would be stolen and wanted to install the most advanced tracking devices. Daughter, you are too willful. Who would dare steal our dogs along the coast for 1,000 miles? Who would mess with the daughter of Hongxing? The girl stuck out her tongue. Dad, you were just bragging. What about last time when I asked Uncle Zhao to beat up Li Ziang? Weren't you scared? Nonsense. The man glared. What do you mean scared? Li Zi is your homeroom teacher. You want me to have the driver beat up your homeroom teacher? You're going too far. Go home. I won't go. The girl angrily threw the bowl in her hand and stormed off. I wanted to run but was too late. Hey, who are you, hiding at my door? The girl bumped into me. The middle-aged man rushed over and shielded her behind him. He asked in a low voice, Who are you? Since I had been caught, I decided to face it head on. I took off my hat and said to him, Mr. Zhao Hongxing, hello. My name is Xiang Yunfeng. Xiang Yunfeng? He raised an eyebrow. Get out of here quickly. I don't know you. I calmly replied, Mr. Zhao may not know me, but to be precise, I am your boss. Uffed. The girl burst into laughter, pointing at me. Kid, you say you're my dad's boss? My dad has over 100 ships, and you're just a kid. How dare you say you're my dad's boss? I didn't respond, just looked at Zhao Hongxing. Zhao Hongxing seemed to think of something, and with a dark expression, he said, "You're with Yao Wenzhong, right? I won't go looking for you, and you dare come looking for me? You've got guts." Seeing him like this, I guessed that Yao Wenzhong had used his ship without paying. This amount was 5 million, and Yao Wenzhong definitely hadn't received the money. It was all in Hong Jia's hands, and now Hong Jia was missing. I said calmly, "Mr. Zhao, you may not know, but the reason you haven't received your money is that something happened last night. Xian, be good and go back inside." Zhao Hongxing realized the seriousness of the situation. After the girl left, Zhao Hongxing approached me, his face cold. "Kid, explain clearly, how serious is this? Are the police watching you, or has customs caught on?" I focused on the key points and explained the situation. So, he stared at me. "Your boss is in the hospital, and the police are waiting for him to wake up?" I nodded. "Yes, that's why I came to find him. I want to contact Yao Wenzhong through him." Zhao Hongxing paced back and forth for a few minutes, suddenly stopping and saying, "Kid, Yao Wenzhong is Yao Wenzhong. He has an tomb rating. I, Zhao Hongxing, am Zhao Hongxing. Now that something has happened, Yao Wenzhong will just run off to the mainland, but I'm different. My fishing company is offshore. If your boss wakes up and exposes me, I'm done for. So, Mr. Zhao, what do you want to do?" I asked him. Zhao Hongxing thought carefully and said, "Go to the hospital, get your boss out. As long as we hide him, we won't have any problems. On the contrary, if he suddenly wakes up, then things will get serious." I said, "But there are people watching at the hospital. How can we move him? Besides, he is severely injured and still on a ventilator. Isn't it risking his life to move him?" Zhao Hongxing said not to worry, he knows an excellent doctor. Chapter 92. Zhao Hongxing's plan. I followed Zhao Hongxing into the villa. "Xian, go upstairs and play. Dad needs to discuss work with this person." The young girl, barefoot, was leaning on the sofa applying a mask. She turned around and sat up. "Dad, this kid isn't really your boss, is he?" Zhao Hongxing said with a dark face. "Hurry upstairs, or else I'll send you to school." The girl reluctantly went upstairs, still barefoot. "Boss Zhao, can you explain the specific process?" I meant how he planned to move the boss without anyone noticing, especially since it was a central hospital with police watching. Zhao Hongxing lit a cigar, took a deep breath, and said, "Money can make things happen. As long as there's money, nothing is impossible." "Kid, do you have money?" "Me?" I shook my head immediately. "I don't have money." "Well then," Zhao Hongxing pointed at me, "once we get him out, we can talk about money. How much did your batch of antiques sell for?" Even if I didn't tell him, he could probably find out. I thought for a moment and said, 550. "It's a check." Zhao Hongxing's hand, which held the cigar, trembled slightly, clearly startled by this amount. I knew that saving my boss was also saving himself. "Kid, come here," he whispered. "Tonight, we do it this way." At 11:30 p.m., an ambulance stopped at the central hospital, and 4 masked medical staff hurriedly got out. "Where's he? Where's the patient that needs to be transferred?" Hearing the shout, a head nurse quickly ran over and asked, "You came from Yanghe, right? Sign here. The patient needing transfer for treatment is ready." After confirming the signature, the head nurse made a call. In less than 10 minutes, several nurses pushed a hospital bed over. Lying on the bed was a comatose elderly man in his 60s or 70s. It was the boss. I tightened my mask, took the bed from the nurses, and pushed it out. "Wait." Suddenly, someone behind shouted for us to stop. "What's wrong, officer?" An older police officer and a younger one quickly ran over. The older officer pointed at the bed and said, "I asked the duty director, and he said the patient's condition suddenly worsened and needs to be transferred to Yanghe for surgery. Are you doctors from Yanghe?" There were 4 of us. And the lead doctor took off his mask, smiling. "Yes, officer, here are my credentials. I'm Lu Ziyuan from Yanghe Trauma Surgery. I'm responsible for monitoring the patient's vital signs during the transfer. We have all the necessary equipment on our vehicle." Many people may not understand that in Hong Kong, the best doctors, equipment, and treatments are in private hospitals. Unlike in mainland China, where doctors work with hospitals, in Hong Kong, the best doctors are affiliated with private hospitals. Compared to central hospitals, private hospitals can provide better treatment and have stronger capabilities. Among them, Yanghe Hospital, Elizabeth Hospital, and St. Paul's Hospital are the top 3 private hospitals. Some critical surgeries that public hospitals can't perform are often transferred here. The older police officer checked the doctor's credentials and then said, "Thank you for your help. We will follow up later, and you can go." "Okay, the patient's condition is critical. Please let us through." "Be careful. Retract the wheels of the hospital bed." After exiting the hospital gate, the head was directed to be lifted onto the ambulance. The ambulance then activated its sirens and drove out of the hospital. After passing the traffic lights, several people in the vehicle removed their masks. These individuals were me, Zhao Hongxing, Lu Ziyuan, and Dong Rensen. Among them, Lu Ziyuan and Dong Rensen are real doctors, indeed doctors from Yanghe Hospital. The entire situation seemed to go smoothly, but a lot of work was done behind the scenes. And Zhao Hongxing spent a large sum of money. First, during the day, Zhao Hongxing contacted a doctor at the central hospital, who issued a critical illness notice and explained the situation, stating that a transfer to Yanghe was necessary. Zhao Hongxing said he could not reveal this doctor's name, and it cost him 160,000 to bribe the central hospital. Lu Ziyuan and Dong Rensen are colleagues, and they have a habit of gambling. Because they lost money in Macau and needed to pay off their gambling debts, Zhao Hongxing was able to get close to them. The ambulance went directly to Qingyuan Garden, where Zhao Hongxing's driver had already arranged for a body. The deceased was of a similar age to the head, and there was a full set of diving equipment in the vehicle. The next day, the morning newspaper carried a news story. An ambulance from Yanghe Hospital was involved in an accident on its return journey, crashing off the Jishui Gate Bridge into the South China Sea. Recovery efforts are currently underway. And according to the investigation, besides the doctors and nurses from Yanghe Hospital, there was also a critically ill patient being transferred from the central hospital in the vehicle. Lu Ziyuan and Dong Rensen took the money and disappeared from Hong Kong. As for the recovery efforts, perhaps the vehicle could be found, but the people inside would definitely not be found. Zhao Hongxing said that even if they were recovered, by then it would be too late. This matter sounds incredible. Besides spending money, it also relies on luck, which is not achievable now. But in Hong Kong back then, as long as one was willing to spend money, it could indeed be done. The follow-up treatment for the head was a problem. Zhao Hongxing asked me to stay at his house and not show my face. And he brought in a team to help treat the head at the villa. This private medical care team charges high fees and has strong confidentiality. And they still exist to this day. The team leader's surname is Zhua, and Zhao Hongxing said he is skilled in medicine. Once during a casual chat, I asked Brother Zhua if he knew about the Tianlin Pharmaceutical Research Division. He nodded and said of course he knew. Anyone doing private work knows about Tianlin Pharmaceuticals. Their developed strong brain injection can help cancer patients extend their lives, costing 1 million per injection. The formula for the strong brain injection is like a money printing machine, constantly printing money. I then asked Brother Zhua if he knew someone nicknamed doctor or teacher. He had heard of him, but had never seen him. He was quite a mysterious person, and he asked me why I was inquiring about him. I smiled and said it was nothing, just curious. Yesterday, when I returned to my hotel room, I not only found the head, but also discovered that my room had been ransacked. My intuition told me someone was looking for that bottle of medicine. I had only told Li Zheng about this. And that night Li Zheng arranged for someone to get me drunk. It wasn't hard to guess who did it. That night, when I was about to return to my room to sleep, someone suddenly shouted from the second floor, "Hey, kid, do you want instant noodles?" I looked up and saw Zhao Hongxing's daughter in her pajamas staring at me. I shook my head and said I wasn't eating. The girl immediately retorted angrily, "I want to eat. You go help me cook a pack of instant noodles. Get the White Elephant brand, not Kong Shifu, and don't put in the oil packet. I'm afraid of getting fat. Cook it for 3 minutes. Don't overcook it. I'm not a servant." I replied to her from downstairs. "Am I supposed to bring it up to you after it's done?" The girl, holding onto the stairs, shouted, "Of course. You live in my house. Are you going to make me bring it up myself?" Zhao Hongxing spoiled his daughter to the heavens. To me, she seemed less like a princess and more like a useless person. Seeing that I was ignoring her, she turned to go back to her room, and she got anxious. The girl yelled at the top of her lungs, "Kid, you have to help me cook instant noodles today. You Tomb Raider." Chapter 93. The head awakens during the days at Qingyuan Garden. This girl often mocked me coldly, sometimes saying I was a Tomb Raider who wouldn't die a good death. That Tomb Raiders end up in prison. Anyway, she was just foul-mouthed and uncultured, all spoiled by her dad. I currently needed Zhao Hongming's help and didn't dare to scold or hit her, feeling frustrated. The head's condition improved and the wounds gradually healed. Doctors was said he might wake up soon, and if he did wake up without any major problems, the rest would just be a matter of slowly recuperating. That night, around 9 o'clock, Zhao Hongming told me there were leads regarding Hongjia. He said he hadn't been idle these past few days. The hotel surveillance footage had been deliberately damaged. But I checked according to your idea and indeed made a significant discovery ahead of the police. He showed me a segment of the surveillance footage, which was quite blurry, and the computer was an old one. Zhao Hongming had someone burn the footage onto a CD, which was then played on the television. That night, there happened to be a Citroën parked in the hotel courtyard, and this footage was captured by the car's dashcam. The video played on the television had a strong grainy effect, and the timestamp showed it was 12:15 a.m. that night. Someone came out. It was Hongjia. The hotel courtyard was unlit, and in the footage, Hongjia walked up to the apple tree, looking up at it. Due to the angle of the dashcam, it was unclear what was in the tree, and no sound was recorded. Hongjia seemed to gaze at the apple tree for about 3 minutes when suddenly, the screen flickered. A bird appeared in the footage, its eyes shining with a green glow, just as the landlady had described, very eerie. I jumped up from the stool, pointing at the television screen, my hand trembling. I had seen this bird before. It was a pure white owl. It had just landed on the apple tree. Hongjia was not looking at an apple tree at all. She was looking at the owl in the tree. It was that woman from the Changchun Society. Previously, there had been a similar situation. Hongjia herself said she swallowed a golden finger and would be controlled mentally upon hearing the bird call. After coming out of Moth Mountain, we had forgotten about this. I was sweating, and my heart was in my throat. If that woman had come to Hong Kong, then the little head was probably not dead. After blowing up the cave, this group of people followed us to Hong Kong. In other words, this was very likely retaliation from the Changchun Society. Kid, what's wrong? Seeing me restless, Zhao Hongming asked. I kept telling myself to stay calm. The more it was like this, the more I needed to keep calm. Taking a deep breath, I looked at Zhao Hongming and said, Mr. Zhao, I already know who is behind this. Oh, Zhao Hongming raised an eyebrow. Although it's strange, you wouldn't say the murderer is that bird, would you? I asked him if he had heard of the Changchun Society. Zhao Hongming thought for a moment and replied that he knew about the Somlian Society and the Xiaodao Society. But where was the Changchun Society? I told him the Changchun Society was a group from the mainland, possibly rooted in Changchun in northeast China, with many powerful figures within. The head's injury was a retaliation from the Changchun Society against our group. Zhao Hongming crossed his legs and tapped the table, lost in thought. After a few minutes, he spoke. It seems the situation is more complicated than I thought. I can speak in coastal areas, but I can't help in the mainland. I, Zhao, don't want to get involved with you and the Changchun Society, you know? I asked what he meant by that. He said, if this Changchun Society is really as powerful as you say, if I take you in, wouldn't that be clearly opposing them? I, Zhao, love money, but I don't want to take that risk. In light of the current situation, I thought of two paths for you, kid. First, wait for your boss to wake up. I'll arrange a boat to take you and your boss back. After you return, stay far away. It cost me 700,000 to fish your boss out. And remember this matter. Second, let's draw a clear line. For the sake of our previous cooperation, I can take you in for 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of whether your boss wakes up or not, you have to move out. You cannot mention my name, Hongxing, to anyone. Do you understand? These are the only two options. Think about it. After he finished speaking, he left. That night, I couldn't sleep at all and suffered from insomnia. My head was heavily injured. Hongjia and the boss were missing, and Changchun Society was coming for revenge. Our gang had not made any money on this trip to Hong Kong and was already on the verge of collapse. I had to agree to Zhao Hongxing's conditions. Changchun Society was after us, and I couldn't resist alone. I didn't even have the ability to protect myself, let alone the boss. I could only choose to leave and find someone who could protect both me and the boss. Initially, the beggar Lu had said that if I encountered difficulties, I could go to the Zhao Wang Hotel in Handan, Hebei, to seek his help. I had always remembered this. I told Zhao Hongxing about my decision to leave, and he said it was no problem and would arrange it for me as soon as possible. Li Zheng and his teacher wanted that bottle of medicine, but their plan fell through. After returning that day, I was cautious and didn't keep the bottle of medicine in the room where I was staying. I kept this a secret, and no one knew. I secretly hid it with the kiosk owner. Fortunately, on the day before my departure, the boss finally woke up. Although he was still very weak, his mind was clear, and he could speak. I asked the boss with red eyes how he was feeling and whether it was Hongjia who did this to him. The boss weakly leaned against the pillow and said, Yinfeng, I know it wasn't Xiaohong. That's right, boss. That person wasn't Hongjia. It was someone from Changchun Society. The boss closed his eyes and recalled. Xiaohong said she would help keep the check safe. That night, I felt something was off about her. I just didn't expect it. The boss asked me what my plans were next. I told the boss I wanted to go to Handan to find the beggar Lu for help. The boss nodded and said, it seems that's the only way for now. The beggar Lu owes me a favor. He's reliable. Yinfeng, arrange for that boss Zhao to meet with me. Out of respect and reason, we should thank this person. I said okay, boss, you rest easy. I'll take care of it. After closing the door, I saw the girl inside arranging fake flowers. I asked her, hey, where did your dad go? I need to talk to him. The girl didn't turn around and said, who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? You. Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Miss. Just then, Zhao Hongxing's driver suddenly rushed in a panic. What's wrong, Uncle Li? The girl asked. Uncle Li's face was ashen, and he gasped, go. Get out of here quickly. Your father is in trouble. A vase crashed to the ground, and the girl trembled, asking, what do you mean, Uncle Li? What happened to my dad? The boat is ready. We need to leave now. Don't take anything. Uncle Li wiped the sweat from his face and said urgently, Mr. Zhao. He died. Chapter 94. Comforting Zhao Xianxian Zhao Hongxing. The owner of Hongxing Fisheries with over 100 fishing boats suddenly died, and everyone present couldn't believe it, especially his daughter, Zhao Xianxian. Zhao Xianxian smiled and said, Uncle Li, have you been drinking? What nonsense are you talking? I just spoke to my dad. He told me to remember to feed the dog. As she laughed, the girl lost her balance. Driver Li supported her, tears streaming down his face. Miss, I'm sorry. I didn't protect Mr. Zhao well. The boss was the calmest, asking in a deep voice what exactly happened, and to explain clearly, we couldn't lose our composure at this critical moment. Uncle Li helped Zhao Xianxian sit down. Her lips trembled, and she was in shock. Uncle Li looked at the boss and said, I've initially checked. Mr. Zhao's Honda had no issues before, and he wasn't drunk. I just can't understand why he turned around on the highway. Turned around on the highway? The boss squinted and said, so it was an accident? Uncle Li nodded. That's right. Mr. Zhao's car collided with a heavy truck carrying steel coils, and he died on the spot. I've seen the body, and I can't let the young lady see it. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. The young lady is still very young, with Mr. Zhao's death. The other 3 shareholders will definitely seize the opportunity to take control of Hongxing. Driver Li gritted his teeth and said, Hongxing is worth over 10 million. As Mr. Zhao's legitimate heir, I can assure you the other shareholders definitely don't want her to live. We can't stay here until I investigate everything. Uncle Li stood up and bowed to the boss, earnestly saying, I don't trust anyone from Hongxing right now. No matter what, Mr. Zhao has helped you before. Now I hope you can take the young lady and leave Hong Kong together. Please. But the boss frowned. Over 10 million in assets. Are we just going to throw it away? How about we call the police after Yunfeng and I leave? The old man shook his head and said, We can't call the police. Hongxing's background isn't clean. Once we report it, many big figures will be dragged in, which would endanger the young lady's safety even more. I glanced at Zhao Xianxian on the sofa. The girl was mumbling to herself with trembling lips, making it hard to hear what she was saying. It wasn't safe for Zhao Xianxian to follow me and the boss either, because Changchun society was still looking for us. But even so, comparing the two dangers, it was better for her to follow us to leave Hong Kong and hide, at least ensuring her temporary safety. I was in the open while the enemy was in the dark, and we would suffer losses if we fought with an unseen enemy. This wasn't a game. For the sake of survival, we had to choose to leave by boat that night. The boss had difficulty moving, so Uncle Li arranged a wheelchair. Before boarding, Zhao Xianxian cried and clung to Uncle Li's hand, refusing to let go. Uncle Li, with red eyes, said, "Miss, don't worry. Once Hongxing stabilizes, I will definitely come back to get you. Your father's death is suspicious. I can't let him die without a reason." From the time of the incident to the decision to leave, Zhao Xianxian didn't even have time to take a last look at her father's body. Thus, under driver Li's urging, she boarded the boat with me and the boss. Captain Lao Hua, experienced in the ways of the world, saw the expression on the boss's daughter's face and knew something was wrong. He didn't ask much and immediately ordered the crew to take their positions and prepare to set sail back. I pushed the wheelchair, and the boss stood on the deck while Zhao Xianxian looked at Uncle Li on the shore from a distance. The crew was ready, and the barriers were raised. With a loud horn, the fishing boat started moving. The sea breeze was cool, and the boss kept coughing. He looked much weaker. "Yinfeng, I'm here, boss." The boss tightened the blanket over his legs and asked, "Do you have any thoughts about Boss Zhao's situation?" I looked around the deck to ensure no one was around and whispered, "Boss, I think driver Li is suspicious." "Oh, why do you say that?" I shook my head, unable to articulate it. The timing of Mr. Zhao's incident was too coincidental, and Uncle Li was acting anxious. He said it was for Zhao Xuanchuan's protection, but he also knew we were going to Shandong for refuge. The boss grinned and said, "That's right, you've grown. Don't let that little girl know about this." Uncle Li is right about one thing. Mr. Zhao Hongxing has done us a favor. His daughter has suddenly encountered this disaster. We should protect her and repay this favor to Mr. Zhao Hongxing. The boss coughed and said, "Yinfeng, I'm getting old. You have courage, loyalty, and are progressing quickly. You should take over for me in the future. You're so young. Maybe you'll do even better than me, Wang Xianxing." I nodded but didn't say anything, turning around to push the boss back into the cabin. The boss had difficulty with his legs, so Lao was specifically arranged for him to stay in the staff quarters. I squeezed in with Zhao Xianxian in the engine room. To be honest, I was a bit worried about this girl. She wasn't in a good state, and I was concerned she might take drastic measures. In one day, Zhao Xianxian transformed from a pampered young lady who had everything handed to her into a homeless person with nothing. The contrast was too great. She went a whole day without eating or drinking, and I worried she would starve, so I went to the kitchen to make her instant noodles. "Stop crying, get up. Eat something," I said as I tried to serve her the noodles. "I won't eat. Go away." She suddenly pushed me away in anger. The hot soup splashed all over my pants. Zhao Xianxian buried her face between her legs and kept sobbing. I sat beside her and said, "I know you're hurting. Actually, I'm Xiang Yinfeng, and I've had it worse than you. My family was poor when I was young, and my relatives looked down on us. Because we were poor, I didn't have many friends. I started fetching water at 8 and thinking about how to make money by 10. Seeing that Zhao Xianxian seemed to be listening, I continued. "You look down on tomb raiders, but that's because you've never been poor. I, Xiang Yinfeng, became a tomb raider just for money. I've been terrified of being poor. In just a few short decades, it's either a lifetime of poverty or a gamble. If you die with your head up. If you live for another 10,000 years." Zhao Xianxian slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were red from crying, and her makeup was smeared with tears. She finally spoke. "I'm sorry, Dad. I always scolded him, and I never listened to what he said," and she started crying again. Once she calmed down, we talked for a long time. She mentioned Hongxing Company and said there were 3 other major shareholders, all of whom fought alongside her dad back in the day. Her dad started from scratch and took over 20 years to build Hongxing into what it is today. Hongxing not only has over 100 boats, but also runs several fishing gear stores. As night fell, Zhao Xianxian suddenly looked at me and said, "Hongxing was left to me by my dad. I want to get it back. That's the spirit." "Finally, you said something useful," I smiled and said. "You're still not even 20, right?" She nodded. "I just turned 18. I replied, "You're still young. You're not a pampered young lady anymore. If you want to achieve something, you can't do it without capital or connections. Otherwise, how about you come with me to be a tomb raider?" Chapter 95, New Gang. Think about it. If you work with us, you will definitely earn money. Once you have money, you can find people. When the time comes, if you want to take back your dad's company, having money and connections is a whole different concept from being broke and alone. Zhao Xianxian stopped crying and wiped her eyes, saying, "But I don't know anything." "That's okay. It doesn't matter if you can't dig or drill, just follow us. Even if you just do logistics, we need hands, and I can definitely find you work." "Logistics? What does that mean?" Zhao Xianxian asked. "Logistics, simply put, means ensuring our equipment is procured and coordinating with people. You don't need to rush to learn that part. You can take your time. Once we find Hongjia, I'll have her teach you. You're young. You'll definitely learn quickly." "Why are you staring at me?" I asked. I'm serious. You don't think I'm trying to trick you, do you? Zhao Xianxian surprisingly nodded and said, are you trying to take advantage of me? Wanting me to be your girlfriend? I was taken aback, almost cursing. What do you take me for? Your dad just died, and I, Xiang Yinfeng, would do something like that. However, our conversation wasn't pointless. It made me realize a problem. We lack people. If we plan to continue, our team is really short on hands. Hong Jie is missing, the boss is unaccounted for, the second brother is unwell, and the third brother is taking care of the second brother, who needs to recuperate from an injury. I suddenly realized that I seemed to be the only normal one in the gang. I let Zhao Xianxian calm down and think it over, while I directly left the kitchen to find Duya. Duya lived in the Bao cabin, and when I found him, he was sitting in a bucket bathing, completely naked. Damn it, Yinfeng, you didn't even knock. Duya glared at me. Are you done? If you are, get out of the bucket. I need to talk to you. I tossed him a towel. Duya stood up from the bucket, wiped himself off haphazardly, and put on his shorts. He said, why are you here at this hour? Are you going to pay me back? Get lost, I only borrowed for 2 days. How could I pay you back? Duya asked seriously. Do you want to fish every day and be a crew member for life? Or do you want to make big money and enjoy the good life? That goes without saying. Only a fool wouldn't want to make money. Duya squinted and said, tell me, how can I get rich? Simple. I said seriously, follow me. Damn. Follow you to rob tombs? No way. Duya waved his hands. I'm my dad's only son. I don't want to go to jail. Working with my uncle may not pay much, but it's safe. If I follow you to rob tombs, who knows when I'll kick the bucket? What will happen then? My dad will have to bury me? Duya, you don't understand. In our line of work, as long as you're with a legitimate crew, out of 100 people, only one might get caught. That person is just unlucky. The bold survive, and the timid starve. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Think about it. You've been at sea for over 2 years and only saved a few $1,000. If you follow us, you'll earn way more than that in one go. Think it over. Duya lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, he spoke, Yinfeng. I need to discuss this with my uncle and see what he thinks. Does your uncle allow you to rob tombs? Duya replied, I don't know. That is why I said I'd ask. My uncle is well informed. I'll let him advise me. Half an hour later, in Duya's cabin, Lao frowned and said, little brother, you young folks are bold and reckless. Duya is my nephew. I understand you want to take him along to get rich, but I can't agree to this. It's better for Duya to stay on the boat with me. While I can't make him rich, I can help him get a wife and buy a house in a few years. Lao disagreed with letting Duya join me, and it was no use. Duya listened to Lao about everything, so I thought this plan was dead. This time, Lao's fishing boat did not return to Shun, but chose to dock at the Shenzhen Inner Bay Pier. Shenzhen is very close to Hong Kong, and our boat arrived overnight. My plan was to depart from Shenzhen, take a bus, and finally settle in Handan. Starting from Pingshan and Shenzhen, I bought a regular train ticket. It would take over 24 hours to reach Handan, just right for a day and a night. I didn't expect that just as I, the boss, and Zhao Xianxian were preparing to set off, someone with a large backpack caught up with us, panting heavily. Seeing this person, I smiled. It was Duya. What is up with you? Changed your mind? Duya ran over, hugged my neck, and laughed, after a night of deep thought. I think you're right, Yinfeng. A man should make big money and enjoy life. I don't want to spend my life on the boat following my uncle. You finally got it. This is our boss, Boss Wang. Duya properly bowed and greeted Boss. Boss Wang shook his head helplessly and said, all right, kid. Since Yinfeng wants to bring you in, I can't say much. Just follow us from now on. Observe, ask questions, and learn, okay? Understood. Zhao Xianxian looked Duya up and down and asked, haven't we met before? You look familiar. Duya replied, miss, you have a good memory. A while back, I went to your boss's house to deliver crabs, and we met then. You were going to have your big black dog bite me. Zhao Xianxian seemed to remember, and her expression became a bit awkward. At 5:30 p.m. that day, a few of us boarded the green train, which was headed to Handan. The conditions were poor and the journey was long. I could tell that Zhao Xianxian, the rich young lady, was not adapting well. She was used to riding in BMWs and Benzes, and I guess she had never been on such a train before. That night, I felt very sleepy and wanted to sleep, but Diazi was full of energy and kept asking me questions. What does a Luoyang shovel look like? How is it used? What if we encounter a ghost while tomb raiding? Is there really such a thing as Moko? I heard that black donkey hooves can cure zombies. Is that true? Diazi's questions were endless. I yawned and said, you'll understand all this after working for a year or two. We have a whole day of travel tomorrow. So hurry up and sleep. I'm tired. Accompanied by the clattering sound of the green train, I slowly fell asleep. That night on the train, I had a dream. I dreamed that Diazi, the young lady Zhao Xianxian, and a head named Hongjie entered a large tomb together. Inside the tomb, everything was glittering with gold and bright with jewels, piled high with gold, silver, and treasures. Diazi had a large string of gold necklaces around his neck, wore an ancient gold crown on his head, and had 7 or 8 gold rings on his hands, continuously shouting, I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. I rushed over, shouting, Diazi, leave some for me. Why are you wearing all the gold? Diazi, lying in a coffin, shouted, no way, it's all mine. I suddenly woke up from the dream. At that moment, I looked outside through the train window. It was already bright outside. Chapter 96. Bed trading Handan used to be the capital of the Zhao state, and the phrase learning to walk in Handan originated here. Handan is also close to Pengcheng, which was the legitimate birthplace of the Zizhou kiln in ancient times. The Zizhou kiln is famous for its white ground carved flower vases and porcelain pillows. In the past, those who went around collecting antiques would come to Hebei and had to stop by Handan. They all wanted to take home a Zizhou kiln tiger pillow to sell at a high price and get rich. The green train moved slowly, and at that time, there was no high-speed train station in the Handan area, just the Handan West station. After packing our luggage, we got off the train after 10 p.m. Need a place to stay? Single rooms, double rooms, with showers and charging, just $30 a night. Daming County, one more person and we'll leave soon. After exiting the train station, there were constantly people approaching us, shouting about staying at their inns and offering rides. Diazi yawned and said, Yunfeng, let us find a place to stay for the night. We're unfamiliar with this place, and we don't want to wander around aimlessly at night. The small inns near the train station were dirty and chaotic. I actually didn't want to stay, but considering the others, I had to take their feelings into account. I asked Zhao Xianxian, Miss, are you tired? Should we stay at a small inn or look for someone? Zhao Xianxian, lacking energy, replied, I think Diazi is right. Let us find a place to settle down first. Since we're already here, there's no rush for these few hours. All right then. Let us rest for the night and recover our energy. I waved to the woman who was trying to attract customers earlier. Young man, are you looking for a place to stay? The woman immediately jogged over. We needed 3 rooms, and the landlady asked for 120. Diazi, used to the hard life on the boat, desperately haggled with her. Later, the woman inadvertently saw the phone that the head was using. Her eyes lit up, and she quoted a firm price without budging. At that time, the head's phone was a Bodeo 2000, worth over 3,000 on the market. The Nokia 8210 from the same period was only over 2,000. Bodeo advertised itself as the fighter jet among mobile phones. With a flip design and a 1-inch display that included a radio function, it was incredibly impressive, making brands like Samsung and Ericsson seem inferior. The woman wouldn't lower the price because she saw us using phones worth thousands, and the head was unwilling to waste time over such trivial matters. Waving his hand and saying, let us just go with this. The place we stayed was a guest house, 3 stories high, with average conditions. Diazi and I shared one room. The head had one, and Zhao Xianxian had her own. Zhao Xianxian asked the landlady where to take a shower and was told there was only a public shower room for men and women to use together. She might have a cleanliness obsession and didn't go. At around 11:30 p.m., I returned from taking a shower, wearing slippers, and as I passed through the hallway, I suddenly saw a group of over 10 people going up to the 3rd floor at the same time, followed by a continuous noise from the 3rd floor. The front desk was attended by a young woman in her 20s with red hair. I curiously walked over and asked, Hey, beautiful, what is all that noise on the 3rd floor? The young woman, resting her chin on her hand and yawning, sleepily replied, They're having a bed trading event. Today is the 16th. Those are antique sellers. Upon hearing about the bed trading, I became interested. It was quite a coincidence. Bed trading is a form of transaction that only exists among antique dealers, said to have originated during the Qing dynasty. In the past, itinerant antique dealers would travel across the country with their goods, gathering in inns and stations. It's unclear who started it, but everyone began to sell items on beds, using the bed as a medium to exchange goods. I had heard of it before, but had never had the opportunity to see it in person. Now I definitely wanted to check out the scene. I called Diazi, and we went up to the 3rd floor. We saw that many rooms had their doors open, and as we walked through the corridor, we could see everything inside. Groups of sellers sat cross-legged on the floor playing cards. The bedding on the beds was neat, and rows of antique items were neatly displayed. There were ceramics, ancient jade, bronze Buddha statues, ancient scrolls, and various other treasures. If someone passing through the corridor liked an item on a bed, they would knock 3 times on the door, indicating they were a buyer looking at goods, while 4 knocks meant that a fellow dealer wanted to drop by to get acquainted. Although Diazi knew nothing about antiques, he still looked enthusiastic. When we reached the end of the corridor, I noticed something in one of the rooms. The seller was a bald man in his 50s with a Northwest accent. My first impression of him was that he was a tomb raider, a fellow in the same line of work. He had an earthy smell about him, not in the olfactory sense, but rather like 2 chefs meeting, one saying to the other, You're in the kitchen, right? I can smell the pork lard and scallions on you from far away. Upon entering the room, the man coldly said, No leaking cages, no leakage for collection. I smiled and said nothing, continuing to look at the item. On the bed lay a piece of a blue stone carving, about 30 centimeters in length and width, crafted using shallow relief techniques. It appeared to be a statue of a 3-headed, 3-faced male guanyin. In the lower corner of the stone carving, some complex ancient characters were faintly visible. Can I touch it, big brother? I pointed at the item. The man replied indifferently, Be gentle, this is a high-year item. I nodded and said yes. I had never seen a guanyin statue with such a shape, a 3-headed, 3-faced one, with the front face displaying a compassionate demeanor, the left face glaring fiercely like a protective deity, and the right face looking peaceful as if it were not in conflict with the world. This bizarre and unique form was definitely a treasure. Since I had never seen one before, based on the texture and degree of weathering of the blue stone, I initially dated it to the Song or Yuan dynasty. This item was definitely not a product of the world. It was most likely sourced from a large tomb. Big brother, how much is it? I asked him. 28. The man replied in a flat tone. Diazi widened his eyes and exclaimed, 28. I think this is good. I'll give you 30. No need to give change. Saying this, he was about to take out his wallet. I hurriedly stopped Diazi, smiling and saying, just starting out. Brother, don't mind me. Big brother, I see this item has a dry mouth. May I ask if it's something that was dug up from Ningxia or Inner Mongolia? The man's expression changed, and he suddenly got up and closed the door. He walked in and handed me a cigarette, quietly saying, good eye. Brother, I see you are young. Which path are you in? Before I could respond, Diazi immediately interrupted. Have you heard of Beipai Wang Baotou? The man was slightly taken aback and looked at me, asking, new recruit? I replied, just arrived. Big brother, don't laugh at him. I pointed outside and said, it's fate to meet from all corners of the world. Why don't we go downstairs and get to know each other? Let's see if there's any opportunity for cooperation to make money. Sure, he said while getting dressed. I actually have a project that has hit a snag recently. If you're interested, we can chat. Before leaving, I asked him to bring that stone sculpture for Baotou to take a look at, as I felt I couldn't grasp what it was. And Baotou had a keen eye. Perhaps he could figure something out. After going down to the second floor and meeting Baotou, after introducing ourselves, the man took out the stone sculpture. Baotou examined it carefully, rubbing his hands over the three-faced guanyin, and after a long time suddenly said, this is from the Western Xia Buddhist Kingdom. Chapter 1. Helan Mountain Tribe. To my surprise, it was indeed something from the Western Xia. Baotou mentioned it casually, but I was very excited inside. Speaking of which, the Western Xia coincided with the transitional period between the Song and Yuan dynasties, which confirmed that my previous rough dating was not wrong. If it really is a Western Xia stone sculpture, it is indeed rare. And one could even say that such things have hardly circulated among the people. The man with the Mediterranean hairstyle introduced himself as Qin Xingping. He looked at Baotou in surprise and said, good eye. May I ask if the master has seen similar items before? Baotou nodded and said, I once handled a piece of a relic that bore a resemblance to what you have. At this point, Diazi chimed in, Western Xia? Is that the country where the number one villain, Duan Yanqing, with a cane, is from in the TV series Demigods and Semi-Devils? I looked at Diazi and said, you're quite clever, Diazi. That's right, it's that Western Xia, but that's all fictional in the TV series. Western Xia and Dali are worlds apart, one in the north and the other in the south. Given the strength of the Western Xia back then, if they really wanted to destroy a small country like Dali, it would just be a matter of waving their hands. The TV series is just nonsense. I then asked this Qin fellow, since he is in the same line of work, to be honest, big brother, is this thing fresh or dried? Besides the royal tombs at the foot of Helan Mountain, I've hardly heard of any standardized tombs from the Western Xia. Could it be that you've touched a grand Western Xia tomb? You know quite a bit. Little brother, he replied without hesitation, laughing, this is half-dried goods, meaning it has been unearthed for a while. There are hundreds of looting holes at the Western Xia royal tombs at the foot of Helan Mountain, and they've long been emptied. I haven't handled any grand Western Xia tomb. I got this piece from a Hutei person. According to Qin Xingping, Hutei people are a small ethnic group living in the desert area around Helan Mountain. The term minority descendants does not equate to minority nationalities. Our country is vast, home to 56 ethnic groups, but the reality is far more complex. The others can at most be called small tribes. As their groups only consist of a few dozen to a few hundred people, they can only be referred to as tribes. For example, the Rimbu tribe on Buling Mountain in Zishuangbana, the Basha tribe in the mountains of Qianin Autonomous Prefecture in Guizhou, the Axi tribe in Mile County of Yunnan, the Kamiran tribe in the deep mountains of Mengla County, and the ancient reindeer tribe on the Hulumber Prairie, as well as the Dungba cave dweller tribe in the deep caves of Ziyun Mountain in Guizhou, etc. Qin Xingping described the Hutei people as one of these groups. According to him, this Hutei tribe might have 200 to 300 people, active in the desert area north of Helan Mountain. He exchanged this stone sculpture for a mobile phone from a local young man. The Hutei people have lived in the desert for generations and rarely come into contact with outsiders. Qin Xingping once went to Daba County and Helan Mountain for tourism, to dig for treasures, and accidentally saw this item. The person was a young man with braids named Aji. Aji didn't want money from Qin Xingping. He said that if he wanted the stone sculpture, he needed to trade it for a mobile phone. A mobile phone doesn't cost much, and Qin Xingping was eager to get one. So he immediately swapped the stone sculpture for a phone. At that time, he didn't think much of it. But when he returned to the hotel and pondered it carefully, he became more and more excited. If Aji could lead him to the excavation site of this Western Xia stone tablet, he would strike it rich and not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. It was a great thought. But when he returned to look for Aji, he couldn't find him. After inquiring, the locals in Daba said that Aji was a Hutei person living in the desert with his tribe, which is isolated from the world. Every 3 months, they would send Aji to the county to buy some salt and tools, and no one could find out where he was specifically. After hearing the story, Baotou frowned and said, so you think there might be a big pit at the excavation site of this stone sculpture? Qin Xingping smiled and said, the weathering degree of the stone sculpture's fracture layer is new. An insider can tell at a glance that this is a relic. I'm usually just a treasure hunter, used to working alone. Since we met here in Handan today, it can be considered a kind of fate. It's not feasible to do this work alone. So, what do you say, Baotou? Are you willing to team up for a trip? In the tomb raiding business, teaming up means working temporarily with others. Most people in the industry don't like teaming up because they fear insecurity and are even more afraid of getting double-crossed and buried by others. Of course, there are cases where teaming up leads to deep friendships, but those are rare. Qin Xingping is a lone wolf treasure hunter. He knows that to find the Western Xia tomb mentioned by the Hute people, he cannot rely solely on himself, which is why he is asking us to team up. This also shows that he is quite bold and has a bit of a rogue spirit. After listening, Baotou laughed and said, "You have navigation, so teaming up is not a problem. I just don't know about the fare." Qin Xingping waved his hand generously and said, "Just get in the car first and buy the ticket later. You have more people, just pay what you think is right." Upon hearing this, Baotou turned to me and asked, "Yin Feng, what do you think?" I thought for a moment and looked at him, saying, "I'm quite a bit younger than you, so I'll dare to call you Qin Gu." Here's the thing, Qin Gu, I think it's feasible, but not right now. First, Baotou hasn't fully recovered from his injury and is not mobile. Second, we have some personal matters to attend to in Handan this time. If you want to team up to find that tribe in Healan Mountain, that is fine, but we need to sort out our business first. Sure, no rush. We can wait a day or two. Qin Xingping waved his hand and said, "You've seen it too. I just arrived in Handan. Once my matters are settled, let us gather and discuss the specifics." Baotou and I exchanged glances, nodded, and agreed. We exchanged phone numbers, and Qin Xingping left with the stone sculpture. Diazi, who had been unable to interject earlier, now eagerly said, "Yin Feng Baotou, when are we setting off to raid tombs and dig for treasures? I've got plenty of strength." Baotou suddenly sighed. If only Xiaohong were here. We have nothing around us right now. It's tough. At this moment, Zhao Xianxian was sitting far away on a bench, doing her nails. I pulled her over and said, "Hey, Baotou, we can have her learn to help with logistics. Besides, she is small and won't attract attention." Zhao Xianxian put away her nail clippers, looking a bit flustered. Diazi chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Miss, your thighs are not even as thick as my arms. I've seen it before when following my uncle on the boat. This young lady needs someone to assist her to get dressed. She can't help with anything other than feeding dogs and spending money. How can she be our logistics?" Zhao Xianxian turned red at Diazi's words and looked a bit pitiful. I pushed Diazi aside and said, "You go over there." I turned to Zhao Xianxian and said, "No one is born knowing everything. I was terrified when I first started digging. I even fell into the river. You're not small anymore. If you want to return to Hong Kong one day to find out the cause of your father's death, then you should learn well from Baotou. You might end up doing better than Hongjia." Zhao Xianxian lowered her head and fell silent. That night, no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 2. The Mystery of Beggar Lu. The next morning, we checked out early and the four of us set off for Zhao Wang Hotel. More than a decade ago, Zhao Wang Hotel was considered the most upscale hotel in Handan. The hotel is still there, but its business is nowhere near what it used to be. We took a city bus from the train station, and after about an hour, we arrived. I rushed to the front desk to inquire if there was a man with the surname Lu staying there and asked them to notify him that someone was looking for him. The front desk attendant apologized and said they couldn't disclose guest information, but the guest could call the front desk. I shook my head, saying he had already tried and couldn't reach Beggar Lu. With a mindset of giving it a try, I cautiously mentioned the words Changchun Society. The attendant's expression changed immediately, and she quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I'll check for you." At that time, front desk registration was not computerized. Everything was handwritten in a thick black notebook, including ID numbers and names, which could be written freely without any network monitoring. The attendant flipped through the registration book for a few minutes and said, "Mr. Lu has a yearly card with us, room 406, but he should not be here right now. He goes to Naming River Park to exercise every morning at 5:30 and might return at noon or might not return all day." After thanking the front desk attendant, we went to Naming River Park to look for Beggar Lu. This time we really found him, but he was not exercising in the park. The ticket office was located at the north end of Naming River Park, and next to it was a small fitness square. Beggar Lu was sitting on a bench in the square, dressed in tattered clothes, with a similarly worn enamel cup at his feet, dozing off with his hands tucked into his sleeves. His cup was filled with small change, mostly 5 and 1 Mao coins, with very few 1 yuan coins. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Beggar Lu must have money, and not just ordinary money. He could afford a yearly card at the most upscale hotel in the area. I couldn't understand why he was living like this. Later, I asked my companion, who told me part of the reason. In 1992, a movie called The Beggar Lu was made. It was a nonsensical comedy, and very few people knew the backstory of the character it was based on. Beggar Lu's real name is Lu Changshan. His great-great-grandfather was the top martial arts scholar in the 19th year of Qianlong, commonly known as the martial arts champion. At that time, passing the martial arts examination was very difficult, far more so than today's civil service exams. The first test was horseback riding and archery, the second was skill and bravery, and the third was a written exam. The skill and bravery test included archery, swordplay, and weightlifting. The swords were divided into 3 levels, and the bows were also divided into 3 levels, 80, 100, and 120 kilograms. The assessment process had requirements. The bow must be drawn fully 3 times. The sword must touch the chest front and back, and the weightlifting must be done to a height of 1 foot off the ground, level with the shoulder. Beggar Lu's great-great-grandfather scored first in all 3 tests, setting a record of 320 kilograms in weightlifting. Once he passed these 3 hurdles, he was essentially guaranteed the title. The written exam was just a formality with 2 symbolic questions, but Beggar Lu's great-great-grandfather was illiterate and had a bad temper. He believed the examiners were deliberately making things difficult for him, and, in a fit of rage, kicked one of the examiners in the head, causing a concussion. As a result, he was arrested and spent 2 years in prison. So now, if you check the Qing Dynasty archives online, you will find that the martial arts champion is not Beggar Lu's great-great-grandfather. Instead, it was a man named Gu Lin in the 19th year of Qianlong, 1754. His great-great-grandfather was originally first, but lost his position due to the incident, and Gu Lin, who was second, became first. The family of the examiner who was kicked had significant power, and as revenge, they paid to have his great-great-grandfather's legs broken in prison. After he was released, he became a cripple. In that era, martial artists valued reputation, and although his great-great-grandfather retained his martial arts skills after leaving prison, his disability meant he lived poorly and eventually fell into beggary. The turning point came in the 24th year of Qianlong, when Qianlong was 49 years old and loved to travel south to indulge in beautiful women. In December of that year, while disguised and traveling to Yuanzishan, north of Shaoxing, he was suddenly attacked by bandits. Just as the emperor was about to be killed, a ragged middle-aged beggar with a limp appeared from the bushes. Despite his disability, the beggar was skilled in martial arts and quickly drove off the bandits, saving Qianlong's life. Qianlong was very grateful and said, "You have done a great service in saving the emperor. Ask for any reward you wish." Qianlong thought the beggar would ask for gold or a high official position, but the beggar said, "Your Majesty, I just want a golden bowl to beg with." Qianlong laughed heartily and rewarded him with a solid gold bowl. With this golden bowl, he was authorized to beg, and no matter if it was nobles or local gentry, no one dared to refuse him. At the same time, his great-great-grandfather felt fortunate to have met the emperor and passed down the family instruction that future generations of the Lu family could only be beggars. After learning about his background from my companion, I couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder a beggar can possess such martial skills and wealth." It turns out he comes from a prestigious family, with a royal golden bowl, the king among beggars. My companion pushed his wheelchair over and coughed a couple of times. Beggar Lu squinted and, upon seeing us, immediately became alert. "It's Wang Xianxing. You scared me. You all came faster than I expected." After saying this, he looked at Diazai and Zhao Xianxian and asked my companion who these 2 kids were. My companion replied, "Mr. Lu, please don't mind. These 2 are new members of our team." "Oh." Beggar Lu examined Diazai and said, "What about that girl and that brother?" My companion's expression darkened as he said, "This is why we came to find you, Mr. Lu. I am in a wheelchair because of the revenge from the Changchun Society. Xiaohong and Sun Dezai are currently missing." Beggar Lu, putting away his small enamel cup, said with a grim face, "It seems Xiaotu hasn't died. Those people have escaped. The coastal region is the Changchun Society's weak point, and you all were followed there. It seems things are more complicated than I expected." After a moment, Beggar Lu extended his hand and said, "Xianxing, as an old friend, I have 2 suggestions for you regarding your situation. First, I can help you find someone to ask what the Changchun Society wants from you. Personally, I am not afraid of the Changchun Society. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. You can stay in Handan, and I can protect you for now without any problem. However, if you want to resolve this matter fundamentally, it ultimately depends on your team's own efforts. My role can only be that of a middleman at best. Second, you can choose to go all out against the Changchun Society. The Changchun Society is no longer what it was 50 years ago. Most of those who left in 88 are still alive. Joining forces with them is better than fighting alone." After hearing Beggar Lu's words, my companion nodded at me. I looked at Beggar Lu and bowed, saying, "Mr. Lu, Xiaotu is treacherous and has repeatedly persecuted our team. After the incident with Hongjia, there is no possibility of reconciliation between us and the Changchun Society. Therefore, we choose the second path. I, Xiang Yunfeng, am young and without much power, but this line of work is the most profitable. By joining that group, we can provide financial support to ensure our safety." Haha, Beggar Lu laughed heartily. "Good. You are like the timely rain, Songjiang. The group of people is now most lacking in money, and I promise to introduce you to them." At this time, the head tried to ask Lu Yi, "I guess among the group that left in 88, is there anyone with the surname Zhao?" Beggar Lu nodded and replied, "That's right. The 31st descendant of the Wu Guanhou, Zhao Can, is here." Seeing the head's excited expression, Beggar Lu waved his hand and said, "Besides the descendants of Wu Guanhou, there are many others. As long as this group speaks out to protect you, even those old-timers in the Changchun Society wouldn't dare to touch you." Chapter 3. Entering Yinchuan in the following days, we settled down at the Zhao Wang Hotel. The group that Beggar Lu mentioned, who left in 88, seemed very mysterious. He helped us inquire, and the feedback was that if we wanted to join, we needed to pay a membership fee of 200,000 yuan to meet them. I felt that the other party was a bit snobbish. Our group was severely weakened after returning from Hong Kong Island, and 200,000 yuan was not a small amount. The head shook his head and said that if they didn't want money, he wouldn't feel reassured. Yin Feng, if we split our lives evenly, it would only be a few tens of thousands of yuan each, which is worth it. I still had some savings, so I set aside 250,000 yuan, 200,000 yuan as our visiting fee and the remaining 50,000 yuan for activity expenses. Thus, with Beggar Lu as the intermediary, about 3 days later, we met the people sent by this group at the hotel. 2 middle-aged men wearing blue rescue uniforms arrived that day. The head had a private meeting with them, and I didn't know what they discussed in the room, but when they left, one of them took away a black plastic bag. After entering the room, the head told me that they agreed to help us out because of Lu Ye's face. And soon news would be released in the underworld that the Changchun Society would know about our connection with Ms. Zhao, and they shouldn't look for us in the short term. I asked the head in confusion, what exactly is Zhao Qingwan's background? How does she have such power in the underworld? The head smiled and said, do you know the puppet theater in Beijing? The one near Anjing Bridge on the 3rd Ring Road? Yes, I replied. That's just a small part of the Zhao family's assets. Additionally, I asked them to help find news about Xiaohong, and as soon as they had any news, they would call to inform me. I was stunned and took a long time to come back to my senses. If that's the case, then the person has a huge background. The head said that many people might not know about the puppet theater, but I believe many have heard of the Peace Hotel. I guessed something but didn't dare to ask more. Some things are better left understood in one's heart. In the past few days, the head's condition improved quite a bit. He could basically get out of the wheelchair and walk. Next, we needed to do one more thing, buy equipment. Zhao Xinxian was young and didn't understand many things. The items we needed included a whirlwind shovel, food, purified water, sleeping bags, flying tiger claws, fishing nets, compasses, and a bunch of other things. Since the place we were going was in the Helan Mountains, which had harsh desert conditions, and many areas were not accessible by car, I discussed with the head and decided to buy a sturdy second-hand car for ourselves. At that time, the second-hand car market was chaotic, a lucrative industry with opaque prices. And there were no professional third-party appraisal agencies for second-hand cars. Moreover, there were few buyers who truly understood the condition of the cars. So ordinary people would generally get ripped off when buying. For example, considering the car ownership rate at that time, the most popular cars in the northern regions were the Alto, Tianjin Xiaoli, Hyundai Sonata, Cherokee, 212, and Mitsubishi Pajero. Since we had a lot of people and things to carry, we could only buy a car of that style. After much deliberation, we decided to buy a 212 Cherokee from a local second-hand car dealer. A local car dealer named Lu in Handan sold us a second-hand Cherokee for 48,000 yuan. Lu swore that we could rest assured, saying, this 212 may be a bit worn, but its biggest advantage is that the chassis is sturdy and the fuel tank is large. It's all from acquaintances, so don't worry, you won't lose out. When we were buying equipment, Zhao Xinxian wanted to show off, bargaining fiercely with the boss. In the end, the boss was so angry that his face turned red and he cursed, little girl, you're too damn much. Are you trying to make me go out of business? After sorting everything out, I called Qin Xingping out for dinner that night. Both parties confirmed the general route we would take after setting off. We would leave Handan, first head to Shaanxi, then take the national highway to enter Yinchuan via the Jinglan Expressway, and from Yinchuan, go to Damba County. Qin Xingping was familiar with the road conditions, so we weren't worried about going the wrong way. That afternoon, around 5 o'clock, we bid farewell to Beggar Lu and set off for Damba County in the Helan Mountains. Before leaving, Beggar Lu said to us, it's good to be young. If I were 20 years younger, I might have gone with you. Now I'm old. Every day I read the newspaper, beg for food, and play chess with friends in the underworld, and that's it. The head rolled down the car window, clasped his fists, and smiled. Lu Yi, goodbye. Go ahead. Beggar Lu waved his hand. 2 days later, wow, Yin Feng, look at those clouds. On the national highway in Yinchuan, Diazi was excitedly shouting while leaning on the car window. Our car was driving on the high-altitude national highway, and a spectacular scene of fiery clouds appeared on the horizon. Qin Xingping was driving. He glanced at the sky and laughed. What is this? I've seen a mirage before, with fishermen casting nets in the sky. That scene was truly spectacular and bizarre. PFF, I've seen it at sea too. What is so great about that? Diazi scoffed. I've even ridden a whale. Get lost, you brat. I laughed and scolded him. Stop bragging. At this moment, the head asked Lao Qin, how long until we arrive? Qin Xingping looked at the sky and said, the road on the national highway is easy to drive on now, but it won't be easy once we get further in. We're approaching Yongning County. I have a friend who runs a restaurant there. We'll need to refuel. So why not stay there for the night, and also ask the locals about the Hute people? The head looked out the car window and said, the temperature difference here at night is quite large. It's not safe to camp out. Just let Lao Qin arrange it. He nodded and said, all right. Yongning has a unique delicacy called Nianzhuan, which is a hui dish. The method involves putting a spike of barley into a specially made small bag, shaking it repeatedly to remove impurities, and then stir-frying it in a large pot. After frying, it's taken out and ground on a stone mill until it's turned into green powdery food. Lao Qin's friend, surnamed Wang, is in his 50s, bald, and a bit chubby. He runs a small restaurant in the county town that specializes in Nianzhuan. Both Lao Wang and his wife are local Hui people and are very warm-hearted. That evening, to welcome us, Lao Wang and his wife closed the restaurant and prepared a table full of good dishes, all local specialties, like stewed lamb offal, fried neck, Maybe that's what it's called, and noodle dumplings and soup. After a few rounds of drinks, Lao Wang raised his glass and said, "The place is small, and the hospitality is lacking. Don't hold it against me, old comrade." Lao Qin also raised his glass and said, "We haven't seen each other for 7 years. No need to say more, it's all in the wine." The head and I also raised our glasses and downed them in one go. Lao Wang put down his glass, picked up a peanut, and said, "I heard you're still dealing in antiques? After so many years, have you made a fortune?" Lao Qin smiled and said, "No big fortune. But I have made a little money. By the way, old comrade, are there any legends or stories about Healing Mountain?" "Legends?" Lao Wang pondered with his chopsticks and said, "Yes, there are quite a few. If we really start talking, we could go on for 3 days and nights. Which aspect do you want to hear about?" Lao Qin filled his glass and pointed to the ground with his chopsticks. Chapter 4. Hala ho hot. Don't look at Lao Wang as just a restaurant cook. He is quite sharp. When Lao Qin pointed to the ground with his chopsticks, he understood immediately. He thought for a moment and said softly, "Old comrade, we have a legend here that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Many people believe it, and many do not. I'll tell you. But don't take it seriously, just listen to it as a story. The story told by Old Wang is called The Black General Burns the City and Buries the Treasure. The background of the story takes place in the Western Xia, in a place called Halahat. You won't find Halahat on the map. This term is translated from the ancient Hui language, meaning black water or pitch black water. Therefore, Halahat is also famously known as Blackwater City. Old Wang said that Blackwater City used to be on the ancient Silk Road, deep within the Healan Mountains. In those days, the Mongols crossed the Yellow River for the 6th time, and this time it was Genghis Khan himself leading the charge. At that time, more than 200,000 Mongol soldiers besieged Shijing Prefecture, the capital of Western Xia, for more than 3 months. The soldiers inside were short of troops and supplies, and they were so hungry that they were emaciated and could only wait for death. The reason they only besieged and did not attack was said to be because Genghis Khan feared the Iron Hawk Women's Army of Western Xia. It sounds a bit unbelievable that such a great hero would fear women soldiers. Why is that? According to local legends, there are 2 versions of the Iron Hawk story. One version claims that the Iron Hawks were all female soldiers. For horses were tied together with iron chains and on the backs of the horses. For female soldiers, each wielded different weapons. When charging into battle, they coordinated skillfully, fighting ferociously and undefeated. Genghis Khan's army had been defeated in all 5 previous encounters with the Iron Hawks. Considering his age and physical condition at the time, this was the last attempt to attack Western Xia. If he could not conquer it, it would pose a hidden danger for his descendants. Therefore, to ensure success, he decided to adopt a siege strategy to force Western Xia to surrender. The commander of the Iron Hawk army was a woman in her 40s. Legend has it that this female general had dark skin and a mole on her right eye, with a masculine appearance and innate strength. Her weapon was a saber weighing over 70 pounds, capable of chopping off a horse's head with one swing. The Mongols nicknamed her the Black General. This is the first version of the legend. The second version is even more mystical, claiming that the Iron Hawks were not human at all but corpses that had been specially refined, since corpses cannot ride horses. For horses were tied together with iron chains to prevent them from running away. The one who refined the Iron Hawk corpses was a national teacher of Western Xia, whose name is unknown but was nicknamed July Crawler. No one knows why he was called that. The Iron Hawks had no sense of pain. They only knew how to kill. Generally, when blades and arrows struck them, they were unaffected, which is why the Mongols suffered several major losses. The Mongols surrounded Shijing Prefecture, and at that time, the Iron Hawks were stationed in Halahat. The Black General knew that the situation was dire, so she released all the civilians in the city. The Black General gathered all the treasures of Halahat and secretly buried them to prevent them from falling into the hands of the Mongols. She then ordered the Iron Hawks to trample down the burial mounds and finally set Blackwater City on fire, leaving Genghis Khan with a worthless dead city. After finishing the story, Old Wang put down his cup and laughed. "How about that, old comrade?" All the elderly in the Healan Mountain area grew up listening to the story of the Black General. Halahat has long been buried under the yellow sand. Even if what we locals say is true, the Lupan Mountains are close to the Tungnar Desert, which connects to the vast Alashan Desert. Where would you find Halahat? It's all yellow sand and stones everywhere. You probably wouldn't find it even after searching for hundreds of years. Seeing that Qin Xingping was unmoved, Old Wang continued, "Old Qin, I'm not trying to discourage you, but whatever way you think of to get rich, others have definitely thought of it too. It's better to give up this idea early. It's unrealistic." Qin Xingping changed the subject and said, "Let's not talk about that for now. To be honest, old comrade, I came here mainly to find the Hute people tribe. Do you have any leads?" "The Hute people?" Old Wang frowned and said, "Those people live in the desert. People in the county might not see them once a year. I can't help you with that. However, if you really want to find the Hute people, you can inquire at the Intian Agricultural Market in Healan County. I heard there's a boss there who has a little daughter. She works as a reporter at the Yinchuan Daily and seems to have interviewed the leader of the Hute people. You can ask her." "Okay, come on, fill it up. Old comrade, look at how much we've eaten. It's a bit too much." As he spoke, Qin Xingping pulled out 200 yuan. "What are you doing?" Old Wang exclaimed angrily, "Don't treat me like a stranger. What money? Put it away. If you give me money again, I'll get angry." After eating and drinking to our fill, we stayed overnight. Zhao Xianxian, who liked cleanliness, borrowed someone else's shower to take a bath. Old Wang's Hui wife even gave Zhao Xianxian a small vest worn by Hui women as a gift. At dawn, we got up early to say goodbye to Old Wang's family and drove toward Helan County. Upon arriving in the county, I and the leader split into two groups because the car had some issues. Old Qin and the leader Zhao Xianxian went to a local repair shop. I and Do Yazi went to the agricultural market. The leader said he would come to pick us up at the market once the car was fixed. At the Intian agricultural market, I found a butcher to inquire about the person Old Wang mentioned. The butcher initially didn't want to pay attention to me. But after I bought 2 jin of beef, his attitude changed immediately. The butcher said, "You're looking for Old Gon, right? He sells dried goods at No. 43 in the West District. You'll see him there. Old Gon is easy to recognize. He has a scar on his forehead, carrying the meat." I walked around the market, and suddenly Do Yazi nudged me, signaling me to look east. There was a dried goods shop with a pile of dried silver fungus and mushrooms outside, and a middle-aged man with a scar on his face was sitting in a chair, engrossed in reading a newspaper. I walked over with Do Yazi. "Uncle Gon, hello. I brought you 2 jin of beef." I smiled and placed the meat aside. He put down the newspaper and looked at me and Do Yazi with confusion. "Who are you?" "We're colleagues of your daughter. We want to discuss some work-related matters with her." "You're from the newspaper too?" I lied. Xiaoxian just notified me that she's bringing friends back for lunch. "You're too polite to bring meat. Just stay for lunch." At that moment, Do Yazi pulled me aside and whispered, "Yin Feng, why did you say we're from the newspaper? What if her daughter comes back and questions us? Won't we be exposed? How will we handle that?" I said, "Yazi, don't panic. If we don't say this, they will be suspicious. Just watch me." Old Gon's daughter returned at 11:30 in the morning, and she was accompanied by a short-haired girl. His daughter was in her 20s, wearing glasses, very slim, and quite pretty. "Dad, I'm back. I have to go to the breeding base for an interview in the afternoon, and I brought my colleague along for lunch." "What are we having for lunch, Dad?" "Let's have potatoes and meat." "Just right, since your colleague brought meat." "My colleague?" It was then that she turned around and noticed me and Do Yazi. "Who are you two?" "Hello." I reached out my hand. "We're from Youth Geography. I'm Xiang Yinfeng." "Hello. I'm Do. No, just call me Lu Ziming." Chapter 5. Departure Preparation. We had lunch at the dried goods shop. Old Gon's daughter, who wore glasses, was named Gon Xian. She worked at a local magazine in Yinshuan and had just graduated and hadn't been officially employed yet. Gon Xian was determined to prove her capabilities, which is why she managed to interview the leader of the Hute people. With this achievement, she was likely to transition into a permanent position within the system after the new year. "Why did you come to Yinshuan without saying hello? Where's your interview vehicle?" Gon Xian asked me, stopping her chopsticks. I was prepared for this question, so I lied. "Our magazine is currently short-staffed, and the office wants to publish a serialized magazine centered around ancient Western Xia." She frowned. "This involves historical expertise. You can go find the Xixia history researchers at the Ningxia Museum. Those people are professionals. Why come to me, a journalism graduate?" I nodded and said, "You're right. Reporter Gon. We definitely need to find them. However, our main audience for this series is teenagers, and we value the story's interest and legendary aspects. I heard you once interviewed the leader of the Hute people deep in the desert. As an industry colleague, I wonder if you could offer some guidance. Of course, we will credit you in the journal." Upon hearing the mention of credit, it was evident from her expression that Reporter Gon was intrigued. The scale and reputation of National Geographic were still appealing to her, not to mention the credit in the journal. She didn't ask to see my credentials, but got up, smiling, and said she had indeed collected some materials. "Let's schedule a time this afternoon at the Little Cook CAF. How does that sound?" I nodded and agreed. I couldn't have asked for more. At that time, the Little Cook CAF was quite famous. The locals were not yet accustomed to drinking coffee. Those who frequented the place were mostly affluent young professionals. Starbucks had just opened its 7th branch that year and had not yet reached small towns like Yinshuan. "Sugar and milk or cream?" Reporter Gon asked me and Duya when we arrived at the CAF. I had never had coffee before, trying to play it cool. So I said, "No, I usually drink it plain." Duya mimicked me, saying, "Same for me, a cup of plain coffee." Reporter Gon nodded and called the waiter to place the order. The plain coffee we had back then was really bitter, like some imported espresso. Bitter enough to make you feel like you were at your grandmother's house. Worse than drinking herbal medicine. And to make matters worse, I hadn't added any sugar. Duya took a sip and then put it down, looking unwell. Seeing Duya's expression, Reporter Gon asked, "What's wrong?" Duya forced a smile and said, "The coffee is good. Authentic flavor." As we began discussing serious matters, Reporter Gon pulled out an envelope from her bag. She opened it, revealing photographs. The people in the photos were strange outfits. A mix of grass and animal skins, with white paint on their faces, and they seemed very evasive in front of the camera. I flipped through a couple of pictures and asked, "Is this the Hute tribe living in the desert? Where were these taken?" She replied, "That's right. The people in the photos are Hute. I took these last year in the desert. The Hute do not have fixed residences. They moved deeper into the desert before sandstorms hit. At that time, our water source ran out, and we had to give up. Finding them was pure luck." Duya pretended to stir his coffee and said, "What if we asked you to lead us to find the Hute tribe?" "Me?" Reporter Gon laughed. "I could usually do that. But not now. I just took over the interview assignment at the Helan Mountain breeding base, so I don't have time to accompany you on a desert adventure." To be honest, even if you paid me, it wouldn't be very effective. I'll recommend a contact to you. You can reach out to him. After saying that, she asked the waiter for paper and a pen, wrote down an address, and said, "You should look for this person named Shang. He has experienced old guides in his caravan." Reporter Gon smiled and added, "If I finish my work at the newspaper before you set out, I might be able to join you." After leaving the CAF, Dia and I returned to the farmer's market, where the head and old Qin were already waiting for us. Shang Guanmin is somewhat of a local celebrity. He was the first in Yinchuan to industrialize camel breeding. At that time, those who raised camels made a fortune. Pure camel milk was dozens of times more expensive than cow's milk, camel hides were pricier than donkey hides, and camel humps were sold to high-end restaurants and hotels. In the following years, Yinchuan developed its tourism industry, and tourists riding camels also became a source of income. We approached Shang Guanmin as representatives of youth geography. Reporter Gon had already given him a heads up, and he was very welcoming to us. After meeting, the head got straight to the point, saying, "Mr. Shang, we are going to the desert to find the Hute tribe and would like to hire an experienced guide from your team." "No problem." Shang Guanmin replied to an employee beside him, "Xiaozhou, go get old Zhang." Within a few minutes, two men entered, one wearing a leather vest, who, despite being older, had a sturdy build. "Old Zhang, let me introduce you," Shang Guanmin said, pointing at me and the head with a smile. "These are from the newspaper, Youth Geography. You know them, right? They want you to help guide them. I've approved it, and don't worry, your pay will double for the next few days. Once they're back, I'll give you 3 days off to spend time with your wife and kids." The man nodded in agreement. "All right, I have other matters to attend to. You all chat first, and if you need help, just ask. I have always respected you journalists. In the future, when we develop tourism in Helan Mountain, we will need your promotion." "No problem, Mr. Shang, rest assured. Our newspaper will open a special column to introduce the local camel industry." I smiled. After Shang Guanmin left, the guide old Zhang turned to us and said, "Although I have some experience from spending half my life in the desert and Gobi, Alas Han is like a menopausal woman. It can change suddenly. The Hute generally move with the oases, and I can't guarantee that we will find them." He added, "Also, Mr. Shang entrusted me with your safety as your guide. You all need to listen to me on the way. Alas Han is not as safe as you might think. There are hidden quicksand pits and yellow devils in the desert. And during this season, you might encounter sandstorms. You must pay attention to safety and follow my instructions." Dia curiously asked, "I've heard of everything else, but what's a yellow devil?" "The yellow devil? That thing is quite formidable. Let's hope we don't run into one," the guide old Zhang said, looking at Zhao Xianxian and gesturing, "And you guys, dressed like this, you can't go into Alas Han, especially your shoes. You must change them." He turned and took out a pair of high boots. Similar to rain boots, but taller, probably reaching the knees when worn. He pointed at the boots and said, "You can find these at a safety equipment store. You all need to switch to these. Just tell the store owner you're going into Alas Han, and he'll understand. Also, what vehicle are you driving? How's your water supply?" I led him to check our trunk, of course not showing him the tomb raiding tools. After inspecting the water supply and the vehicle, the guide said, "The bottled water should be enough, but this vehicle won't do." Dia panicked upon hearing that. "But this is an off-road vehicle. Do you know what a Cherokee is? Why won't it work? Are we supposed to walk all the way?" "This vehicle won't work." The guide shook his head. "The Hute are isolated, hidden deep in the desert. When I took Reporter Gon to find them, we had this type of vehicle, but after just one day, it got stuck in a sandpit, and we couldn't get it out. Both vehicles got stuck deeper and deeper." The head raised a hand to stop Dia from speaking. "So what do you suggest? Should we tie chains to the tires?" "No need to complicate things." The guide pointed outside and said, "The caravan is over there. Each of you can choose a camel." Chapter 6. The sand mule let us not even talk about riding camels. At that time, I hadn't even ridden a horse. The guide old Zhang let us to pick one each. He told us there were some considerations in choosing camels. He said that once an adult female camel gives birth, the water pouch inside shrinks, making that camel unsuitable for deep desert trekking. It's okay for wandering near the desert's edge. We set off from the camel farm to the Alas Han desert, and we selected a total of 6 camels to form our caravan. The extra camels would carry luggage and tools, and also serve as backup camels. At noon, under old Zhang's instructions, we changed into appropriate gear. Duya awkwardly wrapped a scarf around his head and said, "Why do we look so much like robbers in these outfits?" "Don't talk if you can't speak. You're the robber." Zhao Xianxian skillfully rode on the camel, pulling the reins. The girl had a very standard posture. Had she ridden before? The guide, old Zhang, smiled. "My family used to have a horse farm," Zhao Xianxian proudly said. "I could ride horses since I was a child. Riding a camel feels pretty much the same. Not much difference." Around 8 p.m., our caravan reached Highway 67, which was already at the edge of the Alas Han desert. Crossing the road and heading inside officially entered Alas Han. At old Zhang's suggestion, we set up a tent along the highway, gathered around a campfire, and ate hot food. Old Zhang pointed to the darkness behind us. Based on our caravan speed, we should reach the first stop, Mozi Tomb, by tomorrow evening. I took a sip of water and asked, "Uncle Zhang, how do you recognize the direction without a map? There are no roads in the desert. Don't lead us astray." "Hey, what are you saying? I grew up in Alas Han. I know this place well. Maps are useless here. Often, if you mark a map one month, a sandstorm comes the next month and changes the landscape. making everything unrecognizable. Also, be careful when you sleep at night. There are often mangtuba, a type of snake. So watch out and don't let them bite you. According to his plan, starting from the National Road, we would go past Mosey Tomb, Bay Fingpo, Crescent Spring Oasis, and Pabasha Dunes to reach the area where the Hute people often gather. Last time he brought reporter gone, they encountered the Hute tribe near Crescent Spring Oasis. At night, we couldn't sleep fully. We had to take turns watching over the camels to prevent any unexpected incidents. My shift was from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., with Qin Xingping in front, and I didn't let the head and Zhao Xianxian take the night watch. Around 1:30 a.m., I got up on time to take over the watch. Qin Xingping was staring at the fire, smoking, as if lost in thought. Qin go rest. Let me take over. He turned to look at me. I'm fine, you can sleep a bit longer. Here, have a smoke. He tossed me a cigarette. Sitting on the ground, I lit the cigarette and took a puff. It was a bit harsh on my throat. Yinfeng, you don't have a girlfriend, right? Have you thought about starting a family? Who dares to think about that? I flicked the ash and laughed. People like us drift around aimlessly. Who knows when we'll settle down? No girl would dare to be with me, so I've already planned to talk about it after 35. Qin Xingping pointed to the tent. What about that girl? To be honest, she is quite pretty. I think you two are a good match. Zhao Xianxian. Qin Gu. Don't joke around. We're just friends. Zhao Xianxian is a young lady. Puffed. Not necessarily. Can a young lady do such dirty work as tomb raiding? I think she is more like a young lady with a maid's fate. While we were chatting around the campfire, Qin Xingping suddenly stood up abruptly. Who? He shone his flashlight towards the northwest. What is wrong, Qin Gu? I quickly stood up and asked. Qin Xingping waved the flashlight around. Huh? I think I just saw a shadow. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Shadow? Where? I also turned on my flashlight and looked around. There is nothing here. Qin Gu, maybe you saw things. Qin Xingping retracted the flashlight and smiled. Maybe I was just tired and saw things. I'll go back to sleep. Just call me if anything happens. All right, Qin Gu, rest early. I watched him crawl back into the tent. Half an hour later, after adding firewood, I stared at the campfire in a daze. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. Who? I turned around sharply, as if someone had just thrown a sand block at me. There was nothing behind me, just emptiness. Could it be a ghost? I immediately shook my head to dismiss the thought. I shouldn't scare myself. More than an hour later, around 3:30 a.m., I yawned and started to feel sleepy. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from Zhao Xianxian's tent. What the hell? I rushed over, pulled out a small dagger I had hidden, and unzipped the tent. What happened? Zhao Xianxian looked terrified, glancing around. When she saw it was me, she came out and grabbed my arm, saying, just now, a hand touched me. What? Where did it touch you? She lowered her head, stammering, it touched my butt. At that moment, the head, guide old Zhang, and Qin Xingping, who had just fallen asleep, also woke up, while Duya was still sound asleep. I told them what had just happened, and Zhao Xianxian said, I can testify, what Yinfeng said is true. Just now, there was indeed a hand touching me. The head looked at guide old Zhang. What do you think about this? Old Zhang ran over to the campfire, picked up a sand block from the ground, examined it closely, and said, was this thing thrown at you? I looked again and nodded in confirmation. Old Zhang's expression changed. In 2 or 3 hours, it will be dawn. Don't sleep anymore. Wake that young man up. Duya, who was woken up, complained in a daze. What time is it? Are we having a meeting here? Can't anyone let me sleep? Everyone sat in a circle around the campfire, and old Zhang frowned, muttering to himself. We might have encountered a sand mule. This thing has only been reported by the elders, saying it lives deep in the desert. But we're camping right by the National Road. It shouldn't be here. Sand mule? What is that? Is it an animal? Duya asked. Old Zhang recalled. I'm ashamed to say I've never seen a live sand mule. I only saw a dead one when I was very young. I remember my grandma skinned the sand mule and sold it to a merchant for over 500 bucks. The skin was more expensive than tiger skin. Old Zhang explained. The sand mule is a type of monkey that lives deep in the Alasan Oasis. Scientists have often tried to find it, but after several attempts, they never succeeded. Unlike ordinary monkeys, these monkeys wear clothes, stand just over a meter tall, and are very quick. Normal people can't catch them. Locals say that hats made from sand mule skin can cure headaches, claiming that no matter how severe the headache, wearing such a hat will immediately alleviate the pain. Of course, rumors are just rumors. The truth is uncertain. These creatures like to play tricks on people. Sometimes they hide and throw sand blocks at people. Some say sand mules are the transformed spirits of dead children, and their temper is erratic. Angering them can lead to serious consequences. After listening to old Zhang's account, I exchanged glances with the head. Isn't this just a mountain demon? The kind from under the Moth Mountain. Why does it feel exactly the same? But thinking carefully, they are quite different. Mountain demons live in deep mountains, while these creatures live in the food and water-scarce desert. Besides, I've never heard of mountain demon skin curing headaches. In the end, I concluded that these two should not be the same kind of creature. Zhao Xianxian realized it might have been a monkey that touched her and looked very pale. As for Duya, this guy was the most outrageous. He cursed. What does it matter if it's a sand mule? They're just a bunch of beastly monkeys. If they dare to disturb my sleep, I'll slice one in half. Shoo. Old Zhang made a gesture for silence. Young man, don't say such things. Old Zhang glanced around. My grandma used to say that sand mules are vengeful. If they hear you, it'll just bring us trouble. Heh, Dia laughed, standing up. He looked into the surrounding darkness and shouted, I'm here. You beasts dare to stir things up? I'll kill you all. Chapter 7. The sandpit mosey tomb. I don't know if it was Dia's words that had an effect, but until dawn, the caravan was safe and sound. After packing up, we continued to venture deeper into Alashan under the guide's lead. As we walked further, I gradually noticed that the sand beneath my feet was getting thicker. At first, it only covered the soles of my shoes, but now when I stepped down, it already reached the tops of my feet. Fortunately, following old Zhang's advice, we were wearing special long boots. The conditions were harsh, and Miss Zhao couldn't take it anymore. She complained to old Zhang, why are we walking instead of riding the camel? I really don't understand how you arranged this. Old Zhang wasn't angry. He shook his head and said, we've just arrived. The conditions aren't that harsh yet. Let's let the camel rest and talk about it when we reach the next segment. This made sense, and the group nodded in agreement, saying, let's just walk for now. We walked on the sand for over an hour and arrived at the first stop mentioned by old Zhang, the Mount of Models. The geographical landscape was peculiar. The vast desert was dotted with many oval-shaped sand dunes that, from a distance, looked like small graves. The difference was that there were no tombstones in front of these sand mounds. Old Zhang pointed at these sand piles and said, after the 20th of each month, strong winds often blow here in Alashan. Decades ago, this was a mining area, and there used to be many trees. This place produced a high-quality agate known as Alashan agate. Those rows of sand piles that looked like graves were actually mining sites, some quite deep. After being abandoned, they were covered by sand, resulting in this strange sight. Alashan agate? So that's how it was mined. I knew about this stone. At that time, the southern red agate from the Liangshan and Baoshan areas in Sichuan had not been developed on a large scale yet. The highest-priced agate on the market was Alashan agate. People referred to this type of agate as rootless, meaning it doesn't have a mineral vein, scattered like the yellow stone from Shoshan, with some deep and some shallow. If someone was lucky, they might even kick up a raw Alashan agate stone while walking. In the past, illegal mining was common. After regulations were enforced, these mounds were simply covered up. Old Zhang warned us to walk around these small sand piles because they might be hollow inside. If the ground was shallow, it would be fine, but if it was deep, falling in would be disastrous. After hearing old Zhang's words, we carefully led the camels around the sand piles. Just as we were about to leave the area, we suddenly heard a loud shout from behind us. Oh no, help! Duya, not knowing why, stepped into a hollow and fell down with his camel. Duya, I let go of my reins and rushed to help. The small sand pile had collapsed, revealing a large hole, and Duya and his camel had already fallen in. Duya, I shouted loudly at the hole. Old Zhang's expression changed. It's deep. This has been covered with boards by someone. Definitely, someone has tampered with it in the last couple of years. Old Zhang meant that in recent years, some people had dug new pits on top of the abandoned old mines for profit. Qin Xingping said, what are you all standing there for? Hurry and think of a way to save him. You all step back a bit. The area around the mine entrance has a layer of wooden boards that may not hold the weight of all of us. If we all fall in, how can we save him? Following his suggestion, the crowd dispersed. Zhao Xianxian suggested, we have ropes. Can we lower a rope down to rescue him? Let Dia tie it around his waist, and we can pull him up. No, I said to Zhao Xianxian. Did you not hear how loud I was shouting? If Dia heard, he would have responded. At that height, even if there's sand below, he might have fallen unconscious. Time was of the essence. And we could only send someone down. Bind me up. I'll go down, I volunteered. That's too dangerous, old Zhang advised. The area around these mounds is supported by wooden boards, many of which are decades old and somewhat rotted. If the boards can't hold, the sand will fill the pit in a few minutes. I suggest we call 119 for rescue. They have specialized reinforcement tools, which would be safer. No. Before I could finish, the leader directly rejected the idea. I could guess what the leader was worried about. Because we were not exactly geographers, we were tomb raiders. With 2 camels loaded with tomb raiding tools. When 119 arrives, they would uncover our shovel tools, and we would be finished. The leader looked at me and said, let's do it your way, Yinfeng. Be careful, and if something seems off, signal us, and we'll pull you back up. I nodded and prepared to go down. We had climbing ropes with an outer net, the same type used by high-altitude workers. They are friction-resistant and have some elasticity, about 15 to 16 meters long. Not knowing how deep it was below, I tied 2 climbing ropes together with a double knot, and then made a figure 8 knot to secure it around my waist. Qin Xingping, the leader, and old Zhang held tightly to the other end of the rope, while Zhao Xinxian took the rear. She was weaker, so I didn't expect much help from her, only reminding the leader to hold the rope tight as I began to descend. At first, I was not used to the feeling of having my feet suspended, often swaying uncontrollably. It took me nearly 10 minutes to barely find my balance. As I descended, they loosened the rope a bit. During the descent, sand kept falling from above, indicating that the structure here was unstable. The 2 climbing ropes were over 30 meters long, and just as the length was about to run out, my heels touched the ground. I had reached the bottom. The hole above was small, but the space at the bottom was not small. Wooden boards were nailed around the sandy walls, and as soon as I landed, I saw Dia's camel. The camel had died from the fall. Its blood was a brownish yellow, resembling soybean oil, and there was a pool of it on the ground. Where's Dia? I turned on my flashlight and scanned the area, but didn't see Dia anywhere. How is that possible? At such a height, how could a person just vanish? I called out a couple of times, but no one responded. Just then, I heard old Zhang's voice from above. How is it? Did you find him? I shouted back. Uncle Zhang, there's no one down here. What? Look again carefully. How could such a big person just disappear? I yelled, okay. Then stepped over the camel's corpse and moved further in. Soon, I noticed something was wrong. There was a pool of blood and drag marks on the ground, bright red. Clearly human blood. I shone my flashlight along the blood trail and discovered a small door. This small door was less than 1.5 meters high, with iron wires tied at the corners and a makeshift doorknob fashioned from nails and wood. Didn't old Zhang say this was an abandoned agate mine? How could there be a door? Swallowing hard, I cautiously pulled open the wooden door. Chapter 8. The one who was hidden. Upon opening the door, I found a small space inside, with a few scattered empty water bottles on the ground. Dia. I spotted Dia lying on the ground. His forehead was covered in blood, and his clothes were caked with sand and dirt. He had already lost consciousness. Don't move. Suddenly, I felt something sharp pressing against my back. Who? I turned to see. I said, don't move. If you move again, I'll stab you. A man suddenly seized my neck from behind, pressing a knife-like tool against my lower back. Tell me, what are you doing here? Did Lao Jin send you? The man's voice grew increasingly agitated, and a sharp pain pierced my skin. I felt that if I said the wrong thing, that knife would kill me. Don't be impulsive. I nervously said, I don't know any Lao Jin. I'm from the Research Institute. I didn't know there were people living here. I came down to save my colleague. He glanced at the unconscious Duya, his tone filled with suspicion. You really aren't sent by Jin Fengwang? Research Institute? What Research Institute? I urgently said. What Golden Phoenix, Silver Phoenix? I don't even know this person. We are from the Geography Research Institute. My name is Xiang Yinfeng, and I'm here to interview the few tribes that live in seclusion in the desert. It's all a misunderstanding. We mean you no harm. He furrowed his brow, seeming skeptical and lost in thought. I was afraid of provoking him and didn't dare to say anything more. With the two of us so close, I could clearly hear his breathing, which was somewhat hurried. He finally released the knife pressed against my lower back, and I slowly turned my head to see his appearance clearly. The man was in his 30s or 40s, wearing very dirty clothes, with a plastic bag wrapped around his head to block the sand. The deep lines on his forehead were prominent, and when he frowned, the wrinkles on his forehead twisted together. At that moment, I heard the guide, old Zhang, calling from the entrance, loudly asking how I was doing and where I was. Uncle Zhang, I'm fine. I found Yazi and am about to come up, I shouted back. After that, I raised my hands and said, Big brother, can I take my friend and leave without bothering you any longer? The man gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out a small knife, threatening me. Do you have any food? Yes. I took 2 steps back. You can help me take my friend up. Our caravan has plenty of food. What food do you have? He asked. I thought for a moment and said, we have compressed biscuits, beef jerky, and some baked naan bought locally in Yinchuan. He swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and said, I'll help you get this person up, but in exchange, you have to leave me some food, or I'll stab both of you. I immediately agreed, saying it was no problem and that I would explain to the team once we got up. Thus, with the terms agreed upon, the man and I worked together to lift Yazi and walked out. As soon as we emerged, the people above were startled and shouted, Yinfeng. Who is that? I explained for a long time, merely stating that I had encountered this person below, without mentioning the threat with the knife. Subsequently, we were pulled up in 3 trips, with climbing ropes wrapped around our waists, and they hoisted the 3 of us up. Yazi bumped his head when he fell, but fortunately, our caravan had brought some hemostatic bandages, and old Zhang used 2 bottles of mineral water to clean the blood off Yazi's face. The man watched as the mineral water spilled on the ground and gulped a few times. Seeing this, I handed him a bottle of water and took out some food from my backpack. He immediately started eating. The dry naan looked like it was going to choke him, and he quickly twisted open the mineral water bottle, gulping down half of it. I helped pat his back and said, take your time eating. If you run out, there's more. Don't choke. Once he finished eating, the guide, old Zhang, asked first, what do you do, and why were you hiding in a sand cave? The man spoke in the local dialect of Yinchuan, and old Zhang conversed with him for a few sentences in the local dialect as well. The local dialect of Yinchuan is a bit like the dialect of Guangxi, and it's spoken so quickly that I couldn't understand what they were saying. Curious about why he was hiding in the sand cave, I interrupted, can you speak Mandarin? The man glanced at me and then said, I'm a digger. About half a year ago, my friends and I came here to try our luck, but something went wrong. He asked the guide for a bottle of water and took over half an hour to explain the whole situation in a fragmented manner. The story he told was somewhat bizarre, and I asked guide old Zhang if he thought it was true. Old Zhang nodded, saying, I think it's true. He even knows about the Jin Fengwang brothers. Jin Fengwang and Jin Leihuang are brothers, and these two are very powerful merchants in Yinchuan. They made their fortune running a coal washing plant in Shaanxi years ago. About 7 or 8 years ago, the price of agate from Alashan suddenly skyrocketed overnight. The brothers sold their coal washing plant in Shaanxi for a huge sum and began to get involved in the agate industry in Alashan. As of now, the Jin brothers almost monopolize 70 of the raw agate in Alashan. No one knows how much money the Jin brothers actually have, but they have quite a reputation in Yinchuan and the nearby cities. There was indeed a reason why this man was hiding in the vast desert. It turned out that about half a year ago, they had a small team of 4 people, primarily for digging agate in Alasan. In the Alasan area, the work of digging agate is called digging work. Any mine that has produced agate, regardless of size, has an owner. If someone secretly goes to dig agate on someone else's territory and gets caught, they could be beaten, and in severe cases, there are instances of people being buried alive. This person, named Aza, is a local from Yinchuan, and the agate mine they were illegally digging belonged to the Jin Fengwang brothers. At first, they weren't caught and successfully dug out several bags of raw agate, selling them to middlemen for tens of thousands of yuan. Later, this group accidentally unearthed a piece of blood agate, and word got out. The Jin brothers immediately discovered the 4 of them. According to him, 2 of the other 3 were buried alive by Big Jin, and the remaining 1, like him, hid away and pretended to be missing, afraid to go home or show up locally. I didn't know what blood agate was. I had only heard of a type of wine red amber. I asked this man what blood agate looked like. He said, "At first, we were shocked when we dug it out. Normal raw agate has a skin. Yellow-skinned is called yellow-skin mine. Red-skinned is called red-skin mine. Alasan agate has rich colors and unique patterns, similar to jade gambling stones. If you don't cut the stone and peel the skin, you can't see the internal color and quality of the agate." He looked up and continued to recall. That piece of, or had a skin as thin as paper, dark red all over. When illuminated by a strong flashlight, it looked as red as blood, and the internal stone patterns looked like a placenta. There's such a thing? I was astonished to hear, because normal agate is semi-transparent. Even after polishing and designing it into a finished product, it wouldn't be fully transparent to the point of light passing through. That's a characteristic of raw agate. I quietly asked him, "What happened to the blood agate you mentioned?" Chapter 9. Aza. Half of the people present were involved in antiques, and Aza's description of the blood agate intrigued everyone. The guide, Old Zhang, checked Yazi's injuries. Fortunately, it seemed to be just superficial. The sand was soft, and with the camel cushioning, Yazi narrowly escaped a disaster. I asked Aza what his plans were. Was he going to hide in this remote mining cave forever? Even if he couldn't stay in Yinchuan, he could easily go to another city to make a living. "You were hurt earlier, right, brother?" He first apologized to me. I waved my hand, saying it was nothing. He continued, "There has been a misunderstanding. I don't dare to go back because the news has spread incorrectly. The Jin brothers now think that the blood agate is in my possession, which is why they are relentlessly pursuing me. Their network is intricate. There are informants everywhere in the town, city markets, gaming halls, and nightclubs. As long as I dare to walk down the street openly, I will definitely be caught." "So that blood agate really isn't in your hands?" I asked, still skeptical. "Look, what benefit would I have from lying to you?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone knows that 2 Russians offered 4.8 million for a photo of the blood agate. If I had it, I would have sold it long ago. With 4.8 million, would the Jin brothers still dare to deal with me?" He also seemed to be reaching his limit, wiping the dust off his face. "I only dare to go back to the city once a month, and I have to do it at night to avoid drawing attention. I can only buy a small amount of bottled water and canned food. You guys are going to the depths of the desert to find some tribe? Take me with you. I believe I can help." I can't make that decision. I looked at the guide, wanting to hear his opinion. After thinking for 2 minutes, the leader said he could take you along, but once we find the Hute tribe, we will have to part ways. At that time, we will have other matters to attend to. "No problem. Have I introduced myself? You can all call me Aza." Hearing the leader say we could temporarily take him in, his expression became somewhat excited. After introducing ourselves, Aza said to wait for him for half an hour as he had some belongings to retrieve. The camel was large and heavy, and we couldn't pull it up, so reluctantly, we took what we could from the little bean sprout and left the camel behind. Old Zhang said if the camel died, we would definitely have to compensate the business owner. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Aza returned with his belongings, which were not much, just a backpack. We hung the little bean sprout's gear onto the spare camel, and Old Zhang squatted down to feel the wind direction with a handful of sand. "It's a northwest wind. We should be safe today. Let's continue. At our pace. Barring any accidents, we should reach the leeward slope in about 2 more hours." The leader nodded and said, "Then let's go. Brother Zhang is experienced. We will follow your lead. Xiaoxian, you have a light touch, so you take care of the bean sprout on the road. Keep an eye on him and don't let him fall off the camel." Zhao Xinyan nodded in agreement. After we started on the journey, Aza stayed close to me and kept trying to extract information from me. I kept my mouth shut, firmly insisting that we were from the Geography Research Institute, and said nothing more. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. One must always be wary of others. The reason the leader agreed to take him along was purely because he didn't want to see him die of thirst or starvation. And the true purpose of our journey was unknown even to the guide, let alone him. Noticing that I was a bit evasive, Aza went over to Miss Zhao. I gave Zhao Xinyan a look, signaling her not to say too much. And the truth was that she was busy taking care of the little bean sprout on the camel's back and didn't pay him much attention. The deeper we went, the thicker the yellow sand became, and the northwest wind picked up significantly. We wrapped our heads in scarves and continued walking, leading the camels. Old Zhang estimated that it would take us 2 hours to reach the next stop, but in reality, we walked for over an hour more. Finally, we arrived. "Look, that's the leeward slope," Old Zhang said, stopping and pointing to a large incline ahead. It was getting late, and we needed to set up camp at the leeward slope. The leeward slope was essentially a large sand wall at a 60-degree angle, hence its name. Camping behind it completely shielded us from the northwest wind. Everyone hurried to set up camp before it got dark. There was not much to burn in the desert, but Old Zhang, with his rich experience, found a lot of tumbleweed and dry cacti. After lighting a bonfire at night, everyone gathered in a circle, watching the iron pot over the fire. The iron pot was brought by Old Zhang, and the water for boiling the meat soup was bottled water. After 2 or 3 days, this was our first hot meal. The soup contained dried beef, and each person got a large bowl. The baked naan was too dry to bite into, but soaking it in the hot meat soup was just right, convenient and tasty. While I was blowing on the hot food and eating, I suddenly heard a splash. Beansprout. I quickly grabbed a bottle of water and ran over. How are you doing, Beansprout? I unscrewed the cap and held it to his mouth. The little Beansprout gulped down more than half the bottle and raised his eyebrows, saying, "It hurts so much. That fall was brutal. Haha, looks like you know everything. You should be fine now." At that moment, Zhao Xianyan came over with a bowl of meat soup. "Drink some hot soup. I soaked half a naan for you." "Thank you, Miss Zhao," the little Beansprout said with a smile as he accepted it. After eating and drinking enough, as usual, we needed to leave 2 or 3 people to keep watch. Before anyone could speak, Azza jumped in and said, "Everyone, I really appreciate your hospitality. Let me take the night watch. I've only been sleeping during the day." He pointed to his eyes and joked, "I can see even a mouse running at night." "You don't have to keep watch alone all night," Qin Xingping said. "Let's take turns. I'll take the first half, and you take the second half. The others can go rest." This time, everyone had nothing to say. After a day of walking in the sand, fatigue hit, and everyone went back to their tents to sleep early. Around 1 o'clock at night, I woke up to relieve myself. When I came out, I saw Azza facing away from me, fiddling with his backpack. "What are you doing, Azza?" I walked over and said. He was startled by me, quickly zipped up his backpack, and turned around, saying, "I just switched with Brother Qin. It's nothing." I was thirsty and remembered I still had half a bottle of water. "Are you tired? If you are, go rest. I can take over," I said politely. "No need." He waved his hand. "I've slept enough during the day. I can't sleep at night. You should hurry back and rest. We still have to travel tomorrow." "All right, then I'll sleep," I casually said, and went back to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, I was awakened by a loud commotion outside. The guide, Old Zhang, was shouting about something. I pulled on my pants, rubbed my eyes, and came out to ask, "What is going on, Uncle Zhang? Why are you making such a racket so early?" Only then did I notice that not only Old Zhang, but also the leader and Old Qin had grim faces. I turned around and looked around and realized something was wrong. Where are the camels? Why are 2 of our camels missing? Chapter 10. The disappearance of Azza last night. We tied the camels together while we slept, but now in the morning, there were only the reins left on the ground. The little Beansprout, having rested overnight, was in much better spirits and angrily shouted, "It must be that guy. I've been watching him sneaking around since the beginning. Who else could live in a sand cave? It has to be him." At that moment, Qin Xingping rushed over, looking very pale. "I've counted the remaining food and water. It's less than 1/10 of the original total. We're in big trouble now." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. We were now deep in the desert, where water and food were absolutely critical. Without camels, people could walk, but if we ran out of water and food, the consequences could be imagined. The little Beansprout said, "That guy ran off in the second half of the night, just 2 or 3 hours ago. Should we send someone to chase after him?" "No." Old Zhang immediately stopped the little Beansprout suggestion. "The Alashan Desert is vast and filled with yellow sand, with no landmarks. Without water, a person can survive at most 3 days. The situation has already happened. Our top priority is to regroup and rationally distribute the remaining food and water. Moreover, no one knows which direction that young man went. In windy areas, the footprints left by camels can be completely covered in just 15 minutes. Yes, I agreed with Old Zhang. The leader said to me, "Yinfeng, you and Xiaoxian gather the remaining water and food and see how many days' worth we have." Immediately, Zhao Xianyan and I began to act. I looked for water, and she looked for food. In less than half an hour, all the remaining bottled water and edible items were piled on the ground. After counting, we now had 9 bottles of purified water, half a bag of baked naan, and a small amount of beef jerky. Aside from these, everything else had been taken by Azza. "This is not good," Old Zhang frowned. "Not to mention the food. We only have 9 bottles of water for 5 people. Even rationing it will not last a day. We originally prepared enough for more than 10 days. If 5 people each take 1 bottle and ration it, we'll keep the remaining 4 bottles here for emergencies," Old Zhang said as he began distributing the water. "We need to hurry. The journey from the leeward slope to the crescent oasis is the longest, and it normally takes about 3.5 days to get there. Pack up, secure the camels, and let us leave now." Under Old Zhang's urging, everyone quickly packed their things. Old Zhang led the way to identify the direction. This time, we all rode the camels to save energy. The morning was delayed quite a bit, and it felt like the caravan had not traveled long before it was noon. The sun in Alashan was very strong at noon, and it got even more intense as we went deeper. Everyone covered their heads with scarves to avoid direct sunlight and to conserve body moisture as much as possible. Diazai felt hot and parched. He couldn't stand it anymore. Twisted open a bottle of water and tilted his head back, gulping down half the bottle. Xiaoxian, who was riding the camel closest to Diazai, kicked him and scolded. Why are you so weak-willed? Can't you drink a little at a time? Didn't you hear what Uncle Zhang said? We still have 2 days to go. Diazai smacked his lips and replied contentedly. Why should I save it? If there's water, I should drink it. Why suffer? You, Xiaoxian angrily said. Do as you please. I won't talk to you anymore. She wiped her sweat, looked at Uncle Zhang, and asked, the sun is too strong. Shouldn't we find a place to rest for a bit? I'm afraid everyone will get dehydrated. I thought it wouldn't work. Uncle Zhang said worriedly. There's no shade here. It's hot even sitting down. Let's move forward and see. Unfortunately, we were out of luck. We walked for several hours, and by the time the sun set, we still hadn't found any so-called shaded area, so everyone had to set up camp on the spot. I endured the heat and finally dared to take out some water to drink. Diazai finished the bottle he had been given in the afternoon, and I didn't know how he would manage the next couple of days. Later, Diazai might have realized the seriousness of the situation and shamelessly went to ask Uncle Zhang for more water, initially reluctant to give him any. Uncle Zhang saw that Diazai had a wound on his head, being a patient, and made an exception to give him a second bottle of water, while reminding him to save it. Diazai understood the severity of the situation this time and restrained himself. There was no conversation that night. The next day, we walked the entire day. Besides the 1.5 bottles of water left in Uncle Zhang's bag, everyone else had run out. Once a person is thirsty, they don't want to eat. The baked naan was so dry that it was hard to swallow, and we barely ate anything over the day and a half. On the third day, we continued on our journey. That day, the wind picked up and yellow sand filled the air. Under Uncle Zhang's guidance, our caravan formed a straight line, allowing everyone to see their companions ahead and preventing anyone from getting lost. Suddenly, the leading Uncle Zhang stopped walking. What's wrong? Uncle Zhang, I shouted loudly, covering my face with my scarf against the strong wind. He turned his head left and right for a while, then suddenly stomped his foot and said with a grim face, the wind is too strong. I misremembered the terrain. We've gone off course. This isn't the road to Crescent Oasis. We've arrived at Ant Ditch. Ant Ditch? Diazai exclaimed with wide eyes. What kind of place is that? The name doesn't sound good. After hearing Uncle Zhang's explanation, everyone exchanged worried glances, their faces pale. The reason it's called Ant Ditch is that there are often army ants in the area. Army ants are black desert ants with legs longer than their bodies. They have a special protein in their bodies that allows them to remain active even when the temperature reaches over 50 degrees Celsius. Similarly, because the sand is heated to a high temperature, army ants move quickly, like a rapid march, reducing the time each foot touches the ground, a result of evolution. Uncle Zhang, with a serious expression, told us that we were out of water. I had originally estimated we could reach Crescent Oasis by tomorrow, but now that we are here, we can only pass through Ant Ditch. Diazai shivered and said, I've heard that the ants in the desert can eat people, and they're as big as little chicks. Are we going to be eaten by the big ants? Enough, Diazai. Just shut your crow's mouth and pay attention to what Uncle Zhang is saying. I scolded him, speechless. It's not that exaggerated. Uncle Zhang shook his head. Army ants are only slightly larger than regular white ants, but their bites hurt a lot, like being pricked by a needle, and they're poisonous. Damn, poisonous ants. Doesn't that make it worse? Diazai shouted. Yes, it is indeed a bit dangerous, but as long as we don't encounter them, it will be fine. Uncle Zhang pointed at the distant sandy ground and said, although army ants can tolerate high temperatures, there is a time limit. Also, they are most afraid of sandstorms and strong winds. Once the wind and sand come, it quickly covers their burrows, and the army ants at their doorstep have to work hard to dig out the entrance again. This is often fatal, as they can die from being exposed outside for too long. Now that the wind and sand had just picked up, the army ants were busy clearing their burrow entrances, so they couldn't gather. To put it simply, taking advantage of their habits, as long as we pass through Ant Ditch before the wind stops, we won't be in danger. Diazai shouted, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry up. If we don't go, are we just going to wait for the wind to stop and let the poisonous ants eat us? Chapter 11. Sandstorm. Uncle Zhang had a wooden stick tied to his camel, which he used to probe the sand. Before setting off, he would poke the ground with the stick to see if the area was safe to step on. He dismounted the camel, took the stick, and reminded everyone to be careful while walking. Desert army ants are social animals, much like red fire ants, creating large mounds on the ground. While army ants are less aggressive than red fire ants, they are more harmful and rare because they only exist in deserts. Stop. Uncle Zhang suddenly raised a hand. He pointed the stick forward and told us to look. Just ahead, less than 3 meters from the caravan, a large mound had formed in the sandy ground, with a few black ants occasionally crawling in and out around it. Uncle Zhang pointed to it and said, look, that's the old nest of the army ants. It doesn't look like there are many now, but there's a lot of space underneath. If a person accidentally steps on it, thousands of ants can kill them in an instant. Diazai swallowed hard and said, damn, this ant nest is scarier than a wasp nest. We need to be careful. Qin Xingping echoed, everyone be cautious. Let us dismount and lead the camels. We don't want to step on it. We carefully led the camels around the army ant nest. I raised my head to look ahead and said, why do I feel like the wind is getting stronger? Uncle Zhang reached out to feel the wind's intensity, and suddenly his face changed. The wind speed was already approaching level 7. The conditions for a sandstorm to form are 3: strong wind, sand, and an unprotected area. Once the wind speed reaches level 9, it becomes dangerous. The group quickened their pace. While being wary of the potential ant nests, we also had to hurry. Yesterday, we had run out of water, and everyone was dry-mouthed and panting. Although we wore scarves, I constantly felt like sand had gotten into my throat, which was very uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. There's not enough time. We can't get out. Uncle Zhang suddenly shouted. When it rains, it pours. Despite our rushing, we still couldn't make it in time. At that moment, a strong wind mixed with swirling yellow sand made it impossible to move an inch. Everyone stay where you are. The sandstorm is coming. He quickly took out a small whistle and blew it once. As soon as the camels heard the whistle, they all knelt down. Uncle Zhang urgently shouted, lower your heads. Hold on to the camels. Hold on. Yizai, Yunfeng, where are you? I heard Uncle Zhang's shouts but couldn't see anyone because I couldn't open my eyes. If I didn't hold on to the camel, I felt like I would be blown away. No, the wind is too strong. I can barely hold on. I suddenly heard Zhao Xuanxuan's voice calling for help from behind. Using the sound to determine the direction, I crawled over and grabbed her arm. Hang on. I've got you. I couldn't see Zhao Xianxian at all. I could only pull her as we crawled on the ground, moving forward without stopping. If we paused, the wind and sand would completely bury us in just a few minutes. It felt like a long time had passed, and the wind began to lessen. I shook my body vigorously and struggled to get up from the ground. Looking around, there was yellow sand everywhere. I couldn't see my head, nor could I see Lao Zhang and Dou Yizi. What frightened me even more was that I couldn't find my camel. My throat was dry, and I forced myself to shout a few times. Yunfeng. I heard Miss Zhao's echo less than 5 meters behind me. Her lower half was buried in the sand, and I ran over to pull her out with difficulty. Where are the others? Xiaoxian, have you seen anyone else? She shook her hair and said in a panic that she hadn't seen anyone. This place is so big, we must have gotten separated. After several searches, although I didn't want to admit it, what Miss Zhao said was true. We were indeed disconnected from the team. The more it was at this time, the less we could panic. After forcing myself to calm down, I calculated. The sandstorm just now should have lasted more than an hour. If I counted it as an hour and a half, that would be 90 minutes. If we moved about a meter every 5 seconds, that would be about 10 meters per minute. Calculating this way, without knowing the direction, we had at least deviated by half a mile. That was already counting in the best direction. The actual situation could be worse. Currently, I couldn't see anyone else, and I knew one thing. In this situation, if we couldn't find anyone immediately, there was a high probability that we would walk further and further apart. Miss Zhao was a bit panicked after losing contact with the caravan, and even said she was somewhat afraid. She grabbed my arm and asked what to do. Yunfeng. All our stuff is tied to the camel. Don't panic, I'm thinking of a way. I frowned and thought of several methods, but in the end, I rejected them all. Some methods had no conditions, while others might not work at all. For example, I thought about using a signal fire to call for help, but there was nothing around that could burn. Let's go. I gritted my teeth and said it was a dead horse pretending to be alive. It was unrealistic to stay here waiting for them to find us. Only by moving could we have a greater chance of seeing the caravan. How's your body? You don't look so good. At this moment, Miss Zhao's lips were cracked, and she weakly said, Yunfeng, I feel so weak. If only I could drink some water. Water. Yes, I licked my lips but felt no moisture, just some pain. Give me your hand. We can't just sit here and wait to die. If this continues, both of us will dehydrate, and by the time we find our heads, it will be too late. I pulled her up and we walked west. 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. We need to find water. Finding drinkable water in a place like this is not easy. The reason we decided to head west was purely a guess. The terrain here is relatively flat, with no significant ups and downs. Before we entered Alasan, Lao Zhang spent half a day training us, mainly orally sharing some of his experiences. Among them was the most important point, how to find drinkable water in the desert. Water is the source of life. People can only survive with water. At that time, I listened fairly attentively and remembered a few methods. Lao Zhang said that if you see gray grass, a type of gray grass, and moss in the desert, it indicates that the area is relatively moist. Pull up the gray grass and dig down along the roots. If it becomes increasingly moist as you dig, then there is a good chance of finding water underground. Also, pay attention to the sky in the evening and morning. If you see several birds circling above, you can follow their trail. If you're lucky, there may be a water source below the flock. Lastly, look for dry riverbeds. If you find a dry riverbed, you can dig into shady areas where the river bends. If you dig a few times and hit moist sand, there might be a small amount of fresh water underneath. After determining the plan, I started looking for water with Zhao Xianyuan. We stopped wherever we saw gray grass. But our luck was bad. We tried digging several times and found nothing. Under the gray grass, there was at most a bit of damp sand, but no drinkable water at all. We also tried to follow the flock of birds, but the result was increasing disappointment and fatigue. After all, she was a girl. And in the end, she could hardly walk anymore. I can't go on. We're probably going to die here. Don't say such pessimistic words. There's still one method. I gritted my teeth and said, what method? I really can't move anymore. I looked around helplessly and pointed at myself. We can drink our own. Chapter 12. There's always a way out. Zhao Xuanyuan's face turned pale. She was originally the daughter of a wealthy family, accustomed to the best food and drink. But now, don't mention it. I regretted saying it immediately. She turned her head and muttered that even if I die of thirst, I won't drink that stuff. Whether it was for the sake of her image or not, she kept retching as she spoke. I patted her back and advised, don't you want to go back? Do you plan to die in this godforsaken place? Think about it. Once we die, in a few months, we'll be blown into dry corpses by the wind, and there won't even be anyone to collect the bodies. Stop talking, stop talking. She blocked her ears and shook her head vigorously. I sighed, lay flat on the sand, and waited for nightfall, resigning myself to fate. Zhao Xuanyuan's eyes were dazed, and her lips were cracked. She lay down next to me, and we both didn't speak. We had little strength left to talk. The night scene in the desert wasn't new to me, but the night sky that day was particularly special. Twinkling, bright, the sky was full of little stars. There were so many stars in the sky that it felt like there were more than the grains of sand in the desert. Yinfeng, I think I see my dad. He is smiling at me. Do you see anything? She suddenly raised her hand, pointing at a star in the sky. Me? I see Ice Peak Soda, Jianlibo, Hongbeilai. And it seems like there are 2 bottles of Beibinjiang and a May Snow, still frozen. Really? Sounds good. Can you give me a bottle? Of course. Do you want it chilled or at room temperature? Room temperature, cold will hurt my stomach. No, better give me the chilled one. Haha. I raised my hand to shield my eyes and grabbed a handful, but nothing was there. Slowly, we both closed our eyes. I don't know how long I slept. When I opened my eyes, it was still night, possibly deep into the night. Zhao Xianyuan, who was lying beside me, was motionless. I gently pushed her. There was no response. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. The light was poor, illuminated only by the starlight. I struggled to sit up and rub my eyes. I indeed wasn't mistaken. In front of me, on the sand less than a meter away, were several green leaves. Looking up, there were also a few green leaves on the sand ahead. It seemed like someone had deliberately placed them on the sand. I picked up a leaf. The veins were clearly visible, and it still had a drop of dew on it. I licked the leaf, and my eyes lit up. Xiaoxian, wake up. Hurry and wake up. I shook her with all my might. Zhao Xianyuan opened her eyes a crack, moved her mouth, but didn't say anything. Water. We're going to find water. We're saved. Get up, hurry up. I draped her arm over my shoulder and pulled her up with force. One step at a time, I followed the green leaves on the ground. Get up. Zhao Xianyuan fell again. At this moment, she was already very weak. The more I walked, the more excited I became. At one moment, I even doubted whether I had already died and was now dreaming, because the dew on those leaves became increasingly obvious. After stumbling along for more than 20 minutes, a large slope suddenly appeared in front of me. At the bottom of the slope lay a few scattered green leaves. Since it was now night, and human vision was limited, I couldn't see anything clearly at the bottom of the slope. It was pitch black. I thought of a possibility. Could it be that there is a forest at the bottom of the sand slope? Was it the strong wind that blew those leaves up from the slope? After thinking for a while, I realized this was the last chance. If there was a small oasis in the dark below, we would be saved. If there was no oasis, only trees, it was still very likely we could find a drinkable water source. Xiaoxian, be careful, go slowly. The sand is fluid, especially on this slope. We fumbled our way down and lost our balance after only a few meters, getting carried away by the quicksand and rolling down. Fortunately, there were no hard stones around, and aside from sand filling our ears and mouths, we weren't hurt, which was a relief. This is yellow earth, not sand. That solid feeling doesn't lie. Is that a tree, Yinfeng? Less than 100 meters from us, there was a vague shadow of a large tree in the darkness, with the outline of a black crown barely visible. Supporting each other, we walked over to take a look, and I was shocked. Aren't there only poplar and desert willow trees in the desert? What kind of tree is this? It's so big. This tree is oddly shaped, with a big belly and a small mouth, and its top is lush and green. From any angle, it looks like a bottle, because it resembles a water bottle. I named it the bottle tree. I scratched the middle of the bottle tree with my nail, and immediately a stream of light, white tree sap bubbled out. I dampened my finger and tasted it, feeling a surge of excitement. Water. This is drinkable water. Not only that, but it even has a faint fragrance. I didn't care about whether the tree bark was clean or not, and immediately leaned in to drink, just like using a straw to sip a drink. All I had to do was suck a little, and I could instantly taste the sweet tree sap. After such a long drought, she and I both sucked desperately at the tree, forgetting all about our ladylike images. My throat gradually felt less uncomfortable, but I wanted more. Just then, I noticed that there were some stones in front of the bottle tree. I picked up one of the stones and quickly smashed a small hole in the tree bark. After drinking our fill of tree sap, we were too full to move, so we leaned against the big tree and sat down to rest. After drinking too much, my belly felt bloated, and I burped, laughing. See? This is what they call there's always a way out of despair. Tomorrow, when dawn breaks, we'll look for something to store water. With water, we can continue our journey. If we can see Uncle Zhang's caravan, we'll have escaped from danger. Yinfeng, don't you find it a bit strange? Strange? Strange about what? She pointed at the ground beneath us and said, look at this ground. Doesn't it seem like someone deliberately made it this way? There aren't any other weeds growing here. Could it be that someone has repaired it? There's something else I've noticed just now. The stone you used to smash the tree looks like it was deliberately placed here. I laughed carelessly. Who would come to this godforsaken place? There are all sorts of strange terrains in the desert. Maybe this is just a naturally formed geological structure. And those stones just happen to pile up here. Don't think too much about it. Let's focus on regaining our strength. We have other things to do when dawn breaks. The next morning, I planned to find something to store water to take with us. Without a mineral water bottle, the method of storing water came to me last night. I let Miss Zhao stay at the bottle tree while I climbed up the slope. After searching around for a while, I found what I was looking for: cacti. Cacti are the most common in the desert and Gobi, and I wasn't looking for them to eat. I wanted to make a container to store some tree sap to drink on the way. I first sanded down the spines of the cactus, then forcefully tore it in half, making sure not to tear it completely apart. Half of the cactus must remain connected. Then, I broke off a small branch from the bottle tree. I inserted the small branch horizontally into the torn cactus, which would support the split cactus. When I finished, from a distance, the cactus looked like a flat bottle. The inspiration for my cactus bottle came from a piece of porcelain, the museum's treasure in Yangzhou. The Ming Yongla blue and white flat vase with sea water and cloud dragon patterns. After completing it, I tried it out. And this cactus container collected the sap from the bottle tree without leaking at all. Aside from being a bit heavy, this cactus water container turned out really well. Chapter 13 Unexpected Encounter. That should be enough. I counted and found it was just right. A total of 5 cactus containers filled to the brim. Being thirsty is much worse than being hungry. We rested against the bottle tree until the sun set, then prepared to set off with our water containers. As we climbed the sandy slope, Xiaoxian turned around to look around and asked, "Are we heading west or east?" "Let's go west." My intuition tells me we should head west. I patted the cactus water container hanging on me and said, "With these, we have enough water for 3 or 4 days. But we must take care. This is our lifeline." "Xiaoxian, why are you daydreaming? Didn't you hear what I said?" She seemed not to have heard me, staring blankly ahead. Suddenly excited, "Someone. There are people. People. Where?" I followed her pointing finger and looked. I saw 2 or 3 small figures appearing in the distance, moving towards us. It really was people. Could it be that Uncle Zhang and the others have come looking for us? Hey, we're over here. Here, I shouted, waving my hands in that direction. The few people in the distance paused for a few seconds, probably realizing we were there, and quickened their pace towards us. As they got closer, I could see clearly. They weren't Uncle Zhang. These 3 people weren't from our caravan either. There were 2 men and 1 woman in total. Their clothes didn't look modern, resembling some nomadic people from the Tibetan region. The 2 men had shaved heads with small braids at the temples, and the woman had a blue cloth tied around her head and wore large earrings on her left ear. The 2 men and the woman were also carrying small baskets covered with cloth, so I couldn't see what was inside. Could these be the Hute people? This was my first thought. Hello. I ran up a couple of steps, gesturing. "We came from a big city and got lost in the desert. We are looking for the Hute tribe. Are you Hute people?" The 2 men and the woman exchanged glances and babbled a lot. I couldn't understand what they were saying. It wasn't the local dialect of Yinchuan, nor was it Mandarin. After a few minutes, the girl with the big earrings pointed at me, then pointed down the slope, making gestures in the air, trying to communicate with me. I pondered over her gestures and suddenly realized, "Miss, what you just gestured was a tree, right?" "Exactly." I pointed down the slope. "There's a big tree down there. The bottle tree. That tree can provide water. Are you also here to get water?" After saying that, I took off my homemade cactus water container and handed it to her. The girl didn't understand what I was saying. She looked puzzled as she took the water container, dipped her finger in it, and tasted it. I smiled and said, "How is it? Isn't it quite good? It has a fragrant taste." Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, and she started talking excitedly to the 2 men, getting more and more agitated, her face turning red. The 2 men, after hearing her, suddenly approached me with angry expressions, grabbing my shoulders, their strong bodies exerting great force as they roughly pushed me down the slope. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Where are you taking me?" At this point, I realized something was off. Zhao Xiaoxian also seemed to realize it, as she was being dragged down the slope by the girl with the earrings. When we reached the bottle tree, these people discovered the wounds on the tree bark. The wounds were from me smashing it with the stone on the ground. Plop. One person suddenly knelt in front of the bottle tree, chanting something under his breath. From his tone and the expression on his face, I realized something. Zhao Xianyuan and I might have gotten into trouble. This big bottle tree in front of us was likely planted by them. The man angrily stood up and raised his hand as if to hit me. At that moment, the girl with earrings grabbed his hand, looked at him, shook her head, and softly said something I couldn't understand, as if trying to persuade him. Their basket contained dried meat, white cloth strips, and paper money. The girl signaled me not to move, tied my hands behind my back with the white cloth strips, and pushed me, indicating that I should walk on my own. Zhao Xianyuan was in the same situation, also having her hands tied and being pushed along. "Yinfeng, where are these people taking us?" "How would I know? We'll take it one step at a time. Why aren't you resisting? You're a man. I haven't eaten for days. How can I have the strength?" I said with a pained expression, "And look at those 2 men's arms. Their arms are almost as thick as your thighs. Maybe if it were one-on-one, there'd be a chance, but there are too many of them. Don't be afraid, Xiaoxian. There's a misunderstanding here. Let's see where they're taking us." So we were escorted for nearly 2 hours, and a small village appeared on the sandy ground ahead. Outside the village, a dozen sheep were running around, and a round-faced little boy with a runny nose was trying to herd them with a vine stick. Upon seeing us, the boy shouted and ran back to the village. Shortly after, a few elderly villagers came out. The girl talked to the elders, occasionally turning to look at me and pointing. The leading elder had a shiny bald head with a small braid, and as he listened, his expression gradually darkened. Then, Zhao Xinyuan and I were pushed into a mud house, and to prevent us from escaping, they tied our legs with thick vine strips. "It's you." Someone suddenly spoke from behind. "It's you." I turned my head and was shocked to see him. It was Azza, the one who stole our camels and water. Azza was now bound at the feet, leaning against the wall, looking at me and Zhao Xinyuan in surprise. Damn it. Thinking back to the hardships of the past few days, if we hadn't happened to find the bottle tree, we would have been dead by now. My anger surged, and I wanted to rush over, but because my feet were tied with vines, I stumbled and fell. Seeing this, Azza's face showed a hint of mockery. He had an expression as if he didn't care about anything, and said, "Hey, we are all in the same boat now. So, do you want to settle old scores with me now, or wait until we escape? Don't panic. You don't know the background of the people who captured you, but I do. How about I tell you?" "Huh." I spat at him, cursing. How could I have thought of you as a friend? Is this how you treat friends? If I had known you were so treacherous, I should have thrown you into a mine pit to die. TCH, Azza said nonchalantly. Isn't it just taking a little water and 2 camels? A little. How much did you take? You dare to say that again? Hearing him speak so lightly, I became angrier, thinking that my companions must be suffering right now because of the lack of water. This bastard had stolen it overnight. Seeing that I was about to get angry again, Zhao Xinyuan interjected, "Calm down, Yinfeng. Let's hear what he has to say. He is right about one thing. Our priority is to figure out what's going on. We can't stay tied up like this forever. TSK, look at this beautiful lady, so sensible." Knowing the urgency of the situation, Azza then recounted what happened after he stole the camels. Chapter 14. The Kia people that night, in the early morning. After seeing that we had all fallen asleep, Azza left with the camels, food, and water. The first 2 days went smoothly, but on the third night, something happened. He was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard the camels calling. Normally, camels don't make noise unless they see a wild animal that poses a danger to them. There are no lions in the Alashan Desert, but there are other wild animals that come out at night, such as wild dogs, not hyenas, sand lizards, rattlesnakes, etc. Azza woke up startled, ran outside to check if wild dogs or something similar had come nearby, and saw a campfire in the distance. The fire was burning brightly, and he could faintly hear people talking over the sound of the wind. At first, Azza thought it was my companions chasing after him, but then he realized it might not be. As he got closer, he saw a group of people gathered around the fire cooking meat. The people he encountered were similar to those we had met. Azza said that this group was from another indigenous tribe living in the Alashan Desert, called the Kia people. It is said that the Kia people migrated from the Taklamakan Desert hundreds of years ago. For Azza, who grew up at the foot of the Helan Mountains in Yinchuan, he learned about the Kia people much later than the Hute people, probably about 20 or 30 years ago, in the 70s and 80s of the last century. When a famous foreign explorer came to Alashan for an expedition, the explorer got lost in a sandstorm, ran out of water and food, and was saved by the Kia people just as he was dying. From then on, the locals in Yinchuan learned that there was such a tribe in Alashan, one they didn't even know existed. Decades ago, the Kia people were scattered, with some households being more than 20 kilometers apart, to visit each other. It sometimes took a week on camelback. As time entered the 1990s, the Kia people realized that living like this was very inconvenient. So they began to gather their tribes and build villages in the desert. Thus, the Kia people slowly came together from all directions, developing into a true Kia tribe. The Kia tribe has its own language, culture, and deity worship. Azza told me that the Kia people worship the sacred tree the most, which is the bottle tree I smashed. It is said that the ancestors of the Kia people brought the saplings from the Taklamakan Desert and planted them. And it took hundreds of years for the bottle tree to grow this big. There are no doctors in the Kia tribe, in their understanding. The sap of the sacred tree can cure all diseases and pains. If someone is sick, the Kia people will bring offerings and hold a ceremony. After the grand ritual, they will gently scratch the bottle tree with a small knife, collect a little sap in a small bowl, and then seal the small cut with poplar tree resin, praying for the bottle tree to heal quickly. That pale white sap, which is considered sacred water in Kia culture, was what Zhao Xinyuan and I smashed stones to drink, and even took 5 big bottles of with us in a homemade flat pouch made from dried cactus. So they were angry with me. Later, Azza, that little rascal, was caught because he had a verbal conflict with the Kia people. That was when he just met us. He continued, "You two destroyed the Kia people's sacred tree. Do you know what the nature of this matter is? It's like a devout Buddhist who one day sees the statue they've worshipped their whole life smashed by someone. Think about it. If it were you, what would you do?" I replied unhappily, "What else can I do? I smashed the bottle tree they planted, but I am also willing to apologize and compensate. In broad daylight. Do you think they would dare to kill us?" "You're pretty bold," Azza mocked me. "Wait until nightfall, and you'll know. I just heard a bit. They are discussing burning you two at the sacred tree, probably as a sacrifice to offer to the tree." I immediately asked, "Can you understand the Kia language?" As for what he said about the Kia people wanting to burn me and Zhao Xinyuan at night, I didn't believe it at all, thinking he just wanted to see me scared and embarrassed. I don't believe it. I didn't chop down their sacred tree. I just damaged it a bit. It shouldn't be that serious. Asa replied in a language that sounded somewhat like Kia, and I could understand part of it, but I couldn't speak it. I know you don't believe what I just said, but by tonight, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. After saying that, Asa leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. As it got darker, we waited until around 11 at night when torches lit up outside, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. The door was pushed open, and a young girl with earrings came in with 4 or 5 big men, each holding thick sticks made of poplar wood, with one end tied with hemp ropes. Seeing their aggressive approach made my heart skip a beat. I thought to myself, what are they doing barging in here at midnight with sticks and ropes? Suddenly, 2 of the big men grabbed Zhao Xianxian from both sides and tied her hands and feet to the thick wooden sticks. Zhao Xian, if you want to hit or punish someone, come at me. I'm the one who damaged the tree. It has nothing to do with her. I shouted at them, red-faced, not caring if they could understand me. 5 minutes later, I found myself being held down and my hands and feet tied to the poplar sticks. Although I struggled with all my might, I couldn't break free. Asa laughed and said, goodbye, I won't see you off. Don't worry, my crime is far less than yours. I expect the Kia people to release me in a few days. When I get out, I'll burn some paper money for you. And you can take flowers on the way. Asa looked gleeful. The next moment, his expression changed instantly, and he couldn't smile anymore. I saw the Kia girl with the big earrings wave her hand, and someone brought in another stick and 2 ropes. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Asa struggled and said, you got it wrong. I'm not with him. I didn't destroy your Kia's sacred tree. Unfortunately, the other side couldn't understand. Once we were all tied up, the earring girl waved her hand, and we were lifted like pigs being carried for slaughter during the new year. You bastard. Asa yelled at me, head down. I panicked too, suppressing my anger and fear, asking him what we should do. Where were they taking us in the middle of the night? Where else? To the Kia's sacred tree. We're about to be burned alive by the Kia people. It's all your fault. Who told you to smash the sacred tree? I was furious, turning my head and cursing, it's your fault. If you hadn't stolen our camels and water, I wouldn't have smashed that bottle tree to get water. Shut up. Zhao Xianxian yelled at Asa. Think of a way. If we keep arguing, we'll all die. What are you yelling about? Can't you see I'm thinking of a way? Chapter 15. Bad boy along the way. Kia people kept coming over. A few little boys angrily threw stones at us, and Asa wasn't lucky. He got hit in the corner of his eye, and it turned red. Asa kept shouting, but it was like a scholar meeting soldiers. Reason couldn't be explained. Before long, we were carried to the bottle tree. Now I finally understood why the area around the bottle tree was solid soil instead of yellow sand, and why there were rows of stones piled under the tree. These were all deliberately made by the Kia people to protect their sacred tree during their rituals. They gathered burnable tumbleweed and rotten wood to make 3 bonfires. And all the Kia people lay on the ground with their hands raised above their heads, sincerely bowing to the bottle tree. After bowing, an elder Kia man stood up first, chanting something as the bonfires were lit. 3 to 5 Kia people held hands and danced around the bottle tree. And the dance lasted nearly 10 minutes. Once they finished dancing, Asa was the first to be pushed toward the bonfire. Being so close, the heat wave burned my face painfully. Damn it. Asa cursed loudly. Zhao Xian was scared and closed her eyes. She couldn't bear to watch. And soon it would be our turn. Asa, along with the stick, was lifted, and just as he was about to be thrown into the fire, a sharp shout came from behind. Back! Stop! A girl wearing glasses and modern clothes ran over, holding a torch and panting. What? It's her? I recognized the girl who rushed over. When I first arrived in Yinchuan, we met with journalist Gon, and there was a girl with glasses beside him. Who was his colleague? This girl was that person. The man called Bag's face lit up with joy, and he reached out to touch the glasses girl. The glasses girl angrily spoke a lot in Kia, and the expressions of those Kia people turned dark and uncertain. The girl helped me loosen my bindings. She spoke Mandarin fluently, apologizing. I'm sorry everyone. I apologize on behalf of the Kia tribe. We met before. I'm Gon's colleague. You can call me Huya. You're from the Kia tribe? You are a Kia person. This sudden brush with death left me momentarily stunned. She nodded. I am indeed a Kia person. And I'm the first Kia person to go out to school from the tribe. Besides journalist Gon, no one else knows. Please don't hold it against me. The sacred tree is our spiritual support, and since things have escalated to this point, it's time to stop. I hurriedly said it was our fault for not understanding your tribe's beliefs and causing trouble, and we were willing to offer some economic compensation. The girl smiled and said, money is useless to us Kia people. We are self-sufficient for food and clothing, and when we get sick, we don't go to the hospital. We rarely need money. Thank you so much, beautiful. Asa was just a step away from the gates of hell, and now he was in a state of relief. On the way back to the tribe, those big Kia men seemed to respect this girl a lot, and some came over to curry favor. Beautiful lady, are we in the clear now? Can we leave? Asa asked. You can't leave just yet, although I can speak for you in the tribe. I still need to persuade the chief to lift your punishment. Our old chief has a very high reputation in the tribe, and I need a day or 2. Perhaps worried that we would be anxious, she added, don't worry, during this time, I can guarantee your safety, and food and drink will be delivered to you regularly. After staying in the village for a day and a half, this girl named Huya kept her promise. She persuaded the old chief. and the Kia tribe agreed to spare our lives. But with one condition: the three of us must sincerely bow to the bottle tree and apologize to seek the tree's forgiveness, with our lives in their hands. Bowing was better than dying, so in the end, we all complied. Before leaving the Kia tribe, I asked Huia why journalist Gon didn't come. She smiled and said, "Actually, I didn't know you were captured. I happened to run into you while trying to see my mother. Gon Xian is still in Yinchuan. A few days ago, I was unfamiliar with you, so I hid my true identity. Weren't you looking for the Hute tribe? How did you end up here?" I bitterly smiled and told Huia about getting lost in a sandstorm a few days ago, and I asked her how to find the Hute tribe since I lost contact with the caravan. Huia said someone in the tribe could take you there, but he has a strong prejudice against you, and I had to put in a lot of effort to get this. Saying this, she handed me a small map made of sheepskin. The map was about the size of 2 palms, marked with a few points of interest in charcoal. Huia pointed at the map and said, "You are here now, and the Hute people are probably active in this area. I can only help you this much. I wish you a smooth journey." After thanking Huia, that afternoon, we left the Kia tribe with a little water and the map. Hey, why are you following us?" After leaving the Kia tribe, Azza followed behind me and Xiaoxian at a distance of about 40 to 50 meters, carrying a backpack. He shouted from afar, "Who is following you?" "The Alasan Desert isn't your backyard. I'm just walking normally." Xiaoxian muttered to me, "Yinfeng, we need to be careful tonight. This guy has a lot of bad intentions and his hands aren't clean. He might want to steal something from us." We didn't have sleeping bags on us, so we chose to camp under a poplar tree for the night. Azza sat far away, eating dry rations and waving at us. I told Xiaoxian to sleep first. I lit a campfire and kept watch by it until late at night, just staring at that guy. We had a silent standoff, with him not sleeping and me not sleeping. Unable to bear it any longer, Azza called out, "Hey, Yinfeng, can we make up? There's no need for this. It's uncomfortable." I sneered back, "Make up? Are you kidding? If we make up, will you steal from us while we're asleep?" He suddenly stood up and walked over step by step, laughing as he came closer. "Look, Yinfeng, you really don't know why I'm following you? Or are you pretending to be clueless? I saw everything that night when I was looking for water." His smile suddenly faded, squinting as he said, "So you're a young geography researcher, huh? Oh, how strange. Which researcher would carry a Luoyang shovel and a mouse? I don't understand what you're saying." Still not admitting it, Azza dug at his ears, then looked at me sideways and said, "I'm not a fool. The moment I saw that stuff, I knew what you were up to, and you're still pretending to be a young geography researcher. Whatever treasures you want to dig up in Alasan, count me in." I stood up and coldly said, "What if I don't take you? Not taking me along? TSK, that is hard to say. Yinfeng, you don't know. My mouth has been acting up lately. It won't stay shut, and I keep thinking of saying something to people. You see, some things shouldn't be said out loud. It might not be good for everyone." Chapter 16. New member Yinfeng, let me give you some advice. When you're out, being friendly brings fortune. It's better for everyone to earn money together. To show my sincerity, let me show you something good. Azza looked around, saw no one nearby, and opened his backpack, pulling out a black plastic bag. He unwrapped it, revealing something inside. It was an irregularly shaped black stone. The firelight reflected off the stone, faintly showing a hint of red inside, as if the stone had veins. "Is this a Alasan blood agate?" Before I could react, Azza quickly wrapped the stone back up, no longer allowing me to see it. He smiled, "As long as I can join in and get a share, when this stone is sold, you'll have a portion too. The price is beyond your imagination. The entire underground black market in Yinchuan, including those big-nosed jewel merchants, are all looking for this raw stone. So what do you think? This is my sincerity." This thing stunned me with just one glance. It looked a bit like blood amber, but I knew it was much rarer than that. I wondered how this piece of blood agate got into this guy's hands. In the antique business years ago, seniors had a name for these heavenly materials, spiritual goods. There are categories like yellow, white, black, and red in Tianhuang stone, with subdivisions in yellow Tianhuang, such as 8 yellow 1 essence. There are also different shades like loquat yellow, orange peel yellow, honey yellow, chicken oil yellow, osmanthus yellow, roasted chestnut yellow, soap yellow, and tongue oil yellow. The 1 essence refers to Tianhuang essence, which is the highest grade of Tianhuang. It's said that the treasured Tianhuang 3-linked seal in the Forbidden City was made from Tianhuang essence. Undoubtedly, this piece of blood agate raw stone in Azza's hands is also of this level. Anyone who understands this would find it hard not to be tempted by this blood agate. I couldn't help but feel greedy. "Azza, let me make it clear. If you want me to trust you," I pointed at the plastic bag, "you have to hand this over to me for safekeeping." "No problem. I knew you'd say that. But let us be clear, you can keep it, but it's ultimately still mine. You just get a share." I nodded and took the backpack. The next day, when Xiaoxian woke up and saw me and Azza like this, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Did I see wrong?" "You too. Me and Azza are now as close as brothers," I replied. Azza put his arm around my shoulder and laughed. "Beauty. Yinfeng and I became sworn brothers last night. Let bygones be bygones. Now we 3 are all in this together." Yinfeng agreed to join our team. Xiaoxian looked dumbfounded. I also put my arm around Azza and nodded. "Yeah, from now on, we're good brothers, sharing blessings and facing difficulties together." Azza and I exchanged smiles, both of us knowing one thing: we each harbored secrets. These secrets hadn't been revealed yet because the time wasn't right. After finishing the dry rations, I took out the sheepskin map and studied it for a while, confirming the general direction we needed to head. Regular maps are useless in the desert, but the sheepskin map given to me by the Kia people is different. For example, the place we passed earlier was marked with a bottle tree, and a few kilometers west of the bottle tree, there were several poplar trees drawn. The map was accurate. We had rested under the poplar trees last night. According to the map, heading west leads to an oasis, which might be the crescent oasis mentioned by our guide, Old Jean. Beyond the oasis is the Paba Ring Dunes, which is our final destination. If we reach the Paba Dunes and still can't find any traces of the Hute people, we might have to turn back home. Asa walked ahead while Xiaoxian and I followed behind him. What is going on? Why did you agree to bring him along? That guy is no good. Xiaoxian complained quietly as we walked side by side. Seeing that Asa couldn't hear us, I whispered, of course I know. I just lied to agree with him. Xiaoxian made a gesture across her neck. Are you daring to do that? If we did it here, where there's no one around, who would know if we didn't say anything? I said, Xiaoxian, you're bold, but I can't bring myself to kill someone. I have other plans. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and move. What if we run into a sandstorm? After walking for more than 2 hours, we could see a lot more poplar trees up ahead. Taking a deep breath, it felt like the dry air had a hint of moisture. That must be the oasis marked on the map. Let us hurry. Asa turned back and jokingly said, we three look like the 3 disciples from Journey to the West. I'm the eldest disciple, Little Beauty, you're the second disciple, and Yunfeng, you're the third disciple. Perfect for an old master. Xiaoxian picked up a stone and threw it. Who are you calling names? You're the second brother, you're the pig. Asa chuckled, thinking of saying something cheeky, but suddenly his expression changed, and he ran ahead. When we got to the place, we saw a line of camel footprints on the ground and a very new plastic bag, as if it had just been tossed away. It must be them. I felt a surge of excitement seeing the camel footprints. This was likely left by our caravan. Who else would come to this desolate desert? Asa crouched down to look at the footprints and said, there wasn't much wind last night. These footprints should have been left last night. They have many people and camels, so they don't move fast. We're light now, so we might catch up. I shook my head. No hurry. We finally reached near the oasis. We must replenish our water supply first. Let's split up. The air here is humid, and the poplar trees are thriving. So there must be water. Asa, go look for water. Xiaoxian and I will find some cacti to make a few water bottles. Asa retorted. Aren't you supposed to have brought water when you left the Kia tribe? That's not enough. I didn't bring much. There's no time to waste. If we delay, the caravan might leave without us. Hurry up. All right, I'll look around nearby. Let's meet in an hour, he said, heading south. Yunfeng, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? I didn't have time to talk and pulled Xiaoxian to walk quickly ahead. Aren't we looking for cacti? Looking for cacti? Forget that. Let us go find the caravan leader. Let that guy find water by himself. Xiaoxian quickly caught on and followed me, running alongside. As we ran, I kept glancing back to see if Asa was following. I had my backpack on, which contained the blood agate. I couldn't care less about that guy's life. He deserved to get lost looking for water after what he did to us. Running along, we gradually entered the heart of the oasis. I couldn't run anymore. He probably didn't follow, right? Xiaoxian said, out of breath and bending over. I glanced back and saw no one. Just then, hey, a voice suddenly came from ahead. I saw Asa, sweating profusely, standing about 50 meters in front of me, shouting, you two are running pretty fast. Chapter 17. Reunion. All 3 of us were bent over, panting. We exchanged glances for a few minutes. Asa suddenly pointed behind me and laughed. Yunfeng, you don't need to be so anxious. As he spoke, he walked behind me and picked a cactus. Asa acted as if nothing had happened and asked, how can this prickly thing hold water? Don't drink it. You'll get hurt. I regained my composure and took the cactus to start making a flat bottle. We fetched water from the north side of the poplar forest, and the 3 of us continued on our way, chatting and laughing along the journey. Fortunately, we encountered the caravan leader that evening. He was very happy to see Xiaoxian and me, but the moment he saw Asa's face, his expression darkened. Dia, with a dirty face, rushed over, grabbed Asa by the collar, and without any explanation, punched him hard on the left side of his face. The punch was powerful enough to leave Asa dazed, and he staggered back a couple of steps with blood trickling from his mouth. Dia pointed at Asa and cursed, you little brat. How dare you show your face? I'll have Lu kill you. Asa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled, and didn't say a word. Still smiling, Dia was about to rush in again, but was held back by me. Yunfeng, what are you doing? I wanted to ask you. How did you end up with this guy? I pulled Dia aside and called the caravan leader over. After hearing the story, the leader shook his head and said, Yunfeng, you are still too young and too greedy. In our line of work, many people have been double-crossed when going into tombs. You can't associate with such people because you never know when they might stab you in the back. So what do you mean? I patted my backpack. It's simple. You're making it too complicated. After saying that, the leader stepped forward and patted the dust off Asa's shoulder. He calmly asked the young man, do you know what I do? Asa nodded. The leader then asked, do you know what I'm about to tell you? Asa shook his head. Well, listen. The things are ours now. You can leave. Asa was immediately stunned. Didn't he understand? Fine, let me say it again. I want to pursue the previous matter. But as compensation, the things in Yunfeng's backpack belong to us. I am Yunfeng's master and also the team leader. Don't you want to follow us to tomb raiding? I don't agree. Do you understand? Now leave. Az's face changed from green to red in an instant. He took a deep breath and said, I'm leaving. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the police in Yinchuan? Heh. The leader pointed into the distance and said, report? Go ahead. I'm just afraid you won't dare to show your face in Yinchuan. Young man, I'll give you 5 minutes to think. At this point, Duya was tossing stones up and down, while Xiaoxian and I remained silent. Only Azza stood isolated on the other side. Heh. Azza suddenly laughed, turned around, and walked away. We watched him leave. As he was about to disappear from our sight, Azza suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at me expressionlessly, raising his right hand and making a gesture of cutting his throat. Little brat. Duya cursed angrily, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to chase after him, but was stopped by the leader. After getting rid of Azza, who disrupted the atmosphere, we finally had time to chat about our experiences over the past few days. I discreetly showed the leader the blood agate raw stone in my backpack. Even the well-informed leader was astonished and could only exclaim about the wonders of nature, realizing that such treasures did not only exist in legends. So far, only I, the leader, and Xiaoxian knew about the blood agate in my backpack. I didn't tell Dia because he was too reckless and outspoken, and as for Qin Xingping and the guide old Zhang, we hadn't reached that level of trust yet. After chatting, I learned that they had also had a tough time these past few days. If old Zhang hadn't found a little water by following the dry riverbed, the caravan probably wouldn't have made it this far. But after all this effort, as long as we cross the Alashan circular sand dunes, we will reach the areas where the Hute people often appear, so it's all worth it. The Alashan circular sand dune area is a very magical place. Most of the area has no sand, but there are a dozen or so circular sand piles. The guide said the circular sand dunes can move and grow on their own. If someone lives near the circular sand dunes, it's possible that after a few days, the sand pile could move away on its own, as if it had grown legs and walked to another place. In the past, some people called the circular sand dunes heavenly sand, meaning sand that fell from the sky. In reality, the movement of the sand dunes is just due to strong winds during storms. There is nothing particularly mysterious about it. Those who understand know. That night, we camped near the sand dunes. After several days of hardship, we finally had a rare opportunity to eat and drink enough and had sleeping bags. It was the first night since entering Alashan that I slept so soundly, without knowing anything until I opened my eyes, and it was already bright outside. Seeing old Zhang untangling the camel's reins, I yawned and said, Good morning, Uncle Zhang. Are we almost there? Yes. Old Zhang pointed to the distance and said, It's close. Do you see that area? That's where the Hute people often appear. Last time I brought a reporter named Xiaogan here, we also encountered the Hute people there. I stretched and asked, Are the Hute people easy to talk to, Uncle Zhang? I hope they aren't as fierce as the Kia people. Haha, old Zhang laughed. Don't worry, the Hute people are much gentler than the Kia people. I've seen them several times, and they consider me a friend. There are some young people in the tribe who have received education and can speak Mandarin, so it will be much easier for you to interview them. While we were talking, Qin Xingping leaned over. That's right. The young man I met at the market last time was very friendly and kept smiling. I hope we can find them. Otherwise, our suffering this trip will be for nothing. We definitely will, I encouraged. Qin Gu, be more confident. Qin Xingping looked into the distance and said, I hope so. The caravan had been quite unlucky in the past few days, encountering sandstorms and thieves. Maybe after hitting rock bottom, our luck will turn around? Just as we were talking, I suddenly spotted 2 small black dots in the distance. We had a pair of binoculars among our gear, so I hurried over to get them to take a look. After adjusting the focus a few times, I could see 2 boys in the distance, probably around 12 or 13 years old, both with crew cuts, wearing long pants and vests, herding sheep with whips. I immediately handed the binoculars to old Zhang. After just 2 minutes of observation, old Zhang put them down and said, Great. Those 2 shepherd boys are Hute people. Did you notice their clothing? The men in the Hute tribe all have the same hairstyle, short crew cuts, regardless of age. Hurry, let us pack up and go over there. Chapter 18. Meeting the Hute people. When the 2 boys